60 years have passed since the devastating plague swept across Earth, triggering cataclysmic changes. Life forms evolved, and humanity fell from its throne of dominance. Countless transformed beings emerged, exhibiting terrifying destructive powers, including bloodthirsty mammoths as large as mountains, and frost-breathing wolf kings commanding the icy tundras. In the face of these apex evolved creatures, even humanity's premier weapons nuclear arms prove impotent. In a desperate bid for survival, humanity conceded vast territories, constructing towering walls to ensure their protection. With the aid of primordial stones, humans began harnessing the cosmic energies drifting through the universe, giving rise to a unique faction known as Awakeners. These individuals developed remarkable abilities, and the most powerful among them could stand against legendary evolved beings, securing the flickering embers of humanity's existence and fostering life within the confines of the walled world. This is the year 60 of the Wasteland era. The teacher passionately expounded on history in the classroom. Students diligently took notes, daydreaming of the day they would themselves become Awakeners. In this epoch, Awakeners represent the most esteemed group. Even the lowest-ranked Awakeners bear the revered title of Guardians of Humanity. For the students in this class, becoming an Awakener signifies rising above the masses and achieving fame and fortune. In a month, the Awakening Day will arrive, with the government summoning all children around the age of 18 to undergo awakening tests. Lucky children will unlock their latent potential and emerge as Awakeners. Yet, while the rest of the class fantasized about their futures, Gu Chen's mind wandered elsewhere. He yearned only to escape the violence and crime of the slum where he and his sister resided, hoping to carve out a better life. The class seemed interminable. Their homeroom teacher continued to lecture from the podium. If our class could produce 2 Awakeners, I'd wake up smiling from sheer joy. However, don't despair, for this path isn't as glamorous as you might think. Besides battling the monsters of the wild, you must also be wary of becoming an infected. Who can explain what an infected is? Several hands shot up. After the plague, those who survived became carriers of the mutated virus. Once an individual becomes an Awakener, if they become overly eager and lose control, the virus can seize their brain, turning them into a monster that feasts on human flesh. If bitten or scratched by them, even if you don't die, you may soon transform into a zombie-like creature. Old Song nodded approvingly, while Gu Chen gazed out the window. His hopes of becoming an Awakener dimmed. The Cultural Academy was nothing more than a relic of the past, essentially a university. If he were to attend, he could not afford the tuition fees. Moreover, the school would never permit him to bring his sister to the dormitory. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading rays illuminated the yellowed pages of textbooks, and few students remained in the classroom. Gu Chen packed his bag and quietly headed for the sanitation corner. In the trash bin lay some shattered white pebbles. He carefully extracted the small stones, wrapping them in paper to keep them safe. These stones were what the teacher referred to as primordial stone substances that assist the body in rapidly absorbing primordial energy. Possessing a higher level of primordial energy could help reach the threshold for awakening, increasing the likelihood of becoming an Awakener. Students from well-off families carried them around, absorbing the energy until they were nearly depleted, tossing them aside afterward. Gu Chen could not afford such luxuries. Therefore, he scavenged the discarded primordial stones each day after school, hoping to extract the minuscule remnants of energy they contained. Having gathered everything, Gu Chen departed the school grounds and made his way toward the city's outskirts. While humanity boasts Awakeners, their overall strength remains dwarfed by the beasts prowling the wilds. Consequently, the major cities have constructed immense walls to safeguard against mutated creatures. However, within the walled cities, space is at a premium and housing is unaffordable for most. Passing through a dimly lit side gate adjacent to the wall, Gu Chen stepped outside. The area beyond was indeed a wasteland, but due to exorbitant housing prices within the walls, countless individuals, unable to afford homes, have begun to settle in the slums that formed just outside. Although lacking the protection of the walls, these makeshift shelters provided some respite from the elements. At the edge of the wall, Gu Chen gazed towards a desolate little courtyard not far off. Once, this had been his home, but 3 years ago, his father, an Awakener, had mysteriously disappeared, along with all his comrades, who met an equally bizarre end. Following a lack of findings in the investigation, his father was branded a traitor to humanity, and the deaths of his team members were implicitly linked to him. As a result, Gu Chen and his sister were evicted and dispossessed of their assets. At the age of 15, Gu Chen bore the weight of loss, while his younger sister, Mu Xiaoan, was only 10. As he walked the familiar path, Gu Chen suddenly noticed a throng of people crowding outside the slum. He pushed through the crowd, only to find uniformed inspectors clad in armor wielding riot shields, persistently driving people back into the C District slum. Quarantine zone? Gu Chen spotted a sign erected nearby. 2 infected individuals have entered until they are apprehended. No one may leave. Infected? Gu Chen's pupils contracted sharply as he shoved his way deeper into the mass. Murmurs spread among the crowd outside, while those trapped within the quarantine zone pressed desperately against the iron gate. Let us out. There are infected inside. But we are not. I don't want to be eaten. Please, you'll stay behind. Just let my child out. The C District slum housed thousands of individuals, and at this moment, they clung to the iron gate, wailing in despair. Everyone knew the horrors the infected could unleash previously. Outbreaks had occurred in other slums, resulting in the gruesome consumption of hundreds of innocents. As Gu Chen scanned the crowd, he spotted a frail little girl dressed in a thin linen garment, her long braids swaying as she grasped the iron gate, staring vacantly outward. Upon seeing her, a wave of relief washed over Gu Chen. Chapter 2. Unspoken understanding. As Lu Jinhai from the Law Enforcement Bureau gazed at the frenzied crowd surging outward, he found himself in a state of utter disarray. With so many people, if there truly were infected individuals within the throng, and should they suddenly experience a transformation, how many lives would be lost? The thought was beyond his capacity to fathom. Everyone, please return home. We will lift the lockdown once we identify the infected. He called out, his voice resonating powerfully despite the absence of a loudspeaker. However, the panicked masses were impervious to his pleas. Stop lying. In the adjacent Zone F, there were infected cases last time, and hundreds died. You simply do not care about our lives. The unexpected outburst from the crowd only intensified their fury, and Lu Jinhai could see the barbed wire beginning to bend under the pressure. At that moment, a figure darted past him. Hey, young man. I've told you to keep your distance. Be careful of the infection, Lu Jinhai admonished, watching as Gu Chen stood in front of him, somewhat helplessly pointing ahead. I understand, but I need to get home. Home? What home is there to return to? Lu Jinhai was taken aback, but before he could react, he saw Gu Chen deftly evade him, take a running leap, and grasp the barbed wire, vaulting inside. What? This? Not only Lu Jinhai, but even those struggling to escape were momentarily bewildered at the sight of someone entering from the outside. Do they not realize that this is a quarantine zone? Has this person lost their mind? Brothered at a frail, slight figure squeezed beside Gu Chen, timidly tugging at his shirt. Although momentarily stunned, Lu Jinhai seized the collective silence to proclaim, Look, even the child is unafraid. Why are you all so terrified? If the situation were truly that dire, would I allow him to enter? Everyone, the sun is setting. Please return home. The crowd grew silent for a moment, only then realizing that the sun was dipping low in the sky, revealing expressions of fear as they began to disperse. Gu Chen assessed his sister, Mu Xiaowan, their eyes meeting, and he gently spoke. Is it you? Mu Xiaowan shook her head. I came from outside. Gu Chen felt a sense of relief. They exchanged no further words, yet understood each other's intentions. Just as they prepared to leave, a heavy voice resonated from behind. Young man, if you go in, I cannot let you out again. Do you truly think this is a game? The speaker was Lu Jinhai, who appeared less optimistic than moments prior. I know. Gu Chen brushed his fingers through Mu Xiaowan's hair. She still wore the floral apron from home, but I must go back. Observing Gu Chen's gesture and glancing at the petite girl beside him, Lu Jinhai hesitated, then murmured softly, Stay indoors after dark. Do not venture outside. Understood? The infected only emerge at night to seek their prey. At the mention of seeking prey, Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. The onlookers who had not yet departed leaned in, eager to hear what Lu Jinhai would say to Gu Chen. At that moment, a colossal black steel wall reappeared outside the barbed wire, sealing everyone within that dim, fetid slum. Please remain calm. The Law Enforcement Bureau will enter Zone C once the infected are neutralized. Your freedom will be restored. Before this, everyone is advised to remain indoors, especially during the night. Remember, the loudspeakers continue to broadcast, yet most people display expressions of despair. In the neighboring F district, similar conditions had once prevailed. In a single night, hundreds were devoured, transforming the area into a hellish nightmare. It has now been sealed off, and escape is no longer an option. A few rays of the setting sun descend. But Gu Chen feels no warmth. He knows that in just over an hour, darkness will envelop the world. They must hasten home. Brother, I'm hungry. Mu Shaowan snuggles up to Gu Chen, her wheat-colored hair cascading over her shoulders, her frail appearance suggesting malnutrition. The surrounding terror seems to have little effect on her. Bear with it. Let us get home first. Many nearby begin to disperse. The infected fear the sunlight, yet the night is their hunting ground. Soon, the street is devoid of life. Many people are boarding up their doors and windows with wooden planks and iron sheets, the laughter of children now a distant memory. After traversing 2 blocks, Gu Chen and Mu Shaowan finally spot a modest wooden cottage, the very home they had painstakingly purchased after 2 years of hard labor. As they step inside, they are taken aback. Several burly men stand within, smoking, and upon seeing Gu Chen, they initially freeze, followed by expressions of palpable relief. It turns out there were merely 2 children residing here. Gu Chen's pupils constrict as he notices their hands tucked into their pockets, adopting a defensive posture as if ready to draw weapons. Would they have acted differently had 2 adults returned? You must be mistaken. This is my home. Gu Chen calmly addresses the scar-faced leader while positioning Mu Shaowan protectively behind him. The men exchange glances and suddenly burst into laughter. The scar-faced man sneers, "Your home? Does it bear your name? I claim it as mine. Do you have a problem with that?" His companions chuckle ominously, their gazes drifting toward Mu Shaowan. Despite her tender age of 13 and her tattered linen clothes, she possesses an innocent charm, akin to a delicate fairy. They are seasoned thugs from the nearby slums, having occupied this place out of necessity and never anticipated encountering children as the rightful occupants. Gu Chen's breath catches, a chill creeping into his gaze as he lowers his head, attempting to conceal his expression. While his innate abilities enhance certain physical attributes, they are insufficient against the unpredictable thugs of the slum. At that moment, as he grips his sister's hand, he feels a surge of formidable power. He turns slightly, catching a glimpse of her innocent eyes, now tinged with a sinister crimson hue, surrounded by a faint aura of dark purple malevolence. Those seemingly blood-stained eyes fixate on Gu Chen, awaiting his command. Gu Chen's pupils narrow, positioning himself to shield his sister from view. He subtly states, "Leave it to me." The icy demeanor and crimson glow gradually dissipate, as Mu Shaowan reverts to her previously pitiful and innocent self, harmlessly standing behind her brother. "Hey, kid, I'm talking to you." The voice of the scar-faced man echoed once more, as several individuals gazed at Gu Chen by the door as if he were a mere puppet. Gu Chen turned his head again, his expression now one of profound trepidation. "I have no objections. May I go to the kitchen and fetch something to eat? I shall leave immediately after." Observing Gu Chen's flustered demeanor, the men exchanged smirks of satisfaction. "You have 1 minute. Hurry up and be gone." Gu Chen nodded in acquiescence, casting one last glance at Mu Shaowan before proceeding to the kitchen. In the cramped kitchen, 2 plates of small dishes awaited him. Sour and spicy shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, likely prepared by Mu Shaowan in anticipation of his return, now cold to the touch. As he surveyed the dimly lit kitchen, his eyes narrowed upon spotting a certain button. Stealthily, he twisted a black switch to its maximum setting. "Boss, are we really just going to let them go? That young girl is quite fetching. It's been a while since the brothers had their fill." A yellow-haired man beside the scar-faced man spoke with an air of reluctance. "The house is right here. Can they truly escape? Let us wait until the law enforcement takes care of the infected. For now, let us avoid drawing attention, or we shall all perish." Upon mentioning the infected, fear etched itself across the faces of the men. Gu Chen grasped Mu Shaowan's hand and closed the door behind them. "Where shall we go?" he inquired, surveying their surroundings as the last vestiges of sunlight vanished beneath the horizon. Under ordinary circumstances, the slums would be alive with the smoke of cooking fires and the sounds of laughter and quarrels from various households. Yet now it lay enveloped in an eerie silence, as if everyone had hidden away. "We are going nowhere," Gu Chen replied, casting a glance at the tightly shut door, taking a deep breath. The oppressive stillness incited a sense of unease within him. The 2 siblings sat closely together on the steps outside their home, while within, several burly men sat in tense silence, none daring to speak above a whisper. After a prolonged silence, the yellow-haired man's discomfort became apparent as he remarked, "Scar brother, do you not feel unwell? I'm feeling a bit nauseous." The scar-faced man frowned, admonishing him, "Bear with it. Perhaps it's due to the tension in moments of anxiety." one can indeed feel queasy. Under normal circumstances, the scar-faced man might have sent a subordinate out for fresh air, but given the extraordinary circumstances of the day, it was best not to stir. Enduring the wave of nausea, the yellow-haired man soon felt drowsiness wash over him, only to realize that two others had already succumbed to sleep beside him. He too toppled over into slumber. Over an hour later, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Mu Xiaowan beside him, Gu Chen gently supported her as he leaned against the wall. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a dagger from his boot, turned, and opened the door. At that moment, his gaze had turned as cold as ice. Having relied on one another in the slums for many years, enduring hardships and suffering, they had faced bullying in their youth. Yet today was different. There were infected individuals outside, and he had to ensure his sister's safety. As Gu Chen stepped through the doorway, he beheld several men sprawled haphazardly, two of whom were already frothing at the mouth. The scar-faced man, seemingly roused by Gu Chen's entrance, struggled to open his eyes, only to find the previously panicked youth, now standing before him with an icy glare in his eyes, eye in his hand. He clutched a dagger. The scarred-faced man yearned to howl and move, yet a searing pain throbbed in his head. A glance to the side revealed his brothers, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. Recalling his brother's earlier words about feeling nauseous, and remembering Gu Chen's deliberate visit to the kitchen, gas poisoning, in an instant, realization dawned upon him. Under normal circumstances, he might have sensed something amiss and stepped outside for fresh air, but today was different. This youth had plotted their demise from the very moment he entered. The memory of the boy's panicked expression stood in stark contrast to the icy demeanor he displayed now. "Little brother, let us speak rationally." Splat! Blood spattered across his face, disbelief etched upon the scarred man's features. Yet his pupils swiftly lost focus. A knife was buried in his chest. Chapter 3. The infected thud. Thud. Gu Chen's heart throbbed powerfully in the moment the blade fell. His inner energy surged to its zenith, every cell in his body seeming to ignite in that fleeting instant. Thud, thud. His heartbeat echoed in his ears, the warmth of blood still lingering on his face. His hands trembled violently. This was Gu Chen's inaugural act of murder. As he dispatched the scarred man, he fancied he heard a faint sound. Cracked. It was as if something within him had shattered. There was no time to ponder this peculiar sensation. Gu Chen dashed to the kitchen, turned off the gas, then held his breath as he opened the window, rushing to the door to gulp in fresh air. Upon seeing the blood on his hands, he fell into silence. He had taken a life. Although he had often fought with thugs in the slums alongside Mu Xiaowan, this was the first time he had truly killed. Xiaowan. Just as Gu Chen intended to rouse Mu Xiaowan, he discovered she was already awake, her large, glistening eyes fixated intently upon him. More accurately, they were fixated on the blood staining his hands. She swallowed hard. "Brother, I'm really hungry. If you take any longer, I might just snap." Gazing into his sister's eyes, now increasingly tinted with a vivid crimson hue, Gu Chen composed himself and wiped the blood clean before stepping into the room. Inside, the bodies of 4 men lay sprawled across the floor, and he could distinctly hear Mu Xiaowan's breathing becoming slightly erratic behind him. "Hold on, just a moment." Gu Chen retrieved a large cloth and draped it over the 4 corpses, alleviating Mu Xiaowan's distress to a degree. Returning to the kitchen, he took out a syringe and inserted it into the already bruised vein of his arm, allowing his blood to flow into a bowl before him. Watching his sister consume the blood from the small bowl in one gulp, Gu Chen fell into deep contemplation. Yes, Mu Xiaowan was also one of the infected. Yet, he was unsure why she had been afflicted. To be precise, it had been 3 years since their father led an expedition outside the city, after which she had exhibited abnormal behavior. Unable to ingest ordinary food, she developed an insatiable thirst for blood. However, she was unlike other infected individuals. She did not fear sunlight, nor had she lost her sanity to become a mindless predator. Yet Gu Chen understood that within the city, the official stance toward the infected was one of immediate execution upon discovery, leaving no room for explanation for him and his sister. Thus, this is a secret that belongs solely to the brother and sister. After Mu Xiaowan drank nearly half a bowl, her stomach still emitted hunger pangs, and she looked at Gu Chen with a faint blush on her cheeks. Gu Chen fell silent. He could not afford to lose any more blood. Having not eaten dinner and having just exerted considerable physical effort, he was already feeling somewhat lightheaded. He had once attempted to procure fresh blood from livestock at the market, but Mu Xiaowan had merely taken a small sip before her body flushed crimson, exhibiting the same uncontrollable reaction as other infected individuals. Only his own blood could maintain her in a stable condition. Consequently, over the past 3 years, Xiao Chun had frequently bled himself. It was precisely this reason that rendered his once promising talents inadequate to meet the standards for awakening. Observing the pitiable Mu Xiaowan before him, Xiao Chun rose. I will go fetch some more. Throughout these 3 years, Mu Xiaowan's strength had been growing. Though he was uncertain how it compared to true awakened beings, she had effortlessly dispatched the few ruffians moments ago. Had it not been for the fear of attracting the Law Enforcement Bureau or other infected individuals, he would have allowed her to act earlier. However, her appetite had similarly increased. Xiao Chen absent-mindedly picked at some food, took a large gulp of water, and then carried the bowl toward the kitchen to draw more blood. Stop, your complexion is too poor. You should eat something first. With her icy little hand gripping Xiao Chen's arm, Mu Xiaowan's eyes glimmered with determination. I'm fine. I'm in good health. Just as Xiao Chun intended to offer some words of comfort to Mu Xiaowan, his gaze fell upon the white cloth on the ground, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. What is this? Upon closer inspection, he noticed 4 faint green orbs floating above the white cloth, resembling will-o'-the-wisps. Mu Xiaowan turned to look as well, but she appeared utterly bewildered. As to her, the cloth remained just a simple white cloth, devoid of any peculiarities. What are you looking at? How strange. This was the first time Xiao Chun had encountered such a phenomenon. As he approached, around half a meter away from the orbs, they seemed to have found a purpose, swiftly adhering to his hand. A gentle, cool sensation washed over him as the green orbs gradually vanished, revealing 4 shallow green crystals, each the size of a fingernail, resting in his palm. What are these? Before Xiao Chen could react further, he noticed his sister's breathing had suddenly become labored, her gaze fixated intently on the 4 crystals. Do you want to eat? Xiao Chen asked, somewhat astonished. Mu Xiaowan nodded vigorously but restrained the impulse to reach out, biting her lip as she looked at him. Over the past 3 years, Xiao Chen had sought various substitutes for blood, yet none had succeeded. This was the first time Mu Xiaowan had shown interest in something other than blood. Let us give it a try, but hey, don't eat them all at once. Under Xiao Chen's cautious admonition, Mu Xiaowan consumed 2 of the crystals, and then let out a satisfied burp. What? Xiao Chen stared in disbelief. Could these 2 fingernail-sized items truly satiate her? Brother, where did you buy such marvelous things? Why have you kept them hidden for so long? Mu Xiaowan's excitement was palpable, as she had not experienced the sensation of being full in quite some time. Xiao Chen scrutinized the remaining 2 green crystals, lost in contemplation. This substance was extracted from those deceased bodies, yet it was evident that Mu Xiaowan could not perceive the earlier green luminescence. Perhaps this was the manifestation of one's awakening ability? Each awakened individual possesses a unique skill, but it was clear that he was still far from achieving the status of an awakener. Xiao Chen suddenly recalled the burning sensation he felt within his body when he previously took a life, accompanied by the sound of something shattering within his dantian. Perhaps the transformation began at that very moment. Despite his lingering doubts, Xiao Chun resolved to set aside thoughts of its origin, focusing instead on the more pressing question of how to utilize this object. If he could extract this crystal from the corpses, it would at least spare him the need for bloodletting in the future. Xiao Chun picked up a piece of the green crystal, concentrating intently as he examined it. I wonder if I can make use of this. Instinctively, he activated his primordial force, attempting to absorb it as if it were a raw stone. In the next instant, a peculiar scene unfolded. The green crystal gradually vaporized, seeping through Xiao Chen's skin and merging into his body. A warm, flowing energy surged within him, a sensation he was well acquainted with. This was a clear indication of an enhancement in his primordial force. At that moment, Xiao Chun felt a surge of excitement. He could not afford raw stones. For 3 years, he had relied solely on scavenging discarded fragments to enhance his abilities, but the results were dismal. Thus, he had nearly given up on the idea of becoming an awakener, merely hoping to find a job, support Mu Xiaowan, and continue the search for his missing father. Now, it seemed a new path lay before him. Chapter 4. Speculations on awakening abilities. The capacity to extract the essence of life from corpses. The abilities of awakened individuals are as diverse as they are astonishing, with combat-oriented powers being the most sought after. However, there are also many whose awakening abilities pertain to everyday life. For instance, some can catalyze plant growth after awakening, a highly valuable skill in times of scarce arable land. With only one crystal left, Gu Chen contemplated before choosing to absorb it. Although saving it for Mu Xiaowan's sustenance might have been prudent, their current situation in the quarantine zone, with 2 infected individuals lurking nearby, made enhancing his combat prowess far more pressing. The final piece was slightly larger than the others, and Gu Chen recalled that it had been extracted from the scarred man. He could distinctly sense that this crystal provided him with considerably more primordial force than the previous one. It seemed that the potency of the crystal was correlated with the strength of the deceased. The stronger the individual, the greater the energy yielded from their posthumous extraction. Now, the last remaining question was whether this extraction ability was effective only on those he had personally slain or if it applied to any corpse. However, there was no opportunity to verify this at present. Just as Gu Chen was lost in thought, a chilling sound of breathing suddenly pierced the air from outside. It resembled the rasping breath of a decrepit wind instrument, accompanied by a pungent odor of blood that wafted through the window, flooding the small room. Both Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan sprang to their feet. Infected individuals. Gu Chen signaled for Mu Xiaowan to be silent. Though his power had been partially augmented, he still found himself insufficiently equipped to confront the awakened aberrations that had transformed into infectors. Despite Mu Xiaowan and Gu Chen maintaining a commendable silence, the ominous sounds drew ever closer, the intensity of the breathing escalating around them. The metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, reminiscent of a terrifying sound emanating from the depths of his chest. Both Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan turned their gazes toward the entrance. The infector had already arrived at their doorstep. Knock. It seemed as though someone was gently tapping on the small wooden door outside. In an instant, both their hearts raced, and upon witnessing the increasingly crimson gaze of Mu Xiaowan, Gu Chen swiftly drew the dagger from his boot. The fleeting seconds felt like centuries. The heavy footsteps suddenly quickened, retreating from their door into the distance. As the sounds diminished, they simultaneously regained their breath. Before Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan could relax, a man's voice echoed from outside once more. It had been here. But now it was uncertain where it had fled. Gu Chen recognized the voice. It belonged to the individual who had warned him earlier that day against venturing out at night, a member of the Jiangqing Law Enforcement Bureau. In these times, major cities had personnel to manage incidents involving infectors and aberrant beasts, most of whom were awakened individuals serving in the Law Enforcement Bureau. It had sustained severe injuries and should not be far away. They needed to search the vicinity. Another woman's voice chimed in. All right, I will first check to see if this family is unharmed. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's pupils constricted slightly as he glanced at the white cloth beside him. Though he was acting in self-defense, taking a life was no trivial matter, and the syringes and blood-stained bowls in the room were certainly not meant to be exposed to light. Almost instantaneously, he dashed to the door, flinging it open and stepping outside first. Had the infector fled? Upon encountering the frightened youth before him, both individuals at the threshold paused momentarily. IDSU? Lu Zhenhai recognized the boy and peered into the room, only to see a frail little girl leaning against the door, trembling and gazing vacantly. The room lay in darkness, devoid of any other figures. You seem quite frightened. Do not worry. With us here, you will be safe. Lu Zhenhai smiled warmly as he reached out to pat Mu Xiaowan's head, but she appeared to be quite timid, quickly shrinking back and closing the door, leaving only a narrow crack to observe the two outside. Lu Zhenhai and his companion, Chu Hongxiu, were amused by her reaction. Xiaowan, do not be afraid. These two are important figures from the Law Enforcement Bureau. They will protect us. Lu Zhenhai seemed pleased with this reassurance, nodding as he confirmed their safety. Young man, you have done well. Even if you are afraid, do not make a sound. It's just the two of you in here. Where are your elders? A hint of melancholy crossed Gu Chen's expression as he observed the reactions of both himself and Mu Xiaowan. Lu Zhenhai and Chu Hongxiu exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. In the slums, orphans like them were not uncommon. Though the slums were adjacent to the city wall, they led directly into the wilderness, where it was all too frequent for those who ventured out to earn a living to fall victim to the mutated beasts lurking in the wild. Lu Zhenhai patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. At that moment, a voice emanated from the walkie-talkie. Captain, I have surveyed the surroundings, and there is no sign of the second infected individual. It seems to have fled far away. Both Lu Zhenhai and Chu Hongxiu furrowed their brows simultaneously. The infected individual they had just encountered was merely a weak level 1 awakened variant, and having sustained serious injuries from their assault, it should not have been able to escape so far. Just then, Gu Chen also lifted his gaze towards the distance. From the sound of footsteps, he had a rough idea of the direction in which the infected had fled, and at that moment, he made a startling discovery. A few hundred meters away, within the remnants of an abandoned church that once stood in the slums, a brilliant green light emerged. The hue was strikingly similar to the luminous orb that had appeared after the death of the scar-faced man. Such a conspicuous light should have been noticed by Lu Zhenhai and Mu Xiaowan, yet they had overlooked it entirely. Where could it be? Lu Zhenhai mused, his brow knitting tighter. There were 2 infected individuals in total. Having eliminated one, they would not need to split up, making the situation considerably more manageable. Could they truly allow the other to escape? Gu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the green orb, his heart stirred with intrigue. The scar-faced man was not an awakened one. He was merely a thug with some primal energy, and the crystals he provided were sufficient to enhance Gu Chen's own powers. If the life crystal generated after the infected's demise. Setting aside further thoughts, if Gu Chen could become an awakened being, he would have the means to relocate with Mu Xiaowan to a safer city for a more secure life. Sir, I know where it has gone. Gu Chen's voice took Lu Zhenhai by surprise. You saw it? Yes, I was quite frightened earlier, so when it fled, I peered through the window. I can lead you there. Lu Zhenhai and Chu Hongxiu exchanged glances. Both taken aback. It was known that an ordinary person, in proximity to an infected individual, would struggle to suppress their screams and maintain composure. Yet, this young man had dared to observe its movements, a display of courage that transcended mere boldness. However, eliminating the severely injured infected remained their foremost priority. Very well, lead the way, but do not stray more than 3 meters from me. If we find nothing, I will escort you back. Chu Hongxiu frowned slightly. Captain Lu, is it not too perilous to bring a child along? Lu Zhenhai waved his hand dismissively to its fine. The other infected has not yet been spotted, and the danger posed by this one remains manageable. Let us move. Chu Hongxiu nodded in agreement. By the way, I am Lu Zhenhai, the captain of the Jiangqing Enforcement Bureau's sub-team, and this is Deputy Chu Hongxiu. Lu Zhenhai flashed a hearty smile and patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. I am Gu Chen. Gu Chen replied in kind, yet his gaze drifted far, fixated on the shimmering orb a few hundred meters away. Chapter 5. Exposure. Before Gu Chen departed, he turned back, exchanging a fleeting glance with Mu Xiaowan. Beneath the cold moonlight, Mu Xiaowan gave him a slight nod before retreating into her room. Just moments ago, their hearts had raced with fear. It was not only the infected individuals they faced, but also the threat directed at Lu Zhenhai and his companion. Although the scar-faced men had intruded upon their dwelling, cornering them into a desperate situation, they had acted out of necessity. However, once discovered, the young man, who had just stealthily dispatched 4 robust men, would undoubtedly attract significant attention alongside Mu Xiaowan, who appeared visibly frightened in the moment. Even if this matter did not fall under the jurisdiction of the law enforcement agency, the subsequent investigation by the police would be thorough and relentless. All along, Gu Chen had adhered to a principle of discretion, living cautiously with Mu Xiaowan. Should they become the focus of scrutiny, Mu Xiaowan's true identity would be difficult to conceal for long. After watching Gu Chen and the others depart, Mu Xiaowan returned to her room, binding the 4 corpses together with hemp rope and subsequently wrapping them in coarse cloth. With a firm grip, she lifted them. Her dark eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. Initially, she had merely intended to test her strength, not truly planning to carry all 4 bodies at once. Yet now she realized that her strength seemed to have increased just slightly in the darkness. A petite figure hoisted a burden several times her own size, gliding away like a nimble cat, vanishing at the alley's end. It should be nearby. Gu Chen directed the 2, leading them generally towards that direction. To bring them directly to the bodies would be overly precise. Naturally, Lu Zhenhai and his companion did not rely entirely on Gu Chen's guidance, proceeding with caution, stopping intermittently. Wait a moment. Chu Hongxiu's nostrils flared as she gazed towards the dilapidated church around the corner, while Gu Chen's eyes had already locked onto that spot, awaiting their discovery. A corpse over 3 meters tall lay sprawled there, causing Gu Chen's pupils to constrict, a sense of unease washing over him. He could not quite ascertain what manner of being this was. It bore the overall shape of a human body, yet its head was alarmingly large, the blood-soaked maw filled with jagged teeth dominating half its face. Its limbs sprouted white barbs, smeared with flesh and blood. Lu Zhenhai furrowed his brow, instinctively positioning himself in front of Xiao Chen to shield the boy from the gruesome sight, only to find that Xiao Chen's complexion had merely paled slightly, showing no signs of nausea. "Young man, your mental fortitude is commendable," he remarked, giving Xiao Chen a reassuring pat on the shoulder, to which Xiao Chen managed a strained smile. "Do all infected look like this?" he inquired discreetly as he took a few steps forward, prompting Chu Hongxiu to whisper, "Be careful that it's fine. They're all dead." "What is there to fear?" Lu Zhenhai chuckled heartily, seemingly pleased with Xiao Chen's curiosity. "Look at this young lad, unafraid at the sight of the infected." Meanwhile, when we visited the War Academy, some students turned pale at the sight of a corpse. How will they fight in the future? Xiao Chen's thought stirred. The War Academy was indeed a place he aspired to enter. Achieving a force value of 100 was not only the minimum requirement for awakening, but also the threshold for applying to the War Academy. The War Academy could be likened to a specialized university, its influence far surpassing that of traditional institutions. The instructors at various war academies were all awakened beings, and students from the top-tier war academies could assume military defense roles in smaller towns. Of course, combat was merely one of the most popular disciplines within the War Academy. There were also research projects focused on mutated beasts and the infected, as well as awakened individuals. Xiao Chen's desire to join the War Academy stemmed from a simple reason: job placement and attractive benefits. While pondering, Chu Hongxiu was casually chatting with Lu Zhenhai. This was because what you saw were merely first-year students. After undergoing the baptism of enrollment, they would be quite different. Lu Zhenhai shrugged, pulled out a cigarette, and took 2 leisurely puffs. Having already dealt with the first infected, his task had become considerably easier. Xiao Chen noticed that the two were entirely oblivious to his presence, maintaining a look of curiosity while gently touching the green light cluster. "Be careful," Chu Hongxiu called out anxiously, causing Xiao Chen to break into a sweat, fearing they had noticed something unusual. Fortunately, Chu Hongxiu merely frowned slightly, cautioning, "Being too bold can be detrimental. Staying this close, if you get scratched by an infected, you mustn't get infected yourself." After saying this, she pulled Xiao Chen to her side, allowing his expression to ease slightly as he cast a gentle glance at her. He had initially thought that the Enforcement Bureau personnel were all mysterious figures clad in black trench coats with poker faces, yet this woman seemed more like a friendly neighborhood older sister. Quietly retracting the green crystal, Xiao Chen nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. Lu Zhenhai extinguished his cigarette, but with amusement. "What are you afraid of? It's not that easy to get infected. Here, let me enlighten you. Only awakened individuals who turn into infected will become monsters, and their forms can vary greatly, though most appear quite grotesque. They still possess intelligence. However, their instinct for slaughter surpasses all else. As for ordinary people getting infected, it's akin to becoming a zombie." Having nearly finished his explanation, the two proceeded to extract some bodily tissues from the infected for DNA analysis, subsequently applying a reagent to the corpse in no time. The body had transformed into a viscous liquid. Lu Zhenhai's demeanor shifted from casual to one tinged with a faint sadness. "Although we are responsible for hunting the infected, each one of them may have once been an awakened protector of humanity. May their journey ahead be peaceful." The atmosphere grew somewhat somber, and at that moment, the walkie-talkie clipped to Lu Zhenhai's waist crackled to life. "Hello, what's the matter?" "Boss, we are on the north side of Area C, near a garbage hill, and we discovered 4 bodies. Were they the work of the second infected?" "No, at SE, however, the matters outlined by the Law Enforcement Bureau will undoubtedly be scrutinized by the police, and the cause of death for the 4 individuals who succumbed to gas poisoning cannot be concealed. When the time comes, they can easily ascertain the perpetrator by examining the gas meter's consumption. If the police report the findings to Lu Zhenhai, Xiao Chen will comprehend that all the previous disguises he and his sister employed will become the most suspicious points." The more he contemplated, the colder he felt. Chapter 6. Beside the refuse mound, which was heaped with various household waste and construction materials, 2 men clad in law enforcement uniforms waved their hands dismissively at the air. "Such matters should be left to the police. Why was Captain Lu so invested?" "You clearly do not know Captain Lu. He is the quintessential individual who seeks trouble where none exists. Whenever he encounters a case, he feels compelled to involve himself. After all, he has a background in criminal investigation." Their tone was casual, indicating a good rapport with Lu Zhenhai. Otherwise, they would not dare to speak so freely about their superior in such a manner. For corpses lay scattered at the foot of the refuse mound, while in an inconspicuous pit atop the mound, A frail little girl lay motionless. Yu Shaowan patiently observed the two men from a distance, feeling a twinge of guilt. If only she had acted a bit faster. Just moments ago, she had untied the burlap and ropes binding several individuals when she heard their voices and had to conceal herself here. However, she had also overheard their conversation, and if Lu Zhenhai were to arrive afterward, she feared she would not be able to remain hidden. After all, Lu Zhenhai was a bona fide awakener. Just then, a sudden rustling sound emanated from several dozen meters away. Yu Shaowan cautiously peered out, her black pupils dilating in alarm that a creature over 2 meters long, resembling a lizard, was crawling towards the two conversing law enforcers. Its purple-red tongue flicking out, using all 4 limbs to advance stealthily. It possessed the head of a human, yet its mouth was grotesquely split almost to its ears, with pupils that shimmered a faint yellow. The two men below were completely oblivious. Yu Shaowan's body tensed, a profound sense of danger igniting a faint purple hue in her eyes. Should she alert them? If she did, her presence would surely be revealed. If she remained silent, those two would soon become corpses. The two law enforcers continued their animated chatter, while the lizard-like creature, akin to a chameleon, blended seamlessly with the refuse mound, now merely 20 meters away. At that moment, a clattering sound erupted as an old, battered radio tumbled down from the refuse mound. The two law enforcers turned their gazes toward the noise, and in that instant, the humanoid creature paused. For the sound had not originated from it. The infected entity and the two law enforcers exchanged glances for just a brief moment, and then, with a sudden exertion of its limbs, the creature launched itself forward like a cannonball. Captain Liu, Number 2 has made an appearance. Coordinates. Refuse mound. One of the law enforcers nearly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the infected creature struck him with its spiked arm, measuring over 1 meter in length. With a sickening thud, both men suffered severe injuries in an instant. Hiding atop the mountain of refuse, Mu Shaowan did not overlook this detail. Her heart raced violently. Initially contemplating a warning to spare the two individuals from peril, she was unprepared for the overwhelming strength of the infected. Not only were those two in danger, but she herself had inadvertently revealed her location while attempting to convey a message, and now she too had to flee. Like a nimble little cat, Mu Shaowan descended quietly along the garbage mound, and at that very moment, the battle below had come to a close. The two enforcers had fired but a single shot before collapsing, bloodied, by the roadside. Strangely, the infected did not immediately consume them. This was dire. The slums of Zone C housed barely over 10,000 souls, and the refuse mound was not far from the dilapidated church. Even without a walkie-talkie, on such a tranquil night, Lu Zhenhai could hear his subordinates' desperate cries. At this moment, Lu Zhenhai felt a twinge of regret. He had previously led teams to hunt infected, and typically, a first-tier infected would flee upon encountering them. Thus, he had felt secure bringing Chu Hongxiu along to view the corpse of the first-tier infected with Xiao Qian. Little did he know, another one in Zone C had taken the initiative to strike. As they sprinted at high speed, it wasn't long before the two arrived beside the refuse mound, the ground stained with crimson blood, seemingly a testament to the recent conflict. Both the infected and the two team members had vanished without a trace. Captain! The remaining team members converged from all directions, totaling 8 in number. Excluding the two who had just been attacked, the rest had gathered. Search everywhere, quickly. If we delay, they will be devoured. However, they must not spread too thin. Ensure your weapons are at the ready. Lu Zhenhai was no longer the amiable uncle. A hint of menace now shadowed his dark complexion. One by one, the other team members drew their firearms, cautiously advancing around the refuse mound. Although the enforcer team was a tier above the police, not all were awakened. Aside from Lu Zhenhai and Deputy Team Leader Chu Hongxiu, the other members were required to possess a power level exceeding 150. These individuals, who had narrowly missed awakening, were significantly stronger than ordinary humans, yet for them, firearms remained the most effective weapon, capable of inflicting harm upon second-tier infected. Behind Lu Zhenhai and the others, on the rooftop of a nearby house, Xiao Qian lay quietly, seemingly merging with the night. He too had heard the agonizing cry, and when Lu Zhenhai and the others accelerated, he found himself unable to keep pace, trailing behind and arriving only after some time. The speed of the awakened was indeed astonishing. Xiao Qian merely sighed in admiration, but then noticed Lu Zhenhai and his team searching for something, causing a tightening sensation in his chest. The so-called second-tier awakened one couldn't he possibly be? Mu Xiaowan, could it? This was his greatest concern, that moment. His gaze swept over several inconspicuous corners atop the refuse mound. He and Mu Xiaowan often scavenged for old items there. Not only did the slum's residents dispose of their trash here, but occasionally, the city's sanitation workers, slacking off, would also dump some of the urban refuse, sparing themselves the trip to the wilderness disposal site. Thus, Xiao Qian and Mu Xiaowan would occasionally try their luck, even managing to salvage some worn yet functional appliances, such as the Changhong television currently in their possession. At this very moment, as if sensing Xiao Qian's gaze, a small head emerged from the refuse pit, prompting a sigh of relief from both individuals. Fortunately, the one referred to by number 2 was not Mu Xiaowan. However, a new concern arose. Mu Xiaowan's location would inevitably be discovered by Lu Jinhai and his crew. "Captain, we found them." With this exclamation, both Xiao Qian and Mu Xiaowan turned their attention toward the source of the sound. Lu Jinhai and his team had located 2 team members, barely clinging to life atop the mountain of garbage. They were covered in blood, with gaping wounds on their arms from barbed debris. Fortunately, their chests still rose and fell, indicating they were alive. The group hurried closer, while Xiao Chen squinted from a distant rooftop. Was it not said that the infected were driven solely by the instincts of slaughter and consumption? Why had that infected individual not devoured them? Chapter 7. Flames erupting from the muzzle. This thought lingered in Lu Jinhai's mind for but a brief moment before he sensed something amiss. All along, the squad had treated the infected as uncontrollable beasts, and although they understood that the infected possessed intelligence, their previous captures had been so seamless that they had overlooked this crucial aspect. Yet, this particular infected being exuded an aura of strangeness from its emergence to its disappearance. Just as the warning signs flickered in his mind, Lu Jinhai felt a sudden disturbance beneath his feet. He glanced down, only to hear a hissing sound as a cloud of yellow toxic mist enveloped all the team members. It was an awakening ability. Everyone held their breath. Lu Jinhai reacted with alacrity, leaping down from his position in a few swift strides, but the others were not so fortunate. The yellow mist spread with alarming rapidity, almost instantly engulfing the mouths and noses of the team members. Even Chu Hongxiu, a genuine awakened being, could only manage to descend the garbage hill before collapsing onto the ground. The others fared no better, each one falling like drunken revelers. Lu Jinhai's face twitched as he observed the dispersing mist. From the spot where the 2 injured members had stood, the refuse shifted, and a humanoid creature, adorned with a carapace and barbed protrusions, clawed its way out from the debris. Its deep yellow eyes, devoid of emotion, fixated on Lu Jinhai. Unlike the bloodthirsty gaze of other infected beings, this creature's eyes held a mocking glint. That moment, both Xiao Qian on the rooftop and Mu Xiaowan, hiding on the distant garbage hill, felt a tingling sensation coursing through their bodies. In the past, infected beings had appeared in the slums, yet it was said that the Enforcement Bureau had always triumphed upon arrival. What manner of existence was this, capable of incapacitating the majority of enforcers with a mere glance? Lu Jinhai shook his head, attempting to dispel the nausea and dizziness that plagued his mind, while his other hand drew his firearm. Firing relentlessly, he vowed that he had never encountered such an astute infected being. Though all infected were transformed from the awakened, he had never witnessed one capable of unleashing awakening abilities post-infection. Indeed, he had never before encountered an infected being with such remarkable intelligence. It seemed today would be his undoing. The records indicate that the second infected individual, classified as a level 1 mid-tier, faced off against Lu Jinhai, a level 1 high-tier awakener, who, under ordinary circumstances, would not fear a one-on-one confrontation. However, having been ambushed moments ago, he found himself ensnared by the toxic mist of his adversary's awakening ability, causing his head to spin in disorientation. Observing Lu Jinhai below, who was simultaneously shooting and dodging the ferocious creature's attacks, Xiao Chen lay motionless atop the rooftop. In such a confrontation, a single hit could prove fatal. Even the most mundane life-type awakeners possess physical attributes that far exceed those of an ordinary person, let alone the combatants currently engaged. The infected individual, with arms adorned with barbed spines, casually swung, shattering the adjacent brick wall with a thunderous crash. Xiao Chen harbored no doubt that should such a blow land upon his head, it would spell his demise. The firearms erupted with furious flashes, painting the infected figure with brilliant splashes of crimson, yet failing to inflict any penetrating wounds, as though striking mere Play-Doh. Lu Zhenhai bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to summon his remaining strength. He discarded his handgun and drew forth a pitch-black short blade from his waist, plunging into close-quarters combat with the infected. Gu Chen discerned that Lu Zhenhai too had been poisoned, his speed faltering. Thus, as his vision gradually dimmed, the rigidity enveloping Lu Zhenhai began to ease, and in this moment on the brink of death, fear seemed to occupy merely a small fragment of his consciousness. He recalled the fervent assurances he had given earlier that day to persuade the fleeing residents to return to this slum. Reflecting on the panic-stricken individuals who had heeded his comforting words, Lu Zhenhai thought, "I am truly sorry for betraying your trust." He was on the verge of closing his eyes when, contrary to his expectations, the fatal blow never came. Could it be that this infected being possessed such remarkable intellect that it wished to revel in the expression on his face? With half his body stained crimson, Lu Zhenhai strained to lift his head, only to find the similarly injured infected creature gazing not at him, but towards the direction of the street's dwellings. Following its line of sight, Lu Zhenhai's lips moved silently, unable to utter a word at the scene before him. In the darkness of night, a slender youth stood, gun in hand, aimed squarely at the infected creature's head. He had seen that face for the third time today. Lu Zhenhai was at a loss as to how this boy had followed him here, yet he longed to muster his last breath to shout a single word. Run! Bang! 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 Almost in synchrony with his call, the bloodied muzzle erupted in a furious blaze, drowning out any other sounds in Lu Zhenhai's ears. The final memory was of the boy's slightly tense yet resolute gaze, and the infected creature lunging towards him like a fleeting shadow. Chapter 8. Shadows of the night blood blossomed upon the infected creature as Gu Chen aimed for its head. However, having never before handled a firearm, he managed only a few hasty shots, and to hit the target at all was a stroke of luck. To Gu Chen, the infected creature appeared almost as a blur, and in its state of severe injury and rage. The second infected needed just a single strike to obliterate its skull. Yet, it seemed Gu Chen had calculated his movements in advance. After firing 5 shots, he took a step back. This seemingly inconsequential step caused the infected to suddenly lose sight of him. The gun he had used fell onto a rusted manhole cover, which had long since vanished from sight. The creature's massive form surged past the place where Gu Chen had stood, crashing violently into the nearby dwelling, leaving it dazed and disoriented. It must be said that Lu Zhenhai's earlier desperation had ended with one side of its jaw mangled and bloodied. Gu Chen inwardly cursed the creature as a pervert. The 3 shots he had prepared in advance were intended to strike its head, ensuring its demise. Yet he was astonished to discover that its defenses surpassed his expectations. Roaring in fury, the infected creature, now devoid of its last shred of rationality, surged towards the well's mouth, its massive form becoming ensnared in the narrow opening. Even so, its sudden lunge managed to graze Gu Chen, forcing him to block with his gun, which shattered into several pieces amidst the cacophony. Observing the widening gap at the well's entrance, Gu Chen chose not to leap into the abyss or flee through the drainage system. His speed paled in comparison to that of the infected. Instead, he sat there quietly, as if resigned to his fate, his complexion paling as he locked eyes with the creature. Though the second infected was trapped at the well's mouth, the commotion it created was deafening in the night. Normally, curious residents would have peeked out, but on this peculiar night, they had all retreated to their basements upon hearing the disturbance. Lu Zhenhai lay in a pool of blood, his teammates sprawled haphazardly beside the garbage mound, incapacitated by the monster's toxic mist. In this moment, Gu Chen felt that surrender was his only path. Yet, from the shadows of the refuse, a petite and frail figure emerged. She appeared almost malnourished at first glance, her hair in disarray at the ends, but in her hand glinted a blood-stained, obsidian dagger. Mu Xiaowan. As she approached the struggling infected, her eyes began to shimmer with a captivating crimson hue, and her brown hair danced in the air, transforming into a mysterious shade of purplish-red. In that instant, the timid and delicate expression on her face morphed into a chilling resolve for murder. Reversing her grip on the blade, she surged forward with a speed that rivaled even that of the infected. Gu Chen, watching the ever-widening fissure, felt his pallor deepen. He was now less than half a meter away from the infected. The stench of its breath wafted towards him, yet at that moment, the creature emitted a piercing wail of despair. It struggled momentarily, desperately pressing its hands against the well's walls in a frantic attempt to extricate itself. Fortunately, its prior obsession with killing Gu Chen had led it to squeeze itself in so tightly that escape was now a challenge. However, even in this predicament, liberation was merely a matter of time. But then, Gu Chen acted, in an utterly irrational decision. As the second infected thrashed wildly to free itself, he boldly reached out, his hands clamping onto one of its arms like iron pincers. With all his weight bearing down upon that spiny appendage, he caught the creature completely off guard. It had not anticipated such audacity from the man before it. Yet, this bold move did indeed buy him precious moments. It remained unaware of the calamity it had encountered, yet blood cascaded from the fissures of the well like a relentless waterfall, instantly staining Gu Chen's visage crimson. The second infected individual clawed desperately at the well's walls, striving for escape, while Gu Chen tugged at it as if engaged in a tug-of-war. Faintly, the sound of a blade piercing flesh could be heard, accompanied by a hissing noise, bang bang. Gu Chen was violently slammed against the well's wall by the infected. A wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, as though his very organs had been dislocated. Nevertheless, he stood resolute like a rock amidst a tempest, unyielding. An hour prior, he had taken a life for the first time, believing it to be the most reckless act he would ever commit. Little did he know, that record would soon be shattered. Mere seconds later, even the massive figure of the infected seemed to have bled itself dry. Its arms gradually lost strength, and its agonized wails grew faint. Outside the well, a girl with flowing purple hair and crimson eyes, having set down her short blade, gazed quietly at the infected, whose back was now riddled with holes like a beehive. As the frenzy ebbed away, the knife clattered to the ground, producing a sharp metallic sound, and her eyes regained clarity. Brother, brother! She was uncertain if she had arrived in time. Gone was the earlier madness and chill, replaced by the vulnerability of a lost child, whispering softly at the well's edge. Silence enveloped the scene, akin to the ominous tidings of a late-night tragedy. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Just wait a moment. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Mu Xiaowan lifted her head, her eyes rimmed with red. When Gu Chen quietly retrieved the fallen gun and gestured toward the short knife in the corner, she understood his intent. Their unspoken bond had reached a level where words were unnecessary to comprehend each other's thoughts. Thus, she immediately took action, though she hesitated briefly, gripped by fear of the potential consequences of her fleeting cowardice. Gu Chen, utilizing the dangling arm, swung back towards the waterway adjacent to the wall, exhaustion and pain engulfing his entire being, feeling as though he might shatter. Yet, the outcome proved favorable. Within the foul, blood-soaked sewer, the youth suddenly laughed unabashedly, as if liberated from all burdens. Chapter 9. Aftermath. 5 minutes later, Gu Chen emerged from another manhole cover 100 meters away from the scene. Despite being drenched in foul odors, Mu Xiaowan rushed to embrace him. Feeling her trembling form, a manifestation of her fear, Gu Chen returned to the site, observing the second infected, whose rear was now a veritable honeycomb. His eyes narrowing slightly. It was said that the infected were brutal and terrifying, yet as the sister of one, she appeared to be the gentlest and kindest child he had ever encountered. Witnessing her on the verge of tears, it was hard to fathom how she had acted moments before. Brother, are we not going to be exposed? Mu Xiaowan bit her lip. They had long endeavored to avoid revealing their identities while struggling to survive. They were willing to endure hardship and fatigue, yet now it seemed that even the simplest existence had become a luxury. Two children, capable of vanquishing an infected. They would be sliced to pieces or taken away for investigation by the police and enforcement agencies. The city's stance on preventing infection was ever so stringent. Even without cause, inspections were conducted regularly. They reside in a slum, a chaotic blend of individuals, and are not confined within the walls, which paradoxically facilitates their evasion. However, once under investigation, they would undoubtedly be exposed without mercy. Don't worry, you should return home for now. The subsequent matters will be entrusted to me. Gu Chen did not exhibit excessive anxiety, soothing Mu Xiaowan with gentle reassurances. The most challenging aspect of his plan was eliminating the second infected individual, essentially a gamble. Yet, having triumphed in this wager, the remaining tasks appeared relatively straightforward. After Mu Xiaowan departed, Gu Chen approached Lu Zhenhai, a man as steadfast as rock, whose visage now bore a pallid hue, his breath barely perceptible, yet he was evidently still alive. The vitality of an awakened individual is truly formidable. Had Gu Chen not fired his weapon at that critical moment, Lu Jinhai would have surely faced death at the hands of the second infected. However, now, his side had been pierced, and his body bore countless wounds. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have succumbed to excessive blood loss long ago. Recalling his memories, Gu Chen rummaged through Lu Jinhai's clothing, ultimately discovering a yellow vial. This was the very substance that had vaporized the first infected. With this, he believed there would be no issues. Approaching the well, he found the massive form of the second infected lodged there, a green orb the size of a volleyball floating above it, which Gu Chen collected, transforming it into a shard of green crystal. The demise of the second infected was inflicted by Mu Shaowan. If the body remained, explanations would be untenable. Yet, if the body were to vaporize, everything would be left to Gu Chen's discretion. After excising a small piece of muscle tissue from the second infected, he applied the liquid onto its body as per Lu Jinhai's method from his memories. A pungent odor filled the air, and visibly, the second infected's form began to slowly vaporize. As it mostly evaporated. Its body shrank and fell into the well, and Gu Chen made no effort to retrieve it. The traces of injury caused by Mu Shaowan had been entirely eradicated, which sufficed. Having completed these actions, Gu Chen walked toward the heap of refuse, gazing at the 4 sprawled corpses, and poured the liquid over them. Before long, they too began to vaporize one by one. Although this act appeared somewhat deliberate, sending these 4 corpses for forensic examination would undoubtedly lead back to him. 2 minutes later, Gu Chen revived Lu Jinhai using the medication he had procured from him. The robust man coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. His first words directed at Gu Chen being, "You little rascal, you're still alive." He recalled the scenes before his unconsciousness. This young man wielding his firearm and firing indiscriminately. Though his intentions were noble, Lu Jinhai believed that Gu Chen was doomed. What on earth is happening? He glanced around and realized that the figure of the second infected had vanished, and after reviving him, Gu Chen had already moved on to awaken the others. 5 minutes later, everyone stirred back to consciousness, apart from Lu Jinhai, who, due to his severe injuries, sat against the wall on the ground. The others exchanged bewildered glances. The captain is magnificent. Lu Gu is formidable. Single-handedly taking on the boss. You'll have quite the tale to tell when we return. Several team members were well aware of Lu Jinhai's prowess, his awakened ability being a partial enhancement of his physique. Thus, his physical capabilities surpassed those of other awakened individuals of the same rank. Although his injuries were grievous, as long as his life was not in jeopardy, he would recover. Lu Jinhai glared at his jovial subordinates, scolding them with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Even in such a grievous state, one still finds amusement. Forget about the bonus this month. Moreover, I did not take the life of the individual on the second. What? A few were momentarily stunned, then shrugged it off indifferently. Apart from Lu Jinhai, everyone else had succumbed to unconsciousness. If Lu Jinhai were innocent, then they ought not to witness the dawn of another day. However, observing Lu Jinhai direct his puzzled gaze towards Gu Chen, several chuckling subordinates gradually realized that the captain did not seem to be jesting. You are Gu Chen, correct? It is now your turn to recount the subsequent events. Starting from the beginning, how did you come to this place? Gu Chen took a deep breath. The moment to test him had finally arrived, yet fortunately, he was well prepared. I heard sounds here and thought surely you could eliminate the other infected. I did not wish to miss such a spectacle, thus, I found myself lying atop that building. You did not wish to miss this scene? Lu Jinhai felt a twinge of irritation. Do you typically possess such audacity? Have you not noticed how others do not dare to even show their heads? Indeed, my courage is rather considerable. Gu Chen replied with a confident smile. Lu Jinhai recalled that Gu Chen had previously led them to confront the first infected. This young man's bravery indeed transcended ordinary measures. Then, please continue. Gu Chen began his narration. I initially thought it sufficient to lie there and observe, but to my surprise, upon our first encounter, you all fell to the ground. At this juncture, the listeners, previously engrossed, now lowered their heads in embarrassment. Lu Jinhai waved his hand and shot Gu Chen a glare, urging him to get to the point. The youth before them had saved their entire team. A debt of gratitude immense, yet without hearing the details, it all seemed too fantastical. For Lu Jinhai, the specifics were paramount. Then I saw you engaged in combat with it, and the gun came flying towards me. At that moment, I could tell that you were likely not its match, and fear gripped me, so I quietly picked up the weapon. This was information unknown to the other team members, yet aligned with what Lu Junhai already comprehended. The vice-captain, Chu Hongxiu, who had been saved by Xiao Chen, felt overwhelming gratitude, her heart racing as she listened, nearly leaping into her throat. Consequently, her gaze towards Xiao Chen grew increasingly favorable. Then you fell, and I thought to myself, if I do not fire, I am as good as dead. I regretted joining this commotion. Xiao Chen wore an expression of lingering trepidation, his complexion paling. At this moment, he marveled at his own acting skills. However, the gun would have been of no use, would it? One of the team members questioned. Chapter 10. Is this the conduct of an 18-year-old? Lu Junhai remained silent, fixated on Xiao Chen's eyes. Pondering his thoughts, as an awakened being who had battled the second with all his might, he understood more than these team members the terror of the second. Indeed, it was futile, which is why I had preemptively devised an escape route. Xiao Chen gestured towards the distance, where the open manhole lay, the surface resembling a spiderweb of cracks as if it had sustained a heavy blow. Thereupon, Xiao Chen recounted the subsequent events, of course excluding any details concerning Mu Xiaowan. It was merely stated that after firing the gun, he leaped into the well, awaited the second probe, and after several shots that incited its fury, the second probe went berserk and became ensnared at the mouth of the well, allowing him the opportunity to deliver a fatal shot. Although Xiao Chen spoke with apparent ease, his words sent shivers down the spines of those present. And what of the body of the second probe? Lu Junhai lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. I feared it might still be alive, and recalling how you previously dissolved the infected, I followed your method and attempted to dissolve it as well. However, halfway through the process, the remaining portions tumbled down the well. By the way, there were 4 other corpses on Garbage Mountain, and I was concerned they too might be infected, so I had them dissolve together. Xiao Chen articulated his thoughts succinctly, focusing solely on the core details, yet he was unaware of the profound shock his words imparted to those listening. That so, you had already devised a plan when you retrieved the gun, murmured Chu Hongxiu. Retrieve the gun, remove the well cover, fire, jump into the well, lay in ambushed, even among the seasoned enforcers present. Few could guarantee they would execute such a sequence as adeptly as Xiao Chen did. Moreover, to remain composed while dissolving corpses after the fact. Such conduct was hardly befitting of an 18-year-old youth. It bore the hallmarks of a cold-blooded criminal. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the many team members, regardless of the outcome, it was Xiao Chen who ultimately saved their lives. At this moment, their gazes towards Xiao Chen were imbued with profound gratitude. Incredible, Lu Captain. We ought to invite this young brother to join our team. Perhaps grant him an honorary position. A group of individuals, having narrowly escaped death, were now in high spirits. However, a trace of concern flickered in Chu Hongxiu's eyes. She had met Xiao Chen's sister and was aware of their deep reliance on one another. Such reactions and psychological resilience were likely forged in the crucible of survival within a slum. To bear the weight of existence at such a tender age was truly heartrending. The sensitive and compassionate side of a woman began to surface. We must reflect on this. Were it not for him, our entire team would have perished. Furthermore, I propose we commend Xiao Chen for his bravery. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wishing to decline. Maintaining a low profile was his foremost principle. Yet, at that moment, his attention remained fixated on Lu Junhai. This man appeared to share in the camaraderie, exuding joviality, yet beneath that casual facade lay a serious gaze. Xiao Chen understood that, although his explanations were impeccable, the dissonance between his identity and actions was too pronounced. To kill an infected being and dissolve corpses with such composure required a ruthlessness that transcended mere intellect. Lu Junhai discerned that Xiao Chen was not as simple as he appeared. Fortunately, he had not engaged in any wrongdoing throughout the ordeal. Xiao Chen, I have a question for you. After you eliminated this infected being, why did you not awaken us, opting instead to dissolve it first, and you even remembered to dissolve the 4 corpses as well? Lu Junhai spoke with a cheerful demeanor, as if engaged in casual conversation with a neighbor, devoid of any aggression. Chu Hongxiu was momentarily taken aback. As Lu Junhai's longtime partner, she was acutely aware of the underlying implications concealed within his relaxed tone. Hence, she found herself somewhat displeased. Lu Captain, why do you concern yourself with his actions? How old is he? It is no small feat for him to achieve such a thing at his age. Moreover, given your rather robust appearance, it wouldn't be a problem to save you a bit later. Are you perhaps reluctant to part with the reward for acts of bravery? I shall state this plainly. I am willing to contribute from my own pocket. Upon hearing Chu Hongxiu's dissatisfied inquiry, Lu Zhenhai felt somewhat overwhelmed. In the team, he and Chu Hongxiu were the only two awakened ones. Typically, as the captain, he held considerable authority, yet when this woman became agitated, he found himself at a loss. How could that be? Where are your thoughts wandering? I merely inquired because I noticed how much everyone admires Xiao Chen, the young brother. Observing the smile in Lu Zhenhai's eyes, Xiao Chen understood that this director of law enforcement was a man of both brawn and intellect. Should he truly reveal any flaw, Lu Zhenhai's curiosity would undoubtedly intensify. As such, feigning innocence was certainly not a prudent approach. I am primarily concerned that it may not be dead. Having witnessed your confrontation earlier, its vitality seemed remarkably robust. Thus, I thought that even if I delayed in rescuing someone, I must first ensure my own survival. Xiao Chen spoke these words without a hint of remorse, prompting Lu Zhenhai to nod gently in acknowledgement. Furthermore, there is another matter. Xiao Chen turned to Chu Hongxiu. Sister Chu, might I request not money, but rather some raw stones? Raw stones? The assembly fell into a state of astonishment. What do you need those for? Xiao Chen chuckled wryly. Actually, I am a senior student at Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Perhaps if you provide me with a few raw stones, I might awaken as well. His words elicited laughter from those nearby. Awakening is hardly such a simple endeavor. One must possess a force value exceeding 100 to qualify for admission to a military academy, yet even among fourth-year graduates from such institutions, many remain unawakened. In Jiangqing, with its nearly 1 million inhabitants, is it not the case that only Lu Zhenhai and Chu Hongxiu are the awakened ones in such a vast law enforcement team? However, upon revealing this additional identity, Lu Zhenhai's expression noticeably softened. A graduate, a slum dweller, an orphan, having navigated through a world of criminals with a ruthless tenacity, calculating before acting, he did not deliberately present himself as an innocent. When these factors coalesced, they seemed to make more sense. After all, in this era, many have gone to great lengths to become awakened. With this thought, Lu Zhenhai's furrowed brow relaxed, and his doubts gradually dissipated. Xiaozhang, do you happen to have raw stones on you? Stop pretending. I saw you take them when you left home. Hand them over, and I shall reimburse you later. Lu Zhenhai provided Xiao Chen with 10 decent quality raw stones. If one were to purchase such items, it would cost around 20,000 yuan. Among the classmates in better financial standing, one might only use 2 or 3 pieces in a month. This was merely a token of introduction, with a more formal reward for acts of bravery to follow. The team members expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Chen, and Chu Hongxiu even offered him a pill that it was only upon her explanation that he learned it was a pharmaceutical developed by deep space research, worth a significant sum, if one were to engage in combat with an infected individual. In SUS Chapter 11. Doubt observing his fellow team members busily retrieving bodies, Lu Zhenhai took a moment to catch his breath before forcing himself to stand. No more sitting around, you're quite injured, Chu Hongxiu remarked with concern in her eyes. The Law Enforcement Bureau undertakes perilous missions, and Lu Zhenhai, being their strongest member, always led from the front. Yet, it was a first for him to sustain injuries of such severity. You underestimate me. Such minor wounds are nothing, he retorted, puffing out his chest. However, the motion exacerbated the excruciating wound at his waist, causing him to grimace in pain. Chu Hongxiu shot him a disapproving glance. He had always been one to seek heroics. Nevertheless, today, had it not been for Lu Zhenhai, they would surely have perished. After gathering the evidence, he approached the heap of refuse, examining the signs of dissolution before taking a drag from his cigarette. What do you think of this boy? Chu Hongxiu inquired, recalling the reticent yet handsome Xiao Chen. He has a promising talent. If his family were a bit more affluent, providing a solid foundation for him to become an awakened, his future would be boundless. Is that all? Lu Zhenhai replied, shaking his head in response to Chu Hongxiu's puzzled expression, choosing not to disclose his thoughts. Xiao Chen's earlier remarks were impeccably crafted, revealing no discernible flaws. Yet therein lay the issue. He had overthought everything, his answers too precise, too composed. Regardless of how well prepared this boy was, or the storms he had weathered, his demeanor was overly unruffled. His responses seemed as though they were premeditated, effectively quelling any inquiries. While this might appear innocuous, for Lu Zhenhai, who had spent years in the Law Enforcement Bureau solving numerous major cases, it was the very essence of suspicion. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for no matter what Xiao Chen concealed, he was undeniably the savior of their small team. If Lu Junhai insisted on interrogating him further, it would likely dishearten the vice captain and the other team members. Perhaps I am overthinking this, Lu Junhai mused, shrugging his shoulders. At that moment, a team member successfully retrieved the remains of Subject 2, whose lower half had nearly dissolved, leaving only the upper portion intact, now mired in filth and appearing even more grotesque. This fellow nearly did me in. Several team members, filled uncertain of what she had heard, Chu Hongxiu displayed a profound aversion, glaring at Lu Junhai for an extended period, passionately arguing her case. However, under Lu Junhai's unwavering gaze, she reluctantly emitted a cold huff. As she watched Chu Hongxiu's retreating silhouette, Lu Junhai squinted, his curiosity piqued about the secrets that Xiao Chun was concealing. I'm back. Before Xiao Qian could finish his sentence, he felt a frail and delicate figure tightly embrace him. Mu Xiaowan had changed out of her blood-stained garments into a patched linen dress, her face still marked by traces of tears. Brother, did I not kill someone? She trembled, her soft, white hands helplessly clutching Xiao Qin's waist. Her body shook slightly, clearly frightened. Xiao Qin's expression softened as he noticed several dishes laid out on the table, remnants of their earlier meal. Freshly reheated by Mu Xiaowan, emanating a faint aroma, he said nothing, merely stroking his sister's silky hair until, after a while, she began to calm down. What are you thinking? That was an infected one, Xiao Chen began, only to realize the inappropriateness of his words. His sister regarded the infected as human because she herself was one. If you hadn't acted, I would have been the one to perish. Do you wish for your brother to die? As expected, upon hearing this, Mu Xiaowan shook her head vigorously, as if her very life depended on it. No. If brother dies, I die. She appeared genuinely terrified at the thought of losing Xiao Qian, her eyes welling with tears. That's right, you did wonderfully. Xiao Qian sighed softly within, acknowledging his sister's early maturity and her understanding of his intentions, for she was indeed a remarkably clever young girl. Yet, she was merely 13 years old. Come now, let us eat. I'm quite hungry. Xiao Qian picked up the remote control and turned on the old, faded appliance, adjusting it until the snowy static transformed into an animated show. The siblings settled on the sofa, plates in hand, engrossed in the spectacle. This television, salvaged from a city electronic waste factory through frugal means, had become one of the few sources of joy for the duo. There were indeed advantages to youth. After Xiao Qin's comforting words, Mu Xiaowan obediently sat on the sofa, eating while watching the animation. It was long before the humorous scenes elicited laughter from her. Brother, the rocket team is so foolish. They can never catch Pikachu. Indeed, even two adults are no match for you, Xiaowan. The siblings continued to eat and laugh, occasionally sharing the scant portions of pork belly, their pure giggles resonating in the room. Before long, fatigue overtook them, and they leaned against each other on the tattered old sofa, drifting into slumber. With Mu Xiaowan resting against him and Xiao Qian embracing her, the animated show occasionally flickered with static. In that less than 30 square meter abode, it felt as though two solitary souls were supporting and warming each other. Outside, a pair of eyes, unbeknownst to them, grew slightly red-rimmed as they quietly turned off the recording device and stealthily departed. Fueled by anger, she sprinted down the street, leaving Lu Junhai momentarily stunned when he caught sight of her. When they set off, everything seemed perfectly fine. How did it all turn out like this upon their return? I truly cannot comprehend the workings of your mind. Take a look for yourself. The person just now was none other than Chu Hongxiu. By the time she arrived, the siblings had already begun their meager meal. Lu Junhai connected to the screen, observing the two siblings partaking in their humble food while laughing heartily at a decades-old animated film, before eventually dozing off on that shabby sofa. In that moment, silence enveloped him. Chapter 12. The interviewing prodigy faced with Chu Hongxiu's piercing gaze, akin to that of a predator, Lu Junhai offered a wry smile. He had instructed her to follow Xiao Qian for observation, a task she had approached with great reluctance, yet she complied. Ultimately, the findings were not quite what he had anticipated. It appeared to be a pair of orphan siblings seeking warmth in one another. Yes, orphans. He had just retrieved Xiao Qian's information through the enforcer system. It revealed that both Xiao Qian and Mu Xiaowan were orphans. Although their records had only been entered into the resident system 3 years prior, this was not unusual in the slums. How many individuals remained unrecorded? He surmised that Xiao Qian had only gained formal documentation upon entering high school 3 years ago. After all, the individual had saved his life. Why the suspicion? Once Chu Hongxiu finished speaking, Lu Zhenhai raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, discreetly pulling her aside and slipping her a bank card. My salary from last month is all in here. Around 70 or 80,000. Please help that child. Lu Zhenhai spoke with a hint of guilt, causing Chu Hongxiu to pause momentarily. Although Lu Zhenhai held the highest position and received a monthly stipend as an awakened, the expenses incurred by an awakened were significantly greater than those of an ordinary person. Merely the cost of supplements and raw materials was a staggering figure. Moreover, injuries required treatment, which amounted to astronomical sums. While she verbally chastised Lu Zhenhai, she understood that a significant portion of his earnings was sent back to aid the impoverished villagers of his hometown. Why make a big deal out of it? I can rally the team to contribute, she suggested. Don't, Lu Zhenhai quickly interjected, observing the industrious team members, unable to resist lighting another cigarette. These brothers risk their lives. It's not easy for them either. They earn so little. They have families to support. Unlike me, if you wish, you can allocate some of your own to send to those two children. Without waiting for Chu Hongxiu to respond, he waved farewell and returned to work alongside the team. Chu Hongxiu watched his slightly unsteady figure, a result of his injuries, as she tightened her grip on the bank card. The news of the eradication of the infected in Area C spread like wildfire within mere days. However, in the interest of ensuring safety, it took an additional 10 days to lift the lockdown on Area C. Fortunately, Xiao Chun possessed a life crystal, which had been tested to confirm that Mu Xiaowan could consume it in multiple doses. Otherwise, 10 days would have sufficed to drain him completely. Aside from the life crystal from subject number 2, the others, including that of subject number 1, had been entirely consumed by the Tude. Xiao Chun was eager to participate in the testing to ascertain his current power level, as he felt his strength, speed, and mental state had all significantly improved over the past 10 days. According to the statistics, a total of 12 ordinary residents had been devoured, while 6 others had succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies. The ordinary individuals afflicted by the infection also require incineration, and Xiao Chun made his way to the scene, not out of mere curiosity, but in pursuit of life crystals. To his astonishment, among the 6 charred corpses, only one, that of a robust man, yielded a crystal the size of a fingernail, while the other 5 bodies bore none. Perhaps this phenomenon is related to the enhancement of my own primordial energy. The stronger one has primordial energy, the less likely ordinary corpses are to generate crystals. It resembles a video game scenario where, upon reaching a higher character level, defeating lesser foes yields no experience points. Upon returning home, Xiao Chun received a call from his homeroom teacher, Mr. Song. Xiao Chun, are you all right? Oh, thank goodness. You nearly gave me a heart attack. The testing is just a few days away. You must return? Even if you cannot awaken, having a higher primordial energy will aid in job hunting. Mr. Song was a rather loquacious man, yet he had always treated Xiao Chun kindly. At the beginning of the school year, when Xiao Chun was short on living expenses, it was Mr. Song who discreetly lent him money without mention. It was only later that Xiao Chun learned of this financial assistance from others, and Mr. Song had denied it outright. So, testing is imminent. Observing Mu Xiaowan dutifully tidying up the household, Xiao Chen's brow suddenly furrowed, a sense of gravity enveloping him. In recent days, not only had he experienced significant advancements, but Mu Xiaowan's strength and speed had also markedly improved. Reflecting on Mu Xiaowan's progress, Xiao Chun felt assured that his primordial energy had evolved significantly. Yet, therein lies the conundrum. During his last assessment, his primordial energy had barely exceeded 70 points. If it were to surge unexpectedly this time, would it not raise suspicions? Xiao Chun could not help but be apprehensive, particularly with a sister who was an infected individual and the authorities' relentless stance against the infected. He had long accustomed himself to preemptively considering potential crises. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Xiao Chun, are you home? It's Chu Hongxiu. Chu Hongxiu did not arrive alone. She was accompanied by a woman clad in professional attire. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s and sporting a formal appearance, brightened upon seeing Xiao Chun. This is Ms. Zhao, a reporter from Jiangxing Times. Upon hearing of your involvement in this operation, she wishes to interview you for a feature article. Would that be agreeable? Chu Hongxiu had her own intentions. For a struggling family like Xiao Chen's, financial compensation was one aspect, but opportunities were equally crucial. Even without awakening, graduating with such a commendable record of bravery would surely stand out in corporate recruitment. Xiao Chun initially contemplated declining the offer, as it contradicted his desire for discretion. However, a sudden realization struck him. This might serve as an opportunity to explain the remarkable surge in his primordial energy. After mentally formulating his narrative, he readily acquiesced. Following a photo session featuring Xiao Qian and Chu Hongxiu with a banner of commendation, Chu Hongxiu left behind a card and a small pouch of raw stones before departing. The remainder of the time was then entrusted to Xiao Qian and the reporter, Ms. Zhao. As Ms. Zhao surveyed Xiao Qian's modest abode, her eyes gleamed brighter at the sight of the dilapidated furniture and decor. An orphan, a student, a resident of the slums, and a savior of the enforcement team. These elements combined would undoubtedly furnish her with material for an eye-catching article in the forthcoming interview. The most astonishing aspect for Zhao Ming was Xiao Qian's adeptness. He refrained from discussing the abysmal conditions of the slums or the official neglect, uttering not a single complaint. Instead, he extolled the government's swift response and the accountability of the enforcement team. Without any prompting or deliberate guidance from Zhao Ming, Xiao Qian entirely sidestepped topics that might have been unflattering. Is this not the epitome of being astute? What could be a more fitting interview subject? The article requires no revisions. May I, at last, express my heartfelt sentiments towards the enforcement team? Under normal circumstances, Zhao Ming might have permitted him to speak but would not have documented it. However, Xiao Qian's previous remarks had already satisfied her immensely. She expressed her profound gratitude for the rapid clearance actions undertaken by the enforcement team, as well as their generous gift of raw stones. Although the blockade lasted 10 days, she had not squandered the time and diligently honed her skills each day. It is worth noting that previously, she had been unable to afford such luxuries. In these 10 days, she had reaped significant rewards. She even harbored the notion that her graduation assessment could lead to her awakening as a practitioner. Xiao Qian appeared invigorated, resembling a passionate youth brimming with vitality. Chapter 13. A flicker of fire regarding such sentiments, Zhao Ming naturally remained skeptical. As a journalist for the Jiangxing Times, she was acutely aware that each year, perhaps only 100 individuals could gain admission to the War Academy. Of those, fewer than 1 in 10 would awaken as practitioners. Nevertheless, she deemed it unnecessary to censor this positive report. After all, her superiors would undoubtedly appreciate it. Well, today's interview was exceedingly pleasant. This is the government's reward for you, 5,000 yuan. Zhao Ming handed him a card, eliciting a smile from Xiao Qian that radiated sunshine and happiness. He posed for a photograph, holding the bank card and a banner before she hurriedly departed. Encountering an interviewee like Xiao Qian was the highlight of her day. She need not listen to the laments of the slum residents, and the responses she obtained were all delightful and agreeable, rendering the experience utterly perfect. Of course, despite the enjoyable nature of the interview, she had no desire to engage in further conversation with Xiao Qian. The inhabitants of the slums were destined to exist in a realm entirely separate from her urban life. After Zhao Ming's departure, Xiao Qian clutched the card, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Hadn't Chu Hongxiu previously bestowed a similar reward? According to Zhao Ming, this 5,000 was funded by the government. What, then, was the purpose of the item left on the table by Chu Hongxiu? Approaching the package, he opened it to reveal a new card, complete with balance and password. Additionally, there was a weighty small pouch, which, upon inspection, contained 20 exquisite raw stones, each seemingly pristine. This alone was worth no less than 40,000. Adding to the 50,000 in the bank card, the gifts from Chu Hongxiu and the enforcement team had surpassed a staggering 100,000 in value. As he sifted through the contents, he eventually discovered a small note adorned with elegant handwriting. The captain feared you might refuse, hence no prior introduction. This is rightfully yours, so please do not decline. Xiao Qian was momentarily taken aback. This was the greatest kindness he had received from strangers since his father's inexplicable disappearance 3 years ago, followed by the confiscation of their home, which left him and his sister destitute on the streets. Although Lu Zhenhai appeared jovial and congenial, Xiao Qian sensed that he did not genuinely believe in him that day. To his astonishment, rather than an investigation, he had been granted such a substantial sum. He felt a pang of remorse. Although this may be said, I fear that this secret shall remain forever buried. Wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. Xiao Qian is well aware of this principle. Nevertheless, upon receiving a substantial sum today, although purchasing a home in the city remains an elusive dream, he nonetheless took Mu Xiaowan to indulge in a sumptuous meal at a city restaurant. After dining, Mu Xiaowan donned a rabbit-shaped headlamp gifted by the establishment, her face radiating sweetness and joy. While a hot pot meal might be merely a commonplace affair for the locals, for her and Xiao Qian, it represented a rare and delightful indulgence. Xiao Qian fiddled with his phone, he noticed numerous notifications mentioning him in the class group. Incredible! Xiao Chun from our class has been reported. He has eliminated an infected individual? Is this a joke? Messages flashed by as his classmates, still yet to graduate, expressed their astonishment. Xiao Chun happened to catch sight of the link and could not help but acknowledge Zhao Ming's remarkable speed. Having just completed an interview in the morning, the report was already uploaded by evening. Thanks to Xiao Chen's straightforwardness, much of the dialogue was presented verbatim. Confidence awakening? This seems rather exaggerated. Perhaps Xiao Chen had never utilized raw stones before. Yet optimism is a commendable trait. Amidst their shock, many classmates also noted Xiao Chen's final remarks. Although he did not openly refute them, a number of individuals subtly hinted at his perceived naivety. Regardless, the collaboration of a student from Class 1 with the enforcement team to eliminate an infected individual, particularly one of a high intermediate tier, was indeed worthy of campus promotion. Thus, the name Xiao Chen gained a modest notoriety at Jiangqing First High School. Even though admission to the War Academy is based on merit rather than quotas, where there are people, there exists competition. Many were discreetly inquiring about Xiao Chen's true identity, speculating whether he was a hidden prodigy. However, upon further investigation, they soon relaxed. Xiao Chen's last test revealed an energy value of 72. Not only was awakening out of the question, but he was also far from meeting the entry threshold for the War Academy. Instantly, Xiao Chen's position became clear. He was merely selected as a fortunate figure to align with the public relations narrative, to establish a model for the populace, and to bolster public confidence, as for the notion that acquiring some premium raw stones would lead to a breakthrough. Such claims were only uttered by those lacking raw stones and discernment. Xiao Chun was not surprised by this. His objective had already been achieved. The subsequent test would provide him with a justification for any enhancement in his energy levels. Following the unsealing of Area C, there were fewer than 20 days until the awakening ceremony, and Xiao Chun was finally able to return to campus. Compared to his appearance a mere 10 days prior, he now looked even more dashing and spirited. On one hand, this was due to the continuous use of life crystals, which had elevated his energy levels. On the other hand, the pallor and malnutrition resulting from previous bloodletting had significantly improved. In the morning, as he arrived at the school gate, he was intercepted. "Xiao Chun, come here, Liang Xiao is looking for you." The speaker was a girl of above-average looks, with long black hair and light makeup, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Xiao Chun recognized her as Ren Jialing from the adjacent class, known for her social prowess, adept at befriending students with considerable potential. 3 years prior, upon his enrollment, Xiao Chun possessed a remarkable power level of 42, distinguishing him among his peers. At that time, Ren Jialing shared a close rapport with him. However, as the subsequent evaluations unfolded, his ranking progressively declined, leading to a noticeable chill in Ren Jialing's demeanor, distancing herself significantly. "Is something the matter?" Ren Jialing inquired softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "For you, it is indeed a fortuitous occurrence." She scrutinized Xiao Chen, noting the subtle shift in his aura, yet chose not to dwell on it. Over the course of 3 years, she had meticulously catalogued the potential of every student in her mind, and Xiao Chen had long since slipped to a lower tier on that mental list. Naturally, she had no intention of cultivating animosity with him. It simply seemed unnecessary to squander time on fostering a friendship. She guided Xiao Chen aside. Ren Jialing remarked, "I have heard that you have acquired quite a few exquisite raw stones from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Congratulations are in order. However, engaging with the infected is a risk you willingly embraced. Your courage is commendable. I, for one, would not dare." Her words were laced with laughter, extolling Xiao Chen's achievements. Had he been any other student, the attention from such an attractive girl would likely have sparked a lively conversation. Yet Xiao Chen maintained a calm demeanor, responding with casual remarks. "However, Xiao Chen, it seems your testing results still leave something to be desired compared to the War Academy, and I am aware that your resources are somewhat limited. Coincidentally, young Master Liang here has a purchasing interest." Ren Jialing led him to a location where a pallid young man clad in a light-colored handcrafted leather jacket was absorbed in a mobile game. A few others idly conversing nearby. "Why the delay? Is this the Xiao Chen? Name your price. Young Master Liang wishes to buy your raw stones." The pale-faced youth remained fixated on his game, not sparing a glance at Xiao Chen, while one of his lackeys exhaled a cloud of smoke, exuding impatience. Chapter 14. An ominous atmosphere. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, while Ren Jialing appeared to have anticipated this scenario, smiling amiably as she interposed herself between them. As for young Master Liang, you know he is not short on funds. Your collaboration would be mutually beneficial. He may be somewhat reticent, but he is not one to shortchange you. The notion of him being merely taciturn was a facade. Deliberate disregard loomed larger. Xiao Qian recognized Liang Hongtao, a wealthy second-generation heir from Jiangqing No. 1 High School, whose father was an awakened one running a boxing gym in the city. Having an awakened father in this era certainly conferred a considerable advantage over being merely affluent. Furthermore, he was a well-known dealer on campus, frequently trading in items related to cultivating power, amassing a considerable fortune from the wealthy elite. However, Xiao Qian had no intention of selling. On one hand, his own supply was insufficient, and on the other, it was a gesture of goodwill from Lu Zhenhai and the others. I shall not sell, he stated coolly before turning to depart. Xiao Qin's demeanor left both Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao momentarily taken aback, particularly Liang Hongtao, who promptly set aside his phone and donned a forced smile. Xiao Qian, please don't rush off. My subordinate was merely ignorant. Allow me to apologize, indeed. Liang Hongtao's earlier bravado was merely a ruse. As a second-generation awakened and a traitor, his previous actions were intended to provoke a reaction. If he could intimidate Xiao Qian, the terms might be more favorable. The lackey, somewhat disgruntled, retreated to the background. As for the price, it is certainly negotiable. Should you find yourself in need of raw stones, I would be more than willing to engage in a trade with you at a ratio of 1 to 3. What do you think? You are certainly aware of my reputation. As for the quantity, Xiao Qian is truly indifferent. After all, aside from raw stones, he possesses life crystals for cultivation, and the efficacy of those surpasses that of raw stones by a considerable margin. Noticing Xiao Qian's silence, Ren Jialing hurriedly leaned in and whispered, Xiao Qian, forging a good relationship with young Master Liang is a rare opportunity for you. Do not let this chance slip away. Her earnest demeanor suggested genuine concern for Xiao Qian's well-being. I apologize, but I intend to keep this item for myself. It is not for sale, Xiao Qian resolutely stated, causing Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao to furrow their brows in dismay. Previously, Liang Hongtao had assumed that Xiao Qian's departure was merely a display of his stance, a tactic to negotiate a higher price. However, seeing his current demeanor, it appeared that he truly had no intention of selling. Have you truly given it no thought? This item holds little value for you, does it? If it was merely that subordinate's poor attitude, I will apologize on his behalf. Liang Hongtao felt a twinge of frustration. If the other party were merely attempting to haggle, he had countless strategies to prolong the negotiation. He was not afraid of incurring a loss, for Jiangcheng No. 1 High School was the finest in the city, and there were many second-generation heirs like himself. Flipping the stones would undoubtedly yield a profit. Yet, he could not comprehend why Xiao Qian would wish to retain such an object. Did he truly believe he could awaken his potential with it? No further consideration, Xiao Qian replied, unwilling to engage in further banter. Though he was indeed impoverished, he had never entertained the notion of ingratiating himself to second-generation heirs like Liang Hongtao, despite the fact that others had done so. Xiao Qian. Ren Jialing's composure began to falter. She had previously assured Liang Hongtao with unwavering confidence, and in her view, this transaction should have been easily accomplished. What purpose do you have for holding on to this? Are you truly so naive as to believe that on the day of awakening, a stroke of good fortune will suffice for your ascension? Ren Jialing had once thought Xiao Qian to be unambitious but not arrogant. Now, she was struck by the realization that he might be excessively naive. Have you finished? There is no need for further discussion. Xiao Qian was disinclined to continue this futile exchange. Their attitudes were not overtly hostile, yet the uncontainable air of superiority and the derision in their gazes were unmistakable and irremediable. You truly will not grant a brother the courtesy? Liang Hongtao's expression soured. Frankly, he had never anticipated such difficulty in conducting business with a student from the slums. The allure of these premium raw stones was undeniable, and many sought them after. Contemplating this, his expression fluctuated between uncertainty and irritation. A few of Liang Hongtao's subordinates, sensing his discontent, positioned themselves to block Xiao Qian's path. Xiao Qian's pupils narrowed. Was this a sign that the negotiation had failed and they intended to resort to force? Though lacking a powerful background, this was still a school environment with its own set of rules. Did they dare to act so brazenly? The individuals encircling Xiao Qian unleashed their primal energy, their presence turning volatile, while Liang Hongtao remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Yet, confronted with such a scene, Xiao Qian found himself smiling. A flicker of excitement igniting within him, He had longed for an opportunity to gauge the extent of his own primal energy, and judging by the display of these sycophants, his intuition suggested they were quite feeble. Liang Hongtao remained silent, seemingly intent on exerting pressure on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's earlier thoughts were not misplaced. Despite having a powerful background and a father who was an awakened, it was inconceivable that he would arbitrarily usurp resources from other students. Even in this era, rules and laws prevailed. Should Xiao Chen succumb to fear, he could certainly choose to retreat without conflict. However, at that moment, Liang Hongtao noticed the glint in Xiao Chen's eyes, which startled him profoundly. Xiao Chen appeared utterly relaxed, yet his body assumed a subtly aggressive posture, his gaze sharp as a blade, resembling a beast poised to tear into its prey, fixated on the individuals encircling him. Although this stance was not directed at Liang Hongtao, the awakened with a force exceeding 90 felt an acute sense of danger. Could it be that this young man truly possessed only a force value in the 70s? Liang Hongtao found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Was he being bullied? Just then, a languid voice emerged from his side, revealing a girl with short hair and an attractive figure, striding confidently into the arena. Yao Na? Liang Hongtao was taken aback. You've grown audacious. Liang Hongtao, do you dare to lay a hand on my people? The girl named Yao Na, accompanied by a bespectacled boy of average build, positioned themselves beside Xiao Chen. Come now, it's merely a business discussion. Since Xiao Chen is unwilling, I shall take my leave. Liang Hongtao promptly donned a smile. Yao Na, like him, ranked among the top 10 in force values, and her recent test had even surpassed his. Even if she could not awaken on the day of awakening, her eventual awakening upon entering the War Academy seemed nearly guaranteed. To his surprise, Xiao Chen had connections with her. This deal appeared to have fallen through. Though reluctant, Liang Hongtao maintained a composed demeanor, smiling lightly at Xiao Chen. Since you insist on keeping it to yourself, I shall await the outcome. His words alluded to the day of awakening, anticipating Xiao Chen's fate. In Liang Hongtao's eyes, Xiao Chen's stubbornness was unwarranted. Once he failed to awaken and this group completed their tests, finding a buyer for his exquisite raw stones would become a daunting task. At that point, Xiao Chen would inevitably regret his decision. Xiao Chen, I truly don't know how to advise you. You've squandered your opportunity. Rin Jialing expressed her frustration, disappointment evident in her sigh, before following Liang Hongtao out. Chapter 15. A harmonious class collective. After everyone departed, Xiao Chen felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to find it was Yao Na. Thank you. Before Yao Na could respond, the bespectacled boy voiced his discontent. You thank her, but not me? Is it because she is pretty? Upon finishing, he received a swift punch from Yao Na Wu Chao. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you incapable of taking care of yourself. My friendship with Xiao Chen is purely platonic. Wu Chao cradled his shoulder, his face turning pale. And what use are you? With your 82 force value, I'm aware that the first to be knocked down by a few lackeys would be you. Observing the playful banter between the two, a warm smile graced Xiao Chen's face. Yao Na, his deskmate, was in stark contrast to him. Her extraordinary talent made her a regular among the top 10 in the school. Not only that, but the family is also quite affluent, and the supply of raw stones has never ceased. To this day, no one has uncovered her background, which is precisely why Liang Hongtao harbors such apprehension. As for Wu Chao, sitting behind him, he is a veritable fountain of information, well versed in the rumors circulating within the class. Among the entire cohort, only these two and he can be regarded as genuine friends. Friendship. Do you think I didn't notice the large bundle of items you handed to Xiao Chen? Wu Chao remarked, retreating behind Xiao Chen. A large bundle of items. Yao Na appeared entirely unconcerned with Wu Chao's words, dismissively waving her hand and asserting, just some fragments of raw stones. Xiao Chen understood. He had previously relied on salvaging scraps used by others, a meager existence, with most coming from Yao Na. Is that what you call scraps? You've only used half of it, right? Those chunks are quite sizable. If you don't need them, I could make use of them. Wu Chao seemed genuinely envious of Xiao Chen's fortune. Enough of your chatter. Let us hurry, we have a test today. Yao Na had indeed reserved a considerable amount of raw stone fragments for Xiao Chen, yet she did not wish to dwell extensively on the topic. The group swiftly made their way towards the classroom. Young Master Liang, I must admit, I failed to investigate this matter thoroughly. A short distance away, Rin Jialing expressed her remorse, though her brow furrowed with dissatisfaction. She had not anticipated that a boy from the slums would prove so formidable. Could it be that he truly lacks financial need? No worries. Liang Hongtao chewed gum nonchalantly, his expression not displaying any signs of despondency. He is merely a little brat who cannot recognize his own limitations. Once he realizes that no amount of effort will awaken his potential, he will come to understand. When that moment arrives, should he wish to sell, he will find himself at the mercy of the market. Run Jialing nodded, fully agreeing with Liang Hongtao's assessment of the boy's inability to see himself clearly. Over 3 years, the majority of individuals experience an increase in their elemental energy of around 50, while the talented few may achieve a rise of 70 or 80, barely surpassing the threshold for awakening. This is not merely a matter of resources. It also encompasses innate talent and diligence. Gu Chen likely belongs to the category of individuals who mistakenly believe their lack of elemental energy is solely due to insufficient raw stones. She had encountered many such individuals. Noticing Liang Hongtao's lack of blame, her spirits lifted, and she soon cast aside the earlier discomfort from her interaction with Gu Chen. He was merely an overly self-assured average guy, destined to inhabit a different social stratum than her own. Before long, Gu Chen and his companions reached the classroom. Throughout the journey, Wu Chao's chatter was incessant, bombarding Gu Chen with inquiries about the details of his encounter with the infected. It was nothing, just good fortune. That creature was already severely wounded, and I merely fired a few shots out of sheer happenstance. This statement was mostly true, with the falsehoods buried within being nearly impossible to discern. Upon hearing this, Wu Chao erupted in applause. See? What did I tell you? Yao Na rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage with him. It turned out that Wu Chao had shared his speculation with the class shortly after the report surfaced. Guessing that Gu Chen must have delivered the finishing blow, a notion now confirmed. But truly, you have some nerve. If it were me, I would undoubtedly hide at home. Of course, your luck is remarkable. With so many quality raw stones, you could fetch a considerable sum. At that moment, the group had already returned to the classroom. Over the course of 3 years, few have become well acquainted with Gu Chen. Most individuals gaze at him with envy. Indeed, following the reports, their immediate focus was on the precious raw stone bestowed upon Gu Chen by the Law Enforcement Bureau. As for eliminating the infected, the majority's speculations align closely with Wu Chao's. In this era, hope is the most invaluable treasure, especially in impoverished, infection-prone areas where fear reigns supreme. Although these individuals live in dire conditions, their numbers are significant. They primarily engage in cultivating crops and providing basic labor services within the city. Consequently, the authorities cannot afford to abandon them. Thus, they set a precedent. Look, even those from the slums can cooperate with law enforcers to eradicate the infected, rendering the infected less fearsome. Rest assured, you may reside here in peace. The students perceived this clearly. A few acquaintances approached to exchange pleasantries, and before long, the sound of a bell echoed through the air as a middle-aged, slightly portly man entered. Ahem, what time is it? And yet you're all so noisy, exhibiting no sense of urgency whatsoever. The man, with a scruffy beard, reprimanded them, though his eyes held little reproach. With less than 20 days remaining until the awakening ceremony, it signified the impending conclusion of his 3-year association with these students. First and foremost, let's welcome Gu Chen back. Everyone is aware that he collaborated with the enforcement team to eliminate a genuine infected individual, bringing honor to our class. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Song, beamed with pride. This achievement was indeed true, although this honor was more of a pleasant accolade rather than a substantial achievement akin to producing an awakened individual within the class. It nonetheless elevated his standing in the school. All right, shortly, the school will organize the final raw power assessment before awakening. I have 2 announcements to share with you all. First, those whose raw power exceeds 90 in this test may enter the special training class for a duration of 10 days. This was already common knowledge among the group. It essentially meant that the most outstanding students of the entire grade would undergo a concentrated training session at the last moment. The instructors of this training class are awakened individuals. This opportunity is coveted by everyone, yet the stringent criteria are disheartening to in our class. Those who previously surpassed the 90 mark in assessments should be Ouyang Han and Yao Na, right? Is there anyone among you who might surprise me this year? The honor roll depends on all of you. Mr. Song jested. The crowd involuntarily turned their gaze toward a slender young man with a fringe covering his eyes, possessing fair skin. He sat upright, devoid of expression. He was none other than Ouyang Han, the top raw power student in the class. Upon hearing Mr. Song's remarks, several students displayed a hint of embarrassment. Over the past 3 years, they had come to understand Mr. Song's temperament. His sharp tongue belied a kind heart. having offered considerable assistance to many. Unlike many other homeroom teachers who fixated solely on a select few, neglecting the rest, he took care to attend to each student. Regrettably, despite their gratitude, they were largely powerless in terms of academic performance. Now, I have another significant announcement. Mr. Song's demeanor turned serious. This year, the second high school is experiencing a remarkable surge. It is rumored that some individuals have awakened prematurely. Someone has awakened? Upon the announcement, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly of students. The majority would opt to awaken on the designated awakening day, as official equipment would be provided to assist them. However, a select few possessed the innate ability to awaken independently, a true testament to extraordinary talent. Jiangxing No. 1 High School proudly claimed the title of the finest institution in Jiangxing, yet, as of now, no student from this cohort had achieved the status of an awakened. Of course, some individuals might fail to awaken on awakening day, but could potentially do so after a prolonged period of accumulating energy levels. Yet, such cases would invariably fall beyond the optimal age, with limited potential, a pattern established over many years. Nonetheless, the instances of individuals awakening independently prior to awakening day within the storied history of Jiangxing No. 1 High School were exceedingly rare. The school administration felt considerable pressure, thus announcing a substantial incentive. Any student who became awakened on awakening day would receive a reward of 1 million in cash. 1 million. The excitement among the students surged once more. For the majority, whose parents were wage earners with monthly incomes averaging around 6,000 or 7,000, the sum of 1 million was indeed astronomical. With such wealth, the possibilities were endless. Be it relocating to a safer city or acquiring training resources, life would become significantly more manageable in an instant. Many felt a mix of eagerness and anxiety. This opportunity likely eludes me. Ouyang Han, Yao Na, do your best, and if either of you succeeds, treat the whole class, Wu Chao lamented, voicing the sentiments of his classmates. Yao Na, seemingly indifferent, twirled a pen with a bored expression, while Ouyang Han sat upright, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Yet, judging by the rapid rise and fall of his chest, it was evident that he too was feeling the pressure. 1 million. Xiao Chun felt a twinge of envy, though he did not dwell on it. After his last test, his energy level was only slightly above 70. Awakening was far from his thoughts. He merely hoped to improve his score in the upcoming assessment and gain admission to a respectable institution. All right, the news has arrived. It's our class's turn for testing. The corridor buzzed with noise as graduation approached, stirring a sense of restlessness among the students. Outside, on the playground, classes were gathering for the energy level assessment. A large crowd had already amassed, with each class assigned a testing instructor. Lao Song led his class to their designated area, which was simply a makeshift square on the expansive field. Congratulations, Teacher Yuan. Your class boasts 3 promising talents, boomed a voice filled with laughter, as a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and a jovial demeanor gestured animatedly. Opposite him stood a dark-skinned director. Not at all. This is merely a minor achievement. It is thanks to your excellent guidance, Director. Despite his words, the middle-aged man's face betrayed an unmistakable pride. With 12 classes in total, an average of 2 students from each class achieving energy levels above 90 was considered standard. Thus far, only 2 classes had surpassed this benchmark, and he was the proud homeroom teacher of one of them. What a sycophant, Lao Song muttered under his breath as he guided his students aside. It appears that Teacher Yuan has noticed, turning her head to see Old Song, her smile fading into a subtle disdain. She does not greet him, but instead walks over to converse casually with other homeroom teachers. Clearly, Old Song and Yuan Jie remain at odds. Standing amidst his classmates, Xiao Chun remained silent, merely listening to their gossip. The barrier is insurmountable. Back in the day, Old Song was poised to be recognized as a city-level advanced teacher. Based on both his qualifications and past achievements, he was undoubtedly the most deserving. However, as you all know, Old Song is rather too principled. Although the accolade rightfully belonged to him, one typically must curry favor with the leaders through gifts, which he resolutely refused to do. He felt that since it was rightfully his, presenting gifts would seem rather improper. In the end, he abstained, while others, including Yuan Jie, did not hesitate to offer generous gifts. And thus Old Song was ultimately overlooked for the honor. Wu Chao, ever the chatterbox, recounted this tale with a mix of frustration and resignation, as the students frequently gleaned various bits of gossip from him. Well, if he hadn't been awarded, others would have learned their lesson, yet Old Song was incensed and filed a complaint to the city, putting the leaders in an awkward position. Consequently, he was never again considered for any accolades. Wu Chao lamented. Many who had previously been unaware of the situation now expressed indignation. Old Song, with his thinning hair and somewhat outdated shirt, stood at the forefront, squinting against the wind. Meanwhile, Yuan Jia engaged animatedly with several other teachers, a sight that tugged at the students' hearts. Seemingly aware of the murmurs regarding him, Old Song turned and scolded, "Enough of that nonsense. Quickly, everyone line up and prepare for the test. Wu Chao, if you keep talking, I'll have you write an essay. Mind you, you're not even graduated yet." "But, teacher, it wasn't me speaking. It was Zhang Wei," Wu Chao replied innocently, earning a wave of disdain from those nearby. Xiao Chun silently observed Old Song, having been unaware of these past events. Hearing the conversation, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Old Song, who had previously discreetly covered his own tuition fees. Moreover, he was aware that Old Song did not lead a life of affluence. Class 3, Section 2, stop the chatter and come over to prepare for the test. There were 12 classes in the 3rd grade, each comprising 50 to 60 students, resulting in a gathering of 600 to 700 individuals on the playground. Nearby classes erupted with exclamations, clearly surprised by the performances of some students. The testing apparatus was quite simple, a square box where one would extend their arm for a few seconds to receive results. As numerous classes conducted tests simultaneously, any student achieving a power value above 90 would be called aside for registration. "Wow, I envy those over there. Look at that crowd." At that moment, with 10 students remaining before Wu Chao's turn, he gestured towards a group of students standing nearby. Their demeanor was markedly distinct from the others, exuding confidence and a spirited aura. "Those are the C'Army de la C'Army from the special training class. Our classmates Yao Na and Ouyang Han will surely make it. Being taught by awakeners is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Wu Chao sighed, rambling on endlessly, while Yao Na shot him an annoyed glance. Such a lack of ambition. What has happened to the special training class? Is it not true that the majority of individuals remain unable to awaken? Buck up. Perhaps after your graduation, you will experience a meteoric rise. There are indeed examples of such transformations. Yao Na intended to encourage Wu Chao, yet he continued to sigh in despair. The awakening ceremony lacked sufficient primordial energy. However, there are instances of sudden awakenings, albeit infrequent. Ai Ziao, with a previous energy value of 69, has now attained 72. Next, the students wore solemn expressions. Their class was officially commencing. Chapter 17. Did I misread? One by one, students began their assessments. In truth, it had only been a month since the last evaluation, so the improvements were not expected to be substantial. Nevertheless, most individuals bore expressions of hopeful anticipation. Wu Chao, previously at 73, now achieved 75. Ouyang Han, previously at 93, has now reached 97. After the tester concluded, he raised his gaze to observe Ouyang Han, who wore an impassive expression, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Once his score was revealed, others quickly approached him. "Ouyang Han, please proceed to that side for registration." Students from adjacent classes regarded Ouyang Han with envious eyes. 97. A mere step away from the threshold of awakening. Even without awakening, this level of primordial energy would undoubtedly secure admission to many prestigious institutions beyond the walls. Ouyang Han appeared accustomed to such attention, nodding at Lao Song as he walked in the direction indicated. Once his back was turned to the crowd, a subtle smile finally graced his lips. This fellow must be reveling in his success while feigning composure. Yao Na rolled her eyes. Unlike the others, she remained entirely unperturbed, extending her hand and awaiting her result. Yao Na, previously at 95, now achieved .101. The tester exclaimed in astonishment, drawing gasps from the surrounding crowd. This score undoubtedly places her among the top 3 in the grade for primordial energy. Achieving over 100 before the awakening ceremony greatly enhances the likelihood of success. "Teacher, I've passed," Yao Na greeted Lao Song. Although she remained a student of this class in name, her future days would largely diverge from her original classmates. Lao Song nodded in satisfaction. Ouyang Han and Yao Na were his most outstanding disciples, ranking among the best in the entire grade. After a brief wait, finally, Xiao Chun heard his name. His heartbeat quickened. Although he had received primordial stones and cash from the enforcement team, these were far from sufficient to escape the slums with his sister. Even if he could not become an awakener, he at least needed to qualify for a military academy, and a primordial energy value below 80 would make that nearly impossible. "Xiao Chen, Last time 73. This time did I in truth. Few paid attention to students like Gu Chen, who had above-average primordial energy. They merely glanced by. However, the tester's pause sparked confusion among many. Wait, please test again. The tester, gazing at a number visible only to him, questioned his own eyesight. Who could achieve such progress in just a month? Although Gu Chen felt puzzled, he complied. What is the matter? Old Song also noticed the changes here. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached and gently patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. He held a fondness for this student, who was industrious, ambitious, and possessed a maturity beyond his years. Aware of Gu Chen's challenging circumstances, he had resolved to assist him as much as possible within his means, especially by helping him acquire discarded raw stones. The data was accurate. After repeated confirmations from the tester, an unusual expression crossed his face as he gazed at Gu Chen. That moment, numerous students and teachers around were drawn to the unfolding situation, turning their attention towards them. Gu Chen, last test score, 73. Current score, 90.90. Suddenly, the entire venue fell into an abrupt silence. While this figure may not appear particularly high, the stark contrast between his previous and current scores was striking. From 73 to 90, a leap of 17 points in just 1 month. Even geniuses like Ouyang Han and Yao Na had only seen an increase of 6 points in the same time frame. After a brief moment of quiet, the first to erupt in astonishment was a classmate, Wu Chao, who vigorously patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. Wow, impressive. You've been hiding your light under a bushel, my friend. Wu Chao was nearly speechless. Yao Na, who had just stepped a little way off, turned back, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. No one understood better than her what such significant progress in a month entailed. Teacher Song, congratulations. Your class boasts 3 students scoring over 90. The potential this year is immense. The tester smiled, but upon noticing Old Song's bewildered expression, he realized he looked rather flustered. At this point, everyone had a rough idea of how many promising students each class had. 2 indicated a solid level, while 3 marked excellence. Though it seemed like only a single point had improved, it was akin to gaining admission to prestigious universities in the past, an important measure of a homeroom teacher's capability. In no time, many surrounding teachers arrived, eager to congratulate Old Song upon hearing the news. Is this really 90? Old Song's round face lit up with joy. Your class has 3 as well, quite impressive. Teacher Song, you've truly surprised me. Not only the teachers but also the dark-skinned grade head approached, offering his congratulations. Although Gu Chen's score of 90 merely qualified him for the special training class. By this stage, everyone had a clear understanding of who would be entering. Each addition brought an extra layer of delight. Chuckling, Old Song scratched his head, feeling a swell of contentment as he spotted Yuan Jia not far away. The air was filled with congratulatory voices, yet the most astonished was Gu Chen himself, who felt somewhat dazed. The life crystal is this remarkable. Gu Chen recognized that he had made significant progress, but he had initially thought that breaking 80 would be a cause for celebration, especially since peers like Ouyang Han had only gained 6 points in a month. It appeared that the life crystal was indeed a cut above the raw stones. If he were to utilize the second infectious fragment, would he be able to break through once more? In that moment, Gu Chen suddenly realized that he had previously underestimated the importance of the life crystal. The exhilarating news spread with remarkable swiftness. Before long, the word of Gu Chen's astonishing surge of 17 points in his elemental energy within a single month, marking his induction into the elite training class, had circulated widely. At the designated assembly point for the training class, more than 20 individuals had already gathered, all of whom were prodigies, yet their astonishment was no less than that of the others. They too could not fathom such a rate of growth. Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao stood among them, both possessing commendable talents that had earned them a tenuous entry into the training class. Upon hearing the news, their previously casual expressions froze in disbelief. Gu Chen, with 90 points? Ren Jialing felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had always prided herself on her discerning eye, unwilling to squander time on the inconsequential. Yet she was equally eager to forge connections with those of promise. However, it seemed she had missed the boat this time. Liang Hongtao, on the other hand, remained in a daze for quite some time before muttering in frustration. He had underestimated the quality of the prime elemental stones. Had he known, he would have invested significantly today to procure those exceptional stones from Gu Chen. He had anticipated that Gu Chen would approach him for business, but now Liang Hongtao realized he had completely miscalculated. Liang Xiao, what is going on? Did you know this person beforehand? Someone beside him inquired with curiosity. You don't recognize him? That is Xiao Chen. He is quite the celebrity at our school, Liang Hongtao jested, prompting a look of realization from the others present. After all, the news of Xiao Chen assisting the enforcement team in eliminating the infected had spread widely. Who would have thought this young man truly had substance? Hadn't it been said that his testing performance was merely average? While the crowd was taken aback, their reactions were not overly dramatic. After all, a power level of 90 points was still among the lowest in the elite training class. Moreover, with the awakening day so imminent, the prospect of achieving an awakening seemed daunting. Indeed, which is why I lament, Liang Hongtao sighed, recounting to the others his earlier intention to engage in trade with Xiao Chen. Among the approximately 20 individuals present, most hailed from affluent backgrounds, and they had no qualms about utilizing elemental stones, many of whom were his clients. Upon hearing Liang Hongtao's account, they quickly grasped the situation. The prime elemental stones provided by the enforcement team were far more formidable than they had initially presumed. Some expressed their regrets. Had Liang Hongtao successfully traded for the prime elemental stones, given Xiao Chen's current rate of advancement, they would certainly have been inclined to repurchase at a premium. Congratulations, Xiao Chen, one voice chimed amidst the discussions. However, amidst the chatter, Yao Na let out a derisive huff before striding over to Xiao Chen. Upon hearing her address, Xiao Chen smirked slightly, well aware that Yao Na always regarded herself as the boss. As he looked up, he noticed that the other individuals had suddenly fallen silent, their gazes fixated upon him, making it clear that they had been discussing him moments ago. At tea present, most had gathered around Liang Hongtao, who was well-liked, showing no inclination to approach him for greetings. Xiao Chen remained unfazed. He had never been one to seek out the company of others. Just then, he spotted Ouyang Han approaching, her expression inscrutable as she delivered a curt congratulations before returning to her previous position with an air of aloofness. Prideful brat, Yao Na quipped, and Xiao Chen distinctly noted Ouyang Han's footsteps falter momentarily. The majority of those present were acquainted with one another, engaging in lively pleasantries, while Round Jialing deftly facilitated introductions among those unfamiliar with each other, creating an atmosphere that was quite vibrant. However, a few individuals, such as Xiao Chen and Yao Na, stood somewhat apart, appearing somewhat solitary amidst the crowd. In the distance, Li Jianya, the principal of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, stood alongside a robust man bearing a scar at the corner of his eye, both observing the group of students before them. Su Dong. How do you find this batch of students? He inquired. While they have indeed taken academic examinations, the true measure of success lies in the number of awakened and those with high origin powers. A hint of concern shadowed Li Jianya's round face. Similar to last year, there are 26 individuals with origin power values exceeding 90. The scarred man, arms crossed, maintained a relaxed demeanor despite being beside the principal. 26 is commendable by past standards, but given this year's competition, I fear I may face criticism, Li Jianya remarked with a wry smile. This year, the second high school is quite formidable. I've heard they have 19 students surpassing the 90 mark, plus one who has awakened early. It seems the prestigious title of Jiangxing No. 1 High School may soon change hands. Lin Sudong nodded slightly in agreement. An early awakening is indeed impressive. As a genuine awakened himself, he understood that those who managed to awaken independently before the ritual were undoubtedly exceptional talents. Among our current group, do you see anyone with potential for awakening? Li Jianya asked with eager anticipation. Lin Sudong shifted his gaze back to the bustling crowd, and upon observing the flamboyant interactions of Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao, he shook his head with mild discontent. These individuals are rather myopic, believing that merely standing out in Jiangxing No. 1 High School makes them the elite. They are not even awakened yet, and are solely focused on networking and making friends, which is a sheer waste of time. However, there are a few noteworthy candidates. For instance, Lu Zhan, Lin Sudong continued. Lu Zhan has consistently ranked first in multiple assessments at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, and his current origin power value stands at 109, making him the most promising candidate for success during the awakening day in just a few weeks. I've heard there might be an unexpected surprise today, Lin Sudong nodded. There is a student in Song Wenlong's class named Xiao Chen, with an origin power of 90. Xiao Chen? Li Jianya recognized the name, momentarily taken aback before his expression grew complex. So, he has managed to achieve this level shortly after utilizing the origin stone? Lin Sudong affirmed with a nod. After a moment of silence, Li Jianya sighed deeply. What a pity, such a pity. Lin Sudong understood the source of his lament. the school had certainly been promoting Gu Chen's name, primarily to bolster its reputation. However, they had also investigated his background and found his origin power to be rather ordinary. Now, with his recent breakthrough, it indicated that the boy possessed immense potential. Previously, his limitations stemmed solely from poverty, which had deprived him of the resources necessary for cultivation. It was indeed unfortunate. At 18, he had begun his training too late, and even with sufficient resources, his progress would be slower than others. Even if he were to awaken, it would likely be a considerable time away. Lin Sudong shared his assessment. The extraordinary progress exhibited by Gu Chen can be attributed, in significant part, to the prior suppression of his inherent potential. His rapid development at present does not necessarily imply that this pace will be sustained. It merely signifies a rectification of past deficiencies. This shortcoming reflects the inadequacies of the educational institution, warranting my introspection, Li sighed, while Lin Sudong refrained from interjecting. Being a temporary hire tasked with nurturing promising talent, he was not a permanent faculty member and preferred to refrain from commentary. Meanwhile, Li Jianya cast a contemplative glance towards the distant playground where Lao Song was situated. He had previously broached the subject of enhancing financial aid for impoverished students on multiple occasions. However, due to Song Wenlong's earlier indiscretions that had offended certain officials within the Education Bureau, Li Jianya had chosen to downplay the matter. Nevertheless, he was aware that this contentious teacher Song had privately supported numerous students. After this cohort of graduates was sent off, he would once again advocate for teacher Song to receive recognition. The rapid ascent of No. 2 middle school instilled a sense of urgency within Li Jianya. In such circumstances, neglecting to cultivate talent for the sake of networking would constitute the gravest miscalculation. Very well, I shall entrust these students to your care. As the testing concluded, it coincided with the end of the school day. The sun dipped below the horizon, and Gu Chen's spirits soared inexplicably. And awakened. The school had awarded him a prize of 100,000, and he was a mere 10 energy points away from the threshold. He felt compelled to share this joyous news with Mu Xiaowan without delay. Countless times, the siblings had paused at the entrance of their ancestral home while traversing the city, gazing longingly at the dilapidated structure that had long fallen into disrepair. This solitary residence, with its peeling walls, held within it the essence of their cherished childhood memories, and they had never once contemplated the possibility of reclaiming it. Yet now, a glimmer of hope seemed to emerge. In the slums at that moment, two individuals clad in dark gray police uniforms strode forward in their heavy-soled boots, leaving distinct impressions upon the muddy ground. The inhabitants of the slums instinctively recoiled at the sight of these enforcers. Many averted their gaze from the two men. However, the pair appeared utterly indifferent to the surrounding populace, making their way to the entrance of a low, decrepit abode. They arrived. This was the residence of the youth. The two officers pushed the door open and entered without hesitation. Chapter 19. An unremarkable identity. Gu Chen purchased half a jug of liquor and a pound of pork, feeling quite content. However, he soon noticed the peculiar stares from his neighbors. Could it be that they were aware of my energy assessment? Gu Chen dismissed these thoughts as mere self-amusement. Upon entering, he found two unfamiliar figures occupying the familiar spot on the sofa. They wore police uniforms, and beside them sat Mu Xiaowan, visibly anxious and silent, while 2 cups of steaming tea rested on the table. "You must be Gu Chen. We've been awaiting your return," one of the men, a Mediterranean fellow in his 40s with a slightly portly physique, approached with a smile, patting Gu Chen on the shoulder while effortlessly closing the door with his other hand, dimming the light in the room. "I am Ma Xianghua, the deputy director of the police station in Luofeng district. Jiangqing, do not be alarmed. I am here merely to ask you a few simple questions." "The police station?" Gu Chen nodded, taking a seat beside Mu Xiaowan. Their eyes met, and a sense of reassurance washed over him as he perceived that his sister was not particularly anxious, indicating that all was well. "This is your sister, I presume. Quite charming, though she seems rather reticent. Today, I merely wished to gain a cursory understanding. A few days ago, when you displayed remarkable bravery, it seems you also inadvertently melted a few corpses, correct?" A stirring occurred within Gu Chen's heart. What one fears often comes to pass. He had initially believed that the matter had been resolved with the law enforcement team and that no one would pursue further inquiries. Yet, unexpectedly, they have arrived. However, considering the law enforcement team was once in a dire predicament and had just recently extricated themselves, it is not surprising that they might overlook such details, especially given that he was their savior. Nevertheless, While it is reasonable for personnel from the police station to inquire, Xiao Chun sensed something peculiar in the gazes of these two individuals. Their intentions did not seem merely inquisitive. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had already rehearsed this scene in his mind. And after a brief pause, he replied, "Indeed, that did occur. Is there a problem?" Ma Xianghua maintained his cheerful demeanor, casually remarking, "I am genuinely curious. By all accounts, you had just battled an infected individual. Shouldn't you have felt fear? Why did you think to melt the corpses?" Xiao Chen observed that while Ma Xianghua spoke, the other man, seemingly his subordinate, had his eyes darting between Xiao Chen and Mu Xiaowan. Though he remained silent, the man with the hawk-like nose exuded an oppressive aura that far surpassed that of the deputy chief. This was particularly unsettling, as the school had made it clear that ordinary individuals bitten or scratched by the infected could easily succumb to becoming zombies. "I fear they might also undergo a transformation," was the rationale Xiao Chun had previously shared with Lu Jinhai. He understood that although the law enforcement team and the police operated as separate entities, information concerning 4 lives would undoubtedly be shared. Thus, he saw no need to fabricate a tale. "Quite prudent, Xiao, commendable indeed. This reflects the increasing practicality of our educational system," Ma Xianghua commented, reaching for a cup of tea, only to hesitate upon noticing the shabby, chipped vessel, opting instead to tap his fingers upon the table. The sound resonated like the rhythm of a heartbeat. In the ensuing silence, neither he nor the hawk-nosed man spoke, and Xiao Chen and Mu Xiaowan remained equally composed, rendering the room remarkably still. Ma Xianghua was somewhat taken aback, not by Xiao Chen's statements. Those had already been relayed by the law enforcement team, which found no fault in them, but rather by Xiao Chen's demeanor. For a high school student, his tranquility was somewhat excessive. Typically, in cases of fatalities within slums, where no one would report, he would have considered it an attack by the infected. Yet today, someone of considerable stature had arrived, compelling him to attend. Moreover, he was aware that Xiao Qian had recently been lauded by the media as a model citizen, which limited the tactics he could employ. At that moment, the hawk-nosed man narrowed his eyes and said, "Logically speaking, having just dispatched an infected individual, if fear were your primary concern, should you not have first sought to rouse the law enforcement team? With them present, even in the event of a transformation, you would not need to intervene. Furthermore, Lu Jinhai was gravely injured. Your immediate thought was not to assist him, but rather to melt the corpses? Young man, I advise you to be candid and disclose what you know." The man with a hawk-like nose bore a cold, serpentine glimmer in his eyes, fixating on Xiao Chen's face with a gaze akin to that of a venomous snake. In that moment, Xiao Chen's brows involuntarily twitched, and his heart rate quickened slightly. This man had posed the very question that Xiao Chen found most challenging to answer. When Lu Jinhai and the others had narrowly escaped with their lives, they had awakened in a state of euphoric disbelief, failing to contemplate the implications of their ordeal. Yet, from an outsider's perspective, Xiao Chen's account was fraught with inconsistencies. Fortunately, Xiao Chun was prepared. Furrowing his brow, he replied, "Officer, I kindly ask you to adjust your tone. I am merely cooperating with your investigation, not a criminal. Furthermore, you mentioned that this is according to common logic. Why that logic, as a mere high school student? I had no obligation to confront the infected. In such circumstances, my foremost priority was to preserve my own life. Is there anything amiss with that?" As Xiao Chun stood his ground unwaveringly, the hawk-nosed man narrowed his eyes, an overwhelming aura of menace surging forth. Under the weight of that penetrating gaze, Xiao Chun felt the hairs on his neck bristle uncontrollably. A dangerously formidable individual. In truth, from the moment he entered, Xiao Chun had discerned that although Ma Xianghua appeared to be in charge, the true authority lay with the man seated at the table. Was it possible that this imposing presence was an awakened one? A wave of unease washed over Xiao Chun. Who exactly had he eliminated? If they were merely 4 thugs from the slums, it seemed improbable that such an individual would be summoned. Zhang Xian? Pay attention, Ma Xianghua coughed lightly, prompting Zhang Xian to return to his seat, the previously restrained aura dissipating. "Xiao Qian, you may be unaware, but we are, in fact, protecting you. Your act of bravery is indeed commendable. However, among those 4 individuals, one possessed a rather significant background. Are you familiar with Zhang Tianhao?" Noticing the confusion in Xiao Chen's eyes, Ma Xianghua shook his head, a mysterious glint in his demeanor. Zhang Tianhao is a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangxing, overseeing numerous martial arts academies and entertainment establishments. Alas, among those 4 who perished, one was his cousin. That day, he had sent his cousin to collect a debt, only to receive the devastating news in return. Sigh. Boss Zhang tends to operate quite straightforwardly, perhaps not as accommodating as we are. Therefore, if you possess any information, I urge you to share it. Otherwise, I fear Boss Zhang may come looking for you himself. Xiao Chun found the situation absurd at first glance. Martial arts schools and entertainment venues. Were those ventures typical for the average person? Such enterprises undoubtedly required a blend of legitimacy and illicit dealings. It was no wonder a deputy director had come personally to interrogate him. The scar-faced man was nothing more than a local thug, yet somehow, he had become embroiled in such formidable connections. What terrible luck he had! Under Ma Xianghua's concerned gaze, Xiao Qin inwardly cursed, realizing that none of these individuals were virtuous. Entrepreneurs and entertainment venues, debt collection undoubtedly implied coercive tactics. If he were to divulge the truth, it would spell disaster for him. Chapter 20. The stakes are too high, he has no use for me. I truly know nothing, Xiao Qin said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the man seated beside Ma Xianghua flashed a fierce glint in his eyes once more. Ma Xianghua furrowed his brow, suppressing his earlier smile, and, while studying the table, spoke slowly. Have you truly made up your mind to remain uncooperative? You are indeed a graduate of Jiangxing No. 1 High School this year. Aren't you? Do you believe that a mere phone call from me could jeopardize your graduation? This is an overt threat. Had it been the previous Xiao Chun, he might have truly been intimidated. However, following today's test, the circumstances are rather different. I remain unconvinced. Ma Xianghua observed Xiao Qin's nonchalant demeanor and found it somewhat amusing. Did this impoverished lad really think he lacked the weight to stand his ground? In a graduating class of over 600 students, the specialized training class comprises merely 20 individuals, and I happen to be one of them. The mention of the specialized training class momentarily bewildered Ma Xianghua. Jiangxing is not a large city, with a population of just over 1 million, and he was well aware of the dynamics at No. 1 High School. Particularly, he was acutely aware of the specialized training class that Xiao Chun referenced. Many awakened individuals hailing from Jiangxing have undergone training in this very class. If Xiao Chun had genuinely been selected, then Ma's standing would indeed be insufficient. I was merely jesting, haha. Why would I engage in such actions? Ma Xianghua maintained his composure, showing no signs of embarrassment. In that case, I shall take my leave. Farewell. He waved his hand to signal Zhang Xian beside him, who rose silently. Just as Xiao Chun assumed they were departing, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Zhang Xian's icy gaze locked with Xiao Chen's, and in that instant, Xiao Chen felt as though the world was spinning around him, his entire body succumbing to a numbing paralysis. Losing all sense of control, to an onlooker, Xiao Chen's pupils appeared vacant and devoid of life, akin to a soulless automaton. What did you take from those 4 individuals? Zhang Xian's voice was calm. Yet it possessed an unusual power that compelled Xiao Chen's heart to scream for the truth to be revealed, an awakened one. This hawk-nosed individual was indeed an awakened being. Moreover, he belonged to the rare category of mental-type awakeners. Their casual remark of leaving had lowered Xiao Chen's guard to an all-time low, and without hesitation, Zhang Xian unleashed his awakening ability. I took nothing. Xiao Chen uttered these words in a dazed manner. Ma Xianghua exhaled in relief, and Zhang Xian seemed to relax slightly as well. He then posed a second question. How did they die? Stop! Before Zhang Xian could finish his inquiry, Mu Xiaowan lunged towards them like a whirlwind. Her speed so swift that Ma Xianghua couldn't intervene in time. What more must you do to earn our trust? Is this how the police conduct investigations? Xiao Chun, witnessing his sister embrace him with a hostile glare directed at the 2 men, finally regained clarity and promptly issued a sharp reprimand. Zhang Xian appeared discontented, having not completed his question, yet he had already obtained the answer to the first query, alleviating much of his concern. Humph. Completely disregarding the cold stares from Xiao Chen and Mu Xiaowan, Zhang Xian boldly pushed open the door and departed. Ma Xianghua internally cursed, recognizing that these individuals acted without restraint. Should any trouble arise today, it would be a difficult matter to explain. Thank you for your cooperation, Student Xiao. I was merely conducting a routine investigation, and I hope for your understanding. Haha. He refrained from saying anything further, chuckling lightly before hastily following Zhang Xian out. Xiaowan, I am fine. As he stroked his sister's hair, Xiao Chun felt a chill of sweat envelop him. Had it not been for Mu Xiaowan's timely intervention just now, I fear I would have been unable to restrain myself and would have inadvertently revealed the answer. The methods employed by the awakened are truly insidious and unpredictable. Brother, are we safe now? Observing the worry in Mu Xiaowan's eyes, Xiao Chun managed a gentle smile and affectionately patted her adorable little head, assuring her that all was well. If that's the case, then that's strange, he thought, realizing he had underestimated the so-called Zheng Tiana. Theo dispatch an awakened as a subordinate merely for the sake of investigating a matter? And a rare psychic awakened at that? Such individuals are notoriously paranoid. Moreover, Xiao Qian distinctly recalled the cold, murderous intent in Zhang Xian's eyes as he departed. Had he merely been an ordinary student from the slums, he would likely have faced untold horrors today. Fortunately, by revealing his identity as a special training class student, he had instilled a modicum of caution in the two individuals. If the day of awakening could indeed be achieved, why would he find himself in such a precarious position? However, this was not something to be rushed. Once Xiao Chen regained his composure, he pondered the question he had posed earlier. His initial inquiry was not whether he had committed murder, but rather what he had taken. This indicated that certain elements possessed by these individuals were deemed far more significant than their mere existence. What exactly was Zhang Tianhao's background? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chun decided to call Wu Chao, who was not only the king of campus gossip but also well-versed in societal matters. Hello? Xiao Chun. No, Brother Chen. You have to look out for me from now on. I have a big brother from the special training class now. Enough of this frivolity. I'm inquiring about someone. Do you know Zheng Tianhao? Wu Chao appeared visibly taken aback. Why are you asking about him? Best to steer clear of societal matters. Did you cross him? You should pack up and flee while you can. Are you genuinely seeking trouble? Upon hearing Xiao Qin's stern tone, Wu Chao quickly assumed a serious demeanor. No, actually, all I know are mere rumors. This individual is one of the 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in the city. His company is responsible for the city's sanitation services. Beyond that, he also manages nightclubs, casinos, and underground fight rings. How do you know all this? Xiao Chen inquired, furrowing his brow at Wu Chao. Feeling somewhat insulted by the implication, replied hastily, this is hardly a secret. Zhang, the boss, is quite indifferent to concealing his affairs. His underground fight arena attracts many influential figures from surrounding cities, generating tax revenues in the billions for Jiangxing each year. Who would dare to apprehend him? This truly is no ordinary individual. Furthermore, I've heard a rather sinister tale. Wu Chao added mysteriously. It is said that he possesses a water prison specifically for detaining debtors. Those who enter find life worse than death, with frequent screams and howls echoing from within. Consequently, no one dares to owe him money. Seemingly incredulous at how outrageous this sounded, Wu Chao added, this is merely something I heard on a private interest forum online. Consider it a story. What? Are you hoping to secure a job with Boss Zheng after graduation? This was the only possibility that crossed Wu Chao's mind. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun felt a heaviness in his heart. Fortunately, he had awakened his abilities and spoken the first truth, which alleviated Zhang Xian's wariness. Unfortunately, the magnitude of this Zhang Tianhao's influence was staggering. What exactly are they searching for? Xiao Chun began to scour his home, leaving no stone unturned from the floor to the crevices of the sofa. Chapter 21. The list. Hello, boss. I finished the inquiry, but that student is unaware of the situation. I used a memory probe. All right, understood. Outside the slums, Zhang Xian and Ma Xiangwa stood by the roadside. Reporting the circumstances to Zhang Tianhao on the other end of the line, Xiangwa let out a sigh of relief, smilingly remarked, in that case, there will be no further connection with this student, right? Zhang Xian's expression remained indifferent as he squinted at the sparsely lit slums, and after a long pause, he inquired, is it difficult to make this person disappear? Ma Xiangwa's smile faltered, and he looked at Zhang Xian in confusion. Hasn't it already been confirmed that he didn't take anything? Zhang Xian showed no intention of explaining, simply stating calmly, ensure absolute certainty. Ma Xiangwa's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Although he had accepted Zhang Tianhao's money to carry out the task, the casual mention of murder in his presence was quite disconcerting. But it can't be done now. He has just made the news and has been selected for a special training class. It's too sensitive. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment. He had just instructed his subordinates to investigate Xiao Chen's background. The matter regarding the special training class was indeed true, but with a power level of only 90 points, it could only be considered the threshold for entry. Awakening on the day of awakening was practically impossible. Without the potential to become an awakened, by the time he graduates, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School would likely not pay him much attention. He nodded. accepting the proposal. Once it's accomplished, I doubt before Ma Xianghua could finish his sentence. Zhang Xian interjected softly, Boss Xiang will discuss it with you. Xianghua nodded in satisfaction, smiling, but then it seemed he suddenly remembered something and whispered, what exactly is Boss Xiang looking for? It wouldn't fall into the hands of the enforcement team, would it? Ma Xianghua was well aware of Zhang Tianhao, a true big shot, with numerous enterprises straddling both the legal and illegal realms. His connections were also exceedingly well managed. Thus, despite the many rumors circulating about this figure, he merely laughed them off. Whatever he was so desperately seeking must indeed be of great significance. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Zhang Xian remained expressionless. Having spoken, he appeared to reconfirm Xiao Qin's home address before glancing into the slums and then turning to leave. So damn arrogant, Ma Xianghua muttered under his breath. Xiao Qian searched for quite a while but found nothing. In truth, if this item were in the house, given Mu Xiaowan's fastidious nature, it would have been discovered long ago with her daily cleaning routine. This won't do. Although it seemed that Zhang Xian and Ma Xianghua had finished their inquiries and departed, the introduction from Wu Chao and Zhang Xian's demeanor left Xiao Qin feeling anything but at ease. Xiao Wan, pack up your things. We need to leave for a while. Moving would indeed seem suspicious, but in the slums, it was all too easy for someone to be eliminated. Living within the city, surrounded by surveillance cameras, even sleeping in a cardboard box would be safer than here. Brother, are we in danger? Mu Xiaowan, still wearing the new dress he had bought for her, appeared particularly adorable, yet her little face bore an expression of poignant concern. Xiao Qian felt a twinge of softness in his heart and forced a smile as he spoke. It's just more convenient to go to school. Once this period passes and I gain admission to the War Academy, everything will be fine. Indeed, the War Academy. If he were to be accepted into one of the 4 prestigious war academies, such an identity would serve as a formidable shield against death itself. Mu Xiaowan nodded gently at his words, beginning to pack her luggage, while Xiao Qian resolved to search once more. The body had already disintegrated, and if that item was not on him, it must be along the route Mu Xiaowan had taken to the garbage mountain. Under the cover of night, Xiao Qian ventured out again to search, but unfortunately, he found nothing of significance. Upon returning home, he discovered that Mu Xiaowan had packed 2 large suitcases along with several smaller parcels. She struggled to pull the hefty suitcase, her body laden with bags, resembling a pitiable child on the brink of wandering the streets. Brother, I'm ready, she said with a warm smile, her soft, cool hand grasping his. Observing her appearance, Xiao Qian felt a pang of sadness. Over the years, his sister had endured few days of true happiness, yet she had never whined or complained. In this moment, it was she who comforted her own emotions first. Just as they were about to leave the house, Xiao Qin's gaze fell upon a corner of the sofa, where a bundle of burlap sheets lay piled. It was precisely what had been used to wrap the body that day. Reluctant to discard it, he had planned to wash it for future use, and thus it remained there. Xiao Qin halted, unfolding and shaking it out. Suddenly, a black card fell to the ground. The siblings gazed at the words on Xiao Qin's phone screen, lost in thought. Inside the card was a small memory card, which typical phones could not read. Fortunately, Xiao Qin possessed an old-fashioned model that could access it. The memory card contained only a single spreadsheet, listing names and brief descriptions. Tao Jiayu, 69 years old, male, early stage level 1 awakened, right leg shattered, current residence, number 205, building 3, Dandong Jiayuan, Jiangyuan District. Duqishan, 72 years old, male. The spreadsheet detailed a dozen names, all of whom shared the commonality of being elderly awakened individuals, either disabled or gravely ill. Furthermore, each entry concluded with a note stating either refused or accepted. What could this mean? Xiao Qian quickly copied the spreadsheet onto his phone for backup, then fell into contemplation. Elderly, disabled, or gravely ill, awakened. Although the information was distinctive, Xiao Qian found himself unable to decipher what it represented. Point 2 of the names struck him as somewhat familiar. As he scanned the list, he noted Lu Yubing and Kuang Yunfeng. He felt he had encountered these names somewhere before, though they were likely mere fleeting impressions that evoked no substantial memories. How should he proceed? Xiao Qian swiftly dismissed the thought of delivering the information to the police station. Even someone of Deputy Director Ma Xianghua's stature had come, so presenting this to them could very well be akin to walking into a den of wolves. Thus, who else could he trust? Just as Xiao Qian was grappling with his indecision, his phone rang, the gentle chime cutting through the stillness of the night with an almost jarring clarity. Hello, is this Xiao Qian? I am Lu Zhenhai. Did someone named Zhang Tianhao send someone to find you today? Lu Zhenhai, the head of the enforcement team, elicited a complex mix of feelings in Gu Chen. On one hand, he fought valiantly against the infected, the scene vividly etched in his memory, and furthermore, he had amassed quite a sum of money in raw stones for himself. On the other hand, Gu Chen understood that this man was not as carefree as he appeared. In truth, he possessed a meticulous mind. Due to Mu Xiaowan's unique status, Gu Chen was rather reluctant to engage with him. Yet now, it seemed he had no choice. Chapter 22. Crucial evidence at that moment. Gu Chen recounted the events of the day in brief to Lu Zhenhai. A low curse came from the other end of the line. Damn it, I knew it. This guy is no good. Resorting to awakening techniques against children. After cursing, Lu Zhenhai added, Gu Chen, do not be afraid. I will arrange for protection for you. Gu Chen hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal the truth to Lu Zhenhai. If Lu Zhenhai were also in league with Zheng Tianhao, and he played a clever ruse, Gu Chen could find himself in peril. It was not mere paranoia. After years of struggling in the slums, had he not been shrewd, he would have long since perished at the hands of unscrupulous individuals. What exactly were they searching for? Ultimately, Gu Chen decided to withhold information for the time being. Since you are involved, I shall clarify I am also unaware of what they are seeking, but should you discover or hear of anyone finding suspicious items nearby, you must inform your uncle. I suspect that Zheng Tianhao has connections to those two infected individuals. Infected? Gu Chen's pupils constricted. He had speculated that the list might document those in debt, implicating evidence of Zheng Tianhao's violent collection methods. But infected? If that were the case, then Zheng Tianhao was playing a dangerous game. This was an absolute taboo for the authorities. Those who dared to touch it would face dire consequences. Indeed, we have been investigating the origins of those two infected individuals, and we have pinpointed a suspect. Zheng Tianhao operates an underground casino, and on that day, someone witnessed two lunatics bursting forth from his establishment, injuring several people in the process. Lunatics? The infected were individuals who, in their desperate bid for power, mutated into frenzied states before fully succumbing to infection. The fates of those two lunatics remained unknown, their identities shrouded in mystery. Otherwise, by cross-referencing the names of those two infected, we could have solidified Zheng Tianhao's culpability. At that moment, a sudden clarity engulfed Gu Chen's mind as numerous clues interlinked. He finally comprehended why the names he had just encountered felt so familiar. Lu Yubing, Huang Yunfeng. These were indeed the names of the two infected individuals from before. Following genetic identification, the authorities had issued a report, but Gu Chen had only cast a fleeting glance, thus failing to retain the information. The names of these two infected appeared on the memory card of Zheng Tianhao's cousin, with the annotation accepted. Accepted what? Infection. A chill ran down Gu Chen's spine. If this were true, then Zheng Tianhao was playing a perilous game. The information contained within that memory card was no mere threat to his empire, but rather evidence that could cost him his life. If previously Gu Chen harbored a semblance of optimism, believing that Zheng Tianhao might not remember him as an inconsequential individual, upon learning this news, all such thoughts dissipated entirely. Hey, Gu Chen, why the silence? Have I startled you? Lu Zhenhai inquired, and after a moment of contemplation, Gu Chen deliberately responded, this is rather alarming. If it is indeed true, why has he not been apprehended yet? Lu Zhenhai, exasperated, acknowledged Gu Chen's intelligence and bravery, yet reminded him of his youth, suggesting that the intricacies of such matters were far from simplistic. Young man, conducting an investigation necessitates evidence. I cannot simply summon Jiangcheng's affluent entrepreneurs without being the head of the enforcement bureau. Lu Zhenhai's words were laced with sarcasm. All right then, since you claim to have witnessed nothing, this matter is not your concern. Consider what I've said is unheard, and focus on your studies. Despite Lu Zhenhai's familiar tone, Gu Chen was deep in thought. He realized that Lu Zhenhai's suspicions were indeed correct. The information he possessed could very well serve as pivotal evidence. Even if he chose not to disclose it, it was likely that Zheng Tianhao's associates would not overlook even the slightest possibility. As he perused the names on his phone, he suddenly came across an address. Zhang Ningen, 72 years old, residing at number 2, Block 37, District C of the Outer Slums. Refusal. Gu Chen's brow furrowed. That location was alarmingly close to him. The two individuals he had initially chosen to accept had turned into carriers. What then of those who had declined? Were they alive or dead? If they were alive, could they potentially elucidate the nature of this refusal? Gu Chen comprehended that those listed were the key to a breakthrough. If he could ascertain the truth, he could anonymously disseminate the information online. rendering Lu Zhenhai unnecessary, and Zhang Tianhao would inevitably face downfall. However, one aspect troubled him greatly. All these individuals were awakeners. Although the youngest among them was over 50, Xiao Qian was still reluctant to take risks. After much deliberation, Lu Zhenhai's voice interrupted his thoughts. Nothing urgent. I'm hanging up now. Don't overthink it. Your primary focus should be the Awakening Day examination. Wait, actually, they desire something that is in my possession. On the other end of the line, Lu Zhenhai's previously carefree demeanor abruptly shifted. You should come and retrieve it personally. Xiao Chun concluded, promptly ending the call. Beside him, Mu Xiaowan gazed at Xiao Qian with anxious anticipation, feeling somewhat at a loss. Although Xiao Qian said nothing, her keen intuition sensed that her brother's mood was amiss. Over the past few years, such expressions had only surfaced during significant crises. Xiao Wan, I have a task for you. Xiao Chen whispered in her ear. Upon hearing her brother's plan, Mu Xiaowan's face reflected her reluctance, yet she ultimately accepted his arrangement with a worried countenance. Within the Enforcement Bureau, Lu Zhenhai swiftly gathered several key subordinates in a mere 10 minutes. Lu Gu, what time is it? Still holding a meeting? I was just getting into the groove, one of the team members remarked casually. However, upon observing Lu Zhenhai's serious and solemn demeanor, they all straightened up immediately. Lu Zhenhai scanned the room, his gaze sharp and penetrating. In the past 6 months, the city of Jiang has witnessed 6 incidents involving infected individuals harming others, a frequency that far exceeds that of a metropolis with a population exceeding 1 million. My colleagues and I have conducted an extensive investigation and, curiously, it appears that these infected individuals have undergone sudden aberrations. As we are aware, it is often the younger awakened ones, eager for achievement, or those in a bottleneck phase of awakening who are prone to such aberrations. This group is meticulously documented in our records and is regularly monitored without any significant disturbances arising. However, the recent occurrences in Jiang have predominantly involved elderly, novice-awakened individuals, which has led me to suspect foul play. The team exchanged glances, the notion of aberrant infection being humanity's greatest adversary aside from the threats posed by wild beasts raised a palpable tension. Who would dare to meddle in such matters? I have identified a suspect, the renowned figure of Jiang, Zhang Tianhao. Now, I want each of you to form pairs and keep a watchful eye on Zhang Tianhao's casino, underground fight venues, and entertainment establishments. Report any developments to me immediately. Lu Zhenhai's gaze swept across the group. He refrained from summoning the entire team, understanding that the more individuals privy to the information, the greater the risk of exposure should Zhang Tianhao indeed be involved. Hong Xiu, I have matters to attend to. You will manage the coordination. Chapter 23. Testing the waters. Lu Zhenhai swiftly made his way to the slum area C on the outskirts of the city. It was already past 10 in the evening, and the narrow, dimly lit alleys were nearly deserted. In such locales, as night deepens, various criminals often lurk, and ordinary citizens have long since extinguished their lights. Not far away, a young man clad in a black top leaned against the wall, awaiting his arrival. Where is it? Lu Zhenhai inquired, his urgency palpable. Xiao Chun produced a small memory card from his pocket and handed it over, then discreetly took a step back. This inconspicuous detail naturally went unnoticed by Lu Zhenhai, who, upon receiving the memory card, did not engage in conversation with Xiao Qian. Instead, he scrutinized it briefly before retrieving an electronic device with an LCD screen to insert the card. Noting Lu Zhenhai's apparent disinterest in him, Xiao Chun let out a quiet sigh of relief. At that moment, Lu Zhenhai was indeed focused solely on discovering the contents of the card. However, upon inserting it, he found the device's screen utterly blank. Actually, that's not the right card. This is mine, Xiao Chun said nonchalantly, reaching out to reclaim the memory card. The situation had not deteriorated into his worst fears. Lu Zhenhai was not allied with Zhang Tianhao. Otherwise, he might have already turned hostile. To mitigate this risk, Xiao Chun had prepared a contingency plan. What kind of riddle are we playing? Lu Zhenhai mused. Stroking the coarse stubble on his chin, his expression one of confusion as he regarded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chun opted not to elaborate. Instead, he whistled, and the sound resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. Half a minute later, a timid young girl clad in coarse linen emerged from a nearby alley, presenting a black memory card to Xiao Chun. Here it is. Upon seeing the card Xiao Chun handed back, Lu Zhenhai found himself both amused and exasperated, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head in disbelief. What kind of convoluted game are you playing here? He began, but halted mid-sentence as the realization of Xiao Chen's intentions dawned on him. This young man, though still in the bloom of youth, possesses an exceptionally strong sense of vigilance. Reflecting on this, it seems that prior to making the call, he had already sensed the looming threat from Zheng Tianhao. If he were indeed an associate of Zheng Tianhao, the acquisition of the item would undoubtedly lead to silencing any witnesses. As a precaution, Xiao Chen had taken the foresight to instruct Mu Xiaowan to remove the memory card in advance. Should he decide to act violently, this would serve as his leverage in a desperate bid for survival. Lu Zhenhai gazed at the two siblings before him, their silence dissolving any prior discomfort he had felt from suspicion. It became evident that this young man had already mentally prepared himself for a fight before their meeting. His eyes softened as he regarded the adorable girl hiding behind Xiao Chen, who remained silent. He had researched Xiao Chen and Mu Xiaowan, discovering that they were orphans relying on one another. Their records only registered 3 years prior. Before that, they had never received any official aid. Even the modest dwelling in the slum had only been acquired 2 years ago. While their peers thrived under the protection of their parents, these two had endured untold hardships to survive. Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to harm you, Lu Zhenhai said, revealing a benevolent smile that showcased his smoke-stained teeth to Mu Xiaowan. He then inserted the memory card into the device, and the data materialized before him. A mere glance was sufficient for Lu Zhenhai to narrow his eyes, his demeanor growing serious. As the investigator of this case, he was acutely aware of the names of the previous 2 infected individuals, and he instantly recognized them. The 2 who had chosen to accept their fate were indeed the previous cases from Area C, correct? To Lu Zhenhai's surprise, Xiao Chen had also made the connection, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Is this sufficient for a conviction? Lu Zhenhai pondered for a moment before responding slowly. The evidence chain must be complete. While this can establish a link between his subordinates and these 2 infected individuals, securing a conviction may prove challenging. After a brief contemplation, he added, however, do not fear, for the Daxia authorities maintain a stringent stance against the infected. This lead alone is enough for me to apprehend him for interrogation. There are ample methods to extract a confession from him. It was not a matter of employing severe coercion. In the era of awakeners, eliciting the truth from someone, especially a non-awakener like Zheng Tianhao, was not insurmountable. Nevertheless, it was not as straightforward as he portrayed. Lu Zhenhai merely wished to reassure Xiao Chen and his companion. This piece of evidence clearly indicated a connection between Zheng Tianhao and the infected, yet it could only suggest an indirect association, especially since the intermediary was deceased. Acting recklessly would only serve to alert the enemy. Lu Zhenhai's priority was to investigate the circumstances of the other individuals on the list. As long as there were still living persons among them, the true implications of accepted and rejected could be discerned out of course. The worst-case scenario would be the complete disappearance of all individuals on the list. In truth, upon viewing the list, Lu Zhenhai's assessment of the threat posed by Zheng Tianhao escalated once more. The entire roster consisted solely of awakeners, though they were all at the initial stage of awakening, and most bore disabilities. If this group were to be exterminated, it would constitute an egregious crime. Yet, if Zheng Tianhao were indeed the architect behind the emergence of the infected, he would undoubtedly show no mercy in eliminating this group. Hong Xiu, I shall send you a list, and you must immediately take someone to locate the individuals mentioned therein and ensure their protection. Furthermore, summon your colleagues to investigate the specifics of those on the list and ascertain their connections to Zheng Tianhao. Lu Zhenhai retrieved his phone to make arrangements, yet he was already acutely aware that he would undoubtedly be slower than Zheng Tianhao. There is indeed a person nearby at this moment. He also noticed an individual on the list whose address was prominently noted as the slums. District Seed IT is rather uncommon for an awakened individual to reside in such impoverished conditions. However, given the current scarcity of trustworthy personnel, he decided to venture there himself. You too? Lu Zhenhai gazed at Xiao Chen and Mu Xiaowan. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he recognized that his earlier words had been somewhat presumptuous. At this juncture, he began to admire Xiao Chen once more. This young man possessed a keen intuition for danger. Following you might indeed prove beneficial. Lu Zhenhai smiled. It appeared that this lad had gained some confidence since the last incident. Although he held Xiao Chen in high regard, it seemed that he was still somewhat inexperienced. Nevertheless, he did not mind providing protection for the brother and sister duo until the task was completed. Soon, the three arrived at the address marked in the files. The structure before them stood in stark contrast to the style of the slums, a quaint 2-story building accompanied by a small courtyard, albeit currently shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. We may have arrived too late. Lu Zhenhai assessed the surroundings and discerned that this courtyard had recently been occupied. The door bore no cobwebs or dust, and the plants within clearly indicated regular maintenance. He stepped inside, while Xiao Chun lifted his gaze to survey the area. The courtyard was situated at the periphery of the slums, flanked by a thicket of trees, and if one disregarded the lurking threats of wild beasts, the scenery was quite pleasant at that moment. Xiao Chun made a new discovery in a nearby grove. A faint glow flickered, though this luminescence was not green but rather red. Chapter 24. The Giant Tree and Awakened Abilities. Observing Lu Zhenhai enter the house, Xiao Chun stealthily approached, only to realize that not only was there a cluster of red light, but also green orbs the size of sunflower seeds. Xiao Chun collected the two luminous spheres, which immediately transformed into red and green crystals. He refrained from hastily absorbing them, opting instead to examine the surrounding environment. There were no signs of struggle or combat, and the soil was firm, devoid of any foul odor, indicating that the deceased had not been buried here. However, the faint black-red marks on the ground captured Xiao Chen's attention. This is a sudden spark of insight illuminated Xiao Chen's mind. He recalled that after Lu Zhenhai and the others had neutralized the infected individuals, that peculiar solution had also left similar markings on the ground. At the time, he had found it intriguing and had taken mental note. This mark was minuscule and bore no distinctive odor. Had it not been for his awakened abilities, it is likely that this evidence of foul play would have gone unnoticed. It seemed that the individual had already met their demise. At this moment, Lu Zhenhai emerged from the house, spat on the ground, and stood there in silence, smoking. Damn it! Lu Zhenhai was indeed feeling quite frustrated. The owner of the house had not departed long ago, merely 2 to 3 days, yet this indicated that they had acted prematurely. Sure enough, it was not long before he received a call from Chu Hongxiu. Captain, I've investigated, and all these individuals have disappeared. How long ago did this occur? Some had vanished months prior, while others had gone missing just in the last few days. Chu Hongxiu reported the names and circumstances of those individuals. Lu Zhenhai held his phone, meticulously cross-referencing with the list. Those he chose to accept were predominantly those who had been missing for a considerable time, while those he rejected had only recently disappeared. Unable to find anyone, Lu Zhenhai could conceive of no other possibility. They must have been silenced by Zheng Tianhao and the entire Jiangqing. Few possessed such capabilities, and Zheng Tianhao was fortuitously among them. All right, I understand. Lu Zhenhai extinguished his cigarette with a fierce pinch, feeling somewhat disheartened. If they were ordinary individuals, he could have apprehended and interrogated them without raising any eyebrows. Yet now, fully aware of the intricate connections to Zheng Tianhao, he found himself unable to make arrests. And the sensation was utterly wretched. I have made a discovery. At that moment, Lu Zhenhai noticed Xiao Chen waving at him. What is the matter? Lu Zhenhai pondered whether there were any other breakthroughs. Xiao Chen pointed to a blackish-red mark on the ground. Lu Zhenhai cast a glance, initially dismissive, but upon crouching down for a closer look, a look of astonishment spread across his rugged face. This is it the residue of corpse-disposing liquid? Yes, I saw you go in. I was outside looking around and stumbled upon this. Do you think it's possible that the person has already been murdered? It's highly probable. Lu Zhenhai felt an inexplicable rush of elation. Few had access to corpse-disposing liquid. Those who died in the slums were typically discarded in garbage heaps. Only those intent on ensuring complete disappearance would resort to such measures. Although this two-story building was situated within the slums, it could certainly be deemed a mansion in that context, distanced from the crowded areas. The likelihood of the homeowner being murdered and disposed of was exceedingly high. Once you graduate, if no school wants you, come join our law enforcement bureau. With you on board, who needs search dogs? Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, wore a face of displeasure, turning his head to avoid further conversation. Lu Zhenhai laughed heartily, disregarding Xiao Chen's annoyance, as he used a small shovel to excavate the soil tainted with the corpse-disposing liquid, placing it into a transparent bag. The soil also seeped with a dark red hue, reminiscent of dried blood. Zheng Tianhao's associates certainly did not conduct their affairs with sufficient cleanliness, but he was nonetheless grateful to them. At this moment, Lu Zhenhai felt fortunate to have brought Xiao Chen along. Although he could have searched the vicinity with his team and perhaps eventually found something, one must not forget that there were still many individuals on the list. Those residing in the urban area, even if murdered, could not be disposed of as carelessly as in the wilderness. Amidst their frantic efforts, they might very well overlook this rare lead. Is this evidence sufficient? Xiao Chen felt significantly relieved and was also somewhat curious about the purpose of the red crystal he had obtained. Not enough. Lu Zhenhai shook his head, looking at Xiao Chen with a teasing glint. Noticing that Xiao Chen's expression remained unchanged, he replied with a hint of annoyance. Young man, being overly clever is not necessarily a virtue. Well, although insufficient, I can apprehend him now, detain him for 48 hours. Whether he confesses or not will no longer be within his control. Witnessing Lu Zhenhai's menacing expression, Xiao Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, eliciting a twinge of sympathy for Zhang Tianhao. He was not particularly worried. After all, Lu Zhenhai was no ordinary officer but the city captain of the Daxia Official Law Enforcement Bureau. The delight he exhibited earlier indicated that he was merely trying to intimidate. Hey, Hongxiu, I found the evidence here. Let us proceed to make the arrest. What? Don't act rashly? Don't worry, just apprehend that scoundrel first. Lu Zhenhai could analyze the DNA in the blood soil sample upon his return, and as soon as it was confirmed to match one of the missing individuals on the list, Zhang Tianhao would face even more suspicion. Those who comply will become infected, while those who resist will either perish or vanish. You must clarify what conditions you proposed. Not willing to speak. While the police might find it challenging to coerce him, Lu Zhenhai has his own methods at his disposal. As for Zhang Tianhao's local connections and their influence on the regional economy, Lu, having just taken office in Jiangqing for a year, has yet to establish many acquaintances and owes no one any favors. Upon learning that Zhang Tianhao had been captured, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he returned home. At this juncture, the matter no longer significantly concerned him. His current focus lay with that red crystal. The green crystal had the potential to directly enhance his primal energy. He wondered what the red one could do. Previously, he had worried about absorbing too quickly and drawing undue attention, but after Zhang Tianhao's men had sought him out, he realized that true strength was paramount. With that thought, he decided to proceed with the absorption. Xiao Chen locked himself in his room, and a surge of red light swiftly entered his body. In the next moment, he felt as though the entire world was spinning around him. His eyes were wide open, yet he seemed to perceive the meridians and dantian within his body. A colossal tree suddenly manifested deep within his dantian. The tree was so tall that its peak vanished into the black clouds, yet its overall form appeared desiccated, with only the roots at the base emanating a faint vitality. At that moment, a white orb of light, resembling a newly sprouted branch, gently emerged from the trunk at the base of the colossal tree, hanging there. What is this phenomenon? Xiao Chen was astounded by the spectacle before him. He had never heard of any awakened individual possessing such a thing within. In the next second, he was forcibly ejected from this enigmatic state, yet a profound understanding surged within his mind. That white orb seemed to signify a form of awakened ability. Xiao Chen silently invoked it, and in the following moment, a wondrous sensation enveloped him. Chapter 25. The arrest. After a day of tumult, having finally alleviated the lurking dangers, Xiao Chen felt genuinely fatigued. However, under the nurturing influence of this energy, his entire body tingled, akin to being immersed in warm water, washing away all weariness. Xiao Chen could not suppress a soft moan. Thankfully, he was not at school, or there would certainly be those who would misconstrue his actions. This was indeed an awakened ability. His stamina had recovered significantly, yet he sensed a decrease in his internal primal energy. Xiao Chen was utterly convinced that what he had just manifested was an awakened technique. After lingering for quite some time, Xiao Chen struggled to suppress his laughter, yet the corners of his mouth curled upwards increasingly. This situation is rather extraordinary. He had originally believed that he could only extract the original power crystals from corpses, which was already quite remarkable in itself. However, he found himself able to extract the awakening abilities from the deceased. It is noteworthy that the types of awakeners are remarkably diverse, although they can generally be categorized into combat, life, and support types. Each individual possesses unique awakening abilities. Most awakeners can only comprehend abilities that align with their own awakening attributes. For instance, Lu Zhenhai, who utilized a body hardening skill, would likely possess attributes that enhance physical qualities, particularly in terms of defense. The awakening ability Xiao Chen had just employed, regeneration, is a commonly found support skill that consumes original power to restore a significant amount of stamina. Xiao Chen couldn't help but ponder the towering tree within him. If it were adorned with awakening abilities, could he potentially become the legendary master of all professions? Such a notion had only been proposed by a select few scholars, who suggested that physical enhancement type awakeners could learn mechanical modification skills and attempt various combinations of awakening abilities. However, this usually resulted in the creation of inadequately skilled awakeners. The differing attributes of awakenings meant that forcibly learning skills from other awakeners severely diminished their effectiveness. Yet, this skill is merely scavenged. Awakening abilities require prolonged practice to master. Some first-level awakeners may need to attempt several times before succeeding once. Nonetheless, Gu Chen felt remarkably adept at using regeneration, as if he had utilized it countless times before. Of course, the concept of being a master of all professions is currently just a fanciful idea, as corpses of awakeners are not easily found. Gu Chen was not fatigued. He took out the exquisite original stones given by Lu Jinhai and continued to absorb them. Although the speed of absorption was incomparable to directly refining crystals, it was still a gradual evolution. As the clock struck midnight, most areas of Jiang City had descended into tranquility, yet the central district along Hongqi Avenue remained ablaze with lights. This area was predominantly inhabited by the wealthiest elites of Jiang City. At this moment, within a pristine white mansion resembling a castle, Zhang Tianhao, clad in a deep green bathrobe and cradling a voluptuous beauty, listened intently to the report from his subordinate, Zhang Xian. Upon hearing the details regarding today's interrogation of Gu Chen, Zhang Tianhao nodded in satisfaction. Once the current storm of attention subsided, he would seek an opportunity to eliminate this individual. Yes, the two conversed for a while longer. Just then, the door was abruptly flung open. Boss Zhang. I apologize for the interruption. I'm Captain Lu Jinhai of the Law Enforcement Bureau. We currently suspect a connection between you and the infected individuals emerging from Slum District C. We kindly request that you accompany us for a discussion. Upon seeing the rugged man, unkempt and with muddy shoes, stepping onto his pristine white carpet, Zhang Tianhao raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled glance at Zhang Xian. Zhang Tianhao was aware that two suspected infected individuals had escaped from his casino, which could not have gone unnoticed by the Law Enforcement Bureau. However, he was equally confident that the Bureau could not possibly possess any critical evidence. Otherwise, he would have been apprehended long ago. Captain Lu, is there not a more opportune time to discuss this matter? Must we resort to such a grand display? Zhang Tianhao remained remarkably composed. He was well aware of the methods employed by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Some individuals would crumble under pressure, but he was not among them. That might not suffice. Lu Jinhai chuckled heartily, casually settling into the luxurious leather sofa opposite Zhang Tianhao, tossing a few sun-kissed grapes into his mouth, juice splattering as he indulged. Boss Zhang, you are a man of stature. Let us refrain from such theatrics. You are aware that when it comes to matters involving the infected, there are no trifles, and I am in a difficult position as well. Should I err in this matter, I will personally return to apologize to you. How does that sound? Zhang Tianhao stroked his chin, his chiseled features betraying no hint of emotion. He glanced at Lu Jinhai and the several law enforcement officers stationed at the entrance. Taking a deep breath, it appeared the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. Lu Jinhai was not merely posturing. He genuinely possessed something of consequence. After a moment of silence, Zhang Tianhao nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you. May I make a phone call? Lu Jinhai gestured nonchalantly, permitting it. 2 minutes later, Zhang Xian, his face ashen, observed Zhang Tianhao stepping into the law enforcement vehicle before retrieving his phone to make a call. With Lu Jinhai present, certain matters could not be articulated too explicitly. He needed to clarify the situation promptly. The audacity of a law enforcement captain to apprehend Boss Zhang was quite unprecedented. Previously, the captains of other enforcement teams in Jiangxing had maintained close ties with Zhang Tianhao, often referring to him as a brother. Even the head of the bureau had shown him a modicum of respect. Individuals like Lu Jinhai were virtually non-existent. Observing Zhang Tianhao's composed demeanor within the vehicle, Lu Jinhai concealed his casual facade. He recognized that this adversary was not easily subdued. Although he had acquired leverage, it was not direct evidence. He awaited Zhang Tianhao's next move. Despite the potential disruption to his plans, only by discerning Zhang Tianhao's subsequent actions could he trace further clues. Truly, Boss Zhang was remarkable. Remaining so unflustered upon entering this vehicle rendered him one of a kind. As the vehicle jostled along, Zhang Tianhao cast a glance at Lu Jinhai. This man was unlike the law enforcement personnel of yore. He lacked the typical demeanor of someone entrenched in the system and bore a resemblance to a seasoned street tough. Yet, Zhang Tianhao understood that this might merely be Lu Jinhai's faade. Otherwise, he would not dare to target a businessman of Zheng's stature so soon after arriving in Jiangxing. He had heard no accounts of any entrepreneur establishing a rapport with Lu Zhenhai. The general consensus painted him as a rather unfortunate soul, lacking emotional intelligence and plodding through his work. Now, Zhang Tianhao comprehended that these judgments were misguided. I am a legitimate businessman, so I certainly have no cause for concern. A faint smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze away, choosing not to divulge another syllable. 10 minutes later, as the car approached the entrance of the Law Enforcement Bureau, 2 vehicles were already stationed there, where several composed and seasoned middle-aged men awaited. Lu Zhenhai's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized one among them. The higher the rank of the arriving individuals, the more apprehensive he felt, particularly given his presumption that Zhang Tianhao was entangled in the case of the infected. Director Shen, what brings you out here at such a late hour? As he exited the vehicle, Lu Zhenhai donned a facade of casual levity. Chapter 26. The head is truly stubborn. District Chief Shen, whose true name is Shen Longjia, is a rising star in the political arena of Jiang City. At under 40 years of age, he has ascended to this prominent position, and many regard him as a potential future leader of Jiang City. In Lu Zhenhai's mind, such an individual, even if entangled in matters related to Zhang Tianhao, would never be foolish enough to confront the situation directly. A risk as minuscule as 1 in a million is not something this type of person would willingly endure. Yet, here he was. This suggests that the individuals backing Zhang Tianhao may be more numerous and possess deeper connections than he had initially imagined. I truly am wading through murky waters, Lu Zhenhai thought to himself with a wry smile as he shook hands with Shen Longjia. Shen Longjia, appearing as a robust man in his 30s, gazed with sparkling eyes and approached with a calm smile. Captain Lu, I heard that some of our city's outstanding entrepreneurs have been apprehended. What is the matter that has stirred such commotion? It's merely related to the recent infection cases. You know how it is. When infection events are involved, there are no trifling matters. I simply invited Mr. Zhang for a casual chat. If all goes well, I would personally see him home. Observing Lu Zhenhai and Shen Longjia converse like 2 familiar old friends, Deputy Chief Chu Hongxiu and several team members stood aside, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Although they too are part of the national machinery, they often face the front lines and lack the oily charm and treacherous demeanor that others might possess. Indeed, matters concerning infection are of great significance. You frontline workers truly have it tough, Shen Longjia remarked with a hint of empathy before casually adding. So, does this mean Captain Lu has obtained concrete evidence? Lu Zhenhai slightly squinted, steering the conversation to the crux. I wouldn't dare say so, but Mr. Zhang does indeed have some matters to clarify. Shen Longjia's smile gradually faded, and his brow furrowed. Captain Lu, you are aware that Mr. Zhang is not an ordinary individual, but an esteemed entrepreneur in our city. If there is no evidence linking him to the infection, it could adversely affect his business, as well as the city's image and the reputation of its business environment. If you have obtained any evidence, I will not interfere. However, if you have not, this enforcement method seems rather excessive, doesn't it? At this moment, Shen Longjia's smile had completely vanished, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze. Although the enforcement team is not under the jurisdiction of any city department, it does not mean that a district chief like him would feel intimidated. In terms of hierarchy, only the director of Jiang City's enforcement bureau could barely be deemed his equal. He was already exerting pressure on Lu Zhenhai. Any member of the enforcement team intending to develop a long-term presence in Jiang City would understand his implications. Furthermore, Shen Longjia's argument was quite valid. Lu Zhenhai, however, maintained his smile and continued to jest. As for evidence, rest assured there is indeed some. However, District Chief Shen, this is an enforcement team case, and until the conclusion is reached, I cannot disclose details. This fellow is impervious to reason. A flicker of suppressed anger emerged in Shen Longjia's eyes. How could he not grasp Lu Zhenhai's intentions? The enforcement team possesses myriad methods, and if Zhang Tianhao were truly to face interrogation, he likely wouldn't last long. Shen Longjia simply did not anticipate that, despite both being public officials, Lu Zhenhai could be so obstinate, exuding such confidence without any clear evidence. Once nothing was produced from the interrogation, did he truly believe he could escape unscathed? Captain Lu, your actions are decidedly against the rules. I must apologize, but I cannot permit you to treat the distinguished entrepreneurs of our city with such brutality. Shen Longjia took a step forward, and the several men in black behind him positioned themselves in front of Lu Zhenhai. Lu Zhenhai chuckled, lit a cigarette, and after a few contemplative chews, the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Shen Longjia felt a slight sense of relief, as everyone presumed that this inconspicuous little captain had finally considered the implications. However, Lu Junhai cocked his neck, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth stained by tobacco. I say, District Chief Shen, when it involves matters of infection, your words hold no weight no matter how well Shen Longjia had cultivated his composure. Being ridiculed by Lu Junhai in front of so many subordinates was unbearable. Just as he was about to respond, Lu Junhai extinguished his cigarette, his demeanor suddenly turning icy. Or does District Chief Shen wish to join the conversation as well? Lu Junhai's voice resonated from deep within his chest, his gaze imbued with a fierce intimidation that sent shivers down the spines of those behind Shen Longjia. You? Shen Longjia, being a civilian, found his legs trembling under the fright, and by the time he regained his senses, Lu Junhai had already led his entourage into the room. I discovered a list under Zheng Tianhao's command, which conveniently included the current infected individuals. The others on the list are either missing or found dead at their doorsteps. I believe the justification for interrogating him for 48 hours is quite sufficient. Shen Longjia could only hear Lu Junhai's words from a distance, causing an involuntary chill to creep over him. Swiftly followed by waves of dread. Is Zheng Tianhao's operation truly so unclean? Shen Longjia realized the situation had escalated. Lu Junhai's earlier silence now seemed calculated to gauge his response. His previous actions had undoubtedly marked him with suspicion in Lu Junhai's eyes. With this thought, Shen Longjia's expression darkened further as he hurriedly retrieved his phone to make a call. Not far away, Lu Junhai strolled confidently into the hall, while Chu Hongxiu, behind him, wore a worried expression and softly remarked, "Junhai, do you think you've gone too far?" She understood Lu Junhai's stubborn nature. Otherwise, with his decade-long accomplishments, he could easily have been the director of a local law enforcement agency rather than toiling at the grassroots level. Now, it was their turn to be anxious, actually aimed to catch a much bigger fish, but alas. Lu Junhai chuckled, leading his subordinates into the interrogation room, pushing open the door with both hands and revealing a radiant smile. "Boss Zheng, I apologize for the minor delay. Let us get to the point." Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Tianhao's previously relaxed demeanor shifted instantly. He raised his head, his gaze fixated incredulously on the disheveled man before him. After a moment, he finally processed the information. He had never anticipated that this man would be so impervious to reason, and even now, the outside world could not restrain him. "This matter is beyond your capacity to handle. Captain Lu, are you truly determined to involve yourself?" Zhang Tianhao harbors no animosity towards individuals like Lu Junhai. Ordinarily, he might even admire such passionate, headstrong characters who act solely based on their whims and preferences. However, when his own affairs intertwine with such a person, it becomes exceedingly challenging. Enough with the pleasantries. Lu Junhai removed his overcoat and regarded Zhang Tianhao as one would a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chapter 27. The simple training. As the night dragged on, Gu Chen finally received a phone call. It was from Chu Hongxiu, who informed him that Zhang Tianhao had been apprehended. After a night of interrogation by Lu Junhai, Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhang Tianhao's aura of prestige was not as formidable as he had initially thought. The situation unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. Yet ultimately, it was no longer his concern. The following morning, Gu Chen rose early, eager for the first training session of the elite class. He was curious about the instructor the school would select for them. "Gu Chen, over here." Upon arriving at the playground, he spotted Yao Na perched on the horizontal bar, swinging her long, graceful legs and waving her arms in his direction. Surrounding her were a few other students. Her call drew the attention of the others, who also turned to look at Gu Chen. Even within the elite class, cliques existed. For instance, Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing had evidently established themselves as the social glue of the group, having cultivated relationships within the school that attracted at least half of their classmates to them. Although they were surprised by Gu Chen's presence yesterday, that intrigue was fleeting. With a force value of 90, Gu Chen barely met the threshold for admission into this class. In contrast, Yao Na consistently ranked among the top few. Unfortunately, after attempting to engage Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao a few times, they quickly realized that she was indifferent to their overtures and opted to spare themselves further embarrassment. "I say, could we perhaps use a different form of address?" Gu Chen chuckled wryly as he approached. Yao Na grinned mischievously, exclaiming, "What's wrong? This title is quite endearing, don't you think? Right, Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhang?" The other two students nodded eagerly, smiling. They were also elite class members and clearly understood the clout of this dominant figure. The playground buzzed with chatter as Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao took the initiative to establish a class group, inviting everyone to join. must be said that these two possessed a remarkable ability to break the ice, swiftly dispelling the initial awkwardness and fostering familiarity among the group. In the future, we shall all be awakened ones. Although we may not reside in the same city, being classmates of the same cohort allows us to support one another. Liang Hongtao spoke confidently, rallying those present to lend a hand. It was evident that many found his words encouraging, their chests puffing up with pride upon hearing them. Xiao Chun refrained from commenting. Yet he recognized the exaggeration in his statement. A force value of 100 merely signified the threshold for awakening. Even if one achieved this, it did not guarantee a smooth awakening. Considering those who awakened past the age limit, whether in university or even after entering the workforce, it was reasonable to estimate that among their cohort at Yizhong, perhaps only 8 or 10 would truly awaken. Who exactly is our substitute instructor during these days? One wondered aloud. In this high school campus, only the principal is an awakened one, and he is a first-level awakened individual in the Department of Life Sciences. Could it be that he himself will be teaching us? That seems implausible. Such a prospect seems rather uninteresting. Is it not preferable for our teacher to conduct the lessons instead? As these individuals engage in their discussions, their faces bear a semblance of jest. It is not difficult to comprehend that Jiangxing No. 1 High School is the finest institution in the city, and they, being the absolute elite within its ranks, are currently basking in the vigor of their youth. At that moment, the resonant hum of an engine pierced through the air of the playground. A sleek black racing motorcycle sped into view, raising clouds of dust, akin to a roaring beast. Upon the motorcycle sat a man, his face marred by scars and clad in black leather, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he careened forward. Such a velocity, should the vehicle collide with the throng of students, it would surely result in chaos. As the students instinctively sought to evade, they witnessed a sudden maneuver from the man. He did not apply the brakes. Instead, he forcefully stomped his feet on the ground, launching himself into the air while still gripping the motorcycle with one hand. The speeding machine traced an arc in the air, its considerable bulk seeming almost like a toy as he spun it around before it came to a steady halt by the roadside. The man dusted off his hands and coughed twice. "Greetings, everyone. I am your special training instructor, Lin Sudong." A hush fell over the crowd, each individual momentarily at a loss for words. The motorcycle, which must weigh several hundred pounds, appeared to be manipulated with ease in the hands of this man. Although they recognized the intention behind his display of intimidation, the feat was undeniably beyond their capabilities. The students, who had previously worn expressions of casual indifference, now retracted their dismissive attitudes. Initially, they had not anticipated any significant breakthroughs during the upcoming 10 days of training, yet witnessing the prowess of their instructor ignited a spark of enthusiasm amongst them. "I have gathered a general understanding of your conditions. The training ahead may prove somewhat challenging. If anyone is unwell or unable to partake in strenuous activity, please step forward now." Upon hearing Lin Sudong's words, a wave of laughter erupted. What is the purpose of an awakened? Though there are various types of awakenings, combat awakenings remain the predominant form. These individuals are all prodigies with energy levels exceeding 90, possessing physical attributes far superior to the average person. Such concerns are hardly relevant. Very well, since there are no issues, let us commence immediately. I note that the time is currently 8:30 in the morning. We shall begin with laps around the playground. Within the next 3.5 hours, whoever completes the most laps will receive a reward. As soon as he uttered these words, confusion spread among the crowd. "Wait, laps?" A chubby boy's face contorted in dismay. It was not out of fatigue, but rather the sheer mundanity of the task that disheartened him. "Tio, run for an entire morning. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to absorb some energy stones instead?" "Indeed, and this is not merely for today. For the next 5 days, we will be running laps." Lin Sudong, with an air of authority, found a vantage point and settled himself, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the students. "What? Is this truly special training?" Murmurs of disbelief floated through the AI. It was not that they were unwilling to heed the instructor's words. Rather, this was far removed from their expectations. After finally acquiring a capable instructor, if the regimen consisted solely of running laps, they might as well have had a different physical education teacher. "Those who do not wish to train may withdraw," Lin Sudong waved dismissively. The previously discontented chubby boy's face flushed crimson with indignation. "Instructor Lin, the school has invited you here to aid in our awakening. Are you not simply slacking off?" Upon his utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the room, though many faces displayed an expression of justified expectation. Were they ordinary students, they would not dare to speak so audaciously. However, this group comprises the finest talents of the school, hailing from affluent families within Jiangxing, and they harbored no fear whatsoever. Since I have been summoned, how I choose to teach is solely my prerogative. Should you find dissatisfaction, feel free to report it. Such matters are inconsequential to me. Lin Sudong appeared nonchalant, leaving the stout student at a loss for words. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, the first place winner will receive a Baoyuan pill, while the top 5 will be awarded Xingyuan pills. Upon his declaration, all those who had previously voiced dissent fell silent. Baoyuan pill. Even these well-off students displayed a glimmer of excitement at the prospect. The Baoyuan pill is a pharmaceutical product developed by Deep Space Pharmaceuticals, capable of replenishing a substantial amount of original energy for those who have exhausted it. Typically, only the military is authorized to purchase such items, although some resourceful awakeners and wealthy entrepreneurs manage to acquire these as well. For awakeners below level 2, it serves as an exceptional supplement. Many individuals struggle to break through the 100-point threshold of original energy, relying on such items to surmount their bottlenecks. This particular item, if procured from the black market, could fetch a staggering price of 500,000 per pill. The young merchant at heart, Liang Hongtao, murmured to himself, his companion's eyes lighting up at his words. Although their families were well off and they seldom lacked for raw energy stones, Jiangxing remains a remote locale. Even with good fortune, resources are not limitless. A price tag of 500,000 is beyond the means of most. This allocation comes from the school, and for the next 5 days, it will be available daily. Those who wish to obtain it must run laps. Lin Sudong waved his hand dismissively, as if reluctant to engage further. Not only is there the Baoyuan pill, but also the Xingyuan pill, which, while not as valuable, still commands a price of 50,000 per pill. Despite the somewhat aimless nature of running laps, the rewards are indeed tangible. A few students hesitated, but many others quietly withdrew from the contention and commenced running. Damn it, Wu Jia, you're shameless. You were just complaining to me and now you've already run half a lap? Huh? No, I'm merely jogging. You just wait. Being seniors, they quickly followed the lead of a few others, rushing to join the running, fearful of falling behind. Observing the students as they began their laps, Lin Sudong plucked a blade of grass and recorded a video for Principal Li Jianya. Sudong, were we not meant to privately allocate the Baoyuan pills to Lu Zhanjuan and Yao Na? Why has a competition been arranged instead? Li Jianya chuckled and shook his head. The 5 Baoyuan pills were originally intended for Lu Zhanjuan and the other top students. Currently, they are the most likely candidates to break through the 100-point barrier and achieve awakening. However, Lin Sudong has a penchant for fairness, thus providing this opportunity for competition. Yet, Li Jianya understood well that these students, neglecting regular exercise, relied primarily on the physical enhancements brought about by their original energy to run. Under such circumstances, the top prize would naturally not slip through their fingers. If I did not arrange this, which prodigy would willingly run laps for me? In pursuit of elixirs, the act of running laps may appear rather foolish. Yet for these unawakened students, it is altogether fitting. It poses no real danger while compelling them to exert themselves fully. These students, lacking both exercise and opportunities for adventure, previously managed well enough, but to become awakened beings, they must undergo this crucible of pushing their limits. Moreover, the elixirs. Ultimately, they are intended for just a select few. Lin Sudong observed the figures on the playground. Lu Zhanjuan, Yao Na, prior to the examination, only these two had surpassed 100 in their energy levels, making them the sole representatives of the entire grade. The elixirs were, in truth, prepared specifically for them. To align with today's training, Lin Sudong had employed it as a bargaining chip to motivate others. However, 100 serves as a watershed. In terms of physical strength and fitness, no one in this elite class could rival these two. Li Jianya understood this as well, hence his lack of concern regarding the potential for rewards to slip away. At this very moment, on the 400-meter track, 30 individuals were nearly colliding with one another, all engaged in a fervent sprint. Despite the disparities in energy levels, they had only just begun their laps, and everyone seemed to be in a comparable state. An hour later. Have you heard? The elite class is running laps around the playground. Surely not. Is this what they call specialized training? Indeed, they've been at it for nearly an hour. The students, already brimming with curiosity about the elite class, now leaned over the railings of the teaching building, pausing to watch. As expected, Lu Zhanjuan maintained his lead, the eternal idol of the first high school. Leading the pack were Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan, their pace measured, maintaining a distance of less than 10 meters from those behind. This situation sparked a glimmer of hope in many, a mere 10 meters. With a burst of determination, perhaps they could catch up in the end. It was akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Seated nearby, Lin Sudong discarded the stem of grass he had been chewing. Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan were indeed exceptional. Not only were they endowed with talent, but their temperament was equally mature. Their capabilities far exceeded the current pace. Should they choose to accelerate, they would certainly endure. Yet, this cautious approach allowed them to conserve energy while keeping everyone else at bay, enabling them to unleash a final contest when the time was right, effectively eliminating any chance of interference from others. However, this contradicted Lin Sudong's original intention. Just as he contemplated a method to rouse the others behind, inciting them into a frenzy, a jarring sound suddenly erupted. First came a resounding blast, followed by a prolonged and sharp sound, reminiscent of a balloon deflating. Lin Sudong's expression shifted as he caught sight of a wisp of yellow smoke rising amidst the crowd, and then, "What the hell? Sun Yu, are you even human? Are you trying to suffocate me with that fart? Cough cough, I can't breathe. What did I eat last night?" The one referred to as Sun Yu was none other than the chubby boy who had previously questioned Lin Sudong, now wearing an expression of utter contentment, exclaiming, "I had pickled vegetables, and this breath is finally out." In an instant, the previously orderly formation shattered like a stone tossed into a tranquil lake, sending dozens of students fleeing with their faces covered, instantly surpassing Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan. Well done. Lin Sudong's eyes lit up. Was this not precisely the effect he desired? Although Lu Zhanjuan and Yao Na could not detect the odor, they were compelled to quicken their pace to maintain their advantage, resulting in a sudden acceleration of the entire team's speed. However, the smile on Lin Sudong's face did not linger for long, for the noxious yellow smoke, carried by the northern wind, wafted into his vicinity. His complexion instantly took on a purplish hue. What on earth is this boy consuming? Such a foul stench. On the railing of the corridor in the teaching building, students were already in fits of laughter, their opinions on this special training quietly diminishing. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chun held his breath and surged to the front of the first echelon. After a few minutes of chaos, the formation stabilized once again. And now 6 individuals stood alongside Lu Zhanjuan. Much to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chun was among them. Lin Sudong glanced at his watch. Time remaining, 1 hour and 33 minutes. This lad is quite tenacious. Lin Sudong cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen. He knew a bit about him, primarily from his conversation with the principal, where Li Jianya expressed his regret over Xiao Chen's potential being overlooked. Now, seeing Xiao Chen running ahead, he felt a twinge of regret himself. What a promising talent. How wonderful it would have been had he been discovered sooner. With a power level of 90, he was still somewhat lacking. Chapter 29. A little trick. How on earth did he manage to catch up? Could he truly believe he had the ability to contend for first place? Behind him, having shaken off Sun Yu's obnoxious antics, the formation gradually stabilized. After a prolonged period of running, the differences in their capabilities became increasingly apparent. The final echelon consisted of about 10 individuals, mostly with power levels around 93. Among them were people like Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing. At the forefront stood 5 individuals with power levels exceeding 98, along with Xiao Chun. Thus, within this group, Xiao Chun appeared particularly striking. Ren Jialing curled her lip in disdain. Although she had misjudged him yesterday and missed the chance to befriend Xiao Chun, she had come to realize that one more person or one less made little difference. Liang Hongtao, the campus businessman, even urged her to cultivate a better relationship with Xiao Chen, yet Ren Jialing deemed it unnecessary. A power level of 90? Once she entered the War Academy, such levels would be commonplace. Moreover, their internal plans for the reward for first place had long been established. The midday sun was glaring, with the summer air feeling as if it had been scorched by flames. Those students who had gathered to watch the spectacle found it increasingly difficult to maintain their amusement, for after completing a class, they emerged to discover this group was still running. In all honesty, they recognized they did not possess such stamina. All their garments were drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies. Xiao Chen also felt a sharp pain in his lungs. He was uncertain of his current power level. After returning home yesterday and absorbing some crystals and original stones, he had undoubtedly improved, yet he would still fall short compared to the prodigies Lu Zhanjuan and Yao Na. If he desired the replenishing elixir, it was practically within reach, for he had one final trump card. The awakening skill, recovery. Although it would significantly deplete his power, it could almost restore his energy and stamina to their peak. Nevertheless, Gu Chen did not intend to employ this tactic. It is not that he possesses high moral integrity or a competitive spirit. Those qualities were cast aside 3 years ago when he and his sister were rendered homeless. The only uncertainty lies in whether his use of the awakening technique will be detected by Lin Sudong. If it is, the situation could become quite amusing. Awakening with less than 100 points of energy is a significant event. Even in the heart of the top cities within Xia country, he cannot withstand scrutiny. While there are prodigies who awaken at the age of 15 with remarkable speed, none have awakened without reaching the critical threshold. This young man seems to possess an unsettling peculiarity. Lin Sudong, under the relentless sun, checked his watch, his expression gradually growing serious. These students are more tenacious than he had anticipated, and the fact that Gu Chen has managed to keep pace for so long indicates that he indeed possesses considerable ability. Only half an hour remains, as time draws near. Lin Sudong understands that the moment of truth is fast approaching. TOC's first place. One must not hold back, waiting until the final lap risks allowing others, who may possess greater stamina and explosive power, to surpass you. Predictably, Lu Zhanjuan and Yao Na accelerated first, gradually distancing themselves from the remaining members of the leading group. They surged ahead. The individuals in the last tier had not even considered vying for first place, but some in the second tier were gritting their teeth and running with all their might. Upon seeing Lu Zhanjuan and Yao Na increase their speed, despair washed over them. However, Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao remained undeterred, their eyes fixed on a robust man within the first tier, Peng Xiaokong, the one among their small circle with the highest energy value, a staggering 99. Seeing him catch up, Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao exchanged a knowing smile. Their spirits lifted. They were astute individuals. They understood Lin Sudong's arrangements, knowing that the final rewards would likely go to Lu Zhanjuan or Yao Na. Yet, they had discovered a loophole that could allow them to acquire the coveted recovery pill. The executor of this plan was none other than Peng Xiaokong. As Peng Xiaokong joined the fray, Lu Zhanjuan and Yao Na were slightly taken aback, but chose to remain silent. Both of them had surpassed the century mark in energy, and the gap between them was minimal. Even a slight misstep could influence the final outcome. The disparity began to widen. The top 2 positions were held firmly by Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan, neck and neck, while the third was claimed by Peng Xiaokong, with Gu Chen in fourth. Though Gu Chen was certainly surprising, the focus remained on the top 3. Gu Chen maintained a calm demeanor. If he could not obtain the recovery pill, the augmentation pill would suffice. Time ticked away, and the third tier of participants was gradually lapped by the leaders. Lin Sudong observed Peng Xiaokong, noting the latter's complexion had turned a shade of purple, prompting a frown. Pushing one's limits was his strategy, but it needed to be tempered with caution. Did this student truly intend to contest first place with the other 2? Just as Lin Sudong contemplated whether to offer a word of caution, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. Peng Xiaokong, while running, pulled half of a red pill from his pocket and, without hesitation, tossed it into his mouth. Good heavens! Lin Sudong couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured to himself. These students exhibit a cunningness surpassing that of my own school days. What a miscalculation! To think there are those who resort to medication. That crimson pill is none other than the coveted second-place reward. The Xingyuan pill, which, while still valuable, pales in comparison to the Qi restoration pill and is relatively easier to procure. For students at this level of innate power, it can almost instantaneously replenish their expended energy, with even a surplus. Although Peng Xiaokong consumed merely half a pill, it sufficed. His flushed complexion reverted to its original state, and he appeared revitalized and sprightly. Ha! What a delightful sensation! The once overwhelming fatigue dissipated in an instant. As he accelerated forward, he couldn't help but marvel at the strategies devised by Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing. While taking medication may not be an especially sophisticated tactic, the rules articulated by the instructor did not explicitly prohibit it. As an instructor on his first day, one could hardly expect him to retract his previous statements. Though he and Yao Na, as well as Lu Zhanjuan, had some disparities in ability, half a pill was more than adequate to bridge the gap. Goodness, Peng Xiaokong is astonishingly formidable. Formidable, indeed. Did you not witness him taking medication? As the competition neared its conclusion, students who had just finished class gathered to observe. Lu Zhanjuan and Yao Na, who had been focused on each other, were momentarily taken aback to see Peng Xiaokong closing in from behind. Yet, Both were fiercely competitive and instinctively accelerated once more. Unfortunately, after their strenuous efforts, they were nearing their limits. They could keep pace. But it was evident that Peng Xiaokong was pulling further ahead. Medication? Xiao Qian, too, noticed Peng Xiaokong's actions, stirring something within him. That moment, all eyes were drawn to the three competitors ahead, while he remained somewhat inconspicuous, a half-lap behind them. Since that is the case, I shall graciously accept this opportunity. Gathering energy, he activated his abilities. Chapter 30. Surely, this is an attempt to show off. The remaining energy was swiftly depleted, causing Xiao Qin's vision to darken, nearly causing him to stumble. Were it not for the energy augmentation, this group would not have been able to cover so many laps, and Xiao Chun was no exception. However, despite the energy being exhausted, he felt an invigorating strength coursing through him, banishing all fatigue and lightening his steps. Lin Sudong glanced at his watch, furrowing his brow. 5 minutes remaining. He truly did not anticipate that these youngsters would strategize so meticulously for the sake of claiming first place. Having boasted to the principal, he had presumed his arrangements were flawless, only to be outmaneuvered by this band of youngsters. Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing instinctively slowed their pace. The likelihood of securing a top 5 finish seemed slim, but based on their current progress, their plan appeared to be successful. Though Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan said nothing, their expressions were grave, both gritting their teeth, unwilling to accept defeat in such a manner. The students on the field were fiercely competing, while the spectators from the first school were merely enjoying the show. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the crowd. Xiao Qian was recklessly charging forward. What audacity! Surely, he possesses an exceptional quality, terrifying indeed. If he continues his sprint now, he might not maintain a top 5 position, as fatigue is bound to follow. A group of middle school students stood elevated, their keen eyes clearly observing the astonishing speed at which Xiao Qian was sprinting, each one leaning forward in curiosity. This lad still has the strength. Lin Sudong had indeed overlooked Xiao Qian earlier, believing that his ability to remain within the top 5 was likely due to a solid foundation of physical training. Yet, even so, the disparity in their inherent energy would be challenging to bridge. Merely finishing in the top 5 would be a commendable feat. Today's events are truly peculiar. As time passed, within 2 minutes, Xiao Chun had already surged past Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan, leaving them with nothing but an ever-diminishing figure in the distance. Initially, when overtaken by Peng Xiaokong, the two could comprehend the situation, as Peng's energy levels were comparable to theirs. However, what is happening now? Behind them, Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao's expressions shifted as well, although they had reduced their pace, unwilling to contend for the top 5. They recognized they had nearly reached their limits. The others, needless to say, were also struggling, gasping for breath. Where did Xiao Chun find the energy to keep running? Damn, that's my buddy. Did you see? He is from our class, Xiao Chun. In the hallway, Xiao Chin's close friend Wu Chao pounded his chest triumphantly, his face aglow, as if he himself were the one occupying this position. That moment, their homeroom teacher, Old Song, stepped out, drawn by the chatter, and joined in the merriment. This was the first time Xiao Chen realized just how extraordinary an awakened ability could be. Although he appeared to be nearing his limits, he alone understood that. Purely in terms of physical capability, running these few minutes felt almost effortless. As Peng Xiaokong continued, he suddenly spotted a figure closing in at high speed, causing him to shudder in surprise. What is happening? He was already feeling fatigued, yet the distance between him and Yao Na was substantial, so he had not pushed himself too hard. Upon seeing Xiao Chun charging toward him, he instinctively considered accelerating. But a moment of clarity struck him. Wait, isn't this kid supposed to be at the bottom of the class? Is he merely trying to show off at the last moment after being lapped? Previously, when he was in the first tier, he had been closely trailing Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan, completely unaware of Xiao Chen's presence. Given Xiao Chen's reputation as the class underachiever, it was only natural for him to assume that Xiao Chun had been lapped. Being lapped and then saving a bit of energy for a final sprint to salvage his dignity, Peng Xiaokong found it hard to believe that anyone else would resort to performance-enhancing substances beforehand, let alone that Xiao Chun, if he had indeed taken any, could be a rival. Thus, he let out a scoff and allowed Xiao Chun to pass him. What a show-off! Isn't he just a lapped runner? He was already contemplating the rewards he would reap upon claiming victory, envisioning the division of the profits from the Xingyuan pill that Liang Hongtao had brought forth, after deducting costs among their group. Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing, witnessing this scene from behind, were filled with shock and anger. Although it was only half a Xingyuan pill, the energy it provided was certainly sufficient, even if Gu Chen accelerated. They were confident that Peng Xiaokong still had enough stamina to maintain his lead. They could not fathom how Gu Chen had so easily passed him. What is he doing? Ren Jialing was left dumbfounded. Damn, this kid must think Gu Chen was lapped by him. Liang Hongtao gazed at Peng Xiaokong, whose nonchalant demeanor ignited a fierce desire within him to deliver a couple of punches. However, he suppressed his simmering rage and bellowed, Peng Xiaokong, you dare to chase him? He hasn't been encircled by you. This thunderous exclamation drained Liang Hongtao of the breath he had been holding, compelling him to pause and gasp for air. What? Upon hearing this outburst, Peng Xiaokong's mind momentarily blanked, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Not encircled? Lin Sudong, positioned in the viewing area, covered his face, yet a smile played at the corners of his mouth. If one were to secure first place through the use of medication, the rewards were still owed. Otherwise, the instructor's authority would be undermined. Yet, if circumstances shifted, all the better. Gu Chen has betrayed me, Peng Xiaokong dashed forward, but Gu Chen was not lagging behind either. Although the gap between them was narrowing, it would likely take him several minutes to catch up. Observing Gu Chen forging ahead, the onlooking students erupted in excitement. Incredible! This is the essence of an underdog's resurgence. It seems the earlier rumors were indeed true. Gu Chen has truly aided the Law Enforcement Bureau. This fellow usually keeps to himself, but I find him rather handsome. These students paid little heed to the discrepancies in their abilities, merely yearning to witness an inspiring narrative. After all, in comparison to other prodigies, Gu Chen felt more relatable to them. Time's up, with Lin Sudong's command. Nearly everyone came to an abrupt halt. Initially driven by the desire to obtain the supplementary Yuan Dan, they soon realized their chances for rewards were dwindling, leading them to purely resist the prospect of losing to others. Many collapsed in exhaustion, lying motionless on the ground, unbothered by their soiled garments. Gu Chen, resting his hands on his knees, squinted toward the rear, where Peng Xiaokong sat in despair. Just over 100 meters to go. Cough cough, I hereby announce that the champion of this competition is Gu Chen, who will receive the supplementary Yuan Dan. The second to fifth places are Peng Xiaokong, Lu Zhanjuan, Yao Na, and Ouyang Han. Upon concluding his announcement, Lin Sudong strode confidently from the stands to Gu Chen's side. Observing the exhausted, pallid youth, he stroked his chin, genuinely curious about how he managed such a feat. Chapter 31. New challenges. Some matters can be endured through sheer willpower. Yet there exists a limit to this resilience. Many often discuss the spirit or qualities of certain individuals, marveling at their ability to triumph over adversity through determination. However, without commensurate capability to back it up, such endeavors are bound to fail. Lin Sudong understood this well, which only heightened his curiosity. Upon hearing his words, Gu Chen felt a sense of relief, realizing that his use of awakening techniques had gone unnoticed. An hour later, Lin Sudong completed the distribution of rewards and announced that no medications would be permitted in subsequent training. Before dismissing the crowd, the mention of elixirs, many glanced towards Peng Xiaokong. At this moment, he stood there as if his soul had departed, while Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing wore equally grim expressions. The supplementary Yuan Dan, which seemed all but guaranteed, could have fetched at least 500,000. Now it was lost. Sigh. I truly don't know what to say to you. Liang Hongtao waved his hand dismissively, accepting that this money was a lost cause. Naturally, he could not demand reimbursement from Peng Xiaokong. Otherwise, he would forfeit his standing within this small team. He certainly must have taken drugs. Peng Xiaokong declared emphatically, while Ren Jialing nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Otherwise, it simply does not add up. Their words brought a modicum of balance to the minds of the others in the small circle. Otherwise, the thought of a laggard besting them all was psychologically intolerable. Liang Hongtao sighed. Does it really matter whether he took drugs? The issue is that something valuable has been lost. Moreover, even if he had taken drugs, his actions were far more discreet than yours. Peng Xiaokong was rendered speechless in contrast to them, Yao Na, Ouyang Han, and the boisterous Wu Chao, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, surrounded Gu Chen with smiles. Brother Chen, from now on, you'll be my brother. You'll look out for me? Wu Chao exclaimed. You're impressive. You managed to take drugs without anyone noticing. Wu Chao gave a thumbs up. Hearing this, Gu Chen felt a twinge of frustration, I didn't he take any drugs. Feigning innocence, are we? Even we were kept in the dark, Wu Chao chuckled. We wouldn't report you. Right, Sister Na? Yao Na feigned anger, placing her hands on her hips. If you give me that pill, I won't report you. Xiao Chen found himself at a loss, wondering if this group genuinely believed he had taken drugs. I really didn't he take any? Look, not only has this guy's power increased, but his acting skills have also improved. No, he has certainly hit the jackpot. We must treat him to a meal, Wu Chao persisted. Previously, among their small group of friends, both he and Xiao Chun had felt somewhat inadequate alongside Yao Na, perceiving it as somewhat embarrassing for two men to follow her lead. Now, it seemed he had gained a big brother. I think so too, Ouyang Han, who had been silent, finally spoke with an expressionless face. Xiao Chun also wished to treat them to a meal, but this so-called treasure worth 500,000 was, after all, not mere money. Treating them to a meal. His pockets were emptier than his face. Just then, footsteps approached and Lin Sudong, wearing a smile, walked over to the group. Xiao Chun, come here for a moment. You all should head back and rest well. We have more to do tomorrow. Wu Chao and the others assumed Lin Sudong intended to give Xiao Chen special treatment, and they left, brimming with envy. However, Xiao Chun felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be that the other party had discerned his use of awakening techniques? He mentally strategized how to explain himself. The two entered the rest area beside the playground, where Lin Sudong scrutinized Xiao Chun. This young man exuded a maturity uncommon for his age. Earlier, he had informed Principal Li Jianya about today's events, which inevitably led to a reprimand, as the recovery pill had been personally funded by Li Jianya for specific use. No need to be nervous. I have no intention of taking anything from you. Please, have a seat. Xiao Chen emanated an air of guardedness, distinct from the typical respect students held for teachers. Lin Sudong recognized it as a habitual defense mechanism. If I am not mistaken, your power has surged again since yesterday, has it not? Xiao Chen nodded. Aside from the small amount he had obtained alongside the red crystal last night, he had nearly exhausted his reserves. Such a prodigy, Lin Sudong sighed. While quality raw stones were indeed commendable, they were merely supplementary items. The rapid growth he exhibited could only attest to Xiao Chen's extraordinary innate talent. However, regarding this replenishing elixir, I would advise you to consume it 4 days hence. Noticing the perplexed gaze of Xiao Chen, Lin Sudong smiled gently and continued, do not underestimate the awakening process. It is not as simple as it seems. Your rapid increase in primordial energy is due to your body's inherent capacity to accommodate such energy. To illustrate, envision a small pond within your physique. The primordial energy resembles the water in that pond, and by utilizing primordial stones to replenish it, the pond becomes increasingly full. When the pond is not yet full, adding more is certainly feasible, but as it approaches capacity, overindulgence in supplementation could lead to overflow. What do you think would happen then? Xiao Chen replied softly, it would spill over. Precisely, Lin Sudong affirmed, the excess primordial energy would largely be wasted, while a smaller portion would gradually transform your pond, enlarging it. Xiao Chen began to grasp his meaning. You must have sensed that your efficiency in absorbing primordial stones has diminished recently, correct? This indicates that your pond, or as we refer to it, your primordial reservoir, is nearing its limit. The term primordial reservoir was unfamiliar to Xiao Chen, yet he nodded in agreement. Upon reflection, he realized he had not truly experienced such a sensation. Observing Xiao Chen nodding, Lin Sudong assumed he had indeed felt it and patted his shoulder, stating, to expand your primordial reservoir, you must cultivate a robust physique and continuously nourish it with primordial energy. My instruction for you to engage in running was precisely for this purpose. Your reservoir is likely approaching its maximum capacity, so I recommend that you refrain from taking the elixir until after this intensive training period. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, is a few days sufficient? Lin Sudong smiled with a hint of satisfaction. Not quite enough, which is why I would prefer you to take the elixir after the awakening test day. However, doing so might adversely affect your final results. The choice is yours. Xiao Chen looked up, somewhat astonished at Lin Sudong's candor. For Lin Sudong, it would surely be more advantageous to take the elixir before the test day to maximize performance. Yet he chose to speak the truth. Young man, do not regard me with such skepticism. Not all in this world are villains. Otherwise, do you believe this wall could withstand the onslaught of those mutated beasts? It is thanks to the human heroes and our military standing firm before us. Lin Sudong patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. There is one more matter, albeit with a slim chance of occurrence. that I must bring to your attention. Prior to the test day, avoid any conflicts. Should you sustain injuries, it could severely impact your performance, especially if they are grave and involve significant blood loss. While recovery is possible, it will substantially diminish your primordial energy levels for a certain period. Although Lin Sudong's warning was meant to be casual, it instilled a sense of urgency in Xiao Qian. This could potentially derail his plans. The green crystals had been nearly depleted. He had intended to spend his limited savings on some indulgent sustenance in the coming days, and then continue to use his own blood to nourish Mu Xiaowan. Chapter 32. Adventure. Thank you. Instructor Lin.as. Xiao Qian departed. Lin Sudong's expression grew somewhat complex. From the school's perspective, he should not have uttered such words today. If Xiao Qian were to consume the replenishing elixir, it was highly probable that his primordial energy would surpass 100 on the test day. This was certainly something Li Jianya would also wish to see. Word has spread that he trained for 10 days, elevating a student with a power level of 90 to 100, which certainly makes for an impressive resume. Yet, he remarked that the choice ultimately rests with Xiao Qian himself. This poses quite a dilemma. Dragging his slightly fatigued body, Xiao Qian clutched tightly to the rejuvenating elixir, eyeing everyone as if they were potential robbers. However, glancing at his worn and faded attire, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament. It seemed even a thief might consider him too impoverished to warrant a heist. Reflecting on Lin Sudong's words from earlier today, Xiao Qian furrowed his brow. With only a small shard of the green crystal remaining, he pondered how to avoid letting his sister go hungry during these days when bloodletting was not an option. Where could he procure more? Not every corpse yielded green crystals. It required a certain level of power. Moreover, as his own power increased, the conditions for generating these crystals became even more stringent. Otherwise, he could simply visit hospitals and graveyards, and all would be well. As he exited the city walls and entered the impoverished District C, he noticed that the streets seemed emptier than usual. Yet, preoccupied with his thoughts, Xiao Qian paid little attention to this anomaly. "Brother, you're back," called out the petite Mu Xiaowan, carrying a plate of stir-fried potatoes with meat. Clad in an oversized apron that clearly belonged to someone else, on the table, 3 exquisitely arranged side dishes awaited, just as they always did. Dinner was naturally a solitary affair for Xiao Qian. Though he found himself distracted and disinterested in the meal, Mu Xiaowan sat quietly, seemingly sensing her brother's discontent. Her dark eyes sparkled as she dashed into another room, busying herself with something. Moments later, she emerged, having changed out of her soiled apron and into a floral sundress. Though the attire appeared rather worn, her beauty rendered it irrelevant. She twirled around, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "Brother, look at this new dress I found today. Isn't it lovely?" It dawned on Xiao Qian just how much she had blossomed into a beautiful young woman. He felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling a time when she was merely a snot-nosed little girl, clutching a tattered teddy bear while following him around in search of sustenance. For 3 years, she had gone without new clothes or toys, and whatever she claimed to have found was likely scavenged from the refuse of the affluent district. It was likely that his sister was still enduring hunger while concocting ways to keep her spirits high. This thought only soured his appetite further. He decided to put aside his worries. Even if his power waned slightly, it mattered little. He chose not to disclose the truth to Mu Xiaowan. Knowing she would never accept it, he made his way to the kitchen, preparing to draw more of his own blood. Just then, he heard a commotion outside. A cacophony of footsteps suggesting a large group was on the move. Earlier, the streets had been sparsely populated. Where had this crowd suddenly emerged from? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Peering through the kitchen window, he scrutinized the scene outside. Most of the individuals were clad in black leather jackets, brandishing an assortment of weapons such as knives and clubs, swaggering through the streets while exchanging crude jokes and profanity. Was this a gang negotiation? Where there is light, darkness inevitably follows, especially in the wake of the Wasteland era. Numerous factions had emerged in areas where government oversight faltered. Xiao Qian had heard that the 2 largest gangs in Jiangqing were both presided over by awakened individuals. In businesses involving gambling, underground fighting, and the trafficking of prohibited goods, the presence of these figures was ever looming. Most of the time, they managed to coexist without incident. However, should one gang attract a formidable ally or a member of their ranks surpass their limits, shattering the delicate equilibrium between the factions, fierce conflicts would inevitably ensue. Naturally, they dared not stir trouble within the city, thus the outskirts became the preferred battleground. It was no wonder that the streets were sparsely populated today. Many romanticized the notion of gangs, but Xiao Chun was all too aware that they were merely a band of bloodthirsty individuals thriving on violence. Figures like Zhang Tianhao posed no threat, but the small vendors were a different story. Although the likelihood of a gang conflict was low, Xiao Chun had nonetheless changed into a black denim outfit and armed himself with a rusted machete from his home before heading out. "Xiao Wan, I'm stepping out for a bit. Stay indoors and don't worry. I'll be back soon." Xiao Wan nodded quietly, yet as soon as Xiao Chun departed, a heavy concern clouded her eyes. She knew her brother was once again embarking on a perilous venture. Xiao Chun deliberately trailed behind for a while before seamlessly merging into the throng from a corner. It soon became apparent that he had been overly cautious. The gang had mobilized over 200 members, and his presence went unnoticed. After following for about 10 minutes and leaving the slums, he listened to their conversations, feeling a twinge of disappointment in his heart. The violent clash he had anticipated was unlikely to materialize. The gang was named Zixuan, and they were about to negotiate with the Heihu gang, the two largest factions in Jiangcheng. Periodically, the leaders convened to discuss the division of business. If an agreement could not be reached, they would settle matters in the arena, competing in combat. Today was no exception, with each side presenting a representative for the duel, where life and death were at stake. The stipulation was that neither party could summon awakened individuals, only members of their own gang were permitted. Although Xiao Chen felt disheartened, he understood the rationale. Only when new forces emerged would they carve a bloody path. Seasoned powers like theirs could not withstand such chaos. Engaging in a true conflict would only benefit the smaller factions beneath them. What surprised Xiao Chen, however, was the unwavering confidence exhibited by the Zixuan members regarding tonight's duel. As the combatant chosen was none other than the son of the Zixuan gang leader, Li Haoran, the young heir. Upon hearing the name, Xiao Chun felt a flicker of familiarity. Could it be mere coincidence? He recalled an incident from his sophomore year when a student, rejected in his affections, had brutally assaulted a classmate. The scandal had erupted, drawing condemnation from peers and intervention from the police, though the ultimate resolution remained unknown to them. He only remembered the perpetrator boasting that not a single hair on his head would be harmed, after which he vanished from news. Xiao Chen and his peers had assumed that the student was incarcerated. Yet here he was, once again hearing the name. Moments later, the footsteps of the 200-plus individuals came to a halt, revealing a dirt arena approximately 20 meters in diameter. Amidst the clanging of iron and the roar of cheers, a somewhat gaunt and shadowy figure gracefully ascended the platform. Xiao Chun squinted slightly. Despite the passage of over a year, he still recognized that face it was indeed Li Haoran. To his astonishment, he discovered that Li was the son of the leader of the Zixuan gang. No wonder he seemed so carefree. "Ha, Li Zichen, you truly are generous, allowing your son to step into the ring personally." A voice, as thunderous as a storm, echoed throughout the arena, and a dark, imposing crowd emerged across from him. The speaker was a robust man, towering over 1.90 meters, with iron rings the size of fists adorning his ears. Xiao Chen distinctly sensed that the previously jovial members of his group had quieted considerably upon seeing this figure. Chapter 33. The offering of the deceased Li Zichen was indeed the name of the leader of the Zixuan gang. At this moment, he stood prominently at the forefront, and in stark contrast to Yao Taifeng, the leader of the Black Tiger gang. Li Zichen appeared quite slender, clad in a flowing purple robe that exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Children ought to experience the world. Do not underestimate him. My son possesses formidable strength. Their dialogue gave Xiao Chen the impression that they were not adversarial leaders clashing, but rather amiable friends sharing an unspoken understanding. Xiao Chun maneuvered through the gaps in the crowd to the front row, where he observed the representative of the Black Tiger gang slowly ascending the stage. He appeared youthful, seemingly around Xiao Chen's age, and unlike Li Haoran's arrogant confidence, this individual's face bore a more numbed expression. He likely knows that his fate is sealed. Their gang far surpasses his, and sending him up is nothing short of a death sentence. Xiao Chun overheard the discussions among the Zixuan gang members, a sense of confusion washing over him. Why send someone to their demise? Wasn't the Black Tiger gang destined to lose? He softly inquired, prompting surprised glances from two burly men beside him. One of them, a one-eyed man, coldly retorted, "You must be new here, little one." Xiao Chen quickly nodded, his gaze respectful as he replied, "Brother, your insight is remarkable. I have only recently joined our gang a few months ago." The term brother seemed to please the one-eyed man, who then elaborated, When significant matters arise, they cannot be resolved through such trivial competitions. Today's event is merely a formality, with our young master personally taking the stage. Old Yao will also extend us a measure of courtesy. It is simply a means to offer him a head, allowing the young master to witness bloodshed. Offer a head? Gu Chen mused, glancing once more at the youth on stage, who appeared to be aware of his grim fate. Within his numbed expression lay hints of fear and anger. The one-eyed man continued his explanation. This time, Gu Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the slender figure of the youth, narrowing his eyes. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Gu Chen began to survey his surroundings. Though the area was expansive, it was overgrown with weeds and scattered with uneven hills and muddy patches, seemingly ripe for concealment. Just then, with the resounding beat of a drum, the battle commenced. Revered was the first to strike, his fists and feet unleashing a tempest of blows upon the youth. Gu Chen instantly recognized that Revered's primordial energy undoubtedly exceeded 90 from the onset. Revered held an absolute advantage, forcing the youth to continuously block and evade, emitting pained grunts. Finish him. Beat him to the ground. Come on, fight back. This is utterly pathetic. Upon witnessing the formidable onslaught of Revered, the 200 members of the Zishuan gang erupted into a cacophony of deafening cheers. Gu Chen, standing in the front row nearest to the arena, felt a twinge of surprise. This young man, though seemingly sent forth as mere fodder, did not appear to be significantly weaker than Revered. He was passively enduring the blows, sustaining only minor injuries, and remained remarkably composed on his feet. However, with the immense backing of a powerful gang and the support of an awakened father's presence, it seemed the young man had no desire to retaliate. You are pitifully weak, Revered sneered, treating his opponent as nothing more than a human punching bag. Though he had engaged in such acts numerous times, doing so before hundreds of spectators brought a perverse flush to his cheeks. Minutes passed, and the defenseless youth bore the brunt of the assault, his face bruised and battered, with blood streaming from his nostrils like serpents. Quite resilient, indeed, he chuckled. With a heavy kick, the young man spat blood and fell from the arena, stirring a cloud of dust. Suddenly, he raised both hands and cried out, his voice ragged, I concede. I admit defeat. A hush fell over the crowd, each person regarding him with a mixture of pity and derision. While Gu Chen sighed inwardly, it became apparent to him that this battle was predestined to claim only one survivor. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted from all directions, filling the air and leaving the bloodied youth in a state of bewilderment. I have surrendered. I am already in this state. Why will you not spare me? His voice strained. He may have appeared less than a man to those present, yet Gu Chen discerned the fervent longing for life in his tone. Do not fret. I shall expedite your journey to the afterlife. Revered wiped his hands and leaped down from the platform, seizing a long knife from one of his gang members, and advanced step by step towards his opponent. The young man trembled, leaping to escape, but found himself confronted by the wall of Zishuan gang members behind him, who forcefully pushed him back. The fight is not over yet. Do not leave. Thought you could flee? Gu Chen stood close by, watching as the youth was repeatedly shoved back, while Revered drew nearer. Breathing heavily, Revered, despite the youth's passive endurance, found his own energy waning, as he had been forced to defend vital areas. Leaving him equally exhausted and eager to conclude this encounter swiftly, the young man made one final desperate dash towards the crowd, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Gu Chen surged ahead of the other gang members to intercept him. Did you truly believe you could escape? To kill or be killed, and yet you still harbor fear? Coward. With that, he abruptly shoved the youth back, joining in the laughter of his compatriots. Though Gu Chen's words sounded peculiar, he had nonetheless pushed the young man back, and those nearby gave it little thought. Yet at that moment, a flicker of incredulity appeared in the youth's eyes. Gazing at Gu Chen's face and reflecting upon his words, he felt a shock. Was it an illusion? He sensed an unexpected surge of vitality, as though he had been instantaneously revitalized. The cacophony of the Purple Shin gang members echoed like the roars of demons, their torches and blades casting a disorienting glow in the moonlight. Revered's footsteps drew perilously close. Why must I be the one to face death? Why can they not simply release me? Even in my current state, fear and anger are transmutable. Gu Chen, of course, was no magician, yet he undeniably bestowed upon the young man the power to transform. The awakening technique, The gathering of energy was unleashed in the very moment he was thrust forward. Death! Li Haoran's blade descended with casual ease, for he believed that this feeble, ineffectual opponent required merely a cursory stroke to be vanquished. However, at the instant his sword fell, he beheld a pair of eyes, bloodshot and filled with hatred, clang. The clash of iron rang out, sharp and jarring in the night sky. Chapter 34. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos in a flash, the youth seized a cleaver from a nearby gang member's grasp with a fierce determination. His hand grazed by the blade, yet seemingly unfazed. As the blades collided, sparks erupted, and in the face of Li Haoran's astonishment, a primal roar emanated from deep within the young man's throat. His weapon raised high, drops of blood sprayed through the air, the flickering torchlight illuminating the scene. As Li Haoran felt an overwhelming force, and in an instant of numbness in his arm, he sensed a chilling grip around his throat. A severed head soared into the air. "I kill him, damn. He plotted against us. Go to hell." It was such a bizarre time lapse that the two gang leaders hadn't even had a chance to speak. That previous accusation fell like a drop of water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting the fury of everyone present from the Zishuan gang. The scene erupted into chaos in an instant. The members of the Black Tiger gang were initially indifferent, but upon witnessing several bricks hurled their way, along with a barrage of foul language, they too were incensed. "Damn. How can you blame us when your little deputy is so incompetent? Do you think I fear you?" The two factions collided with a thunderous crash. A tumultuous melee ensued, and amidst it all, Zhou Yang, who had been knocked down by Gu Chen, was pushed to the edge of a tangled heap after taking a couple of heavy punches, and no one paid him any mind anymore. Gu Chen had no time to concern himself with him. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he recognized his opportunity amidst the brawl. Just as Gu Chen was about to make his move, a blood-soaked hand grasped him. He turned to see Zhou Yang staring at him, his lips moving as if he struggled to find the right words. Ultimately, Gu Chen broke free from his grip, and as he gazed at Gu Chen's retreating figure, Zhou Yang softly uttered a word of thanks. By this point, some had already perished in the fray. Yet what troubled Gu Chen most was the absence of a single green light orb, not even beside Li Haoran's lifeless body. This shouldn't be the case. Li Haoran's life force seemed comparable to mine. Moreover, these gang members surely possessed greater combat prowess than ordinary individuals. Their corpses ought to yield something. In the throng, Gu Chen was locked in a fierce struggle with a wiry member of a rival gang. In truth, he could easily unleash his life force and dispatch his adversary in an instant. But he could not afford to forego the chance to gather treasures. The slender opponent, likely a mere fifth-rate combatant, was astonished to find someone of equal caliber standing before him, both engaged in a heated exchange of blows, their faces flushed with exertion. "Stop! Everyone! Cease immediately!" A roar akin to a lion suddenly reverberated through the air, as Yao Taifeng and Li Zichen simultaneously sought to quell the conflict. Gu Chen initially believed that in a chaotic melee involving hundreds, it would take them considerable time to restore order. However, he watched in astonishment as Yao Taifeng transformed into a human bulldozer, his height surging by over half a meter. Standing at nearly 2 meters to begin with, he now loomed close to 2.5 meters, his arms as thick as iron barrels, effortlessly tossing aside those before him as if they were mere chickens. Gu Chen's heart raced. This individual was undoubtedly not an ordinary awakened being, his combat ability rivaling even Lu Zhenhai. Gu Chen began contemplating his retreat, realizing that if he lingered too long, he would inevitably expose himself. Just then, a flash of green light suddenly appeared. Finally, this emanated from Li Haoran's body. As Gu Chen fought while retreating, he reached out and grasped it, transforming it into a green crystal and stowing it away. So that's how it works. This was the first time Gu Chen witnessed the formation of a crystal. He had previously assumed that the moment a person died, the light orb would appear instantaneously, not anticipating a delay of several seconds. Subsequently, several corpses that had fallen earlier began to emit green light orbs of varying sizes one after another. Although they paled in comparison to the one from Li Haoran, they still caused Gu Chen's eyes to gleam with greed. He feigned weakness, continuously fleeing while methodically converting those 7 or 8 light orbs into crystals, gathering them up. Almost there, Gu Chen observed as the ongoing battle before him was abruptly halted by the leaders of both factions. He realized it was time for him to depart. The lanky opponent he had been sparring with was elated, for he was among the lowest tier of combatants in the Black Tiger gang. To his surprise, he had managed to push his adversary back relentlessly, and his confidence surged as he shouted, "Don't run. Let us continue this battle." Suddenly, with a thud, the lanky fighter collapsed unconscious. Gu Chen flexed his fists and quietly slipped to the outer edge of the crowd. Concealing himself within the underbrush, it soon proved wise of Gu Chen to refrain from greed. Mere seconds after he had hidden, the fighting ceased entirely as he beheld the blood-soaked ground and the scattered corpses. The expressions on Yao Taifeng and Li Zichen's faces turned grave. What was intended to be a well-coordinated exhibition match had spiraled out of control. Yao Taifeng, furious, scanned the crowd, his wrath palpable. Who initiated this? Who fought without my command? His subordinates trembled under his glare, and then a realization struck him. Yes, it was they who struck first. Li Haoran was slain, and some scoundrel from the Zixin gang shouted an oath of vengeance for the young master. And thus the chaos ensued. Zichun, I regret today's events, but I assure you, I harbored no ill intentions towards you. We must not allow ourselves to be manipulated by schemers, Li Zichun. His face ashen, narrowed his eyes. Though he felt a pang of sorrow, he recognized the reality of the situation. He was not foolish enough to overlook that Zhou Yang had been set up as a mere pawn. Had his son been more vigilant, he would not have fallen victim to such a trap. Engaging in a confrontation with the Black Tiger gang now would only serve to benefit other factions. Who was it that shouted earlier? He inquired, his voice chillingly cold, causing the crowd to fall silent. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, hidden among the grass, dared not stir. Chapter 35. Escape End. Bounty. Does no one remember? Li Zichun surveyed the gathered crowd, his mind racing, as Yao Taifeng's words had ignited a spark of clarity. Without orders, who among them would dare to take the lead? If his son were genuinely well-liked in the gang, would anyone truly seek vengeance for him? Li Zichen himself found that notion hard to believe. The realization began to dawn upon him that he might have been ensnared in a scheme. Gang leader, I believe it was a young man who shouted. Two burly men, who had previously spoken with Gu Chen, now appeared somewhat apprehensive. If that young man was indeed up to something sinister, they had unwittingly engaged in conversation with him, assuming a position of superiority. "Do you know him?" "Not well. They said he was a newcomer to the gang, no older than 20. That was the extent of their knowledge. They could not uncover any further details." Li Zichun felt a simmering rage within him. His son had been murdered, and his gang members had been used as pawns. After years of navigating the underworld, he had never been so thoroughly outwitted. Now, everyone, identify the perpetrator. No one is to move until we unearth this individual. Look amongst yourselves and see if anyone appears unfamiliar. Additionally, Lao Gue, take some men and search the perimeter. If someone has indeed plotted against me, I shall ensure they regret ever setting foot in this world. Crouching amidst the grass, Gu Chen felt a tinge of heaviness in his heart. Indeed, he had arrived a tad too late. However, had he departed earlier, he would have returned empty-handed this evening. Lying on the ground, merely 50 or 60 meters away from the two gang leaders, he found himself hesitant to make any rash movements. These two leaders, truly titans of the underground world of Jiangxing, emanated an aura of intimidation far surpassing that of Lu Junhai and Coach Lin Sudong. Continuing in this manner was untenable. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered. Within the throng, a bloodied figure appeared, seemingly motionless throughout the ordeal, leaning against a tangle of weeds. Suddenly, he coughed twice in the stillness. His voice stood out, drawing the attention of the crowd, as they turned to gaze upon him. A sense of astonishment washed over them upon recognizing his visage. Could it be that Zhou Yang was still alive? Li Zichen squinted, seizing a dagger from a bystander, and approached him with intent. Zhou Yang coughed, blood sputtering from his lungs, and with a sidelong glance at the spot where Gu Chen had concealed himself, he shifted his focus to Yao Taifeng. "Leader," he declared, "in this arena contest, I have not disgraced our faction. I emerged victorious, bringing no shame to our gang." A palpable silence enveloped the scene as Yao Tiefeng's eyelids fluttered in surprise at Zhou Yang's words. In this contest, where life and death were at stake, Li Zichen had no justification to slay him. To do so would be a blatant affront to the Black Tiger gang. This was the first layer of meaning behind Zhou Yang's statement. The second layer implied that he, Zhou Yang, had not brought disgrace upon leader Yao. Thus, it was imperative for Yao to protect him. Otherwise, how would the members of the gang perceive Yao's leadership? Previously considered a mere pawn, Zhou Yang's triumph over their sworn enemy's young leader would not go unnoticed, especially given his current bloodied state and his unwavering demeanor, which had already established a commendable reputation in the eyes of the gang members. "Ah, this little fellow is quite clever, playing mind games with me," Yao Taifeng chuckled, though he bore no resentment. His earlier perception of Zhou Yang as expendable stemmed solely from the boy's previous mistakes and lack of value. Now, however, he recognized the boy's considerable strength exceeded his initial expectations. "Leader, I shall compensate you for any losses incurred during the contest, but this lad is mine. We cannot disrupt the rules once he steps down from the arena." Yao Taifeng positioned himself protectively in front of Zhou Yang, while Li Zichen's icy gaze remained fixed upon him. The two influential figures in Jiangqing's underworld seemed poised for confrontation. Moments later, Li Zichen turned away, silently gesturing for his men to withdraw, his tone markedly lacking the initial camaraderie shared with Yao Taifeng. "No need for that. Leader Yao." As Yao Taifeng observed the retreating figures, his rugged, broad face betrayed no emotion. He understood that this enmity had been irrevocably established, and ultimately, the blame would rest upon his shoulders. Perhaps outsiders might believe that Yao Taifeng had motives to eliminate the heir of the Zishuan gang. Yet in truth, he regarded Li Haoran with little concern. An ostentatiously adorned pillow fashioned from raw materials could not intimidate someone like Yao Taifeng, a first-tier combat-type awakener, who had no reason to feel apprehensive. "Boss, we found no suspicious individuals. We've searched the vicinity, yet there is no sign of anyone." Li Zichen, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, felt an even greater fury swell within him. He cast a distant glance at Yao Taifeng before sweeping away with a flick of his sleeve. Zhou Yang, drenched in blood, gazed far into the distance, suddenly resembling a deflated balloon, devoid of strength, collapsing onto the ground. Yao Taifeng glanced at him and commanded, "Take this kid back and tend to his wounds properly. Once he is healed, Alang, gather 20 people from the gang to accompany him." The individual referred to as Alang hesitated slightly and whispered to Yao Taifeng, "Boss, perhaps we should observe a bit longer. I fear this kid might harbor resentment." Yao Taifeng let out a cold laugh. "If he knows his place, he shall be of use to me. If he does not, it would be easy for me to extinguish him." His words were loud enough for Zhou Yang to overhear. He merely sat there wearily, head bowed to conceal his emotions. Yet his eyes were filled with indifference, no longer reflecting the clarity they once held. Upon swiftly returning to the slums of District C, Xiao Chun exhaled a sigh of relief as he gazed at the 8 green crystals in his pocket. Conservatively speaking, they would be sufficient for Mu Xiaowan to eat for half a month. He removed his blood-stained coat and set it ablaze as he stepped through the threshold of his home. His face bore a much more relaxed expression. "Brother!" Mu Xiaowan rushed towards him like a fledgling returning to its nest, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Xiao Qian had left wearing black and wielding a machete. She had seen it all. "What else with the flustered demeanor? I merely went out to fetch some food for you." Xiao Chun cradled a few green crystals in his hands, smiling cheerfully as if he had merely made a casual trip to the supermarket. Mu Xiaowan paused for a moment, dashed into the house, and shortly returned with a box of ointment, gesturing for him to sit down. Xiao Chun was taken aback and then realized that his arms and face were scratched in several places. The facade of nonchalance he had maintained crumbled, and they sat in silence for a while. Eventually, Xiao Chun patted Mu Xiaowan on the head and softly said, "It won't be long now. Once your brother becomes an awakened one, everything will be better." While others focused on the war academy, Xiao Chen's primary desire was the 100,000 in rewards from the school. "Let us eat," he said, handing a crystal to Mu Xiaowan. Meanwhile, he pondered whether to consume the Yuan restoration pill. Lin Sudong's words were well-intentioned, as he knew Xiao Chun was impoverished. The Yuan restoration pill was an exceedingly precious resource, and he feared it might be wasted on him. Nevertheless, Xiao Chun resolved to ingest it. Just as he prepared to swallow the pill, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Beside him, Mu Xiaowan, who had just consumed half a green crystal, emitted a faint groan. Then, her originally brownish-yellow hair began to transform, the purple-red hue spreading from the roots, gently billowing, while her eyes morphed into an eerie red. Chapter 36. Synchronous Mutation. Xiao Chun was initially startled, then immediately rushed forward to embrace her. A surge of immense power coursed through him, causing his hands to tingle as he nearly lost his grip. "What is happening?" Xiao Qian understood that his sister could switch to this combat state. The last time she had eliminated number 2, this had been the final part of his plan. However, This mutation was far too sudden and surely was not initiated by Mu Xiaowan herself. Gu Chen promptly secured all the doors and windows, and then settled beside them, quietly awaiting the outcome. After 5 minutes, Mu Xiaowan's hair color gradually returned to normal. Gu Chen's expression softened, and he felt inclined to assist her, remembering that Mu Xiaowan typically emerged from such states utterly exhausted. However, this time, he noticed a faint blush on her cheeks, and her complexion appeared remarkably vibrant. "Brother, I am uncertain about what just transpired. After absorbing that substance, my body became uncontrollable," Mu Xiaowan confessed, her expression reflecting bewilderment. The nature of her condition was an absolute secret between the two. Any exposure could spell disaster, and the current lack of control filled her with trepidation. Gu Chen took a deep breath, recalling the power Mu Xiaowan had exhibited moments ago, and glanced at the other crystals adorning the table. "Try to strike me with all your might," he suggested softly. Mu Xiaowan nodded, propelled herself off the ground, twisted her waist, and unleashed the force of a small punch. Bang! Gu Chen's palm met hers, and he immediately emitted a muffled grunt, feeling a sharp pain radiate from his palm. With a crack, the floor tiles beneath his feet fractured. "Just as I suspected," Gu Chen observed, noting Mu Xiaowan's astonished expression, and finally allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips. The green crystal not only augmented his own power but also empowered his sister. It was far more than mere sustenance. This undoubtedly provided greater assurance for Mu Xiaowan's safety. The only caveat was that she would need to ingest the green crystals in a concealed location henceforth. "Brother, what exactly is this substance?" Mu Xiaowan, having gleaned something from Gu Chen's brief explanation, wore a look of surprise on her small face. "I am not entirely certain. Consider it my awakening technique, but this must remain confidential," he replied. "Awakening technique? Have you truly become an awakened one?" Mu Xiaowan exclaimed in delight. Gu Chen shook his head, chuckling as he took a seat. "Not quite, but I have acquired this awakening technique. Hence, your discretion is essential. Perhaps this is part of our father's design." Gu Chen hesitated to disclose to Mu Xiaowan that this substance was derived from a corpse. After 3 arduous years, he had finally convinced his sister that she was not a monster but a human being like himself. He wished to avoid any details that might provoke her thoughts. Moreover, while Gu Chen doubted that their father, Gu Jun, possessed the capability to bestow upon him a natural awakening technique, he did recall that his father had administered numerous concoctions to him during his frail years. After all, Gu Jun was an awakened one specializing in medicine within the investigative corps, in the eyes of the siblings. Although Gu Jun held a modest position, he seemed to face any challenges with an air of nonchalance, always possessing a relaxed method to resolve issues. "Father." Though Mu Xiaowan was merely an adopted daughter, Gu Jun was the kindest person she remembered, apart from Gu Chen. After reassuring Mu Xiaowan, Gu Chen retreated to his own room and retrieved the yuan supplement pill. 500,000! Gu Chen exclaimed as he swallowed the pill, which possessed no distinct flavor and quickly dissolved upon entering his mouth. Within minutes, waves of warmth began to converge within his body, and Gu Chen could feel his power surging at an astonishing rate. His expression shifted slightly as he realized he had somewhat underestimated the potency of the medicine. The sensation of swelling pain emanated from every corner of his body. After enduring it for several minutes, Gu Chen seemed to hear a distinct crack, followed by a dizzying whirl of consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a familiar sight, the ancient celestial tree within his body. At this moment, the ancient tree appeared more vibrant than before. Its roots were no longer withered and yellow, but instead exhibited a hint of green vitality. A luminous orb hung from its branches. And to Gu Chen's astonishment, a line of small characters materialized before him. Physique. 104. Primordial Force. 100. Spirit. 99. Awakening Skill. Rejuvenation. 13. It seemed that after surpassing a primordial force of 100, his body had undergone yet another transformation. What surprised him further was not only his ability to perceive the precise values of his primordial force, but also the existence of 2 additional attributes. Previously, Lin Sudong had merely mentioned that a deficient physique would hinder the capacity to contain more primordial force, leaving Gu Chen uncertain about the significance of the spirit attribute. Did the notation of 1-3 indicate that he could absorb 2 more awakening skills? Gu Chen felt his conjecture was sound, yet regrettably, today only yielded green crystals. Devoid of the red ones he sought to absorb. It seemed that only those extracted from the corpses of awakened beings could yield the coveted red crystals. As Xiao Qian pondered this for a time, his primordial force surged by an additional point, reaching 101, prompting him to withdraw from his introspection. The previous sensation of swelling pain gradually dissipated. He could distinctly sense that his primordial force had increased significantly. If his physique were to strengthen further, it might rise even more. Indeed, the medicinal effect had been squandered. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Xiao Chun mused that his achievements had surpassed his expectations. Having broken through the 100 primordial force threshold, he believed that when the time came for the test, should he demonstrate a rejuvenation technique and claim to be an awakened individual, no one would doubt his assertion. The 1 million reward from the academy was already half in his grasp. Yet, Xiao Chun was acutely aware that true awakening did not transpire in such a manner, but rather required the primordial force to reach a certain level, resulting in a transformation of the body and an innate comprehension. However, he remained uncertain whether his peculiar situation could lead him to that pivotal stage. Ultimately, he resolved to claim the reward during the test, leaving other matters for a later time. In the stillness of the night, the chirping of crickets drifted in from outside, and Mu Xiaowan had already fallen asleep beside him. 7 green crystals lay scattered upon the table, and Xiao Chun intended to set them aside, as he would not be utilizing them in the coming days. After the day of awakening, he would seek to acquire more. Whether from mercenaries hunting mutated beasts outside the city or the perilous underground fighting rings, Xiao Chun believed he had opportunities to obtain crystals. However, he could not afford to take such risks before becoming an awakened individual. As he picked up one of the crystals, an abrupt surge of information flooded his mind. Gu Hongfeng, a member of the Zishuang gang, date of death, June 2, 2062, cause of death, severed carotid artery by a rival gang member, resulting in exsanguination. This is, Xiao Chun grasped several other crystals, discovering that each touch elicited similar revelations. Perhaps I possess latent potential as a coroner, though it is of no use at present. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. This awakening technique has become increasingly enigmatic and peculiar, and Xiao Chun has resolutely decided not to disclose it to anyone. Chapter 37. The War Academy. Having learned from the first day's lesson, Lin Sudong meticulously outlined the rules before the commencement of the second day's competition, placing a prohibition on the consumption of drugs at the forefront. To Xiao Chen's surprise, Lin Sudong had added a special clause. The enhancement of awakening skills was strictly forbidden. Certain auxiliary awakeners possess the ability to amplify strength, speed, or even alleviate pain. This rule evidently serves to curtail the advantages of those privileged students. As there are indeed individuals who can enlist such awakeners to bolster their awakening skills beforehand, in essence, it is a matter of relying solely on one's physical abilities and willpower to complete the competition. After surpassing 100 in primordial force, Xiao Chun was no longer fixated on concealing his awakening technique. Had Lin Sudong not articulated this rule, he would not have hesitated to utilize a recovery elixir to supplement his energy. Alas, that loophole has been sealed. On that day, Lu Zhanjuan secured first place, Yao Na second, and Xiao Chun firmly claimed third. No one suspected Xiao Chun of any deceit. Rather, they attributed his success to mere fortune, as he had seized the opportunity to acquire a recovery elixir during a moment of oversight, resulting in a swift enhancement. Lin Sudong recognized that Xiao Chun had disregarded his counsel, yet he chose not to dwell on it further. In the subsequent 3 days, Lu Zhanjuan achieved first place twice, while Yao Na secured it once. Although Xiao Chun did not obtain a recovery elixir, he managed to acquire 4 enhancement pills. The potency of the enhancement pills was not as formidable. According to Lin Sudong, as long as one's physique could keep pace, the consumption of the pills was permissible. With only 5 days remaining until the examination, Lin Sudong's intense training regimen finally came to an end. Observing the elite students below, who appeared utterly exhausted, Lin Sudong couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Look at you all, no matter how successful you become in the future, you were thoroughly trained by me back in the day. The students, gazing at Lin Sudong's smiling face, felt a chill run down their spines. Though merely 5 days had passed, each day had felt like an agonizing eternity. If one thought that merely running was sufficient, some would still attempt to slack off. However, Lin Sudong had followed the group on a motorcycle from the very second day, prodding those who lagged behind with a cactus. Several students now winced at the mere sight of him. I know that over these days, you all have harbored resentment towards me, but fret not. In time, you shall be grateful. Lin Sudong smiled, casting his gaze over Lu Zhanjuan, Yao Na, and Xiao Chun, a veteran with a mid-tier awakening level. He had encountered many talented offspring of high-ranking officials. Yet, even so, these three had left a profound impression on him, especially Lu Zhanjuan and Yao Na. Lin Sudong had refrained from discussing the recovery elixir with them, for they had a solid foundation, with their primordial force steadily increasing over the past 3 years, alongside robust physiques. Now, after consuming the pills, they radiated a significant primordial force fluctuation. It could be said that, given the right opportunity, both could awaken at any moment in the following 5 days. Just as everyone began to relax, upon hearing his words, they were momentarily taken aback. If the first 5 days were like this, how much harsher could the subsequent ones be? In the days to come, everyone could simply study, soak in baths, or seek a place for a massage to adjust their bodies and minds to the optimal state. What? The crowd could hardly believe their ears. Has the great tyrant truly changed his ways? Forcing you to exhaust your original force and physical stamina through running not only pushes you to your limits, but also enhances the integration of your original force with your body, enabling you to harbor more original force within. This is a unique training method reserved for us soldiers. Once some of you enter the War Academy, you will certainly be introduced to alternative methods. However, for now, many of these methods pose a danger to you. Thus, I refrained from teaching them. Training concludes today, and I shall grant you 5 days of ample rest. Do not hesitate to utilize your original stones to maintain your optimal condition. The sudden influx of happiness left the students in a state of bewilderment, yet on the other hand, they felt a twinge of melancholy. This marks the definitive end of their high school era. Looking around at the classmates with whom they have struggled and competed over the past 3 years, any past grievances suddenly seemed trivial, and in this moment, they found each other quite endearing. Lin Sudong gazed at this group of individuals, letting out a faint sigh within at times. He envied these students. Awakened ones possess privileges. Numerous laws are amended with special clauses for their benefit. Becoming an awakened one, even if not in the combat category, draws fierce competition from large enterprises. In the counties under Jiangxing, a first-tier awakened individual is immediately regarded as a bureau-level leader. However, awakened ones must confront the mutated beasts and the infected outside the walls. When a beast tide strikes and the mutated beasts lay siege, they are required to stand at the forefront. He considers himself fortunate to have survived retirement. How many brothers have perished at the hands of mutated beasts? Nevertheless, he chooses not to dwell on such matters at present, allowing these students to relish the final warmth of campus life. Thank you for your hard work. Now let me share this year's examination situation with everyone. Principal Li Jianya, who had been quietly observing the training of this group, stepped forward. All present are aspiring to enter the War Academy, and it is well known that our great Xia currently boasts 32 War Academies. Last year, the admission threshold was set at 95 points of original force value. I estimate it will not exceed 97 this year. Do not lose heart if you score below 95. If your academic results are sufficiently impressive, the standards may be lowered. The mention of the War Academy elicited expressions of longing among the crowd in Jiangxing. Knowing an awakened one is a matter of prestige. But what if you attend the War Academy? Your classmates, friends, and social circle will be replete with awakened individuals. On behalf of the school, I announce that, in addition to the previously stated rewards for those who exceed 100 points of original force on test day, each student who gains admission to the War Academy will receive a bonus of 100,000. Furthermore, there are 4 premier War Academies: Modu, Daijing, Lingnan, and Beimeng. If one gains admission to any of these 4, an additional 1 million will be awarded. Several students from modest backgrounds were left wide-eyed at this announcement. Nonetheless, most were acutely aware of the reality. Gaining entry to the 4 premier academies is no small feat. Their admission thresholds are astonishingly high. Without awakening, one would need a staggering 147 points of original force value. Even for awakened individuals, a score exceeding 120 is required. In plain terms, the 4 premier academies seek nothing short of absolute geniuses. Each year, across the nation, fewer than 2,000 students are admitted. Half an hour later, after Li Jianya and Lin Sudong had distributed the reward pills, they took their leave. Classmates, today I shall treat you all to a meal. Liang Hongtao began to extend his invitation, and many students readily accepted. However, glancing at Xiao Qian, Yao Na, and others in the distance, Liang Hongtao furrowed his brow. Jialing, why don't you invite Xiao Chun? She cast a sidelong glance and shook her head. Xiao Chun was indeed exceptionally gifted, having secured the 3rd position in the elite class, yet she had come to a realization. Failing to gain admission to the prestigious 4 universities meant that within this small circle, he was considered quite competent, but upon entering the academic institution, there would certainly be numerous individuals surpassing him. Although Ren Jialing enjoyed making friends, she was unwilling to compromise her own standards. Very well, then let's leave it at that. From a business perspective, Liang Hongtao was inclined to mend relations with Xiao Chun, yet he shared Ren Jialing's sentiment. One more acquaintance would not make a difference, nor would one less. Chapter 38. Spiritual Imprint Liu Zhanjun, Xiao Qian, Yao Na, please wait a moment. Someone wishes to see you. As they were about to depart, Xiao Chan was called back. Good news, the Jiangxing Business Alliance has provided you with sponsorship, Lin Sudong said with a cheerful demeanor, his eyes brimming with envy. Though Jiangxing was not large, the Jiangxing Business Alliance represented a formidable force, comprising several major enterprises collaborating to supply various goods, entertainment, real estate, and other trades within the city. Only the most outstanding students from each school were deemed worthy of such early investment. The group entered the principal's office, where a middle-aged man in a suit rose amicably to greet them. These must be the talented students from our esteemed school. I am Su Yu, representing the Jiangxing Business Alliance. Although Su Yu appeared to be in his 40s, he did not conform to Xiao Qin's preconceived notion of a businessman. Despite his formal attire, his temples bulged, and his rough, calloused hands suggested the physique of a martial artist. However, Xiao Chun thought little of it. In this era, possessing some martial prowess was undoubtedly advantageous. Yao Na and Liu Zhanjun were not overly reserved either. Responding with polite decorum, Yu presented each of them with raw stones valued at 200,000 each, along with a yuan enhancement pill. Both parties understood that such offerings could not sway them. It was merely an attempt to create a favorable impression for future dealings. Moreover, current talents did not guarantee future prowess as awakened individuals, and the Jiangxing Business Alliance likely had no shortage of first-tier awakened beings. Very well, I shall not detain you further. I hope that in the future, you will bring pride to both Jiangxing and your school. Yu naturally shook hands with the trio, lingering notably longer when grasping Xiao Chen's hand. His expression one of affirmation. You must be Xiao Chun. I have heard of your remarkable deeds. Wishing you the best of luck. As he released his grip, Xiao Chun felt an unusual energy seemingly linger within his body. This energy was subtle. Had it not been for his exceptional strength, he doubted he would have detected it at all. What was happening? Although he sensed the anomaly, Xiao Chun quickly regained his composure, smiling as he withdrew his hand and nodded in acknowledgement. After departing from the principal's office, Xiao Chun swiftly retreated into the restroom, his expression somewhat grim, and no wonder this fellow had deliberately engaged in small talk during their handshake. Taking those extra moments to pull a fast one upon entering his inner vision, Xiao Chun once again beheld the familiar ancient tree. That moment, a faint grayish light enveloped the tree, prompting Xiao Chen's thoughts to surge forth as he directed his energy towards that cluster of power. He sensed that, should he choose to, he could expend his energy to dissolve this mark. However, he hesitated, recognizing that such a tactic must belong to an awakened. If he were to eliminate the mark, it would undoubtedly be detected. I should have no dealings with the Jiangxing Merchants Alliance. What is Su Yu attempting to achieve? After much contemplation, Xiao Chen found himself compelled to seek assistance from one individual, the Law Enforcement Bureau. Liu Zhenhai. He dialed the number, but unfortunately, the line was persistently busy. It appeared that he could only rely on luck. Among the awakened in Jiangxing, he was acquainted with only 2 individuals, Liu Zhenhai and Lin Sudong. Yet, Lin Sudong was merely an instructor invited by the school, and he was uncertain if the latter would be willing to assist. 2 minutes later, Xiao Chen spotted Lin Sudong, who was preparing to depart on his motorcycle. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's intentions and observing the serious demeanor of the young man, Lin Sudong couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Xiao Chen, have you misinterpreted the situation? What could the Jiangxing Merchants Alliance possibly want from you? Leaving you a mark? Are they after your essence enhancement pills? To be frank, Lin Sudong believed Xiao Chen was overthinking the matter. The Jiangxing Merchants Alliance's interest lay solely in their future potential. This was merely an investment for the future, a practice they engaged in annually. Do not think that even if you were an awakened, they would particularly concern themselves with you. Xiao Chen understood that Lin Sudong likely would not believe him. Had he not witnessed the mark through his inner vision, he himself would have been skeptical. Teacher Lin, whether it is my overthinking or a genuine concern, I do not ask for anything else from you. Please accompany me home so that I may fetch my sister. In the days leading up to the testing day, I will be residing at the school. These essence enhancement pills and raw stones, I shall require none as compensation. Lin Sudong's original intention was to reassure Gu Chen, but upon hearing such words, he realized that the boy was beyond persuasion. You brat, speaking as if we are negotiating terms. Lin Sudong glared at Gu Chen. He did not wish to deny Gu Chen's request. He simply felt that the latter's worries were entirely unfounded. Very well, since you are insistent, I shall accompany you back. Additionally, do not employ such provocations in the future. Lin Sudong expressed his mild discontent. He had thought he had grown familiar with these students over the past few days, and while he indeed had with others, he sensed a certain air of aloofness surrounding Gu Chen. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at Lin Sudong. Furthermore, I kindly ask you to adhere to my arrangements. Lin Sudong listened patiently, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Damn it, does this kid suffer from a persecution complex? Accompany him home, but do so discreetly, ensuring that you remain undetected, lest he feel compelled to avoid confrontation. Should he indeed reveal himself, be prepared to intervene immediately, preventing any escape. Your words suggest that he truly intends to harm you. Lin Sudong couldn't help but chuckle at this, acknowledging that Gu Chen's arrangements were indeed quite meticulous. Yet, observing such a young man, who had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of the school, orchestrating plans reminiscent of espionage for scenarios that seemed unlikely to transpire, elicited a sense of amusement in him. As long as the teacher remembers clearly, I shall feel at ease. Gu Chen took a deep breath, feeling considerably more relaxed. He had reflected on the matter earlier. The ability known as mental marking, a form of awakened skill, had been elucidated in textbooks. These awakened skills are diverse and peculiar, primarily categorized into combat, support, and lifestyle types. Mental marking falls under the auxiliary category, capable of detecting the location of the marked individual. Gu Chen's residence was hardly a secret, easily discoverable within the campus records. Assuming that the other party harbored malicious intent, the act of marking indicated a desire to avoid confrontation at Gu Chen's home. Glancing at Lin Sudong, who awaited nearby, Gu Chen organized his belongings, and the two departed the campus beneath the pale gray overcast. The sky appeared as if stained with ink, and soon, a fine drizzle enveloped the city in a veil of mist. Outside the Jiangqing Law Enforcement Bureau, a line of sleek black luxury sedans was parked. Dozens of tall men clad in matching black suits, holding straight black umbrellas, stood resolutely on either side of the street. At that moment, a robust and imposing man stepped forth, and his assistant presented him with a cigar. The man took a puff and waved his hand, revealing a radiant smile. Chapter 39. In disarray, it is often said that Captain Liu is decisive and efficient in his dealings. Yet I never anticipated he would resort to underhanded tactics that tarnish the collective image. Who could have foreseen that the so-called evidence he presented was fabricated? Beneath the umbrella, Liu Zhenhai was flanked by several members of the Law Enforcement Bureau, conversing with District Chief Shen Longjia. However, at that moment, Shen Longjia was not addressing Liu Zhenhai but rather speaking to an elderly gentleman beside him, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Li Zhangtao. Chief Shen remarked that Zhenhai was also eager to solve the case, given the gravity of the infection matter. Nevertheless, he had indeed overstepped this time. Rest assured, I will ensure he provides Mr. Zheng with a satisfactory response. Upon hearing the old director's words, Liu Zhenhai lowered his head further. His eyes were bloodshot, not merely from the fatigue of recent intrigues, but also from witnessing this once silent, resilient, iron-willed director speak in such a manner. Directed at a cadre much younger than himself, Shen Longjia was evidently not satisfied with this response. He raised an eyebrow and cast a pointed glance at Liu Zhenhai, his gaze laced with unmistakable sarcasm. Just 5 days prior, Liu Zhenhai had confidently taken Zhang Tianhao away in front of him, a memory still vivid. Yet now, it seemed that fortune had shifted. Liu Zhenhai had underestimated Zhang Tianhao, who proved to possess far more cunning than anticipated. Not only must we provide a response to Boss Zheng, but we also owe a satisfactory answer to the public. Otherwise, it is simply unacceptable to be taken away without reason while sitting comfortably at home. Shen Longjia spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction, while across from him, Li Zhangtao remained silent for a moment. Liu Zhenhai gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Zhenhai, you return. Having made a mistake, what more is there to say? Li Zhangtao's tone suddenly turned stern. Liu Zhenhai paused, gazing at the usually taciturn old director, and ultimately retreated. Though it seemed like a reprimand, Liu Zhenhai understood that the director aimed to protect him. From today onwards, you will be suspended without pay for 6 months. with Chu Hongxiu assuming the role of team leader. Directorly, the expressions of several team members flanking Lu Junhai shifted, revealing their apprehension. Lu Junhai was at the peak of his career, and the other team leaders could not compare to him in any regard. With the position of deputy director previously within reach, this 6-month hiatus would likely dash those hopes. Understood. Lu Junhai took a step forward, slightly bowing his head, and with a grand gesture, commanded his 8 subordinates to silence. Shen Longjia observed their obedience with a shiver of foreboding. He was acutely aware of the peril that accompanied placing such a decisive and unyielding individual in a position of authority. The old director's consideration for the public and the overarching situation was commendable. With a polite smile, Shen Longjia gradually took his leave. The rain began to fall more heavily, and the members of the Law Enforcement Bureau watched as the luxurious convoy, akin to stars encircling the moon, gradually disappeared into the thickening mist, their faces etched with reluctance. Director Lu Junhai looked at the old director before him, a note of shame in his voice. His relationship with the old director had been rather indifferent, marred by numerous disagreements. Lu Junhai had perceived Li Zhangtao as a traditional leader who merely drifted through the days in Jiangqing. However, having committed a grave error, with the chain of evidence flawed from the outset and subsequent deductions leading him to believe he was on the verge of leaving the Law Enforcement Bureau, he was taken aback. He never anticipated that the soon-to-retire Li Zhangtao would, at the expense of his own dignity, advocate for him among the leadership, allowing him to merely face a suspension without pay. Let us not dwell on apologies, Junhai. Let us take a walk. Li Zhangtao appeared somewhat fatigued, and Lu Junhai held an umbrella over him as they strolled through the misty entrance of the Law Enforcement Bureau. They walked for some distance in silence. Look at Jiangqing. It is so beautiful now. Observing the surrounding buildings, lined up like scales, and the twinkling lights of the evening, as young people sheltered from the rain while enjoying street food. Li Zhangtao suddenly sighed. Lu Junhai did not comprehend the meaning behind his words and simply listened quietly. It was not always this way. I remember when I was a child. Barely a decade had passed since the emergence of mutated beasts, and there were few awakened individuals. Death was rampant and often, we could scarcely afford a meal. As the number of awakened individuals gradually increased, everyone pursued rapid breakthroughs, and the country desperately needed high-ranking awakened ones, leading to the emergence of infectors on a large scale. At that time, everyone was bewildered. No one could have anticipated that the heroes who once fought against mutated beasts would turn to consume their own kind. Thus, just as the situation had begun to stabilize, it was thrown into chaos once more by the emergence of infectors. My father departed from this world at that time, slain by none other than his former comrade-in-arms, who later became an infector. Lu Junhai was well aware of this period, known as the Dark Era, a chapter of history that, like the Day of Mutation, was inscribed in textbooks to instill a profound vigilance against mutation and infection from a young age. However, he was not a first-hand witness. As he listened to Li Zhangtao recount the tale, he felt as though a boulder was lodged in his chest. Must I harbor hatred for the infectors? They are, after all, the very awakened souls who yearn to serve the nation. After several years, we gradually unraveled the principles of infection. Although there are still sporadic infectors, we have managed to completely regain control of the situation. I do not despise the infectors, but I harbor animosity towards those who exploit them for profit. A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in Li Zhangtao's eyes. It was the first time Lu Junhai had witnessed such a countenance from the old director. I realize that in your eyes, I may seem rather moderate, and do not hasten to deny it. For it is indeed true, I am acutely aware that our adversaries are a group of individuals who have swallowed their morals and conscience whole. Their hearts are ruthless, and their methods are venomous. If you lack the ability to strike decisively, it is prudent to refrain from provoking them too hastily. I have grown old, and this position must ultimately be handed over to the youth. Junhai, I hope you do not relinquish your resolve due to this matter. The journey may be long, and what you require is ample patience. As Lu Junhai gazed into Li Zhangtao's piercing eyes, he momentarily felt a sense of disorientation. This was a genuine exchange of hearts. He had previously thought that Li Zhangtao merely wished to offer some solace, laced with warnings, never anticipating the immense expectations placed upon him. Observing Li Zhangtao's outstretched hand, he grasped it firmly. After escorting Li Zhangtao to his vehicle, Lu Junhai returned to his office to tidy up, only to discover that not a single subordinate had departed. They were all awaiting your command. Lu Junhai chuckled. Whether he remained in his position or not seemed to bear little significance. A bunch of rascally lads, he chuckled as he chided them, and the crowd gathered around the table. Lu Zhenhai retrieved his phone, only to find an unanswered call. Xiao Chun? Chapter 40. A storm approaches the luxurious convoy wove through the curtain of rain, with Zheng Tianhao seated in the lead vehicle, savoring a cigar while relishing the attentive service of a beautiful woman by his side. Across from him sat two middle-aged men, both of whom Xiao Qian recognized. One was Zhang Xian, an awakened subordinate of Zheng Tianhao, and the other was Su Yu, who had visited him at school earlier that day. Everything cleaned up. After spending several days in the interrogation room, Zheng Tianhao appeared somewhat fatigued. Yet the thought of that self-assured man's incredulous expression brought a smile to his face. Brother Hao, everything has been handled, a few lives were lost, and 2 witnesses have also been eliminated. Zhang Xian, one eye bandaged, bore the marks of injury. Su, how about your end? Su Yu, still clad in the impeccably tailored suit from earlier, nodded and replied, I have already marked his location. It is firmly imprinted in my mind. That young man remains unaware, but the circumstances differ somewhat from what we had gathered. He is one of the genius students on campus and holds significant importance, which is why we have yet to take action. Zhang Tianhao nodded slightly, exhaling a ring of smoke. This time, caught off guard by Lu Zhenhai's sudden ambush, he initially felt a pang of panic. Fortunately, he had long prepared for this day. All the contingencies he had arranged came into play. In retrospect, sending Zhang Xian to inquire about Xiao Qian was a miscalculation. Xiao Qian must have sensed danger afterward, prompting him to seek Lu Zhenhai's assistance, which ultimately led Lu to unearth some evidence. It would be best to eliminate him today. Although a campus prodigy is a precious asset, he is merely a seedling. Once the testing day passes and he gains favor from those esteemed military academies, it would be far less convenient to take action. In the dilapidated clock tower not far from the slums District C, Lin Sudong puffed on a cigarette, his gaze occasionally drifting towards that small house. Reflecting on his current furtive demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. What was he thinking, acting so seriously? Perhaps this child had endured too much hardship. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's home, Lin Sudong began to understand. To support this younger sister while surviving in such a crime-ridden and violent neighborhood, all while managing their studies and training, would require an immense amount of vigilance and caution. Otherwise, survival would be a daunting challenge. Inside the room, Xiao Qian and Mu Xiaowan swiftly packed their belongings. Over the years, Mu Xiaowan had grown accustomed to this rhythm, needing no further prompting from Xiao Qian to follow suit. 10 minutes later, observing the petite and frail Mu Xiaowan, adorned with an array of bulky packages yet remaining silent, Xiao Qian initially felt a smile tug at his lips before he gently ruffled her hair. Soon, they would have their awakening day, and with $1 million in hand, a more comfortable life awaited them. Brother, let's go, Mu Xiaowan said, taking his hand with a sweet smile. Let's move. Xiao Qian conducted a thorough check. In truth, for a mere 5-day stay, he need not carry such an abundance of items. However, until the issue with the mark was resolved, he had no intention of returning. At that moment, Xiao Qian recalled that aside from the green crystal he carried, there was another one in the television cabinet. The crystals he had on him were obtained during a chaotic gang skirmish, which Mu Xiaowan had been using sparingly. Only 4 pieces remained. The one in the cabinet, however, was discovered earlier while accompanying Lu Zhenhai on a case, at the entrance of a mansion deep within the slums. That time, he had been preoccupied with absorbing the red crystals and had neglected this one, intending to reserve it for Mu Xingwan as a backup. Consequently, it had been left untouched, nearly forgotten. Xiao Qian set down his luggage and reached for the crystal, now covered in a fine layer of dust. Lu Peng, an unfortunate soul who, despite being an awakener, had a penchant for thievery, met his demise at the hands of another awakener, a peculiar individual who preferred the slums, right at his doorstep. The details of the deceased flashed in his mind. Upon receiving this information, Xiao Qian momentarily froze, then his pupils constricted sharply. Lu Peng, killed by the homeowner at his own door? The crystal in Xiao Qian's hand nearly slipped from his grasp. This situation was utterly amiss. As the information swirled in his mind, Xiao Qian quickly began to piece together the strands of this unfolding drama. This crystal, he had always believed belonged to the homeowner, the very individual listed as having refused Zheng Tianhao. It was upon this deduction that he eliminated all those who rejected Zheng Tianhao. Lu Zhenhai, armed with this information and that list, forcibly apprehended Zheng Tianhao. However, upon receiving the crystal today, Xiao Chen realized that his earlier conjecture with Lu Zhenhai had been utterly erroneous. The person who had refused Zhang Tianhao was, in fact, very much alive. Lu Zhenhai was in deep trouble. Xiao Chen took a few deep breaths. He had thought the previous events were behind him. Yet now he understood how naive he had been. If the initial deduction was flawed, how could further investigations proceed? Suddenly, he recalled that before returning tonight, he had called Lu Zhenhai, but the line had been perpetually busy. Let's go. As Xiao Chen stepped outside, Lin Sudong yawned and glanced at his watch. It was already 7:30 in the evening. Once he was admitted to the War Academy, he would definitely treat this lad to several sumptuous meals. Lin Sudong brushed the dust off his hands, preparing to leap down from the bell tower. However, just as he was about to act, he spotted two masked figures in the distance. Thieves at work? Lin Sudong initially thought little of it. If they were indeed thieves, he would simply capture them. Yet, he quickly reassessed the situation. The agility of these two individuals was remarkable, and they gripped daggers in their hands, clearly converging towards Xiao Chen's position. Lin Sudong's expression changed in an instant. Surely, it couldn't be that the lad was right after all. He cursed under his breath. He crushed the cigarette in his hand with ferocity, disregarding whether his clothes would be soiled, and leapt down from the bell tower. His expression gradually twisted into one of ferocity as he seized a brick from the roadside and sprinted towards the unfolding scene with all his might. The night was deep, and following a recent downpour, the streets of the slums had turned muddy, with fog obscuring visibility. Turning the corner, Xiao Qian and Mu Xiaowan simultaneously laid eyes on a man clad in black standing there. He unabashedly toyed with a knife in his hand, his masked face revealing only a pair of cold, murderous eyes. Little one, it's time to hit the road. Xiao Chun felt his sister's hands suddenly tighten, bloodlust swirling in her gaze. In a rush, he vowed that unless absolutely necessary, he would not allow Mu Xingwan to be exposed to danger. Oh, no rush. The black-clad man tilted his head slightly, seemingly intrigued by Xiao Chen's words. In the next moment, the wind howled as a red brick soared through the air, crashing down at the very spot where he had been standing moments before. The man in black squinted at Xiao Chen, then glanced towards the alley to his left, where Lin Sudong was barreling in at high speed, his eyes widening in astonishment. This lad, would he really summon reinforcements this swiftly? Chapter 41. The pinnacle of terror seeing how easily this person had evaded his brick, Lin Sudong was taken aback, realizing that this individual was undoubtedly another awakened being. How naive I was. He had foolishly dismissed Xiao Chen's words as mere jest, yet they had proven to be not only accurate but also indicative of an awakened adversary. Just as Xiao Chen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Lin Sudong bellow, "Run! There's another one!" The adversary has encircled him, and if Xiao Chen escapes swiftly, he may still have a chance to flee. He is uncertain of the other person's capabilities. If that individual is also an awakened, then he could hardly safeguard Xiao Chen. Let us go. Xiao Chen grasped Mu Xiaowan's hand, leading her away from the battlefield of the two. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Sudong and the man in black have already engaged in combat. Lin Sudong unleashed his energy, causing his speed to surge dramatically, his fists striking out like a tempest. The man in black hesitated for a moment before also channeling his energy, yet outwardly, no discernible difference was apparent. Lin Sudong's speed far surpassed that of his opponent, and his fists landed heavily upon the man, forcing him to stagger back repeatedly, though Lin Sudong's arms were left numb from the impact. I detest those who rely solely on physical enhancement as awakened. The most concerning scenario for Lin Sudong unfolded, as he was quite confident in his combat prowess, knowing he could secure victory after just a few exchanges. He intended to swiftly subdue this opponent and then seek out Xiao Chen. However, this adversary proved to be akin to a durable punching bag. In the outside world, such awakened individuals were highly sought after, often the ones bravely absorbing damage from mutated beasts. After running a few paces, Xiao Chen slowed his pace. Lin Sudong had urged him to flee due to the urgency of the situation, yet he overlooked a critical issue. He bore a mark within his body. No matter how far he ran, the enemy would always be able to track him down. Moreover, if he were to turn inward to eradicate this mark, it would consume a vast amount of his energy. In that case, he would be rendered utterly defenseless. He cast a glance at Mu Xiaowan, who was still trailing behind him, and suddenly halted. His only hope now rested on Lin Sudong defeating his foe while he successfully stalled for Lin Sudong's support. Alternatively, he could eliminate the pursuer himself. Why have you stopped? At the alley's entrance, another man in black emerged, revealing only his chilling gaze. He had initially intended to carry out the assassination of a mere youth alone, but to his surprise, the boss insisted on assigning an awakened to accompany him. However, upon reflection, he felt fortunate. Had it not been for the boss's arrangement, he might have met his demise. Amidst his trepidation, he also felt a sense of luck, believing he would ultimately be the one to eliminate the target. Suddenly, Gu Chen looked towards Mu Xiaowan, his eyes filled with reluctance and fear. Xiaowan, do not concern yourself with me. You must leave at once and report this, brother. I won't go. Mu Xiaowan stubbornly shook her head. Obey me. Gu Chen seemed to scold her in a fit of anger, prompting Mu Xiaowan to reluctantly retreat, glancing back 3 times before vanishing into the darkness. Thereafter, Gu Chen seized the chopping knife he had hastily taken from home, adopting a desperate stance as he warily gazed at the man in black, preparing to fight valiantly for his sister's sake. How touching. Too bad that today, you shall all perish. The man in black, gripping his dagger, accelerated towards him. Though he was not an awakened, his energy had surpassed 150. Many preliminary awakened individuals lacked his strength, and he had hunted true awakened beings as an ordinary person. Thus, he was not intimidated by this so-called campus genius. The dagger sliced through the air like a flash of lightning, and even with Gu Chen's current energy level of 105, he found it difficult to discern the movement. However, Gu Chen did not need to see clearly, for, bang, a faint pain coursed through the figure clad in black as the machete struck him. Before him stood Gu Chen, who, astonishingly, had hurled his only weapon as a projectile, striking him momentarily before opting for an alternate route and fleeing. This left the man in black momentarily bewildered. Your desperate demeanor is somewhat touching, but is it merely an act? He commenced his pursuit, aware that although the distance between them was increasing, he felt a sense of reassurance. Earlier, he had first spotted Lin Sudong, prompting him to chase after Gu Chen. That individual was evidently formidable now. With a greater distance between them, he could prevent that man from defeating his companion and subsequently turning his attention to him. The black-clad man had always possessed confidence in his own power levels. Typically, most individuals could not awaken, and those who did would barely exceed 100, yet he boasted a strength of 150, his physical prowess undeniably formidable. However, he soon realized that Gu Chen was not lagging far behind him. As he ran, Gu Chen's anxiety began to dissipate considerably. It seemed that this individual was not an awakened one, or perhaps a rather weak variant. Thus far, the awakened individuals Gu Chen had encountered included Lin Sudong, Lu Zhenhai, as well as the leaders of the Zishuang gang and the Heihu gang. There was no need for combat. Gu Chen instinctively knew that they would be far too easy to deal with. In comparison, this man before him was notably weaker. With a visage devoid of sorrow or joy, Gu Chen pretended to be breathless and frantic, but in a moment of misstep, he stumbled into a dark alleyway ensconced by 3 black walls. Overgrown with weeds and cluttered with debris, this alley belonged to the desolate fringes of Area C. Rising quickly from the ground, Gu Chen sought to escape, only to find the man in black blocking his path at the alley's entrance. Calmness enveloped his mind, yet despair etched itself across his face as he hastily picked up a shard of broken tile, trembling as he exclaimed, "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me?" The man in black offered no further words, advancing with his dagger. This time, he deftly evaded the tiles and rubble hurled by Gu Chen and cornered him against the wall, plunging the knife forward. It was over. He distinctly felt the peculiar sensation of the blade penetrating flesh, blood spurting forth, warm to the touch. Yet, he found it curious how effortlessly the act seemed, as if the thrust had been met with Gu Chen's own eagerness. Confusion washed over him as he gazed upon the scene illuminated by moonlight. Gu Chen raised his head, his eyes, marred with blood, reflecting a visage of savagery and madness. In that moment, an inexplicable fear surged within the heart of the man in black. Awakening technique. Regain energy. An additional power surged within Gu Chen. The man in black attempted to withdraw his knife, but the severely injured youth seemed to experience a resurgence, his arms clamping down like iron bands, nails embedding into flesh. Anger flared within the man in black, and just as he intended to strike Gu Chen's head with a punch, he sensed the faintest sound of footsteps behind him, compelling him to glance back. The sight before him plunged him into an abyss of unparalleled terror. What is this? Blood surged forth, but this time, It was not from Gu Chen. Chapter 42. The Queen of the Dark Night, a piercing pain surged through him, and the man in black instinctively evaded the deadly strike aimed at him from behind. The blade grazed his neck, blood splattering forth. His instincts compelled him to retaliate, yet the sight before him rendered him frigid with dread. What is this creature? Behind him, veiled by the moonlight, stood a diminutive figure with hair as crimson as blood and eyes that shimmered with a chilling, otherworldly light. Clutching a sharp blade, she exuded an icy malevolence. 3 faint crimson lines marred her forehead and cheek, radiating an aura of sinister allure. This was not an awakened one. The essence of primal energy was unmistakable to the man in black. Upon glimpsing the girl's 2 pointed canine teeth, he understood in an instant. This was not a carrier. This brat harbored a carrier in her midst. Recognizing her attire, he was struck by the realization that this was none other than Gu Chen's younger sister. The rapid loss of blood clouded his thoughts, yet terror filled his heart. He struggled to push Gu Chen away, clutching his wound, desperate to leap onto the rooftop and escape this place. He refrained from engaging with Mu Xiaowan, for the deep-seated fear of carriers, seemingly etched into his very genes, surged within him. In this moment of injury, all he yearned for was flight. Leaving him behind, Gu Chen pressed a hand against his bleeding wound. Leaning against the wall, his vision blurring, Mu Xiaowan remained expressionless, her body suddenly in motion as she pursued him. Her blade repeatedly carved into the man in black, but he was wholly consumed by the singular desire to flee. Though gravely injured, the enhancements from primal energy still coursed through him, and just as he was about to succeed in leaping to the rooftop, a flicker of urgency glimmered in Mu Xiaowan's enchanting eyes. A peculiar sensation enveloped her. As she observed the blood swirling in the air, Mu Xiaowan felt as though a new power had awakened within her. Seizing the black-clad man's arm, the blood from his neck wound flowed down to her delicate hand. Buzz! Instinctively, Mu Xiaowan unleashed the newfound ability she had just comprehended. The blood coalesced like a stream, her hand functioning as a pump, and the man's blood gushed forth from the gaping wound in his neck. Streams of crimson transformed into glimmers of red light, purified by Mu Xiaowan into energy surging into her being, infection. The man's eyes gradually dulled, his body collapsing as if devoid of bones, falling amidst the weeds and refuse. Cough, cough. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Chen's anxious heart finally found solace. Mu Xiaowan's hair began to lose its vibrant hue, reverting to the appearance of a malnourished girl, though her face was now brimming with tears. Brother, hold on, I'll take you to the hospital. She rushed over, supporting Gu Chen with her frail arms. No one could associate her with the merciless specter from moments before. I'm fine. Gu Chen retrieved bandages to tend to his wound and swallowed a vitality-enhancing pill. Feeling a modicum of strength return, he gazed at the anxious Mu Xiaowan, lost in thought. What's wrong? Mu Xingwan looked at him, her eyes suddenly filled with unease. The memories forged after her transformation would not be erased. Rather, they would subtly alter her demeanor at that moment. She vividly recalled the instance when she drained the blood from a person. Brother, so I truly am an infected one, am I not? She lowered her gaze, aware that the notions instilled in her by Gu Chen had never aligned with this reality. Gu Chen always asserted that she was like anyone else, a normal person. Otherwise, she would surely fear the sunlight and be unable to resist the urge to consume flesh. Yet, as she matured, she increasingly understood that she was, after all, distinct from ordinary people. Have you ever witnessed an infected individual awakening? Gu Chen's remark left Mu Xiaowan momentarily speechless. Awakening? Indeed, that move you just executed was an awakening technique. Who would have thought my sister is a rare genius, awakening so early? Have you known about this all along but kept it from me? Observing the pride and satisfaction in Gu Chen's eyes, Mu Xiaowan felt a twinge of embarrassment. No, I was just anxious and suddenly managed to do it. Precisely, that is awakening. Faced with Gu Chen's unwavering conviction, Mu Xiaowan found herself uncertain whether he was merely trying to console her. Well then, what is the point of dwelling on this? Help me over there. Gu Chen affectionately ruffled Mu Xiaowan's hair, causing her to chuckle foolishly. She had seldom received such praise from him, and this first-time acknowledgement left her feeling a bit dazed. A green crystal gradually materialized, and Gu Chen approached to retrieve it. Duan Su, mere moments away from awakening, perished from excessive blood loss, and tragically, at the hands of a 12-year-old girl. He harbored a monumental secret within, yet regrettably, he never had the opportunity to reveal it. The deceased's information flashed in his mind. The scent of blood? At the entrance of the slums, Lu Zhenhai was escorting Chu Hongxiu towards Xiao Chen's residence. He had just attempted to call Xiao Chen, but the line was unreachable. He understood that Xiao Chen typically would not contact him for trivial matters. And now, with the line down, he resolved to investigate personally. To his surprise, upon arrival, he and Chu Hongxiu discerned something amiss. Following the sounds, they discovered Lin Sudong standing over a contorted figure dressed in black. "Dongzi, what are you doing here? Who is this fellow?" Zhenhai, Lin Sudong, the current martial arts instructor of the Jiangxing Armed Police, recognized Lu Zhenhai, with whom he shared a good rapport due to work. His face brightened upon seeing him. "You know Xiao Chen, right? Quickly, follow this direction to find him. Someone is out to kill him." There's no time to explain. Two individuals are after him, and even if one isn't an awakened one, they are not far off. If we delay, we may only be left to collect his corpse. Lin Sudong had previously encountered the black-clad man and intended to detain him. However, the fellow's speed was astonishing, compounded by the distraction posed by an awakened one, leading to his failure. Understood. Lu Zhenhai suppressed his rising anxiety, grabbing Chu Hongxiu as they prepared to pursue the path he indicated. The black-clad man, now bound and incapacitated by Lin Sudong, merely scoffed at the remark. 10 minutes had elapsed since the battle began. If that man still could not kill Xiao Chen, he might as well throw himself into a wall. Just as she was about to leave, Chu Hongxiu suddenly froze, pointing in that direction, her red lips parting slightly. "Look over there." The alley's entrance, a young man, his body drenched in blood, was slowly approaching. Holding a little girl's hand in his other hand, he carried a severed head. "Xiao Chen? How could this be possible?" The black-clad man lying on the ground trembled all over, his gaze toward Xiao Chen filled with shock and confusion. He was well aware of Duan Su's prowess. After all, he had assassinated a genuine awakener. Wasn't this boy still in school? How could he have killed Duan Su? What a remarkable lad. Lin Sudong's expression also shifted slightly. He realized he had completely misjudged this student. He was not the sensitive, inexperienced child he had assumed, but rather a shrewd and ruthless man. "Xiao Chen, you're injured. Let me take you to the hospital." Chu Hongxiu was the first to rush over, her heart aching at the sight of the two in such a disheveled state. "Wait, Lu Gu. I need to ask you something first. Do you know Suyu? What is his relationship with Zhang Tianhao?" Chapter 43. Truth Pill. They should be quite familiar. They are both part of the Jiangxing Business Alliance. "Xiao Chen, let us not discuss this now. You should head to the hospital first." "Suyu, Zhang Tianhao." Xiao Chen smiled slightly, realizing that his conjecture was correct. How did this become related to Zhang Tianhao? Lin Sudong was unaware of the alliance between Xiao Chen and Lu Zhenhai and found himself in a rather dazed state. "I truly didn't expect this matter to impact you so greatly. Xiao Chen, enough talk. Just go to the hospital." Lu Zhenhai also felt a pang of guilt, putting aside his usual playful demeanor and his view. Xiao Chen had unwittingly stepped into murky waters, dragged into this vortex by his own actions. "I can manage. As for Zhang Tianhao, you must have failed, right?" Both Chu Hongxiu and Lu Zhenhai were taken aback. The incident had only just occurred, and the news could not have reached Xiao Chen. How could he possibly know? Observing their expressions, Xiao Chen understood that he was right. "What secrets do you share? It's driving me mad." Lin Sudong felt as if he were an outsider, utterly confused, glaring at Lu Zhenhai with a look of grievance. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Zhenhai saw Xiao Chen leaning against the ground, while Chu Hongxiu tended to his wounds, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The group bound the black-clad man, knocked him unconscious, and discarded him in an abandoned building nearby. It was still regarding the earlier case of the infected in Area C. "Xiao Chen and I had investigated together, and Zhang Tianhao had significant suspicions against him. I apprehended him despite the pressure and even specifically requested the truth pill, but it ultimately failed." "The truth pill?" Noticing the confusion in Xiao Chen's eyes, Chu Hongxiu explained softly, "It is a controlled substance made by a level 3 or above mental-type awakener in conjunction with a pharmacist. Once consumed, the individual will not speak a lie for half an hour." Lin Sudong, listening nearby, paled slightly. They had resorted to such measures. Lu Zhenhai truly left no stone unturned. Zhang Tianhao was no ordinary person. Using such a substance meant that the case had to be resolved definitively. Hearing him say the case had failed, Lin Sudong pondered the implications for Lu Zhenhai. Lu Zhenhai shrugged. Indeed, I am currently on leave without pay and cannot handle cases for 6 months. However, this is not the crux of the matter. I truly did not anticipate that Zhang Tianhao had prepared so thoroughly. He remarkably managed to enlist a third-level awakened one to construct a mental barrier for his brain. The potency of the truth serum simply cannot penetrate this layer of defense, and in truth, my utilization of this substance was already a breach of regulations. Another lead, specifically that blood test result, left me utterly bewildered as it turned out not to be the individual listed. Initially, upon discovering the crystal, Gu Chen, along with another, stumbled upon the corpse-dissolving fluid and the blood that had seeped into the soil, both convinced that it must belong to the awakened one, Zhang Ningen, who had rejected Zhang Tianhao, murdered right there. First assumed there had been an error in the identification, only to be astonished when Zhang Ningen himself made a personal appearance. At that moment, I was left utterly speechless. Having already acted in somewhat of a regulatory gray area, our old director had endured considerable pressure on my behalf. Now, with all evidence severed, Zhang Tianhao was released this afternoon. Lin Sudong cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Zhenhai, aware that this brother was not one to shy away from trouble, and it was precisely this trait that had initially drawn them together. Yet he never anticipated such audacity from him. Surely, Zhang Tianhao would not stoop so low. With his wealth, why would he involve himself with the infected? Have you made an error? Furthermore, Gu Chen, you mentioned inquiring about Suyu. Do you truly believe that Zhang Tianhao had Suyu place a mental mark on you? Beyond this, I can think of no one else, Gu Chen replied calmly. The situation aligned closely with his thoughts, yet he had not foreseen the existence of the truth serum and mental barriers. He increasingly felt that the capabilities of the awakened were far beyond his initial imaginings. Having captured an individual, particularly one who was awakened, he expected them to possess significant knowledge. If you still have the truth serum, I would like to observe your interrogation before departing. Lin Sudong regarded Gu Chen with a glance, internally sighing. Very well, if you can endure, then stay a while longer. That was my intention as well, Lu Zhenhai sincerely remarked. After several dealings, he no longer regarded Gu Chen as a mere child but rather as a capable assistant who could strategize alongside him. Get up. I know you're not dead, he approached, delivering several kicks that sent the cloaked figure tumbling. Subsequently tearing off his mask, an aging visage emerged before him. Well, even at such an advanced age, you still venture out to be an assassin. Truly commendable. How much did Zhang Tianhao pay you? The cloaked man gasped for breath, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Chen, utterly astonished that such a formidable operation had failed to eliminate Gu Chen, instead resulting in his capture. Zhang Tianhao? Who is that? I do not know him. He understood that even without speaking, he could not escape the charge of attempted murder, yet he was acutely aware that if he divulged any information, Zhang Tianhao would surely eliminate him and his family. All right, so you wish to be obstinate, do you? Observing Lu Zhenhai flexing his wrists, Zhang Tianbao's eyelids flickered slightly, then he gritted his teeth and retorted. What, is the law enforcement going to resort to coercion? Not at all, but fortunately, I have invested significantly this time, having requested 10 of these items. Unexpectedly, I only used one previously, so consider this a gift to you. Taking advantage of Zhang Tianbao's momentary distraction, Lu Zhenhai swiftly seized the muscles on either side of his jaw and forcefully deposited the pill into his mouth. Zhang Tianbao's expression fluctuated between anger and fear as he instinctively tried to expel it. But alas, it had already been swallowed. What did you make me ingest? I will sue you, he shouted. Now you wish to invoke the law? It is too late for that. You believed your bones were tough, didn't you? Let us see if you still dare to speak, Lu Zhenhai retorted. Hongxiu, you take over the questioning. Although he had lost his authority to enforce the law, Chu Hongxiu's interrogation would prove equally effective. Did Zhang Tianhao send you to eliminate Gu Chen? Or perhaps those who accompanied you are under his command? Lu Zhenhai brandished a voice recorder, regarding Zhang Tianbao with a smirk that danced between amusement and menace. Lin Sudong stood nearby, still grappling with disbelief despite the explanations he had received. Zhang Tianbao's complexion flushed crimson. His mind was sharp enough to understand the gravity of his situation, yet an overwhelming force seemed to be exerting pressure on his consciousness, instilling in him a paralyzing fear that revealing the truth would lead to a terrifying fate, one that threatened his very life. Yes. Very well, Lu Zhenhai replied, his spirits lifted. Upon uttering those words, Zhang Tianbao appeared utterly drained, disbelief washing over him at the realization that he had indeed spoken. A wave of intense dread surged within him. Did he have ties to the infected? If you know where he is hiding the infected, you must tell us now, Chu Hongxiu pressed, unwilling to squander time. For this individual was no ordinary person, but an awakened one, and the effects of the drug might dissipate swiftly. Zhang Tianbao's forehead was beaded with sweat, his veins bulging as he gritted his teeth, saliva dripping down his chin, his countenance twisting into that of a malevolent spirit. The threat of death loomed ominously over every nerve in his body, yet the price of speaking weighed heavily on him. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck him, and with a roar reminiscent of a cornered beast, he unleashed his latent powers. Still wishing to resist, the others recoiled slightly, intending to subdue him, but to their astonishment, after utilizing his awakened abilities, Zhang Tianbao's physique shrank. Though his hands were now free, his body still bound. I cannot speak. If I do, my fate will be even worse. I cannot say anything. He appeared deranged, caught in the tumult between the drug's influence and his own consciousness. In a frenzied motion, he produced a dagger from his pocket and lunged it toward his throat. Chapter 44. Stalemate. Stop. Lu Zhenhai and his companions had anticipated a struggle, but who could have foreseen that this man would resort to self-destruction? An awakened individual, even one guilty of a crime, could expect only a few years of imprisonment at most. Yet he chose to take his own life. The expressions of the onlookers darkened. Although they had recorded crucial evidence, this act would merely serve to irk Zhang Tianhao. Xiao Chun remained silent. After a few moments of quiet contemplation, he transformed the green luminescence into a crystal, extracting Zhang Tianbao's information in the face of death and horrors beyond. Zhang Tianbao opted for self-annihilation. Upon seeing this name, Xiao Chun inhaled deeply, sensing that his suspicions were beginning to crystallize. Chu Hongxiu, ever mindful of Xiao Chen's injuries, was the first to notice the shift in his expression. Xiao Chen, have you made any discoveries? The others turned their attention toward him. Brother Hai, take a closer look. Do you not find this individual strikingly familiar? Xiao Chen inquired, pointing at the deceased Zhang Tianbao. Lu Zhenhai suppressed a flicker of despondency within him and began to scrutinize the figure intently. Had Xiao Chen not mentioned it, he would have remained oblivious to any resemblance. The interrogations, examinations, and the relentless pressure from superiors had left him overwhelmed, leaving little room to notice the countenance of a complete stranger. Yet now, spurred by Xiao Chen's words, he indeed felt a sense of familiarity with the deceased, though he could not quite place it. Do you recognize him? A spark of anticipation ignited within him. Xiao Chun smiled gently, narrowing his eyes as he spoke softly. Initially, we all believed that Zhang Ningen perished at his doorstep, eliminated by Zhang Tianhao, due to his refusal to comply with one of Zheng's demands. However, he not only survived but also emerged at a crucial moment to provide testimony that dealt you a devastating blow. Do you consider this mere coincidence? Xiao Chen's probing question prompted Lu Zhenhai to reflect more deeply, signaling for Xiao Chen to continue. Had it only been Zhang Ningen, it might have been inconsequential. However, this individual leads me to a profound realization. We have all reviewed that list, and I trust that you have subsequently investigated the details and photographs of those individuals. Fortunately, they were all awakened ones, notable figures in Jiangqing's history, and I too have examined their likenesses. Now, consider once more, does he not bear a striking resemblance to someone among them? This statement struck Lu Zhenhai like a thunderclap across a tranquil lake, suddenly awakening memories within him. His pupils constricted as he focused intently on Zhang Tianbao's visage, his breath becoming labored. Zhang Tianbao? Upon hearing Lu Zhenhai utter the name directly, Xiao Chun exhaled in relief. Harboring a newfound admiration for him, he had merely perused the photographs, but this made for a clearer explanation. Lu Zhenhai's memory was indeed impressive. It truly is him. Lu Zhenhai struggled to comprehend. Zhang Tianbao appeared somewhat older than in the photographs, yet the general outline remained unchanged. How could this be? Were not these individuals dealt with by Zhang Tianhao? Chu Hongxiu was equally bewildered. She had been contemplating the case along the lines of Xiao Chen and Lu Zhenhai's initial reasoning, assuming that those who accepted Zhang Tianhao's suggestions had transformed into infected ones, while those who opposed him were naturally eliminated. It seems we may have erred in our assumptions. Those who rejected Zhang Tianhao were not killed but rather became his subordinates. Lu Zhenhai pondered for a brief moment before conceding to Xiao Chen's assessment. So, Does this imply that the incident involving Zhang Ningen was a trap set by Zhang Tianhao for us? Not necessarily. I do not believe he could have anticipated such depth, Gu Chen replied, shaking his head. The traces of decomposition found at Zhang Ningen's doorstep would not have been detectable without a large-scale investigation. Had it not been for the application of his awakening abilities, it would have been exceedingly difficult for you to decipher this trap. I lean towards the notion that it was a coincidence. Yet Zhang Tianhao cleverly turned the tables to fabricate false evidence against you. When you claimed that Zhang Ningen was eliminated by him, I suspect he was nearly laughing at that moment. Lu Jinhai and Chu Hongxiu stood frozen in place, realizing that one misstep had led to a cascade of errors. Thus, I am inclined to believe that Zhang Tianhao offered them a choice, either to comply or to submit as his subordinates. The individuals present were deeply engrossed in Gu Chen's analysis, and Lu Jinhai took a moment to organize the information swirling in his mind, leading to a profound shift in his perspective regarding Gu Chen. Lin Sudong felt similarly. This evening, he sensed a potential upheaval of his worldviews. Reflecting on the times he spent training those children, he nostalgically recalled his own naive youth. Yet, in the current context, he couldn't help but feel like an intruder among them. Alas, Zhang Tianbao was deceased, severing yet another lead. Although there was his testimony, it constituted a mere whisper in the wind, far too insubstantial for a conviction. Establishing guilt mandates a comprehensive chain of evidence. Lu Jinhai, after a moment of impulsiveness, found himself relying on the seasoned director to clean up the aftermath. He could no longer afford to no. I actually believe that his suicide has inadvertently provided us with a significant piece of evidence. The others redirected their attention towards him once more. At that moment, Gu Chen, drenched in blood with a pale visage, exuded a gaunt yet strikingly handsome appearance that seemed almost youthful in the eyes of the middle-aged men. Though none regarded him as a mere high school student any longer. If he were entirely oblivious to the matters at hand, then he ought to speak the truth. However, this indicated that those who had appeared on Zhang Tianhao's list were aware of his plans. All we need do is locate the individuals on that list and deny him any opportunity for self-destruction. Truth serum, do you still possess any? Indeed, the truth serum was still available, yet the pressing question remained. Where to find these individuals? How to seek them out? While the clues had been clarified, it posed a considerable challenge. Gu Chen resumed his seat, feeling a chilling sensation coursing through his body, the blood he had lost earlier weighing heavily upon him. In the ensuing silence, Lin Sudong observed the pensive expressions of those around him, his lips twitching in disbelief. He had initially thought that teaching at the school would provide him with a respite. Yet here he was, entangled in such a dire situation. Noticing their shared contemplation, he coughed twice to dispel the notion of his own folly and remarked, "Incredible. I thought I was merely escorting students home. Who could have anticipated such a shocking revelation? I believe we could start with the women around Zhang Tianhao. After all, many prominent figures have ultimately fallen at the hands of their mistresses. His casino is certainly filled with beautiful women. I doubt he can manage them all." His words fell on deaf ears, and Lin Sudong's smile froze on his face, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Gu Chen lifted his head and remarked, "Teacher, I initially thought you were quite cool." Lin Sudong could only respond with silence. His interjection had lightened the mood somewhat, yet the core issue remained unresolved. They were racing against the clock. With no news of Zhang Tianbao, Zhang Tianhao would inevitably sense something amiss. Why then? Locating individuals would likely become an insurmountable challenge. What do you think is the most crucial core industry for Zhang Tianhao? From the corner, Gu Chen's voice resonated once more. Chapter 45. If we are to gamble, let us gamble big. Though Lu Jinhai could not fathom Gu Chen's thoughts, he had grown accustomed to his erratic reasoning after several collaborations. He has KTV, commercial enterprises, residential real estate, and boxing competitions, yet among all these ventures, his most lucrative remains the Crown Casino. The sum of the others pales in comparison. Gu Chen interlocked his fingers and inquired further. What is the state of security at the casino? Is there often unrest? It is now Lin Sudong's turn to speak. One can easily tell he is a young lad, perhaps inexperienced, still needing guidance from his mentors. What treasures and cash could possibly be stored within those casino walls? The security measures are undoubtedly more stringent than those of a police station. I would wager that more than half of Zhang Tianhao's awakened individuals are stationed there. Keeping a vigilant watch. In truth, Lin Sudong may have understated the gravity of the situation. His casino and underground fight ring are housed within the same hotel, while his other enterprises operate quite legitimately. requiring comparatively less security. Xiao Chun fell into contemplation. He harbored no personal grievances against Zhang Tianhao. Frankly, he did not even register on the man's radar. Under normal circumstances, he would fervently wish to avoid enmity with such a figure. However, it was precisely due to this insignificance that Zhang Tianhao might consider eliminating him without a second thought. I have a plan, but it may demand a considerable sacrifice from you. Should it fail, the consequences could be dire. Enveloped in moonlight and darkness, the blood on Xiao Chun had already dried, yet his eyes shone with an unsettling brightness that captivated those around him. Lu Zhenhai squinted. Lighting a cigarette. Let's hear it. The group gathered closely. The young man before them began sketching in the dirt with a twig, assigning tasks to each individual. Lu Zhenhai attempted to interject several times, but ultimately refrained. After several minutes, Chu Hongxiu could no longer contain herself and spoke first. This is too risky. Zhenhai, I acknowledge there is a chance of success, but should we fail, not only would you lose your position, but you could very well find yourself behind bars. Xiao Chun halted his exposition, having laid out his comprehensive plan. In his estimation, the probability of success was substantial, yet the risk of failure loomed large. The one bearing the greatest sacrifice would be Lu Zhenhai. The decision was ultimately his to make. Should Lu Zhenhai choose not to pursue this path, Xiao Chun would promptly report to the authorities and request protection, intending to leave Jiangxing immediately after the testing day concluded. Having smoked 3 cigarettes in silence, Lu Zhenhai finally crushed the last stub in his hand, tossing it to the ground, releasing a final wisp of smoke through his nostrils. Observing this, Chu Hongxiu fell silent. She understood her partner all too well. Lu Zhenhai offered her a wry smile, seemingly unfazed, as if he had returned to his usual light-hearted demeanor. I always remember my father's words from my youth. Money cannot buy a person's willingness. If I could personally send him in, I would relish the opportunity. Risk? What endeavor is devoid of risk? Even the joys of parenthood come with their own hazards. As for this skin of mine, do you think I care? In truth, he did not seem to mind much. Having clawed his way up from a life of poverty, Chu Hongxiu knew he was already quite content. The money he earned was typically spent on tobacco and liquor or sent back to impoverished relatives in his hometown. Yet, there was one matter to which he was deeply committed: the infected. Whenever murder was connected to the infected, Lu Zhenhai would pursue the truth relentlessly. Having faced humiliation at the hands of Shen Longjia and manipulation by Zhang Tianhao, did Lu Zhenhai care? Perhaps he did, but that was not of paramount importance. Lin Sudong observed the group, his expression pained, for he too had a stake in this plan. I remarked, "Why are you disregarding my opinion?" "I have yet to decide whether to participate." Lu Zhenhai patted his shoulder, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth. "Come on, buddy, you can't back out this time. I'll treat you to a drink afterward. It's brewed by my father, and I usually hesitate to share it." Lin Sudong, with a look of disdain, swatted his hand away and cast a sorrowful glance at Xiao Chun, only to hear Xiao Chun sigh, as a teacher. "Lin, you speak of protection, yet look at what I've become." Lin Sudong felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. "Just remember to give me a disguise," he added. Seeing that the men had reached a consensus, Chu Hongxiu stood there, somewhat at a loss. She was acutely aware that Xiao Chen's plan was exceedingly perilous, and she couldn't fathom how these individuals managed to appear so nonchalant. "Let's get started. Time is of the essence. Lu Gu, it's time to leverage your connections." Xiao Chen's gaze was intense as he shook his head. He felt weak and unable to partake in the plan, yet he had shared all the thoughts he could muster. Until the matter was settled, he couldn't find peace to head to the hospital. Noticing that Xiao Chun intended to follow, Lin Sudong hesitated, glancing at Xiao Chen's blood-stained garments, and he inwardly sighed. The Crown Grand Hotel stands as one of the prominent establishments in Jiangxing, characterized by its multifaceted offerings of business services, gambling, boxing matches, and leisure activities. It could be aptly described as a veritable gold mine. For a border town with a population of approximately 1 million, the existence of such an upscale hotel is indeed a rarity. Its clientele is not solely comprised of locals. It primarily caters to official dignitaries and awakened individuals preparing for wilderness hunts, as well as military investigations, among others. At that moment, within a private dining room at the hotel, a group of burly men were enveloped in smoke, with Lu Zhenhai seated prominently at the center. The others were his steadfast comrades from Jiangxing, a total of 5, all awakened. The plan was laid forth. It carried risks, yet they were all awakened. At most, They would be charged with public disturbance and would be released after a couple of days. After Lu Zhenhai's proposal, a heavy silence fell upon the room, broken only by the burly man with dragon tattoos on his arms scratching his head. Lu Gu, if my brothers are coming, we want to drop the ball. We don't often mingle in Jiangxing, so it's fine. Just exercise a bit of caution. They all understood that the intent was to target Zheng Tianhao. Claiming not to feel anxious would be disingenuous. Fortunately, they were not being asked to undertake excessively outrageous actions. Merely causing a bit of disruption was the objective. They all considered themselves mercenaries, accustomed to the wilderness and seasoned in battles against mutated beasts, far braver than the average desk-bound awakened in the city. However, they were not foolish. If the matter were to be investigated later, they might escape unscathed, but Lu Zhenhai would undoubtedly face complications. Still, Lu Zhenhai maintained an indifferent demeanor, reassuring everyone, I have support behind me. Does the Law Enforcement Bureau truly fear a mere businessman? The others chuckled heartily at this, as they were not part of the system and accepted his reasoning. Lin Sudong turned away in disbelief, feeling that Lu Zhenhai and Xiao Chun were cut from the same cloth, adept at playing their schemes without a hint of shame. Hurry up, it's time to set off. Let's go. The Crown Hotel, a place once deemed too extravagant, is home to enchanting individuals. Today, we shall truly witness its opulence. Lin Sudong has joined this group of 6 awakened individuals, and the room once again falls into silence. How many team members are present? This plan requires numerous collaborators, not merely these 6 awakened ones. The Law Enforcement Bureau must also take part. Lu Zhenhai feels a twinge of guilt as he mentions this. There hasn't been much to gain in terms of benefits, yet these young men and women, along with himself, are taking risks. Chu Hongxiu glances at her phone and murmurs, they have all arrived. Chapter 46. Is this your plan? At the entrance of the Crown Hotel, a black luxury car audaciously honks its horn, halting at the lobby's entrance. The attendant respectfully approaches, yet the individuals before him evoke a sense of surprise. The leader dons a scratched, coarse leather jacket paired with frayed boots and jeans, his unkempt beard lending him a fierce demeanor, starkly contrasting the usual clientele of this establishment. Observing the others disembarking, they too exude a rugged charm, dressed in a rather unruly fashion. The attendant maintains his smile and inquires, Welcome, gentlemen. Please, come inside. Do you have a reservation? Reservation? The burly man removes his jacket, revealing arms adorned with dragon tattoos, seemingly stained with blood. I've heard that Jiangxing's Crown Hotel is the most entertaining, especially with the casino, and my friends and I are here to make a little fortune and indulge ourselves. Ha ha. The others erupt into laughter, disregarding the attendant as they stride confidently through the revolving door. Witnessing their demeanor, the attendant quickly comprehends the situation. He retrieves his walkie-talkie and whispers, Manager, it appears that a few hunters returning from the wilderness have arrived, prime targets. In order to defend against the mutated beasts of the wilderness, the Great Xia has erected high walls, losing nearly half of its territory. However, with the existence of awakened individuals, some bold warriors can venture beyond the walls to hunt these beasts, exchanging their hides, bones, and other precious parts with corporations and research institutions for substantial profits. Many of the pharmaceutical innovations developed from deep-sea research derive their raw materials from these mutated creatures. Before long, the portly manager respectfully approaches the group in the lobby. Esteemed guests, I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please allow me to escort you. Those who dare to hunt in the wilderness are invariably awakened individuals, and not ordinary ones at that. During the decade of wall construction in the Great Xia, a multitude of mutated beasts launched terrifying assaults against the realm. Fortunately, several top-tier human warriors battled with the beast kings, and countless awakened ones fought valiantly, staining the borders with their blood, which ultimately led to the successful completion of the walls. To this day, only a few low-intelligence mutated beasts roam the forests surrounding the walls. Nevertheless, the mortality rate for those venturing outside remains alarmingly high. Those who return alive reap significant rewards. These are not ordinary individuals, they are walking ATMs. The manager muses, leading the group forward. Those garbed as wilderness hunters were none other than Lin Sudong and his companions. They were acquainted with Lu Zhenhai, as like attracts like. They were all straightforward awakeners, and their disguises were remarkably convincing. As they followed the manager through the hotel, the group gazed in astonishment at the lavish interior, no longer needing to feign a rustic demeanor. Traversing the corridor, they were surrounded by walls adorned with LED screens. Despite being underground, The displays showcased a picturesque scene of blue skies and white clouds. With a gentle breeze blowing in the artificial canal, numerous gamblers embraced scantily clad beauties as they sailed along, indulging in wine. Sinful, truly sinful, Lin Sudong muttered, a martial arts instructor for the Border Defense Armed Police Unit. With a monthly salary exceeding 50,000, he could afford to partake. However, he had never been interested before. That scoundrel Xiao Chun, after my appearance this time, it seems I shall find it difficult to return for leisure in the future. After a 7 or 8 minute walk, they finally arrived at the casino's interior, where most of the patrons were dressed impeccably, adorned with jewels, starkly contrasting with Lin Sudong and his companions. Gentlemen, our casino is divided into 2 levels. This one is exclusively designed for esteemed guests such as yourselves. If this atmosphere does not suit your preferences, I can escort you to a different venue with relatively lower stakes, the manager offered. Lin Sudong scoffed, eyeing the situation. This was merely a display of their conversational finesse. They were concerned that the newcomers could not afford to gamble, hence the euphemistic language. Had he come alone, Lin Sudong would have undoubtedly chosen the alternative venue without hesitation. But today, they were not here for amusement. Observing as his companions each exchanged 30,000 in chips, the manager maintained his courteous smile at the entrance. Manager, these individuals are insignificant. They are merely pretending with such meager stakes? The earlier attendant followed suit, bemused upon learning the amount exchanged by the group. Yet the manager, unfazed, leaned casually against the wall, greeting passing patrons with a smile while whispering, "Those who roam the wilderness earn their keep with their lives." It's only natural they are reluctant to part with their money. But once in the casino, the addiction kicks in. They possess the financial means, so do not rush, lest you offend valued clients. This was the manager's long-formed insight, and the attendant nodded in understanding. The 2 observed like spectators, continuing to welcome the incoming guests. As time elapsed, merely half an hour later, they found themselves chuckling, for, as anticipated by the manager, the group had exhausted their chips. Subsequently, they each exchanged another 50,000. The manager's smile broadened. Although the revenue belonged to the hotel and its owner, those who brought in clients, especially those wagering over 500,000, earned a bonus. Another half hour passed, and witnessing the group once again deplete their funds, the leader, a tattooed brute, approached him. The manager stepped forward. "Sir, may I assist you in exchanging chips? I'll exchange your mother." With a sharp crack, the manager was sent flying by the brute's palm, colliding with a nearby vase that shattered upon impact, scattering shards across the floor. "Is your casino a scam? I've played only a few times. A full 100,000. My brothers and I lost a total of 600,000. Compensate me for my losses." The tattooed giant, named Zhang Yao, had been a street thug before awakening, and he embodied the role of a villain with unfeigned authenticity. Dear guests, are you jesting? Who has ever heard of a casino compensating those who have lost? The manager, struggling to suppress his fury, rose to his feet, incredulously gazing at Zhang Yao. "I care not for your nonsense. If you do not return our money today, I shall demolish this wretched place." With that, Zhang Yao seized the manager once more, casting him aside. The others swiftly followed suit, shattering 3 dice machines with a cacophony of blows. The blaring alarms reverberated through the establishment, and many patrons, witnessing the scene, retreated with a mix of pity and derision for the 6 ruffians. "Help! Help! There is a ruckus in the VIP lounge." The manager wiped the blood from his brow, his gaze fixed on the unruly group as if they were specters. What a stroke of bad luck! He had anticipated easy prey, but found himself confronted by a band of ignorant upstarts, awakening individuals from some backwater. Though chaos reigned in the casino, most guests remained, as they possessed the means to indulge in such a venue, having traveled from afar, eager to witness how the situation would unfold. "Gentlemen, I implore you to accompany us." A contingent of 20 security personnel swiftly arrived, led by an awakened individual. The manager exhaled in relief, retreating behind them. Typically, it was not uncommon for gamblers to lose their tempers, even at the Crown Hotel, yet such incidents among awakened individuals were rare. After all, they were generally seasoned enough to recognize the formidable forces behind establishments of this caliber. The manager believed that the group would soon regain their composure. "What now? Have you lost your minds, planning to resort to outright theft? Come at me," Zhang Yao bellowed, and he observed the 6 awakened individuals, their eyes ablaze with rage as if they were poised to commit murder. The manager and the head of security stood in stunned silence. Had these people truly gone mad? Chapter 47. Infection? This has escalated. The sounds of machines and music in the casino had come to a complete halt, and the manager tirelessly endeavored to disperse the patrons. Though the six were indeed ignorant brutes, they were still awakened individuals, and if they truly unleashed their fury, the hotel's security would be no match for them. Summon reinforcements. Summon reinforcements. The awakened leader accompanying the security team bore bruises and scorn in his eyes. Did they truly believe that 6 awakened individuals could wreak havoc in the Crown Hotel? That was tantamount to courting death. In the VIP lounge, there is a disturbance involving 6 awakened individuals, all combat-oriented. We require more personnel, swiftly. The awakened member of the Crown Hotel, clutching his face, urgently called for assistance over the intercom. Before long, the tumultuous sound of footsteps approached. The awakened from the Crown Hotel had arrived. They had witnessed disturbances before, but 6 awakened individuals engaging in a brawl was uncharted territory for them. To mitigate further losses, the leader of this group summoned all those on duty that day. Should Xiao Chun have been present, he would undoubtedly recognize the leader as Zhang Xian, the very individual who had once interrogated him. Zhang Xian surveyed the scene, taking in the devastation. Shattered glass, smoking machines, bruised subordinates, and the raucous laughter of 6 boorish men. These uncouth ruffians from who knows where, apprehend them. Zhang Xian's expression darkened ominously. He is regarded as the most trusted subordinate of Zheng Tianhao, responsible for overseeing the hotel security. Initially, it was believed that a peaceful resolution could be reached, but given the current circumstances, such hopes have been dashed. The crowd has once again descended into chaos, and this time, Lin Sudong and the heavily tattooed man exchanged a glance, both inwardly lamenting their plight. They had not anticipated that the Crown Hotel harbored so many awakened individuals. Counting the one who had arrived earlier, there were a total of 10. Although these individuals appeared to be of considerable age, the sheer number of fists and feet overwhelmed them. Old Liu, you now owe me a favor. Lin Sudong and his companions found themselves entirely on the defensive, yet the sole consolation for Lin Sudong was that everything was unfolding precisely as Xiao Qian had envisioned. He cast a glance at the heavily tattooed man beside him, realizing that the next act was no longer his to perform. The onlookers gradually returned, and while many among them were affluent businessmen, there were indeed few awakened individuals present. Rarely could one witness such a spectacle of awakened combat. It is worth noting that even ordinary awakened individuals, regardless of being at the first level, held considerable stature. They were undeniably part of the privileged elite. Meanwhile, in a private room outside the hotel, Lu Zhenhai and his associates were watching everything unfold through covert recordings made by their subordinates. Suddenly, a voice from outside the room interrupted, prompting Lu Zhenhai to look up and find an elderly man with graying hair before him. Director, we have obtained some leads, but ultimately, confirmation requires the capture of certain awakened subordinates of Zheng Tianhao. Therefore, I took the liberty of acting independently. He opened his mouth, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. This operation had not been discussed with Li Zhangtang, as it was inherently a risk-laden venture. He feared that had he mentioned it, Li Zhangtang would most likely have attempted to dissuade him. Understood. Carry on with your duties. Li Zhangtang remained seated on the sofa, and it was then that Lu Zhenhai noticed a man, appearing to be in his mid-30s and clad in a black trench coat, entering behind him. The man merely smiled faintly at the occupants of the room before taking a seat next to Li Zhangtang. Strangely, despite being younger, Lu Zhenhai suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Li Zhangtang remained silent, gazing intently at the screen. He was aware that Lu Zhenhai had been active, leading a team, yet he was not privy to the specific details as he observed the images relayed back on the screen. He furrowed his brow. The acts of breaking and entering hardly seemed indicative of a masterful plan. Rather, they resembled the temper tantrums of a child. They were not a law enforcement agency, and having recently encountered significant friction with Zheng Tianhao and the district leaders, he found it incomprehensible what was transpiring. Noticing the disappointment in Li Zhengtang's eyes, Lu Zhenhai refrained from offering explanations. He too was uncertain whether Xiao Chen's plan would bear fruit. In the VIP room of the casino, Zhang Xian stood observing the battle, which seemed devoid of any suspense, and withdrew from the fray. Although the situation had been resolved, it still left him with an inexplicable feeling of unease. Out of the blue, what brings these 6 reckless youths to create such chaos? Just as he was about to pick up the phone, the situation in the arena shifted once more. Suddenly, the burly man with floral tattoos let out a roar akin to a cornered beast, and the attacks descended into disorder, his eyes gradually turning crimson. Now he understands the gravity of the situation. Before Zhang Xian could finish his thought, he witnessed the large man retrieve a vial, hastily shoving the dark pills within into his mouth, all the while bellowing, "I won't spare you scoundrels. I've just purchased these Xingyuan pills." Xingyuan pills? A whole vial? Zhang Xian stood frozen in disbelief. Initially, he thought these individuals were merely mindless troublemakers, but now his own mind buzzed, nearly overwhelmed. What do awakeners fear most? Recklessness. The reckless consumption of potions in a desperate bid to break through realms can lead to cognitive disarray, significantly increasing the risk of genetic mutation, resulting in transformation into an infected. This is nearly common knowledge. Tio consumes so many pills in one go, he has truly lost his mind. We must stop him. Before Zhang Xian's urgent shout could fully resonate, he saw the floral tattooed man convulse violently, his eyes swelling redder, froth escaping his lips. This is utterly over the top. In the private room outside, Xiao Qian smirked slightly, however, while he found the burly man's performance excessively theatrical. Others were genuinely convinced. Just then, the large man let out a guttural roar, his leather coat suddenly tearing apart to reveal a layer of dark, scaly armor enveloping his body. Holy moly! Zhang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Is he truly becoming infected just to prove a point? This is an infected, brother. Please stop. At that moment, Lin Sudong noticed the terror etched on the faces of those nearby and, seizing the opportunity, exaggerated the situation. The awakeners from the Crown Hotel had long ceased their actions, retreating several steps in fear, while guests began to scream and push, losing all desire to watch the spectacle. Infected. Infected. Help. Seeing the crowd finally descend into chaos and fully believe in the burly man's act, Lin Sudong breathed a sigh of relief, casting a glance at the floral tattooed man, who discreetly winked back at him. In the hotel's private room, Li Zhengtao and the handsome man were momentarily taken aback. Jinhai, what on earth are you doing? Li Zhengtao could no longer remain composed. If the captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau were to personally create an infected, he would surely be unable to protect Lu Jinhai. Uncle Li, please don't rush. This fellow is just pretending. Xiao Qin glanced at the speaker with surprise. This man in his 30s had entered with a similar aura to Lu Jinhai, suddenly exuding considerable pressure. It was unexpected that he could see through it so clearly. Pretending? Li Zhengtao resumed his seat, still puzzled. What is the purpose behind this charade? Xiao Qin, seated there, wore a faint smile on his pale face. One must admit, Lu Jinhai indeed possesses remarkable talent. His awakening technique allows for complete body scaling, significantly enhancing speed and defense. Even those who have witnessed true infected beings could easily be deceived in such a scenario. Prepare for action, Lu Jinhai reminded. Chu Hongxiu nodded slightly. Outside the door, more than a dozen team members were already waiting, gazing at the neon skyscrapers towering over 30 stories. Xiao Chun felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 48. Wagering everything in the VIP room of the casino, Zhang Xian was completely bewildered, uncertain whether they should proceed with their actions. Let us report to the police first and then retreat. We must avoid getting entangled in this matter. His subordinates, the awakened ones, appeared utterly disinclined to continue, and Zhang Xian cursed under his breath, yet he had to concede that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Guests were fleeing in droves, and Zhang Xian murmured, "All right, I will call the police. The rest of you should find a way to avoid detection. Lao Wang, Lu Hao, you two stay with me to handle the police." The others nodded in agreement, eager to blend into the crowd and conceal their identities as much as possible. That moment, a cold female voice suddenly rang out from outside. "We have received a report regarding suspected infected individuals. Who is in charge here?" Zhang Xian stood frozen in shock, recognizing the speaker, Chu Hongxiu, the deputy captain beside Lu Jinhai of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Following her arrival was the deputy director of the district police station, Ma Xianghua. Zhang Xian certainly wished to accompany Ma Xianghua, but Chu Hongxiu's reasoning was compelling. If this were merely a public security case, we would not intervene. However, given its connection to infected individuals, Director Ma, this falls outside your jurisdiction. Seeing Ma Xianghua caught in a dilemma, Zhang Xian felt a chill in his heart. Meanwhile, in the private room, silence enveloped the atmosphere as they watched more than 10 individuals being escorted to the Law Enforcement Bureau vehicles by Chu Hongxiu. Lu Jinhai clenched his fist in frustration. Observing his excitement, Li Zhengtao, who had been frowning, slightly relaxed his expression. He was eager to grasp the full scope of the plan. Yet he understood Lu Jinhai was racing against time and refrained from interrupting him. "Uncle Li, it seems I am no longer needed here." The handsome man who had accompanied Li Zhengtao stroked his chin, taking a keen interest in Lu Jinhai. "It's hard to say. These youngsters are rather careless in their endeavors." Li Zhengtao humbly acknowledged this, squinting as he exited the private room. The street outside was bustling with traffic, the hotel still ablaze with lights and revelry. The young officers from the Law Enforcement Bureau had bloodshot eyes from their prolonged exertions and had reached the limits of their physical endurance. Nevertheless, their spirits remained remarkably high. Li Zhengtao smirked slightly, placing his hands behind his back as he boarded the vehicle. "Secure all entrances and exits of the hotel. We must not let Zhang Tianhao escape. All vehicles must be inspected." 2 Additional teams from the Law Enforcement Bureau had also arrived on the scene. Not far away, Ma Dinghua, the deputy director of the district police station, wore a grim expression as he took out his phone to make a call. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. On the 32nd floor of the hotel, Zhang Tianhao's office featured spotless, massive arc-shaped floor-to-ceiling windows. He enjoyed standing by the window, allowing him to overlook a sizable portion of the district. "Director Shen, this matter has finally been resolved. You've certainly been busy during this time. I raise my glass to you." Zhang Tianhao gestured with his wine glass toward Shenlongjia, who was seated across from him. Shenlongjia adjusted his cuff and pushed up his glasses. "You are being overly courteous. Our relationship is not so close as you, Boss Zhang, who has meticulously strategized, clearing your name while setting Lu Jinhai up in the process. During this period, it is prudent to maintain a low profile." Li Zhengtao harbors great trust in his subordinates. Although he is nearing retirement, he still possesses a considerable network of acquaintances. Zhang Tianhao chuckled heartily, seemingly unperturbed. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. "Come in. Why the rush?" Zhang Tianhao set down his glass, casting an unsatisfied glance at Zhang Xian. "Is everything settled below? I have witnessed numerous incidents of awakened individuals causing disturbances over gambling losses. This time, it merely seems to involve a larger crowd, and my subordinates are more than capable of handling it." "Brother Hao, there has been an incident. They got into a fight and were subsequently taken away. Isn't it quite normal for those involved in brawls to be apprehended? You've reported this to Ma Dinghua, haven't you?" Noting Zhang Tianhao's continued nonchalance, Zhang Xian swallowed hard and continued, "It's not Ma's people. It's the Enforcement Bureau who took them away." "The Enforcement Bureau?" Zhang Tianhao's previously relaxed demeanor vanished, though he did not succumb to panic. Instead, he furrowed his brow. "What connection does this have with the Enforcement Bureau? Who was responsible for their apprehension?" Even at this moment, he remained largely untroubled, considering that Lu Jinhai had already been suspended today. Given the precedent set by others, it seemed unlikely they would seek him out for trouble at this juncture. It was Chu Hongxiu. Those awakened individuals looking for trouble, upon realizing they were outmatched, resorted to consuming drugs, apparently descending into a state akin to madness, resembling infected individuals. I am unsure who alerted the authorities, but Chu Hongxiu and her group arrived shortly thereafter and have since taken everyone away. The area is swarming with Enforcement Bureau personnel, and other teams have also mobilized. This revelation, both Zhang Tianhao and Shenlongjia's pupils constricted, a chill surging within them. If they still failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, they would indeed be foolish. This was no mere gambling dispute. It was an orchestrated trap designed against them. Otherwise, the police would not have arrived so promptly following the incident. The notion of real infection does not manifest instantaneously. Has the Enforcement Bureau lost its senses? What purpose does it serve to detain your subordinates? Tianhao, do not fret. I will reach out immediately, Shenlongjia responded, initially concerned but then breaking into a cold laugh. This is utterly absurd. If there were concrete evidence, they would undoubtedly come for Zhang Tianhao himself. The absence of evidence and the subsequent arrest of his subordinates serves little purpose beyond vexing him. Wait a moment. Zhang Tianhao inhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure, although he did not share Shenlongjia's optimism. Shenlongjia remained unaware of the intricate backgrounds of his subordinates, but Zhang Tianhao was acutely aware. Thus, he had always exercised caution when deploying them, ensuring they remained low-key and seldom exposed to public scrutiny. Zhang Xian, immediately provide me with the roster of personnel. I need to know who has been taken, he commanded. Furthermore, dispatch someone to swiftly eliminate any incriminating evidence. The entrance of the Enforcement Bureau. Lu Jinhai had no time to elaborate on the plan to Li Zhengtao. Once he had ushered everyone into the interrogation room, Li Zhengtao's phone was nearly inundated with calls. Standing outside the interrogation room, Lu Zhenhai listened to Li Zhengtao's voice, aged yet resolute, echoing from afar, and he could not help but smile wryly. He had never intended to involve the old director in this risky endeavor. Yet now, everyone found themselves ensnared in this high-stakes gamble. Lu Zhenhai pushed open the door. The hesitation in his eyes dissipated entirely, replaced by a demeanor imbued with a chilling ruthlessness. Before him stood an awakened individual, securely bound by two thick cowhide ropes, cursing vehemently, "Are you all insane? Even if there were an infected person, it wouldn't be me. I'm just a distraction. Why are you detaining me?" Suddenly, a pill was forcefully shoved into his mouth. Lu Zhenhai sat across from him, his voice laden with gravity. "Your name, your true name." The awakened individuals under Zheng Tianhao's command were not merely confined to those listed. Thus, despite having captured over a dozen, Lu Zhenhai dared not guarantee that any among them belonged to the registry. Nevertheless, if he could pinpoint even one, the case would swiftly draw to a close. Chapter 49. The truth revealed at 1:30 in the morning. Half an hour had elapsed since the initial interrogation commenced. Following a barrage of phone calls, Li Zhengtao finally found a moment to assess the situation. Standing in the monitoring room adjacent to the interrogation chamber, he observed suspects rotating in and out, noting the furrowed brow of Lu Zhenhai. "How many suspects remain, Director Li?" "2 more," came the response. 9 individuals had been apprehended, 7 of whom had already been interrogated. Yet it appeared Lu Zhenhai had yet to unearth the answers he sought. Xiao Chun watched the comings and goings with a placid expression, a faint scent of blood emanating from his waist injury. Although he felt somewhat lightheaded, he persevered. Once here, he refrained from offering any suggestions. If nothing was discovered, it would simply be a matter of unfortunate luck. In the interrogation room, Lu Zhenhai wiped the sweat from his brow, eyeing another suspect tightly bound before him. With practiced ease, he administered a truth serum. 7 interrogations in, not a single name matched. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that they had all been recruited at a high price by Zheng Tianhao. Regarding his other questions, they remained utterly confounded. Observing the visibly aged man before him, Lu Zhenhai posed the first question once more, a question he had already asked 7 times that night. "Name, state your true name." The elderly man hesitated for a moment before uttering 3 words, "Du Qishan." These unremarkable 3 characters plunged the interrogation room into a profound silence. Lu Zhenhai's head shot up, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the elder's face. Chu Hongxiu paused momentarily, a look of astonishment crossing her features as she glanced toward the black glass window. She was aware that Li Zhengtao, Xiao Chun, and Lin Sudong were also observing, and they had been without rest for several hours. It seemed the moment they had been waiting for was finally at hand. Lu Zhenhai had long anticipated this revelation. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Your face appears somewhat different than before?" Lu Zhenhai scrutinized him. Although he had memorized the countenances of everyone on the list, the photographs had been taken years prior, and he did not possess Xiao Qin's remarkable memory to recognize him. Du Qishan's lips quivered, his complexion paling as he felt the dampness of perspiration on his back since Lu Zhenhai's initial question. He understood that the inquiry regarding his true name was undoubtedly directed at him, for he had long since adopted a different name for the outside world. "Surely, there are individuals on this list you recognize." Upon witnessing Lu Zhenhai produce a sheet of paper inscribed with a series of names, Du Qishan cast a glance over it. Upon recognizing several of the names, a perceptible tremor coursed through his body. Outside the interrogation room, Li Zhengtao listened intently to the inquiries emanating from within. Feeling a significant weight lift from his heart, he understood that this time, Lu Zhenhai and his team were treading the correct path. "Li Shu, it seems I must congratulate you in advance," remarked the young man who had been closely following Li Zhengtao, his smile betraying none of the previous pressures, his handsome, masculine visage remaining effortlessly composed. "Zhao Hua, please refrain from mocking me. I recognize these 4 individuals." Du Qishan's voice emerged strained, as if forced through clenched teeth, pointing at the A4 sheet presented by Lu Zhenhai. Upon uttering those words, his complexion paled even further. The truth serum would not induce unconsciousness. It merely compelled honesty, yet such a potent drug was strictly prohibited in the market. Lu Zhenhai leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "This list was obtained from Zheng Tianhao. Each individual listed has undergone a choice. Some accepted, while others declined. Tell me, what exactly is this choice?" This time, Du Qishan trembled more violently. Clearly grappling with his internal conflict, his eyes reflecting the same terror as that of the man who had previously taken his own life. Lu Zhenhai awaited his response, increasingly curious about what he had witnessed that rendered certain truths more fearsome than death itself. We are all indebted to him. Unable to repay our debts, he offered us a chance. Either submit to his drug test or serve him as an underling in obscurity for a decade. The drug test. This long burdening question finally surfaced before everyone, and Lu Zhenhai realized that the truth was drawing ever closer. At this moment, he comprehended just how swiftly Xiao Qian had reacted. From the assassin's suicide to identifying his visage, deducing his identity, and formulating such a cunning trap. Though the plan itself was rather crude and perilous, Lu Zhenhai marveled at how swiftly this young man had conceived such a series of thoughts within mere minutes. He refocused his attention and posed another question. It appears you chose to refuse. Do you know what ultimately became of those who accepted this so-called drug test? I do not know, Lu Zhenhai replied, his brows furrowing, though he remained undeterred, having anticipated such a scenario. After all, since he had not participated, Zhang Tianhao had no reason to divulge all the details to his subordinates. Yet Du Qishan spoke again. However, I suspect they must have transformed into the infected. This was undoubtedly an unexpected revelation. What leads you to such a conclusion? Lu Zhenhai inquired. Noting the tremor in Du Qishan's voice, I was in the same batch as another individual on the list, named Zhang Tianbao, the time. Neither of us understood the true nature of the drug test, yet we agreed to participate. Given our age, we were reluctant to serve anyone for a decade, despite the awakening individuals possessing somewhat better physiques. Upon our arrival at his laboratory, we were greeted by several enormous iron cages, each containing 5 or 6 individuals, the time. We were oblivious to their plight, but later we understood that these were the subjects of drug trials. That day, an unforeseen incident occurred. We witnessed one individual suddenly convulsing as if afflicted by epilepsy, his body trembling, eyes turning crimson, and both his teeth and nails rapidly elongating. The look he cast upon us was one of sheer predation. As though he yearned to devour us, we were utterly paralyzed by fear, and it became apparent to us that he had undoubtedly transformed into an infected being. Naturally, we were no longer inclined to consent to such a drug trial. Fortunately, that day's events were deemed an anomaly, and the personnel within the laboratory were equally apprehensive of Zhang Tianhao discovering the incident. Thus, they remained silent. Du Qishan's narration rendered the entire assembly hushed. Zhang Tianbao, a name that resonated with familiarity, though Du Qishan was likely unaware that this individual had preceded him in taking his own life. It was no wonder he succumbed to despair. He had witnessed Zhang Tianhao metamorphose living individuals into infected beings, a sight far more horrifying than death itself for anyone. The final inquiry pertained to the location of that laboratory. Chapter 50. Su Zhaohua's curiosity. The interrogation had reached its culmination. Beyond the obsidian glass, although Lu Zhenhai's dialogue with the other party continued, Li Zhengtao's furrowed brow had finally relaxed. He needed only to observe Lu Zhenhai's expression to discern that this man, who had entered the bureau steeped in the essence of the underworld and remained on the front line at this age, was finally on the brink of encountering the most significant case of his life. As the door swung open, Lu Zhenhai emerged from the room with a briefcase in hand, his body slick with perspiration, and he looked up in astonishment. Outside, the leaders of the other 2 teams, along with several members of his own squad, including Lin Sudong, Chu Hongxiu, and even Li Zhangtao, surrounded him, their faces adorned with expressions of admiration and awe. Suddenly, a cacophony of applause erupted. Zhenhai, you've worked hard. This counterattack was a considerable gamble, very much in your style, yet utterly splendid, Li Zhangtao remarked, patting him on the shoulder. The leaders of the other 2 teams were considerably younger than him and often perceived Lu Zhenhai as overly driven, neglecting the pleasures of life. However, in this moment, they could not help but feel a surge of respect for him. Lu Zhenhai managed a faint smile, raising his gaze to survey the room, finally locating the figure in the corner. The bloodstains on Xiao Qian had long since dried, yet his injuries were severe. He had been pierced through the abdomen. By all accounts, he should have been rushed to a hospital. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen insisted on accompanying them, for his years of experience battling thugs in the slums had taught him that one should never cease until one is certain their opponent has lost the ability to retaliate. In truth, my role in this plan was merely that of a participant. The true initiator was none other than Xiao Chen, a name you all recognize. At that moment, all eyes converged upon Xiao Chen. scrutinized by dozens, yet he appeared unfazed, mustering enough strength to offer a smile. Li Jingtao had already taken note of this young man who had been lingering nearby. Initially, he had assumed he was merely an injured team member. Is it this young lad? They had certainly heard of Gu Chen's name, but was he not a student? The response from Lu Zhenhai left not only the members of the group in disbelief, but even Su Zhaohua, the man who had maintained a sunny smile beside Li Zhangtao, exhibited a hint of surprise in his eyes. He approached Lu Zhenhai and spoke softly. Isn't this young man rather youthful? Lu Zhenhai, unaware of Su Zhaohua's identity, acknowledged him with a nod, recognizing that anyone associated with Li Zhangtao must hold a significant position. Indeed, he is still in high school and nearing graduation. Then how is he involved in this matter? Su Zhaohua inquired, his confusion deepening. However, upon noticing that everyone had begun to take action, he offered an apology. Captain Lu, I apologize. Your investigation is of utmost importance. I shall speak later, but I find this young man quite intriguing. Lu Zhenhai nodded in understanding. At that moment, over 50 individuals boarded their vehicles, preparing for action. I have received a definitive answer. Zhang Tianhao has been using gambling to control some elderly, low-income awakeners, both locals and those from other regions, and has created infected individuals through a so-called drug testing method. His intentions remain unclear, yet witnesses have provided us with the location of his experiments, right beneath his Crown Hotel. Everyone, follow my car. Let us depart. We now have eyewitnesses. As long as we locate that place, even if the infected individuals have already been moved, any corroborating details will suffice to draw the attention of higher authorities. For the first time, Lu Zhenhai felt a greater hope for promotion. Previously, he believed that working diligently on the front lines was commendable enough, and he had been indifferent to the prospect of advancement. But now he understood that his past successes were merely due to the cases he had handled being too minor, lacking sufficient depth and significance. Upon their arrival at the Crown Hotel, they found it already surrounded, but not by guests, rather, by personnel from the enforcement agency. In addition to these officials, Ma Dinghua from the district police station, District Chief Shen Longjia, and various heads of relevant departments had gathered at the hotel entrance. To Lu Zhenhai's surprise, Zhang Tianhao was also present. Having changed from his previous robe into a well-tailored suit, he stood with 6 bodyguards in black, exuding an air of calmness. Lu Zhenhai, you have been suspended. Yet you continue to cause such a commotion. Have you no regard for the rules? Zhang Tianhao appeared unfazed, lighting a cigar with a smirk that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. I'm merely here to observe the excitement. Being suspended does not equate to being dismissed, Boss Zhang. I've certainly picked up quite a few juicy tidbits about you during my time here. Wasting time now serves no purpose. Please step aside. Zhang Tianhao shrugged, indicating he had no intention of obstructing. However, the enforcement team was halted by Shen Longjia, who, unlike his earlier demeanor, now wore a grim expression, leaving it unclear whether his anger was genuine or merely a performance intended for others to witness. Director Li, I hold you in high regard as my former superior, yet your subordinates are behaving quite recklessly. Setting aside prior incidents, just today, you. Shen Longjia is in a fit of anger, others are echoing his sentiments, while Li Zhangtao is stepping forward to make a statement. Observing the two factions squabbling, Gu Chen's gaze drifts towards Zhang Tianhao. This is his first encounter with the very individual who seeks his demise. Exuding an air of composure, dressed in garments that reek of affluence, he appears as a mere bystander amidst the turmoil. Naturally, Shen Longjia and his cohorts cannot genuinely obstruct the law enforcement agency. After a few minutes of back and forth, the situation becomes quite tense, and ultimately, the large group proceeds into the hotel, a formidable procession that attracts throngs of onlookers. Gu Chen, is it? I am Su Zhaohua. While Gu Chen was observing, Su Zhaohua approached him and extended his hand. They exchanged a handshake, with Gu Chen greeting him. I've heard you are the mastermind behind this operation? The results are about to be revealed, yet you seem rather discontent. Gu Chen shrugged, wearied. I doubt the operation will unfold smoothly. I am merely fatigued. Su Zhaohua inquired further. What leads you to believe it will not proceed smoothly? After all, the clues are quite apparent. Gu Chen sensed that this dashing individual in his early 30s was not genuinely questioning him. Rather, he seemed to seek validation for his own conclusions, almost like an examiner. The obstruction posed by Shen Longjia and his group seemed futile, for given the situation's escalation, an investigation would undoubtedly ensue. Zhang Tianhao had not fled, indicating their lack of panic. They simply wished to buy time. They must be up to something. Su Zhaohua nodded discreetly, his estimation of Xiao Qian elevated once more. Their assessments aligned. Lu Gu is a meticulous individual. He would not overlook such a detail. Xiao Qian gazed deeper into the hotel, recalling that the previous testimony indicated the laboratory was located in a hidden chamber beneath the underground boxing ring. Earlier, while in the private room, he had scrutinized the entire building but found nothing amiss. Now, however, the subterranean area seemed to shimmer with a faint green glow, elusive yet palpable. Chapter 51. The world turns as the law enforcement officials streamed in. Shen Longjia and Ma Dinghua approached Zhang Tianhao. Unlike Zhang Tianhao's relaxed demeanor, both men were somewhat tense. Boss Zhang, you truly are calm and collected. I cannot discern your true thoughts. Observing the leader who had supported him, Zhang Tianhao chuckled heartily. He understood that Shen Longjia, merely in his 40s, still possessed ample opportunities ahead of him, and since he was not solely responsible for orchestrating the events, it was natural for him to feel anxious. As for the deputy director Ma Dinghua, he was merely a minor player in this drama. Rest assured, they will uncover nothing. Upon finishing their exchange, Zhang Tianhao discarded his cigar, a smile illuminating his chiseled features. Let us proceed and witness the unfolding spectacle. Seeing him so assured, Shen Longjia and Ma Dinghua felt a slight sense of reassurance. According to the previous testimonies of the witnesses, Lu Zhenhai and his group swiftly arrived at the floor housing the underground fight arena. At this moment, only emergency lights illuminated the area, and at the end of the enclosed corridor, they indeed discovered the black switch. Upon pressing it, a long, dark corridor leading downward reappeared. Lu Zhenhai exchanged a glance with Chu Hongxiu, signaling their subordinates to ready their firearms. For, based on prior accounts, this location was an experimental site, and it was highly probable that infected individuals could be present. Led by Lu Zhenhai and two other awakened captains, the group cautiously ventured inside. Upon reaching the end, their path was obstructed by a colossal alloy door, adjacent to which was an electronic keypad. No tricks, cooperate fully. The hotel manager was summoned, and after he entered the password, the alloy door emitted the mechanical sound of rolling gears, slowly creaking open. As the light flooded in, the scene before them left everyone gathered at the entrance utterly astounded. How could this be? Chu Hongxiu murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. The expressions of all the Enforcement Bureau members turned grim, and Lu Zhenhai's hand trembled slightly around his firearm, at a loss for words. Director Li Zhengtao edged forward, frozen in place upon witnessing the spectacle. Contrary to the anticipated coldness and stench, the room exuded a subtle fragrance of sandalwood, with an exquisite European chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The expansive room, spanning over 100 square meters, showcased several cabinets of treasures, housing a variety of antiques, and the walls were adorned with ink-wash paintings. In that instant, everyone's hearts sank. They acted before we could intervene. We are too late. Chu Hongxiu's voice was barely audible. Lu Zhenhai was acutely aware of this fact. Since Zhang Tianhao was apprehended and subsequently released, the entire Crown Hotel had been under his surveillance. If infected individuals were indeed present, how could they possibly be transported out? Such a notion seemed impossible. Furthermore, Zhang Tianhao could not relay commands to the outside world. Who would dare tamper with his most critical secrets? Unless he had accomplished all of this between this afternoon and evening yet, another question arose. Where had he concealed the infected? These were not mere pets. An infected individual could exceed 2 meters in height, their size far surpassing that of an average person. With the entire crown under scrutiny, could they have flown away? Although the evidence they possessed was substantial, the methods by which they acquired the testimonies were less than legitimate, constituting unauthorized action. If they could uproot the problem swiftly and decisively, it would be a different story. However, without a conclusive resolution, Lu Zhenhai imagined this matter could very well spiral beyond his control. Suddenly, amidst the eerie silence of the scene, applause echoed from outside. Entering the crowded room was Zhang Tianhao, exuding an air of confidence, a cold smile gracing his lips. Captain Lu, do you still believe I am the problem? Following him were Shen Longjia, Ma Dinghua, and several other relevant officials, who regarded Lu Zhenhai with a hint of schadenfreude. Lu Zhenhai remained silent, feeling as though the world around him was spinning uncontrollably. The people nearby uttered little, yet their gazes pierced him like daggers. Chapter 52. Let me give it a try. At the moment of confrontation, Xiao Qian slowly descended, the green radiance becoming increasingly vivid. Moreover, it was not a singular glow, but two distinct orbs. However, they were beyond his reach, impervious to his absorption. These green spheres hovered just beneath the floor of the room, approximately 3 to 4 meters below. Gu Chen's voice shattered the eerie stillness that enveloped the space, prompting Lu Zhenhai to lift his head. What? Those entities reside beneath us. Gu Chen gestured towards the ground, and in that fleeting moment, he caught a quick glimpse of Zhang Tianhao from the corner of his eyes anticipated. The usually unflappable man exhibited a fleeting moment of panic, which he quickly masked, yet Gu Chen discerned it nonetheless. Meanwhile, Shenlongjia and Ma Dinghua, unaware of Zhang Tianhao's schemes, furrowed their brows and reprimanded, "Who are you? What gives you the right to speak here? Which department are you from?" Disregarding their inquiries, Lu Zhenhai approached. Gu Chen had corrected him numerous times, and he was inclined to place his trust in Gu Chen. However, how did he come to know this? "Trust me," Gu Chen, lacking the strength to articulate further, continued, "those two orbs of green light are massive, far surpassing the chaos of previous gang conflicts and the aftermath of awakened individuals' suicides. Most crucially, one of the green glows manifested shortly after my arrival, indicating that the infected below had perished not long ago. Are you suggesting that Captain Liu intends to excavate my private storage room to the very depths? I will state it plainly. This is a safety shelter I established in anticipation of a beast tide in Jiangxing, fortified with high-strength alloys on all sides. If you believe something lies beneath, by all means, dig. I shall permit you to do so." Zhang Tianhao regained his composure and added, "If Captain Liu and Director Li deem me suspicious, regardless of how I prove otherwise, you may as well apprehend me directly. Do you comprehend the disruption caused by your unwarranted intrusion? How much revenue does my hotel lose for every day it remains closed? How will others perceive my enterprises? If you continue with this turmoil, no one will be able to conduct business." Zhang Tianhao's earlier smile faded, giving way to an indignant inquiry, resembling a genuinely earnest businessman, utterly cooperative yet forced to voice his grievances after being subjected to relentless torment. Shenlongjia and Ma Dinghua, along with others, sought to pacify him, while the enforcement officials remained silent, caught in a web of uncertainty. The junior members, unaware of the intricacies, now displayed expressions of hesitation. "Apologies, may I get through? Hello, I am a reporter from Jiangxing Urban Daily. I have heard that local entrepreneur Zhang Tianhao has been subjected to unfair treatment. Accused of involvement with the infected. Is this allegation true? Hello, I am Zhu Yi, a reporter from Jiangxing Evening News. I too have a question." Suddenly, a throng of reporters surged inside, armed with cameras and microphones, some nearly thrusting their devices into Lu Zhenhai's face. Lu Zhenhai lifted his gaze and beheld Zhang Tianhao, who had once again ignited a cigar. With an expressionless face and a cold stare, he stood there, the corners of his mouth curling into a feint, mocking in this predicament. Lu Zhenhai found himself utterly powerless, just as Zhang Tianhao had articulated. He had also discovered the entire structural wall was composed of high-strength alloy. Even if there were indeed something concealed beneath, without Zhang Tianhao revealing the switch, they would have to mobilize personnel for a search, potentially even deploying an engineering team. Unfortunately, tonight's operation was inherently a grand gamble and perilous venture. In the current situation, Lu Zhenhai had no room to persist further, despite his profound reluctance. Gu Chen let out a slight sigh. With the prior evidence at hand, it was impossible for Zhang Tianhao to extricate himself entirely and unscathed. Yet there remained some operational latitude. Lu Zhenhai and Chu Hongxiu were in dire straits. He cast his gaze towards the green glow just a few meters away, nearly within reach, feeling a twinge of regret. Had they been able to convert these two pieces into crystals, the amplification of their power would be unimaginable. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated. "Since you are so certain and there are so many witnesses present today, allow me to unravel this conundrum for everyone and simultaneously assist Boss Zhang in clearing his name." His voice was soft, yet every individual could hear it distinctly, as if he were speaking directly into their ears. Following the sound, they beheld a man in his 30s, whose handsome and sunny visage stood out. Lu Zhenhai glanced at Li Zhangtao, only to find the previously flustered Li Zhangtao frozen in place. A flicker of joy even gracing his brow. This individual was none other than Su Xiaohua, whom he had brought along, albeit rather inconspicuously. "Who are you? Don't meddle here. This matter has been settled. Irrelevant parties should leave." Deputy Director Ma Dinghua finally felt he could contribute, attempting to curry favor with Zhang Tianhao. "I am no irrelevant party. This is my identification. Please take a look. Su Xiaohua approached with a beaming smile, swiftly displaying his credentials before Ma Dinghua, the fleeting moment rendering all but Ma Dinghua incapable of discerning the details. Consequently, Shen Longjia speculated that this young man might also be part of the internal system. Having come alongside Li Zhengtao, and thus frowned and reprimanded, "I don't care which department you're from. Now listen closely." Shen Dinghua abruptly raised his hand, interrupting Shen Longjia's words. He turned, and Shen Longjia regarded his face with confusion, uncertainty washing over him. Dinghua, whose nondescript face often bore a sycophantic smile, was now etched with an unsettling fear, his forehead slick with cold sweat, lips ashen. Yet, all of this remained a mystery to the others. Zhang Tianhao merely furrowed his brow slightly, not overly concerned. Regardless of whether one was a master detective or a specialized talent from the Enforcement Bureau, beneath his feet lay a 1-meter-thick, high-strength alloy plate. As time dragged on, all evidence would have long since turned to dust. "Please make way and clear this position," Ma Dinghua announced, and neither he nor Shen Longjia obstructed. The reporters complied obediently, allowing Lu Zhenhai to regain a semblance of composure. "Classmate, you mentioned it is beneath here, correct?" Su Xiaohua politely sought the counsel of Gu Chen, and dozens of gazes converged upon him. That moment, Gu Chen experienced an inexplicable intuition that Su Xiaohua seemed to be aware of his awakening. "Indeed, right here." Gu Chen gestured towards the locations of the two orbs of light, and in that instant, Zhang Tianhao could no longer contain himself. His fingers, which clutched a cigar, began to tremble violently as he fixed an incredulous gaze upon Gu Chen, a surge of unprecedented murderous intent erupting within him. Why? How could he possibly know? Very well, it seems everyone must take a step back. After Su Xiaohua's admonition, he produced a slender black sword from behind him, its surface gleaming as if freshly forged, devoid of any ostentatious patterns. Yet, as Su Xiaohua gripped the sword with his right hand, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, a piercing sword intent unfurled, and a hint of seriousness graced Su Xiaohua's previously gentle countenance as he gently traced 4 arcs towards the position Gu Chen had indicated. As though slicing through tofu. Chapter 53. Night Execution Department. Su Xiaohua's movements were light, imbued with a touch of elegance. However, once the jarring and intense sound of friction pierced the air, the ease evaporated. Beneath the plush carpet adorned with phoenix motifs, the ground suddenly caved in, and with a mere gentle step from Su Xiaohua, an entire section of earth nearly 5 square meters in area was crushed downward. As the lights illuminated the scene, a wave of metallic scent wafted through the air, causing the faces of Shen Longjia, Ma Dinghua, and others to change drastically. Numerous reporters rushed forward, utterly stunned by the unfolding spectacle. Some, overwhelmed by fear, even retched. "What is this?" Below stood several individuals clad in white garments, methodically packing severed limbs into a massive iron box filled with a melting substance, the confined space overflowing with dismembered corpses. "This scent belongs to the bodies of the infected. Boss Zheng, it appears you are not as innocent as you claimed." All transpired within the blink of an eye. No one could fathom that this man before them could so effortlessly slice through high-strength alloy plates with mere gestures. What level of awakened individual is this? Gu Chen, who had previously felt somewhat lightheaded from blood loss, was now invigorated, gazing in astonishment at the previously unassuming Su Xiaohua. "Run." The express they were undoubtedly summoned by someone. Yet the financier was Zhang Tianhao. However, it appears that Zhang Tianhao's fate is sealed. All his grand aspirations have been extinguished by the mere flick of a few swords wielded by this young man. In that fleeting moment, they were at a loss for what to do, though some took up cameras to begin documenting the scene. Others, awakening from their stupor, followed suit, for this was destined to be tomorrow's headline. Su Xiaohua turned away, disregarding the flashing cameras behind him, and politely acknowledged Lu Zhenhai, Chu Hongxiu, and Li Zhengtao with a slight bow. The expressions on their faces were a mixture of excitement, joy, and a hint of bewilderment. Yet they all shared one common sentiment: exhaustion. Bloodshot eyes were evident among them, and Lu Zhenhai's hair was disheveled, his beard unkempt. Even as an awakened one, he had reached the limits of fatigue. Su Xiaohua scanned their faces and spoke earnestly. "Congratulations, Captain Liu.It is your perseverance that has yielded so many leads, ultimately allowing us to bring the criminal to justice. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed by the Night Enforcement Division. Please believe that the Great Xia will not let its heroes bleed and weep in vain. Your endeavors to safeguard the lives of the people have not been in vain. I will meticulously document the proceedings of this operation and submit a report. Once again, I extend my gratitude to all of you for your contributions as members of the Law Enforcement Bureau for the citizens of Jiangcheng. Though these words were delivered in an official tone, the eyes of some younger team members glistened with tears. Lu Zhenhai smiled, revealing a set of teeth stained by smoke. Exhausted from toil, seeking neither wealth nor promotion, others often questioned what he was thinking. Lu Zhenhai pondered that perhaps he simply relished this fleeting moment of honor, even if only for a few seconds, yet it was a memory to savor. Secure the scene. You two, raise your hands and cover your heads. Step forward. The two individuals engaged in the grim task of dismemberment crouched down, while Lu Zhenhai personally bound Zhang Tianhao. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao realized escape was futile, his face ashen as he gazed at Su Zhaohua. Night Enforcement Division. Upon hearing that name, Zhang Tianhao let out a bitter laugh, his last flicker of hope extinguished. He never anticipated that this minor incident would attract the Night Enforcement Division. The Night Enforcement Division, a low-profile yet formidable agency, was only something Zhang Tianhao had heard of but never encountered. They reported directly to the military, comprising nearly 1,000 members. Yet, it was rumored that each member possessed extraordinary strength, and they were all prodigies. This agency was akin to the Imperial Guards of the capital, covertly overseeing the entire Great Xia, with matters such as the infected merely a facet of their jurisdiction. I'll leave the remaining matters to you. Thereafter, investigators from the Night Enforcement Division will arrive to clarify the sequence of events. Lu Zhenhai responded affirmatively, but upon hearing this, Xiao Chun felt a slight twitch in his eyelids. Feigning curiosity, he joined several law enforcement officers in entering the small room filled with the bodies of the infected, pleasantly surprised to find not only 2 palm-sized green crystals but also a red crystal. At last, the second awakened ability was within his grasp. With a sense of satisfaction enveloping him, Xiao Chun suddenly felt a wave of dizziness reach its zenith. The previous wounds began to seep blood anew. He carefully secured the crystal close to him, and then his body involuntarily collapsed. Just before he hit the blood-stained ground, a figure gently caught him in their embrace. Su Zhaohua steadied Xiao Chen, observing the youth's pale face, drained of blood, and silently pondered whether this was indeed the awakening ability he had surmised. Su Zhaohua's reserved demeanor stemmed from his naturally low-key personality. He was not one to seek the spotlight. Moreover, he harbored a curiosity about Xiao Chen, eager to uncover his true character. Regrettably, throughout their interactions, Xiao Chun remained inscrutable, only deepening Su Zhaohua's intrigue. We must take him to the hospital. His injuries are severe. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhenhai and Chu Hongxiu, who had previously worn expressions of excitement, now bore looks of despondence, particularly Lu Zhenhai, who was engulfed in profound guilt. An hour later, outside the Crown Hotel, the sky was beginning to lighten. Perhaps due to the earlier excitement, the weight of fatigue had somewhat dissipated. Lu Zhenhai squatted beside a large lion statue at the hotel entrance, smoking a cigarette, when a male voice broke the silence. You squatting here resembles a toad next to the lion. Upon recognizing the speaker, Lu Zhenhai flicked away the cigarette, and retorted, Get lost. Lin Sudong had arrived and joined Lu Zhenhai, asking for a cigarette of his own. The Crown Hotel was situated on elevated ground, affording a view of the bustling breakfast shops on either side of the main road, where ordinary people led their simple and tranquil lives, blissfully unaware of the significant events that had transpired in Jiangcheng the previous night. Quite nice, Lu Zhenhai remarked with a sigh. Indeed, but I fear that child may be hindered. The two men continued to smoke in silence. Chapter 54. The candidate Xiao Qian had been transported to the hospital, where it was reported that the attending physician erupted in anger at the team that had brought him in. How could you let him suffer like this for so long? He is a young lad, lacking understanding, but you all are just as reckless. Hurry, get him to the emergency room. Xiao Chun had a commendable physical constitution. Although his life was certainly not in jeopardy, the two men were preoccupied with another concern. The testing day. Previously, Lin Sudong had warned Xiao Chun that injuries and blood loss would significantly impact his test results. Even if one possessed an exceptionally high force value, a weakened body would lead to a considerably diminished score. Xiao Chun had managed to hold on until the very end before succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet he had sustained a penetrating knife wound that had caused considerable blood loss. 4 days was hardly sufficient for recovery. This child has endured much, an orphan caring for a younger sister, and after much struggle, he finally secured a small home in the slums, only to become embroiled in such matters now. Lu Zhenhai extinguished his cigarette, his rough hands wiping his face, while Lin Sudong remained silent. What about his sister? She went to the hospital. The young girl is remarkably resilient, not shedding a tear, but she insists on staying by her brother's side. As the two conversed, they remained unaware that Su Zhaohua had quietly positioned himself behind them. Listening intently for quite some time, Su Zhaohua, having absorbed their words, did not interrupt nor feel any shame as an eavesdropper until they finally noticed him. Su Darren, when did you arrive? Upon witnessing Lu Zhenhai's solemn demeanor, Su Zhaohua smiled and gestured with his hand. What, Lord Su? I am merely a junior of Uncle Li. You may simply call me Zhaohua. I overheard your discussion about a student named Xiao Chun. If I am not mistaken, tonight's operation was proposed by him, correct? Lu Zhenhai was taken aback. In his view, the night execution department epitomized mystery and power, rendering the law enforcement bureau rather rudimentary in comparison. Yet, he had not anticipated that the first official member of the night execution department he encountered would be so approachable. Indeed, not only was it tonight's operation, but even in recent days, the leads regarding Zhang Tianhao and the infected individuals were also provided by him. One could assert that, had it not been for Xiao Chun, I might have already been idly resting at home. Lu Zhenhai's statement was far from exaggerated. An even deeper curiosity manifested on Su Zhaohua's handsome visage. Oh, is he not merely a student, Lu? Please, do elaborate on this young man. Though unaware of Su Zhaohua's intentions, Lu Zhenhai sensed that it could not be anything nefarious. If the night execution department had taken an interest in him, what need was there for a military academy? Well, to begin, Lu Zhenhai recounted the details meticulously, while Lin Sudong supplemented with campus anecdotes. Su Zhaohua crouched there, listening intently. In contrast to the two rugged men, Su Zhaohua's attire and appearance exuded refinement. The trio, huddled together, drew the attention of several early risers, yet they remained motionless. Half an hour later, observing the two who had returned to rest, Su Zhaohua yawned as well, standing still and murmuring to himself. Exceptional talent, a relatively mature mindset, and a commendable level of self-discipline. Thus, he appraised Xiao Qin. He noted that Xiao Chun had only succumbed to unconsciousness after confirming that Zhang Tianhao had no chance of recovery, indicating a remarkable capacity to endure suffering until his goals were achieved. This was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Furthermore, at such a young age, even the most astute individuals would typically be bewildered when confronted with challenges that far exceeded their capabilities. Yet, Xiao Chan did not falter. Instead, he systematically employed his strategies and resources to achieve his objectives. Additionally, the awakening technique suspected to be that of a death caller ranked among the top 50 within the internal hierarchy. Having finished his musings, Su Zhaohua retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the number. Ran, are you awake? I believe I have found our candidate for this operation. A languid and disgruntled female voice emerged from the other end of the line. You're waking me up at such an early hour. Sleep deprivation is detrimental to the skin. Will you compensate me for that? Wait, what did you say? You found a candidate? What level? Male or female? Is he handsome? What kind of awakener? As Su Zhaohua listened to the barrage of questions reverberating in his ears, he replied softly, I'll buy you a facial mask when I return. As for him, he should be a level 1. You'll find out the rest in due time. Please remember to register my name. Fearing further delays, he promptly ended the call. On the other end, a beautiful woman with disheveled hair, her arms as pale as lotus roots, emerged from beneath a gold-trimmed comforter, her expression one of sulky defiance. The captain has lost his mind. Selecting a level 1? Our team's expansion this year is surely doomed. Is he foolish? A level 1. How can we compete? He ran, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, ran her fingers through her hair and gazed at the dimly lit sky outside, ultimately deciding to indulge in another slumber. She pressed the button by her bedside, and the curtains automatically transformed into a black starry sky. The immense fireplace beside her ignited with flickering flames, producing a soothing crackle, as she reveled in the luxury of a sprawling mansion exceeding 200 square meters. After a day and night of unconsciousness, Xiao Qin finally stirred awake. The room was empty, save for Mu Xiaowan, who was dozing on a nearby chair. His outer garments had been changed, and as Xiao Qin touched his body, he discovered the crystals were still intact, which relieved him greatly. These were indeed his most significant gains from this venture. 1 crystal from an ordinary person of the plateau, 1 from an awakener, 2 from infectors, and even a red crystal. Among them, the last 2 green crystals were considerably larger than the combined size of the 7 or 8 he had previously collected. Without disturbing Mu Xiaowan, Xiao Chun began to absorb the red crystal. A warm current coursed through his body, and he once again entered a state of introspection. Suddenly, the towering giant tree materialized before him, but this time, an additional branch emerged, adorned with a pale green orb of light. The tree continuously enveloped this orb, and Xiao Chun could feel every cell in his body undergoing transformation. Before completing the absorption, he assessed his current state. Spirit, 102-115. Force, 78-109. Physique, 82-110. New information appeared, easily comprehensible, indicating his current values alongside their peak potential. Given his injuries, his present condition was somewhat lacking. Absorbing an awakening technique for the first time, with his force surpassing 100, he sensed subtle changes within his body, pondering what the next transformation might entail. Xiao Chan narrowed his eyes, and finally, the orb fully matured into a branch, revealing information about his second awakening technique in his mind. Healing, the ability to eliminate adverse conditions such as cold, burns, and diseases, as well as to treat severed limbs and bleeding injuries. Level, basic. The familiar information emerged, yet Xiao Chun felt a twinge of shock. After the previous battles, he had clearly recognized that his combat capabilities were insufficient. He had anticipated acquiring a combat-oriented awakening technique this time. Instead, he received a healing one, though he had learned in textbooks that this was among the most sought-after supportive abilities, capable of group healing at higher levels and even reviving injured awakeners. Xiao Chen never envisioned himself as a healer. Taking a breath, he mused about this newfound healing ability, feeling as if he was destined to become a savior. However, when his gaze fell upon the status display, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 55 concluded, indicating that this child's mental state was in question. Spirit, 102-145. Force, 78-153. Physique, 82-155. All 3 metrics had surged significantly, marking the most substantial increase since Xiao Chen began his training. According to Lin Sudong, his current peak state was already sufficient to meet the standards of the 4 Great War Academies. It was worth noting that over the years, no more than 5 individuals from Jiangxing No. 1 High School had gained entry to these prestigious institutions. I fear that the benefits bestowed by the Crimson Crystal have only recently begun to reveal themselves, for I was previously too feeble to perceive them clearly. However, the question remains, how shall I restore myself to my former peak condition? As for my force, it is straightforward. I can conserve it and gradually replenish it with raw stones, ensuring that within 4 days, I shall be fully restored. My mental state can be improved with ample rest. Yet, the matter of my physical form, indeed, and my physique is influenced by my overall health. Although Xiao Chun feels a tinge of dissatisfaction with this healing awakening technique, it is ideally suited to his current condition. Emerging from his introspective state, Xiao Chun extended his hand, allowing a gentle flow of force to emanate. Healing. This sensation was entirely distinct from the restoration of energy. Every inch of his skin felt as though it were bathed in milk, while a slight tingling sensation coursed through his wounds. Though his abdomen was wrapped in bandages, Xiao Qian distinctly sensed that the pain had diminished significantly. Once more, he delved inward. Mental state, 95-145. Force, 37-143. Physique, 103-155. Indeed. A flicker of excitement danced across Xiao Qian's face. Just as he had surmised, upon utilizing the healing skill, his physical condition had markedly improved. Although both his mental state and force had diminished, these two aspects were relatively easy to replenish. 4 days should suffice for me to return to my pinnacle. Xiao Qian felt considerably invigorated. After lying in bed all day, his body had grown somewhat stiff, prompting him to rise and stretch. At that moment, the door swung open, and a nurse entered, stating, "Xiao Qian, you have a visitor." "Oh, Xiao Qian, who permitted you to get out of bed? Quickly, lie back down." The nurse's expression was one of disbelief. She had never encountered a patient with such a significant wound who could bounce back so swiftly. Xiao Qian turned to see Wu Chao and Yao Na, both carrying fruit, and to his surprise, even the usually aloof Ouying Han had come. Wu Chao placed the fruit basket beside him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I told you, Brother Chen. You're perfectly fine, damn. Instructor Lin certainly knows how to frighten people." He looked as if you were on the brink of death. You're not experiencing a last flicker of life, are you? Get lost. I'm perfectly well, Gu Chen retorted, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Observing that Gu Chen was able to sit up, Yao Na visibly relaxed, her expression lightening considerably. Patient, you cannot get out of bed. Your wound will. Miss, my superior is well aware of his condition. Please, go check outside. I just saw a patient who seemed to be calling for you. Startled by Wu Chao's sudden outburst, the nurse hesitated but ultimately exited the room, her suspicions lingering. Meanwhile, Yao Na cheerfully leaned beside Gu Chen, a faint fragrance wafting towards him, stirring something within that, of course, he harbored no impure thoughts. It was merely that Yao Na had always treated him as a playful younger brother, and she was the only one he felt somewhat intimidated by at school. Yet, Gu Chen could clearly discern the faint fluctuations of force emanating from these individuals. As for Wu Chao, it was needless to mention. He had never intended to apply to the War Academy. Yao Na's energy was slightly stronger than Ouyang Han's, but it was undoubtedly weaker than his current state. Noticing Gu Chen's momentary daze, Yao Na was taken aback. In the past, whenever she teased him, he would appear bashful, yet today, he seemed somewhat different. This situation has rendered her somewhat peculiar. Are you not harboring any ill intentions towards me? Upon witnessing Yao Na's bizarre expression, Gu Chen chuckled awkwardly and waved his hands repeatedly. Of course not. That is a non-existent matter, and I would never dare entertain such thoughts. Oh? Yao Na, unreserved, settled herself beside Gu Chen's hospital bed, squinting her large, watery eyes at him. So, are you suggesting that once your courage grows, you would dare to contemplate nefarious schemes? Ahem. Wu Chao coughed a couple of times, but upon encountering Yao Na's murderous glare, promptly began whistling and gazing out the window, muttering to himself, "The weather is quite pleasant today." Ouyang Han's expression darkened. "It is pitch black outside. What do you perceive as pleasant? If you continue like this, I shall take my leave." Observing Ouyang Han's genuine discomfort, Gu Chen hastily gestured, "Don't be like that. My friend, let's just chat casually." Having consistently faced off against dangerous individuals like Zheng Tianhao, Gu Chen's nerves had been frayed to their limits. Now, with friends finally visiting and a glimmer of hope for recovery, he felt considerably more at ease. "It's nothing to worry about. We just came to check on you. Since you're all right, we can all breathe a sigh of relief. However, you truly are remarkable, willing to shoulder any burden. You even dared to provoke Zheng Tianhao, and even more astonishingly, you managed to bring him down. I can't believe it." Wu Chao launched into conversation, and thanks to him, the room was never devoid of sound. At this moment, Yao Na and Ouyang Han also grew serious. When they first heard about this incident, disbelief had washed over them. Gu Chen was neither an awakener nor a person of significant stature. How could he possibly be embroiled in a case with the Enforcement Bureau? Was this something a mere student could undertake? Although Gu Chen had not made an appearance, the media had already sensationalized the event, spreading it far and wide. Driven to desperation, he attempted to eliminate me, and I had no choice but to retaliate. In truth, this has little to do with me. The Enforcement Bureau was primarily responsible. The others nodded in agreement, as this made logical sense. However, Ouyang Han suddenly interjected, "Nevertheless, this injury will ultimately impact your performance. You should prepare yourself mentally." His words caused the smiles to fade from Wu Chao and Yao Na's faces, reminding them of their original purpose, to console Gu Chen. Being classmates, they were acutely aware of how hard Gu Chen had strived to reach his current standing, while others cultivated using raw stones. He collected discarded fragments of stones that others had deemed worthless. While others could afford to neglect their studies in pursuit of prestigious military academies, he often stayed in class until the late hours of the night. Such diligent effort, only to face this unforeseen setback before the exams, worried them greatly, fearing for Gu Chen's mental state. "It's all right. I am recovering remarkably well." As Gu Chen recalled his recent breakthroughs, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. To him, this felt entirely normal, yet to the three visitors, it appeared profoundly abnormal. "You have sustained a grave injury. No matter how well you recover, it cannot be that significant. Furthermore, your expression is overly exaggerated. Even with a good recovery, this is still a distressing matter. How can you possibly be smiling?" In an instant, Wu Chao began to panic. "Chenggu, I must say, while the impact is considerable, your potential is limitless. Please do not spiral into despair." Gu Chen gazed at him, somewhat speechless, pondering where he could have discerned any signs of my distress. Turning his head, he noticed that Yao Na and Ouyang Han were also regarding him with a measure of concern. I truly am fine. What is with those expressions on your faces? His eagerness to explain only intensified their suspicions. The three exchanged knowing glances, each revealing an understanding that implied, "You know what I mean." Xiao Chun felt like weeping without tears and declared with determination, "This year, the top spot in the entire school will undoubtedly be mine. Lu Zhanjuan can stand aside." Meanwhile, Wu Chao stepped outside to summon a nurse. "Doctor, please take a good look at my classmate. He may have sustained an injury to his mind." Xiao Chun. After finally sending away the trio who could not shake their worries, Xiao Chun found no respite, for Lu Zhenhai had arrived, bearing an unexpected gift. Chapter 56. Bold speculations: 2 recovery pills, 1 vitality pill, and 5 enhancement pills, with a total value of 2 million. In addition, there was a cash sum of 1 million. "Don't look at me. This is a government reward for you." Although Xiao Chun had previously acquired a recovery pill, he was nonetheless astounded by this generous gesture. "Can this be exchanged for cash?" Lu Zhenhai smirked and rebuked. "Look at your lack of ambition. The recovery and enhancement pills are both invaluable commodities, far superior to raw stones. This vitality pill alone is worth 500,000 and can expedite your healing process. If you sell them, where will you find the means to enroll in a military academy, given your current lackluster state?" Xiao Chen grinned, dismissing the concerns, and stowed away the treasures. Observing Xiao Chen's naive demeanor, Lu Zhenhai chuckled softly. "Has the investigation yielded any results? Why did Zhang Tianhao orchestrate the creation of these infectors?" Lu Zhenhai had brought a dinner tray, and as Xiao Chen ate, he inquired further. Upon hearing the question, Lu Zhenhai's smile dimmed slightly. "Perhaps this will remain a secret forever. Zhang Tianhao committed suicide in prison." "Suicide?" Xiao Chen squinted. "Was there no one to guard him? A key figure like him should have found it impossible to take his own life." Lu Zhenhai sighed softly, leaning back on the sofa and muttering, "Indeed, before we turned the tide, many had exposed themselves to protect him. We captured those we needed to. But why would he choose to take his own life?" Lu Zhenhai was equally perplexed. If he were merely a pawn, sacrificing himself to shield his family from retribution would be understandable. However, Zhang Tianhao has no children, and his parents perished during the beast tide decades ago. Logically, he should have had no attachments. "Well, I have come to terms with it. We have apprehended quite a few individuals of interest, and I am rather satisfied. As for this mystery, it is not something I must know." After the major case was resolved, Lu Zhenhai appeared considerably more relaxed, having let go of much of his previous tension. "Do you have any theories?" A wealthy magnate from Jiangxing engaging in the perilous endeavor of creating infectors piques my curiosity. "Indeed, I do. Are you familiar with the Colosseum in Rome?" Lu Zhenhai extracted a cigarette, placing it between his lips before recalling that he was in a hospital room, and promptly put it away. The wealthy often seek thrills, having already experienced the joys of mundane life. In ancient times, the elite delighted in watching slaves battle beasts. Now, is it conceivable that there are individuals who would be intrigued by the spectacle of humans battling against the infected, watching as people are devoured by these carriers of contagion? Zhang Tianhao happens to possess an underground fighting arena. Could he leverage this to forge connections with affluent elites from other cities? This is a speculation that Lu Zhenhai finds somewhat plausible. Moreover, considering that there are numerous individuals indebted to him, the notion that Zhang Tianhao would resort to intimidation tactics against this group seems utterly absurd. Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. For someone of Zhang Tianhao's stature and wealth to willingly undertake such considerable risks, the anticipated rewards must be substantial. What kind of venture could yield such immense profits? Suddenly, a preposterous yet audacious hypothesis arose in Xiao Chen's mind, and he inhaled deeply, choosing to keep it unvoiced. His demeanor, caught in contemplation yet withholding his thoughts, left Lu Zhenhai increasingly anxious. "You must have thought of something. Your mind is too sharp not to. Speak up." Xiao Chen glanced at Lu Zhenhai. "Well, it's merely a conjecture. You can only listen." Lu Zhenhai waved dismissively. "Stop holding back. He is already dead. What is there to hide? There are people from the Night Punishment Division who can back him up. If he dared engage in such perilous activities, there must be exceptionally high expected returns awaiting him. Consider what might transpire with the emergence of the infected in the residential area." Lu Zhenhai refrained from responding hastily, attempting to decipher Xiao Chen's thoughts, yet he could not guess. "Disinfection, purchasing medicine. Need I elaborate further?" Lu Zhenhai was momentarily taken aback. swallowing hard, his gaze fixed on Gu Chen in disbelief. The appearance of a single infected individual typically incites the entire community to procure disinfectants, leading to a cascade of expenditures. Though individually minor, collectively they amount to astronomical figures. While this line of reasoning was easy to deduce, Lu Jinhai would never have dared to contemplate it in such a manner. In a wonder Gu Chen was being so cryptic. You, my friend, possess an audacious spirit. Deep Sea Pharmaceuticals is a company of considerable repute. Would they collaborate with Zheng Tianhao? Zheng Tianhao hardly measures up. Lu Jinhai outright dismissed such conjecture. Deep Sea Pharmaceuticals stands as the premier entity in the Great Xia for comprehensive pharmaceutical research and development. The pills Gu Chen acquired today, alongside previous disinfectants he mentioned, are products of collaboration between Deep Sea Pharmaceuticals and leading military academies. While Zheng Tianhao commands respect in Jiangxing, he is but a minnow in comparison to such a corporation. In essence, Deep Sea Pharmaceuticals would scoff at such trifling gains. Lu Jinhai seemed to be convincing himself, gesturing that this line of thought should be curtailed. Yet Gu Chen's imagination soared. Not necessarily. How can you be so certain that there is only one Zheng Tianhao? Perhaps there are many Zheng Tianhaos. Lu Jinhai could not bear to hear more, a shiver running down his spine. In a wonder Gu Chen bore that expression. Such words were only safe between the two of them. If this were to leak, Gu Chen might very well find himself in dire straits. Deep Sea Pharmaceuticals holds a revered status in the minds of the populace. Many believe it to be the entity that discovered the method for human awakening. Although true awakened individuals know this to be nonsense, the sheer number of ordinary people swayed by the myth is overwhelming. Furthermore, Deep Sea Pharmaceuticals' anti-infection products enjoy tremendous market success, as people harbor a profound sense of trust and dependency on them. Do not refer to it as an argument. Even if presented as a jest, many would find it unbearable. Such words should not be uttered. It would be wise to cease immediately. Upon witnessing Gu Chen still speaking, Lu Jinhai hastily rose to intervene. Brother, you are awake? At that moment, the doors swung open, revealing Mu Xiaowan, who entered with a basket of fruit. She fortuitously caught sight of a robust shadow advancing towards Gu Chen, and in an instant, her pupils reflected a glimmer of blood, an involuntary surge of ferocity emanating from her. Standing at the head of the bed, Lu Jinhai froze as if struck by lightning. Turning to gaze back in that fleeting moment he turned, Mu Xiaowan realized her misjudgment and instantly reverted to her innocuous and endearing demeanor. Xiaowan, you startled me, Lu Jinhai exclaimed, bemused by his own reaction. What has come over me? Perhaps it is the culmination of recent stress. Even a small girl entering the room can send me into such a fright. Uncle Lu, have a tangerine. I just bought them. They're quite sweet, Mu Xiaowan beamed sweetly, obediently sitting beside them to peel the fruit. Lu Jinhai, unreserved, tossed an entire sugar orange into his mouth, devouring it with the voracity of a glutton, juice spilling forth. Your brother indeed needs to replenish his vitamins. You two carry on with your conversation. I have brought everything necessary. Gu Chen, please refrain from mentioning what you spoke of earlier. Lu Jinhai solemnly cautioned Gu Chen. After delivering his words, he donned his leather coat and departed. Once outside the ward, Lu Jinhai finally felt at ease enough to light a cigarette. Savoring the smoke as he walked, he scratched his head, pondering the sudden chill he had felt moments ago. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Perhaps I am indeed growing older? Chapter 57. We are also wealthy now inside the hospital room. The sibling pair exchanged silent glances, with Mu Xiaowan bowing her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. After a lengthy pause, Gu Chen gently patted her on the head. It's all right. Just be cautious in the future. He had certainly sensed the surge of ferocity that had erupted just moments prior, but fortunately, Mu Xiaowan had reacted swiftly and contained it. Lu Jinhai had displayed no unusual behavior. Brother, I brought you lunch, Mu Xiaowan said, lifting the rolled pancake in her hand. Revealing her charming little tiger teeth, I added 2 eggs. Gu Chen smiled warmly. During their most financially straitened times, their meals consisted primarily of steamed buns accompanied by pickled vegetables. On one occasion, passing a pancake stall, he noticed Mu Xiaowan's intense craving and, with a pang of regret, decided to splurge on one. He even made a rather peculiar request that had the vendor raising an eyebrow. Could you add extra sauce but omit the ham and eggs? Ultimately, the siblings shared the pancake, devouring it entirely. Though Mu Xiaowan was young, Gu Chen had entrusted her with the household finances, and after Lu Jinhai had previously given them a sum of money, they had only dined out once and had not touched the funds since. Gu Chen glanced at the bank card on the table and exhaled deeply. From this day forth, he could consider himself a person of modest wealth. 1,000,000 yuan is indeed quite affluent in Jiangxing. Such thoughts had previously been beyond his wildest dreams. Even on the day of his successful awakening, he had merely envisioned securing a good job post-graduation, leading a reasonably decent life with his sister, and perhaps seeking out their long-lost father, whose fate remained uncertain. Go ahead and eat. I had my fill earlier. Tomorrow, let us go house hunting. House hunting? Mu Xiaowan abruptly raised her head, her large eyes reflecting a look of disbelief. Gu Chen raised the bank card in his hand, wearing a satisfied expression. Moving back to the old residence that had been reclaimed was a dream they had long cherished, and it seemed that this aspiration was on the verge of realization. The following morning, the siblings made their way to the sales office. The house had once been rented by Xiao Jun and was part of a municipal development project, available for both rental and purchase, predominantly inhabited by the elderly. After Xiao Jun's disappearance, Gu Chen and his sister naturally could no longer afford the rent, prompting their departure. Fortunately, over the years, Gu Chen had passed by the small courtyard in front of their home, only to find it unoccupied. Brother, do we really have enough money? Typically, their purchases ranged from a few to several dozen yuan, and Mu Xiaowan had never held such a substantial sum before, her expression slightly anxious. It's sufficient. I've checked. Most standalone courtyards in this community are priced around 800,000. The duo, one large and one small, arrived at the entrance of the sales office. The sales staff inside cast a few glances but did not approach them with any eagerness to sell. After years in the business, they had learned not to judge clients by their attire, particularly those elderly gentlemen clad in tank tops and flip-flops, who often turned out to be prime customers. However, the likelihood of a successful transaction with this particular duo was exceedingly slim. Excuse me, we would like to view a property. Whom should we ask for? Upon hearing Gu Chen's inquiry, a manager waved her hand, summoning someone over. Xiao Fan, you go. The girl named Xiao Fan stood up upon hearing her name. She was new and typically wouldn't be assigned to high-value clients, yet she approached with a smile. You're such a lovely little sister. Are you looking to rent? I can offer some highly cost-effective housing options. We are preparing to buy a house. Buy a house? Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed her smile. Please follow me. Xiao Fan led the siblings to the front desk, where she pulled out a notebook and opened it, revealing listings of properties for sale. Jiangxing was a small place, and being close to the city wall, it wasn't densely populated, resulting in relatively low housing prices, averaging around 5,000 per unit. A 3-bedroom apartment of approximately 100 square meters could typically be secured for 50 to 60,000. I already have my eye on one. This one. Gu Chen located the corresponding community and pointed out the building to Xiao Fan. Upon seeing it, Xiao Fan visibly appeared taken aback. Sir, this is an old community. The surrounding amenities are quite outdated, and the population is sparse, being relatively far from the commercial district. Furthermore, as these are standalone units with small courtyards, the price is not insignificant, and no worries, that's the one. The price was not listed, and Gu Chen was eager to know how much he would need to spend and how much he would have left. All right, let me check. Xiao Fan refrained from further persuasion. In such old communities, without a developer assigned to the project, and given that it was constructed by the municipal office, the commission was meager. Typically, sales representatives would recommend projects heavily promoted by developers. However, she was not one to chatter excessively. This particular property hasn't been inhabited for 3 years. The asking price is 770,000, with a mortgage rate that can be set at 3.5. Xiao Fan commenced her account of the advantages and disadvantages of the house. Yet she remained oblivious to the palpable sense of relief that washed over Mu Xiaowan and Gu Chen. Fortunately, it sufficed. Very well, I shall purchase it. Purchase it, just like that. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a wave of joy surged within her, fearing she had unwittingly entangled herself with 2 affluent heirs. In this day and age, while there are indeed wealthy individuals who dress modestly, it is rare for children to suffer from poverty. Which family would allow their offspring to endure such hardships? You wish to apply for a loan from that bank? I shall assist you. No need for a loan. I shall pay in full. Gu Chen exchanged a meaningful glance with Mu Xiaowan, who reluctantly handed over her bank card. Please proceed with the transaction. Xiao Fan felt as though she might faint. From whence had this esteemed client emerged? Please follow me. After registering all pertinent information and completing the payment, Mu Xiaowan stood momentarily dazed, gazing at the key in her hand, before a radiant smile illuminated her face. Brother, we are going home. grasping his sister's hand. Xiao Chun tucked the bank card away and stepped out of the somewhat stifling sales office. A beam of sunlight gracing their faces. Indeed, we are returning home. As they departed, the sales staff engrossed in their phones were left in bewilderment, observing the manager effusively praising the newly arrived Xiao Fun. In this era, it seems not only older men enjoy putting on airs, but scions of wealthy families also relish in discreetly observing the world, it appears. Several saleswomen resolved to pay closer attention to young clients clad in tattered clothing from henceforth. The new house was uninhabitable at once. Dust lay thick within, and the siblings, reluctant to expend funds on professional cleaning, devoted an entire afternoon to tidying up. The layout of the home remained largely unchanged, as if no one had ever taken notice of the property. Only the cherry tree in the small courtyard, which they had planted, had withered, and weeds thrived in the flower bed. "Brother, shall we move back in tomorrow?" Mu Xiaowan gazed at the rejuvenated room, brimming with eagerness. "That sounds agreeable." Seated upon the freshly cleaned sofa, Xiao Chun surveyed the layout of their abode. Previously, he had deemed this home too small, but after 3 years in a slum, he now felt that this 130 square meter space was indeed quite ample. A television should go here, and why clothes will occupy this space. Ah, what a spacious kitchen! Mu Xiaowan flitted about the room as if she had never been there before. Animatedly gesturing as dusk approached, the pair finally departed. Upon returning to their dwelling in the impoverished District C, they began to pack their belongings. Initially, the plan had been to sell the house. Although it held little monetary value, Xiao Chun understood well that while awakened individuals possess strength, they also incur substantial expenses. Especially for those aspiring to become advanced awakeners, items like recovery elixirs, vitality pills, and raw stones are essential. Thus, every bit of money counts. However, as they prepared to move their possessions, their hands brushed against the rough, aged wooden door, and they suddenly paused. Despite its dilapidated state and diminutive size, this house had been their sanctuary for the past 3 years. "Brother, shall we not sell it? Perhaps we may return to live here someday. Indeed, let us not sell it." Meanwhile, in the Enforcement Bureau's case handling hall, Su Zhaohua emerged, holding a file and sipping on coffee. Intriguing, is he an orphan? However, the previous records had all been erased, leaving a cleanliness that sparked suspicion. Regardless, I shall meet him. I believe he will be intrigued by my proposal. Su Zhaohua accessed Xiao Chen's file, noting that it indicated he was indeed an orphan, a response corroborated by his high school records. Yet, the documents prior to his high school years were nearly devoid of information. Nevertheless, these details were inconsequential. What captivated him was Xiao Chen's potential. Chapter 58. The hidden compartment. The aroma of delicious food wafted through the air as Mu Xiaowan, clad in an ill-fitting apron, busily cooked. Xiao Chun surveyed his surroundings. After 3 days of ventilation and the acquisition of some furnishings, the old residence finally bore a semblance of warmth. Sitting on the sofa, Xiao Chen extricated himself from his inner reflections. He had finally returned to his peak. He tore away the bandage from his abdomen, revealing a scar that had faded to a delicate pink hue. Although healers possessed low combat prowess, they were a rarity, making them highly sought after by various combat teams. Mentality, 141-46. Force, 144-147. Physique, 152-159. Xiao Chun was confident that with his current strength, he could confront that assassin from the past. Even if he could not prevail, escaping would pose no issue. Yet, something felt amiss in the home. He gazed at the empty cabinet and suddenly recalled what was lacking: a family portrait. Most of the household items had been cleared away, but Xiao Chun remembered that there was a place where a family photo was hidden. He ascended the wooden stairs to the second floor and knocked on the wooden panel to the left of the staircase, a crisp echo resonating in response. Apparently, his memory had not failed him. Despite having been away for 3 years, the memories of yesteryears seemed to resurface upon his return. This was the place where his father, Xiao Jun, concealed money. Once, when Xiao Chun stumbled upon it, his father made a deal with him. He would not tell his mother and would receive an extra 50 yuan in pocket money each week. The father and son had happily struck this bargain. In truth, Xiao Chen's memories of his mother were rather sparse. He only recalled her as a gentle woman. However, she had vanished years before Xiao Jun disappeared. At that time, his father had yet to adopt Mu Xiaowan. After the disappearance of his mother, Xiao Jun's demeanor shifted from carefree and jovial to somewhat somber. Upon returning home, he merely hastily consumed his meals before burying himself in his research. Consequently, during Xiao Chen's middle school years, conversations with his father became infrequent, and Xiao Jun grew increasingly reclusive and taciturn, never attending any of Xiao Chen's parent-teacher meetings. Reflecting on this now, it seemed evident that the impact of his mother's disappearance weighed heavily on his father. Yet Xiao Chen was too young at the time to grasp the gravity of the situation. It was likely that Xiao Jun had to keep his thoughts bottled up. Now, as Xiao Chen wished to converse with him, that opportunity had slipped away. Gently prying open the wooden panel, Xiao Chen illuminated the compartment with his phone's flashlight. This hidden compartment had been opened once 3 years prior when he and Mu Xiaowan had left, during which he had taken several thousand yuan from within. Had it not been for that money, their survival until now would have been improbable. This was his second time opening the compartment. As the flashlight illuminated the interior, Xiao Chen's expression shifted slightly. It had been tampered with. Xiao Jun not only concealed money within, but as a healthcare awakening individual, he also possessed research capabilities. Throughout those 3 years, he frequently produced a substantial number of manuscripts, all of which he stored here, cautioning Xiao Chen to refrain from tampering with them. Xiao Chen had never held any interest in these items. During his last departure from this home, he had left them untouched, clearly recalling that those stacks of manuscripts were crammed into a box. However, now, while everything else remained, the manuscripts had vanished. Standing there, Xiao Chen found himself unable to regain composure until Mu Xiaowan called him for dinner, prompting him to turn and gaze blankly at her. Could it be that he was truly still alive? Were those the manuscripts he had taken? Xiao Chen quickly shook off the excitement, dismissing the thought from his mind. The likelihood of that was exceedingly slim. In his father's squad, everyone had perished except for him. The announcement stated that they encountered wandering high-level mutated beasts in a low-risk zone and were overwhelmed, with one individual missing and the rest deceased. The term missing merely indicated that no bodies had been discovered. The investigation team had ventured outside the city several times in search, yet to no avail, ultimately categorizing the case as one of disappearance due to the absence of remains. Despite comforting himself with this notion, deep down, Xiao Chen was acutely aware of the more truthful answer. That man would never return. From the initial shock and elation, Xiao Chen gradually regained his composure. A chilling glint surfaced in his eyes. Some long-standing uncertainties suddenly seemed to have been pried open. His father, belonging to a military investigative division, had achieved the status of a second-level awakening individual, holding considerable prestige in Jiangsheng. Yet, Xiao Chen understood that his father's true prowess lay in his identity as a medical researcher. There had been major pharmaceutical companies that sought to recruit him, all of which he had declined. Although Xiao Chen was unaware of the reasons, he sensed that these individuals were primarily interested in Xiao Jun's research. In the 3 years following his mother's disappearance, his father had been exceedingly despondent, often dedicating entire nights to writing manuscripts. Xiao Chen had neither read nor comprehended his writings, but he had overheard his father mention matters concerning infected individuals. After his disappearance, despite being a direct relative, Xiao Chen had received nothing that belonged to him, not even a pension. His records had been altered to classify him as an orphan at that time. Xiao Chen naively believed that some individuals, perceiving him as weak, sought to embezzle a sum of money. But now, contemplating the worst-case scenario, perhaps someone coveted his research materials, yet the stubborn and rigid Xiao Jun had refused to collaborate, resulting in his demise and the subsequent theft of his data. Such a possibility was not entirely out of the question. 3 years ago, Xiao Chen would never have entertained such thoughts, but during these 3 years of surviving in the slums, his innocence and simplicity had long since been extinguished. He needed to uncover the truth, but at present, Xiao Chen recognized that his capabilities were still insufficient. "Brother, hurry up. Otherwise, the food will get cold," Mu Xiaowan, with a blissful expression, awaited at the dining table. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen pushed these thoughts aside. They were merely speculations, yet he held on to a lingering notion. After finishing a hearty meal, just as Mu Xiaowan was about to turn on the television, a gentle knock echoed from the door. "Excuse me, is this the home of Xiao Qian? A guest?" The siblings exchanged a glance, and Mu Xiaowan stepped into the courtyard to open the door, revealing a handsome, sunlit young man, whose culinary skills are so exceptional that the aroma wafts in from outside. Xiao Chen momentarily lost his thoughts. He recognized the visitor as Su Zhaohua, the one who had heroically intervened that fateful night at the Night Enforcement Division. His ability to locate Xiao Chen did not surprise him in the least. Yet, what could be the purpose of his visit? After pondering for a brief moment, Xiao Chen snapped back to reality. Xiaowan, please pour some water for our guest. Is this your sister? She truly is quite adorable, Su Xiaohua remarked. Xiao Chen, you need not busy yourselves. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Su Xiaohua accepted the tea with a word of thanks, scrutinizing Xiao Chen for a moment before displaying an expression of bewilderment. How did you recover so quickly? Su Xiaohua was well aware of Xiao Chen's injuries from that day. Although he had discerned earlier than most that Xiao Chen had awakened, the speed of his recovery was still beyond his expectations. Oh, Lu Gu provided me with a revitalizing pill. It works wonders. Additionally, my physical constitution is quite robust, Xiao Chen replied. Having prepared this explanation in advance, Su Xiaohua nodded, perceiving that this young man was guarded around most people and preferred not to pry further. The primary reason for my visit is to inquire if you would be interested in joining the Night Enforcement Division. Chapter 59. A better choice of profound silence enveloped the room as Su Xiaohua observed Xiao Chen in contemplation, choosing not to disturb him and leisurely sipping his tea. Xiao Chen was indeed taken aback. Su Xiaohua was the most formidable awakened individual he had ever encountered. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had sliced through the high-strength alloy plates set by Zheng Tianhao as if they were mere tofu. Recalling the expression of despair on Deputy Chief Ma Dinghua's face upon seeing Su Xiaohua's credentials further attested to the fearsome reputation of the Night Enforcement Division. This organization was shrouded in much greater mystery and power than the Law Enforcement Bureau, leaving Xiao Chen with a sense of perplexity. DOI possessed the strength to enter the Night Enforcement Division? He questioned. Su Xiaohua replied softly, if I am not mistaken, you must have already awakened, correct? Indeed, Xiao Chen's suspicions were confirmed. He realized that he could not conceal anything from this man, especially given the urgency of the situation that day, and Lu Jinhai had simply chosen not to inquire further. Yes. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's admission, Su Xiaohua's eyes brightened. If my guess is accurate, your awakening ability should be ranked as Sequence 47, the Soul Caller. Sequence? This was the first time Xiao Chen had encountered this term, and he had never heard of the Soul Caller before. At school, they would discuss the general classifications of awakened individuals, combat types, support types, and life types. For instance, Lu Jinhai's body hardening and the leader of the Zishuan gang's muscle amplification were both classified as combat types. Xiao Chen's current two awakening abilities fell under the support category. Awakened individuals come in myriad forms, yet some are exceedingly rare, a fact well known among higher-level awakeners, but generally kept secret from the public. There was a rough ranking of approximately 100 types, and your Soul Caller is ranked 47th. The Soul Caller, a novice Soul Caller, can commune with spirits, gleaning fragments of their memories from before death, and even borrow a portion of their power. The most powerful known Soul Caller has reached level 6, even capable of directly awakening the souls of the deceased and infusing them into lifeless bodies, summoning them to engage in battle. It sounds somewhat reminiscent of a necromancer from a game. As Xiao Chen listened, he mentally dismissed this notion. It bore some resemblance, yet the effects were entirely different. After all, he was not merely borrowing abilities, but rather claiming them as his own. Noticing Xiao Chen's tacit acceptance, Su Xiaohua nodded, recognizing that the young man was unaware of the formidable nature of a necromancer, and such a reaction was to be expected. If you have any other questions, feel free to inquire. Well, what are the benefits of working for the Night Enforcement Agency? Su Xiaohua nearly spat out his tea, looking at Xiao Chen with a mixture of bemusement and amusement. Is it strange? Isn't it quite normal to ask about salary first when starting a job? Observing Xiao Chen's bewildered expression, Su Xiaohua chuckled and shook his head, finding this lad rather peculiar. He had assumed that a high school student of this age would be curious about the Night Enforcement Agency and its awakened abilities, asking a plethora of questions, yet here was Xiao Chen, prioritizing salary. How refreshingly pragmatic. A formal member of the Night Enforcement Agency starts with a salary of 100,000, along with 10 days of paid annual leave. However, if summoned, one must return immediately. Xiao Chen nodded, understanding that this was reasonable for an emergency department. Once one joins the Night Enforcement Agency, their file becomes classified, and no police force or authority has the right to investigate you. In critical moments, you may even request assistance from local police, law enforcement agencies, or station military forces. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted. He had been aware of the Night Enforcement Agency's might, but he had not anticipated such extensive power. Nevertheless, this was precisely the greatest allure for him. Yu Xiaowan sat obediently beside him. Su Xiaohua had not paid much attention to the girl who resembled a neighborly child, yet Xiao Chen had been constantly preoccupied with a particular concern. He and Mu Xiaowan were vulnerable to scrutiny, especially when traveling to various locations where they might be investigated for infections. Even as an awakened one, he could not escape such inquiries. Thus, he never took Mu Xiaowan far from home. However, with the identity protection of being a member of the Night Enforcement Agency, the chances of her exposure were significantly diminished. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Chen responded with an "oh" and asked, "Does the job cover meals and accommodation?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Xiaohua's handsome face. "You are earning a monthly salary of 100,000, yet you only ask about such matters. This is not included. However, we do have an office that contains rooms and dedicated staff to prepare meals." Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Though he maintained a composed exterior, Gu Chen was eager to join. He simply did not wish for Su Xiaohua to perceive that his interest stemmed from the desire for an unimpeded identity. He posed another question: "What about social insurance and housing fund?" Su Xiaohua set his teacup down on the table, unable to contain his laughter. Previously, Gu Chen had left an impression of being somewhat morose and internally dark. But now he genuinely felt that this person, despite being a decade younger, was still quite childlike. "Gu Chen, please show some respect for the Night Enforcement Agency. In ancient times, we were akin to the Imperial Guards, and all that you desire will be provided. At least your basic needs will be met. I mention 100,000 as merely the starting salary." Indeed, the Night Enforcement Agency wielded immense authority, and the entry requirements were stringent, yet precisely because of the high-risk nature of their work, the compensation was undeniably generous. "Xiaowan, what are your thoughts?" "I find it quite agreeable." Upon hearing about the starting salary of 100,000, Mu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Xiaohua gazed at the pair of siblings, feeling a sense of helplessness. They truly are two financial enthusiasts. "Very well, I concede." A look of confusion crossed Su Xiaohua's face. "Aren't you going to inquire what the Night Execution Department primarily entails? Is there any danger involved, or specific requirements?" Gu Chen shrugged nonchalantly. With such a generous compensation, who would concern themselves with those details? Su Xiaohua took a deep breath, relieved that he hadn't brought along the other team members today. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have gone into a frenzy. "Let's expedite the contract signing." Gu Chen assumed an expression of eager anticipation. "No." Su Xiaohua felt as though he was being ensnared in their enthusiasm. Securing a position is not as straightforward as simply expressing interest. In reality, the standards of the Night Execution Department are exceedingly high. You must undergo a rigorous assessment, likely in September. A test? "I'm an expert at examinations," Gu Chen boasted with a scholarly air. "Well, this examination may not align with your expectations. It will undoubtedly be the most arduous challenge of your life." Observing Gu Chen and Mu Xiaowan reveling in the prospect of employment, Su Xiaohua internally sighed, questioning whether he might have acted somewhat hastily. "Very well, since you have agreed, there are 2 months until the assessment. I will come to fetch you then. Your foremost priority now is to enhance your abilities. I must speak candidly. Do not let this dishearten you. The Night Execution Department comprises over 1,000 personnel in Xia, divided into 120 teams, each permitted to nominate a candidate once a year. Consequently, there are 120 individuals vying for a mere 12 positions, a 10-to-1 ratio. Gu Chen was taken aback. He certainly did not harbor such optimistic expectations. His previous demeanor was merely a facade of nonchalance, as he genuinely aspired to join the Night Execution Department. However, that ratio is exceedingly low, and the candidates selected by the Night Execution Department are invariably either exceptionally gifted or possess advanced awakening sequences. Seeing Gu Chen finally adopt a serious demeanor, Su Xiaohua felt a sense of relief. "It's good that you've come to recognize the situation. Over the next 2 months, your focus must be on enhancing your strength. As your current energy levels are still rather insufficient, I shall provide you with 2 tomes." Su Xiaohua reached into his inner garment, producing not 2 martial arts manuals, but rather a USB drive. "You are currently at the first tier, lower grade die in these 2 months. I hope you can elevate yourself to the middle grade. It is of utmost importance." Chapter 60. Body Refinement and Meditative State. Listening to Su Xiaohua's exposition, Gu Chen began to comprehend that his prior understanding of awakened individuals had been woefully inadequate. According to his account, achieving an energy level exceeding 100 to reach awakening is merely classified as first tier. Lower grade I in the lower grade stage. Utilizing an awakening technique results in a temporary depletion of energy, leaving the body weakened, necessitating a protracted recovery period in this stage. If a combat-oriented awakened individual employs an awakening technique and fails to secure victory, defeat is inevitable. Placed in high-risk scenarios, this could very well lead to fatal consequences. The two books consist of one for body refinement, titled Body Refinement, and another for mental cultivation, titled Meditative State. It was the collaborative effort of several ninth-level awakeners from the Great Xia that led to this development. The primordial force serves as the foundation for all awakeners, while body refinement teaches one how to transform every cell in the body, integrating primordial force into every inch of one's being. This process significantly enhances physical constitution. Upon completing the first fusion, both the primordial force and physical attributes will experience a remarkable surge, allowing one to recuperate swiftly after utilizing the primordial force. This stage corresponds to the mid-tier of the first rank. After employing an awakening technique, one would at least possess the strength for self-defense. Following the second fusion, one gains the ability to absorb primordial stones and consume elixirs, enabling the release of awakening techniques at least 3 times within a single battle. This is akin to reaching the pinnacle of the first rank. If Su Xiaohua had not mentioned it, Xiao Chen would have remained oblivious to the substantial differences among first-level awakeners. In a wonder, after every time he utilized his energy recovery, his primordial force felt nearly depleted. And what of entering a meditative state? Xiao Chen toyed with the USB drive, gazing intently at Su Xiaohua. This is a method for cultivating the mind. One cannot bite off more than they can chew. In the initial stages, the effects of mental power may not be readily apparent, and during the first rank, the priority lies in fusing the body with primordial force to enhance physical prowess. Your necromancer, while not particularly formidable in combat attributes during the early stages, will experience a meteoric rise in physical quality once the body integrates with primordial force, rendering ailments like colds and fevers a distant concern. Consequently, many awakeners, despite not being combat-oriented, possess a physical strength that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Whether through body refinement or meditation, one will expend a considerable amount of primordial force during training. Hence, it is advisable to postpone further practice until after the testing day concludes. Su Xiaohua refrained from elaborating further. The status of an awakener is exalted, accompanied by substantial income, yet it also demands significant financial investment. To train, one must replenish primordial force. The quicker the replenishment, the more time available for cultivation, necessitating vast amounts of primordial stones and even elixirs. Where does one procure elixirs and primordial stones without sufficient funds? Not to mention the more efficient and costly alternatives. Speaking too much might dishearten Xiao Chen. The Night Execution Division provides ample resources in this regard. However, the predicament is that Xiao Chen is merely a candidate at present, and Su Xiaohua cannot assist him further. 2 months from now, I will return for you. I hope that by then, you will have reached the mid-tier, she remarked, acknowledging the difficulty of this assessment. Although Su Xiaohua had selected Xiao Chen, it did not guarantee his selection. The slots within the Night Execution Division are rare, with each team vying for expansion. However, the odds are slim. After bidding farewell to Su Xiaohua, Xiao Chen fiddled with the USB drive. While he had concealed his excitement during her presence, it now surged within him unabashedly. Others require primordial stones and elixirs to enhance their primordial force, yet he is different. He needs the green crystals. The replenishment rate is significantly faster than that of elixirs. Previously, his limitations stemmed from insufficient physical and mental strength, but now, with specialized methods for refining these attributes, he need not fear rapid consumption. At the very least, the green crystals he has acquired will sustain him for quite some time. Although Xiao Chen contemplated commencing body refinement immediately and using the crystals to restore his primordial force, he ultimately subdued his exhilaration. Joining the Night Execution Division is merely a possibility. As Su Xiaohua stated, the selection rate is exceedingly low. He is still contemplating a dual strategy. Tomorrow marks the testing day, and it must proceed without a hitch. The testing day is undoubtedly the most vibrant occasion in Jiangxing, even surpassing the festivities of the New Year. Due to the unique nature of the awakened, even families without children of appropriate age pay keen attention to the performance of others' offspring, eager to see whose child soars to great heights, while simultaneously chastising their OWN. At the break of dawn, the entirety of Jiangxing No. 1 High School was besieged, overflowing with a multitude of onlookers, creating a bottleneck at the school entrance, and Xiao Chen and Mu Xiaowan nearly found themselves unable to squeeze through. "Brother, I'll wait for you here. Good luck." The regulations stipulated that only students participating in the test could enter the school grounds, as the premises could hardly accommodate any more. Accompanied by their parents, Mu Xiaowan, adorned in a floral dress and topped with a hand-woven straw hat, stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd. Rest assured, Gu Chen took a deep breath, presented his student ID, and stepped inside with measured strides. The entire playground was already brimming with students preparing for the test. Not only Jiangxing number 1, but also the rapidly ascending Jiangxing number 2, along with Hingland High School and Jiangyu High School from the county, had arrived in chartered buses. At this moment, students from each institution donned their uniforms, the distinctions between them stark, and their gazes held a hint of defiance. Such youth. Gu Chen inhaled deeply and made his way toward a few acquaintances. Gu Chen has arrived, announced the principal. At the elevated podium, Principal Li Jianya had just concluded a discussion with the heads of several other schools when his assistant discreetly alerted him. Li Jianya gazed towards the direction of his students. Letting out a soft sigh, he held high hopes for Gu Chen, anticipating that he would emerge as the third ace of the school this year, alongside Lu Zhangjuan and Yao Na. Unfortunately, an unforeseen incident had occurred, plunging him into perilous circumstances, resulting in serious injury. Although Li Jianya was not an awakened, he understood too well that sustaining such an injury at this stage would not diminish one's strength upon recovery. But the results of the test would inevitably suffer a significant decline, he sighed, partly out of regret for the school, and partly for Gu Chen. This year, it would hinge on whether Lu Zhangjuan and Yao Na could surprise him. Beside him, Principal Lu Wanhong of Jiangxing number 2 was engaged in a lively conversation with officials from the Education Bureau, seemingly in high spirits. This year, it appeared that Jiangxing number 2 would indeed outshine them. He had long heard that students from number 2 had awakened prior to the exam, a topic that had stirred considerable buzz in Jiangxing, placing immense pressure on Li Jianya. Gu Chen, over here. Without needing to look, Gu Chen knew it was Yao Na calling him, and as soon as she spoke, many pairs of eyes turned in his direction, including Liang Hongtao and Ren Jialing. It was undeniable that these two had extensive connections. They were currently conversing with some students from number 2. Upon hearing Gu Chen's name, numerous individuals displayed eager expressions. It must be said, Gu Chen's reputation spread quite swiftly. So, this is your school's Gu Chen? He looks rather ordinary, not at all comparable to Senior Chu Zhe. Several girls from number 2 high school were chattering away, and Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao chuckled as they listened to their comparisons. Indeed, when placed alongside Chu Zhe, it seemed that everyone present today would merely serve as a backdrop. Ren Jialing's gaze merely skimmed over Gu Chen. Since her acquaintance with Chu Zhe, even the faint sense of regret she once felt had vanished. In the crowd, a solitary figure, proud and aloof, was captured by her gaze. Chu Zhe of Jiangxing number 2 High School, Chapter 61. The harsh day of testing the proportion of individuals preparing to apply to the War Academy was not particularly high among the various universities, yet approximately 100 had gathered from the 7 major high schools of Jiangxing. Among the ranks of number 2 High School, Chu Zhe stood alone in a corner, his expression indifferent, as if this critical test of fate was merely an ordinary day. Chu Zhe was undeniably exceptional. Ren Jialing sighed softly. Over the past few days, he and Liang Hongtao had begun to connect with talented individuals from various universities, ostensibly to ensure mutual support as they all ventured into the War Academy, being fellow townsfolk. Through this, she had encountered many promising youths, with Chu Zhe standing out the most. Having awakened early, he reportedly surpassed 130 points in original power during the preliminary assessments conducted by the school 10 days prior, far exceeding all his peers she knew. Once they successfully exchanged contact information, Ren Jialing suddenly felt perplexed as to why she had been preoccupied with Gu Chen, as she envisioned her future at the War Academy. She realized her social circle should gravitate towards individuals like Chu Zhe, and she firmly believed that she too could succeed in entering the War Academy. The students from various schools harbored a sense of rivalry amongst themselves. Yet when glancing at the figure from number 2 High School, their gazes invariably held a hint of reverence. This was the reality. Only those of similar caliber would engage in comparisons. Once someone surpassed you significantly, the competitive spirit dissipated, giving way to a desire for association. The students lined up according to their schools. The testing commenced. Staff members began to organize the proceedings, and the school teachers gradually exited the scene. On testing day, it was not the usual campus equipment that was employed, but rather a unified effort orchestrated by the National Education Bureau, with personnel specifically dispatched from the city to eliminate any possibility of cheating. The day had finally arrived. In the past, Gu Chen might have felt a twinge of nervousness. However, with his original power having reached such heights and having secured a home, he felt considerably more at ease. Meanwhile, on the podium, several chatting principals fell silent. The center sat Maruyu. the director of the Jiangxing Education Bureau, who, despite being over 50, bore no signs of aging. Instead, he exuded an air of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. At that moment, his gaze was fixed upon Chu Zhe of No. 2 High School. This year, old Zhang has performed admirably. With Chu Zhe in the mix, I can also report positively to the provincial office, he remarked calmly, as Zhang Jianfa, the principal of No. 2 High School, smiled beside him while the others remained silent. Let us observe the testing. Exchange glances between Li Jianya and several other principals revealed a slight change in their expressions. They understood that Ma Ruyu was signaling them, and it was clear that discontent was brewing. With 7 high schools and 7 chief examiners, approximately 800 individuals could be tested in a single morning. Arranged by height, Xiao Chun found himself positioned at the very end of the line. At the forefront stood a machine reminiscent of a height and weight measuring device, strikingly similar to those encountered during campus assessments. Although it had not yet been his turn, everyone was listening intently. Zhang Hong, 82. Next. Huang Zhikai, 93. Shi Gaofei, 83. The examiner announced each score in succession, urging the next candidate to step forward. Some students, already fraught with anxiety, blushed suddenly upon hearing their results. The student who had just tested was overwhelmed with embarrassment. This is impossible. I consistently score above 85 in my assessments. My family even bought me special pills in the past few days. I cannot possibly have only 83. There must be an error. His voice quivered with the onset of tears, refusing to leave the apparatus. Xiao Chang gazed towards a nearby high school examination site, where the examiner frowned and admonished, "Step down. The results of this test are final. Do not delay the others." Shi Gaofei was forcibly removed, and it was only after he had left the queue that he broke down in tears. I have worked so hard for 3 years. How much money has my family spent? How will I face my parents? The tragic plight struck a chord, and none had anticipated such an occurrence at the outset. In an instant, fear washed over the remaining students, prompting an inevitable pause in the testing. A tall examiner approached the front, addressing the crowd with a booming voice. "Students, you may have previously recorded high scores in your assessments. In truth, these scores fluctuate, but the overall trend is average. Therefore, I advise you to maintain a calm demeanor and not to succumb to excessive anxiety. I trust your teachers have already imparted this wisdom to you." He continued, "Becoming an awakened one is not merely a matter of desire. It does not guarantee superiority. Without the requisite talent and mindset, what good would it be to awaken only to face demise outside the city?" Once the testing concluded, with scores, student IDs, and names duly recorded, the candidates were instructed to leave immediately. Otherwise, their scores would be rendered void. Following this proclamation, the examiner departed, leaving many students who had initially felt buoyant now in a state of disarray. A few even contemplated swapping places with those behind them to delay their assessments. As time ticked away, the sun grew increasingly relentless, the temperature on the playground rising, yet many were left with icy hands and feet. Xiao Chun, standing at the back, could not help but reflect. Indeed, as the examiner had stated, this was not an easy path. Sometimes, effort does not guarantee success. Ouyang Han? Force 101. A name caught the attention of several nearby. Ouyang Han stepped forward, prompting the examiner to inquire further, "Have you awakened?" "Not yet," Ouyang Han replied, his expression as unchanging as ever. However, Xiao Chun noticed the subtle fidgeting of his fingers. After 3 years as classmates, he recognized that even when nervous, Ouyang Han would not show it outwardly, resorting only to such small gestures. "Congratulations." After inputting Ouyang Han's information, the staff member smiled and gestured for him to step down. At that moment, even more envious gazes were cast his way. With a force exceeding 100 and last year's admission threshold set at 95, it was almost a certainty that he would secure a place at the War Academy, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Although the official narrative suggests that the War Academy operates similarly to ordinary universities, merely with differing specializations, it is widely acknowledged that the oppressed within the walls of Daxia have long sought opportunities to expand their horizons and reclaim cities occupied by the Beast Monarch. The War Academy stands at the forefront of talent cultivation. To speak broadly, even in Jiangxing, how many of the influential leaders in the city are not awakened individuals? How many do not hail from the War Academy? The facts speak for themselves. Presently, the staff smile at him, for it is uncertain whether this young man will someday become their colleague, or even their superior. The testing continues, and a student from the first high has already surpassed a force level of 100. However, Li Jianya is not particularly elated by this. He knows each member of the elite class intimately and understands that Ouyang Han has already secured a position among the top 10 seeds. As he reviews the current results, Maruyu sits there with a computer displaying various data before him. After more than 10 minutes, nearly a third of the testing has been completed, and his assistant, having organized the information, states, currently, there are a total of 32 individuals with a force level exceeding 95, including 6 from the first high, 9 from the second high, and 7 from Jiangyu High School. Maruyu glances at Li Jianya from the corner of his eye and lets out a soft huff. Let us continue observing. Li Jianya realizes that Maruyu is expressing dissatisfaction towards him, causing his previously formulated plan to falter. What plan? It pertains to Xiao Chun. Li Jianya feels a twinge of guilt regarding Xiao Chun, recognizing that failing to uncover such a promising talent in the past was a clear dereliction of duty. Consequently, he had instructed Lin Sudong to take special care of the boy. However, now that Xiao Chun faces unforeseen circumstances, the likelihood of a successful test appears grim. He yearns to discuss Xiao Chun's situation with Maruyu. Yet given the current atmosphere, how could he possibly broach the subject? Chapter 62. The sequence of appearances. The testing continues, and as it surpasses the halfway mark, Maruyu's attention increasingly focuses on the number of students exceeding a force level of 95. Last year's admission threshold was established accordingly. Of course, exceptionally high academic scores could allow for leniency in standards, though such individuals are exceedingly rare. Observing students who falter, leaving the examination site with red eyes and tears, Li Jianya feels compelled to speak. Director Ma, I wish to discuss something with you. Dado? What is it? Maruyu's expression reveals no discernible emotion. We have a student named Xiao Chun. This child possesses remarkable talent, though he seems to exhibit a delayed emergence of his abilities. During our final training, he was ranked among the top 3. Recently, as you may know, there was an incident involving Zhang Tianhao at the Crown Hotel, where he acted heroically and sustained some injuries. Thus, I fear his test results today will not be favorable. Maruyu nods, acknowledging that he has indeed heard of this matter. The city even commended the Education Bureau for the child's commendable character and sense of justice. However, from his vantage point, he perceives Zhang Tianhao's prominence in Jiangxing as the result of multifaceted power struggles, and he merely recalls the student's name. What of it? Noticing that Maruyu remains intently focused on the fluctuating data, Li Jianya steels himself. This child has faced considerable hardships. He is an orphan who supports his younger sister through sheer determination. With such remarkable talent, I believe that had he not been injured, his innate ability would undoubtedly have surpassed 100. I hope you can communicate his circumstances to the examination board and grant him an opportunity for a retest. After Li Jianya concluded his statement, an awkward silence enveloped the room as the other school principals exchanged peculiar glances at him. Maruyu raised his head, taken aback by Li Jianya's suggestion. While such a scenario is not entirely implausible, it is fraught with complications. If one is allowed an extension, should not others be afforded the same courtesy? At this age, a student's innate ability can fluctuate dramatically within mere days. A delay might not be equitable to others. Although he could advocate for this, it ultimately depends on whether it is worthwhile. Had it been Chu Zhe who was injured, he would have wholeheartedly supported it, thus earning a favor from him, demonstrating his dedication to the task. However, the situation now is different. What was Chu Zhe's innate ability during his last test? Did it exceed 100? Li Jianya shook his head, about to speak again when he noticed Maruyu raising his right hand, addressing a few individuals nearby. What do you all think? Lao Zhang, please share your thoughts. The others, seasoned in reading the room, recognized Maruyu's intent merely by his expression. Zhang Jianfa, the principal of the second high school, understood that he was expected to take on the role of the antagonist. In truth, I believe that a true genius should not be swayed by such factors. While there have been precedents, they were predicated on the premise that the student in question warranted such considerations. As educators, we must adhere to the principle of not granting exceptions unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the integrity of the testing process will be compromised. Lao Zhang has made a valid point. Indeed, several others murmured in agreement. While Maruyu remained silent, Li Jianya nodded, returning with a contemplative expression as he cast a glance at Xiao Chen amidst the crowd. At this juncture, the testing had progressed significantly, revealing the disparities among the various schools. Although the second high school was making a vigorous effort, Jiangxing No. 1 High School remained the long-standing leader. 17 students with innate abilities exceeding 95 had already emerged. including Yao Na with an ability of 115 and Lu Zhanjuan, who astonished everyone with a remarkable 119 and had even awakened, temporarily dominating the field. This fellow has actually awakened. Yao Na glanced at the taciturn Lu Zhanjuan ahead of her. Since their enrollment, the two had often been ranked first and second, with rumors circulating about their discord. However, in truth, they were merely unacquainted. Tio Yao Na, Lu Zhanjuan was somewhat reserved, diligent yet not overtly competitive. It was unexpected that, after 3 years, she still fell slightly short in the end. Chu Zhe from Jiangqing Second High School, it is your turn. The calm announcement of his name brought the entire testing line, as well as those outside who had completed their tests and were engaged in conversation, to a hush, creating a momentary stillness in the room. What is happening? The testing official, a woman in her 30s who was not from Jiangqing, looked around in bewilderment, unsure of the situation. We may begin. Chu Zhe, with his tousled bangs, wore a cold expression, seemingly unwilling to utter a word to outsiders. Following protocol, the testing examiner pressed the button, and in the next moment, she was rendered speechless. Until urged on by her colleagues, she finally revealed the testing number. 143. At last, she comprehended why the moment Chu Zhe arrived, everyone fell silent. Was there an awakening? Indeed, point 143, an awakening had occurred. At that moment, the students of Jiangqing No. 2 seemed to be invigorated as if they had been administered a shot of adrenaline. Goodness, Brother Zhe is astonishing. His progress is simply too rapid. It is an absolute domination. Every school has its prodigies. In fact, many students from various institutions, despite their own lack of prowess, can still boast of their school's renowned figures. However, in the face of the suddenly emerging Chu Zhe, the others from different schools found themselves lacking any such leverage. How extraordinary! Yao Na and Lu Zhanjuan were already aware of Chu Zhe's formidable reputation and had entertained thoughts of comparison, yet witnessing it firsthand today, they truly understood the vast disparity. This child has indeed progressed since the last time. The principal of Jiangqing No. 2, Zhang Jianfa, smiled. Beside him, Ma Ruyu, who had been frowning, now appeared considerably more at ease. The number of individuals gaining admission to military academies in each city serves as a benchmark. Yet securing a place in the 4 top-tier military institutions is also a significant indicator. Chu Zhe had fully met the criteria. It is worth noting that those who enter the top 4 are often the awakened second generation from affluent inland regions, a rarity in Jiangqing. The commotion caused by Chu Zhe took a while to subside before the testing resumed. Xiao Qian, however, noticed that after Chu Zhe declared himself an awakened one, the chief examiner checked some indicators without allowing him to demonstrate his awakening abilities. It turned out to be a matter of inspection rather than a live demonstration. Indeed, according to Wei Xiaohua, a low-grade first-level awakened individual would feel fatigued after using their abilities, and some who had just entered the first level might not even be able to use them at all. Depending on luck, I wonder, if it's through testing, do I count as an awakened one? Xiao Chun was quite curious. Once the energy exceeded 100, awakening could occur at any moment, and the entire body would undergo a transformation, resulting in a dramatic increase in one's energy levels. He himself had not experienced that awakening step. Next, Xiao Chun. Raising his head, Xiao Chun realized that the line had already reached him. Chapter 63. Stunning the entire audience, Xiao Chun's appearance drew considerable attention. Although he was not renowned for his genius, merely half a month ago, he had been an inconspicuous, mediocre student at the school. However, involvement in 2 significant events in Jiangqing had thrust his name into the spotlight. Yet, for most students from other schools, their curiosity outweighed any expectations. Below the stage, the homeroom teacher, Old Song, turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. He had observed this child for 3 years and knew better than anyone how hard Xiao Chun had worked. Unlike other homeroom teachers who focused on nurturing top students, he had distributed his efforts more evenly among all his pupils. He had thought Xiao Chun could finally escape the clutches of poverty. But who could have anticipated the recent mishap? Now it was Xiao Chen's turn. Liang Hongtao, the campus entrepreneur, exchanged glances with Ren Jialing, who had just completed her test with a result of 95. On the cusp of the threshold. However, Ren Jialing harbored confidence in her academic performance and paid little heed to it, as she was currently engrossed in building rapport with the students who had previously exceeded 100 in their original power tests. Upon hearing Liang Hongtao's prompt, she merely nodded lightly. Why Brother Chen has gone on. Outside the queue, a throng of over 1,000 students from Jiangqing High School had gathered, among them Wu Chao, who, upon spotting Xiao Chen emerge, was the first to push his way to the front. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and stepped onto the apparatus. The examiner, unfamiliar with Xiao Chun, pressed the button and awaited the numbers to appear. According to protocol, the results would typically be announced within 3 seconds, and everyone was anticipating the middle-aged woman to speak. However, she remained silent for an extended period. "What is the matter?" the middle-aged male examiner in charge of the oversight inquired. The female examiner's eyelids twitched as she suddenly gestured for him to come over. "Come take a look. Is the machine malfunctioning?" The middle-aged male examiner furrowed his brow. "These machines are all uniformly calibrated. How could they possibly break?" His words were left unspoken, for he too had caught sight of the number displayed on the screen. As if struck by an electric shock, he lifted his head, incredulous as he gazed at Xiao Chen. Their reactions finally drew the attention of others, particularly the line of students behind Xiao Chen, who leaned in curiously, eager to discover why the queue had stalled. "Student, please come over to this machine." Xiao Chen could distinctly perceive that the previously stern examiner's demeanor had shifted dramatically, now appearing much more amiable. "All right." Xiao Chen offered no further words and followed him to the adjacent line, waiting for the previous student to complete their test before stepping up once more. The same procedure was repeated. Xiao Chen felt the apparatus's rays sweep over him once again, and the examiner raised his eyebrows. He looked up, noticing that almost everyone around was fixated on him, awaiting the final results. Xiao Chen from Jiangxing No. 1 High School, original power, 159. His voice was not loud, yet everyone heard it clearly. In that moment, all clamor faded away, leaving only the sounds of June's chirping insects and birds in the air. After a brief silence, a cacophony erupted among the students. 159. How is that possible? The thresholds set by the 4 major military academies are already extraordinary. Each year, only about 1,000 students nationwide gain entry to them. Isn't this an overwhelming blow to those standards? Jiangxing No. 1 High School is truly remarkable. No wonder they are rated the best in the city. What a show of strength. This is an absolute display of prowess. This surpasses even Chu Zhe. And it's not just by a little. Regardless of the attempts to maintain order, the emotions of the students on site had already ignited. Jiangxing No. 1 High School produces a candidate for the 4 major military academies only once every few years, and even then, those are usually on the cusp, requiring substantial negotiation from the leaders to gain admission. Yet, Xiao Chen's test had utterly shattered that record. Outside the queue, those who had completed their tests collectively inhaled sharply. "Xiao Chen, you truly have me astonished." Yao Na struggled to utter these words as she gazed at Xiao Chen, who stood calmly amidst the crowd, the image of him rummaging through trash bins for raw stone fragments after class gradually converging in her mind. "Now I suppose I no longer need to play the role of the older sister. Do I, kid?" Ouyang Han maintained a relatively composed demeanor as he stood nearby, quietly observing Yao Na discreetly wipe her eyes. This kid is truly bizarre, he thought, possibly the first time in 3 years he had uttered such a curse. Yet, at this moment, no one paid heed. Among the onlookers from the cultural studies group outside, Wu Chao's eyes widened as he took in the shocked expressions of those around him, suddenly bursting into laughter 3 times before boasting to a complete stranger beside him. "Did you see that? Xiao Chen, that's my brother Chen, you know? We shared meals together, and I even showed him my treasured collection on my computer. He.S. my big brother. Chun is amazing." Wu Chao appeared somewhat deranged, and even from a distance, Xiao Chen heard these words, his expression darkening as he covered his face, attempting to convey that he did not know this fool. Ren Jialing, who was engrossed in conversation with other elite students from different schools, had her back turned to this side, even disinterested in learning Xiao Chen's test results. Yet, in this very moment, she found herself compelled to listen, as everyone was abuzz with discussions about this figure. A terrifying score, 159. She abruptly turned around, her exquisite face transitioning from shock to confusion and ultimately to bewilderment. The surrounding noise persisted, yet it felt as if all manner of sounds had vanished from her ears. In her vision, that figure remained largely unchanged from 3 years prior. Still reserved, still composed. Back then, they had shared laughter and conversation, and for a fleeting moment, she thought he might be more innocent than herself, genuinely wishing to make a friend. However, she deemed such a friendship too time-consuming and devoid of value. Afterward, she had numerous opportunities, and Liang Hongtao had even offered her advice. Yet, whenever she beheld Xiao Qin's tranquil expression, she could never muster the courage to speak, as though admitting her own error. She felt it unnecessary. Yet now, it became evident that it was indeed crucial to encounter a genius at the Academy of War Studies. Perhaps the four greats could truly offer such an opportunity, but she was destined to attend the most ordinary of war academies. Students with astonishing scores like Gu Chen's would surely be coveted by the four greats, and it seemed unlikely she would ever come to know them. Even if she did, would they acknowledge her, regard her with importance, or even consider her a friend? Unlikely. Liang Hongtao sighed softly. For someone like Ren Jialing, who was adept at maneuvering through social circles and expanding her connections, this moment represented an exceedingly heavy blow. Moreover, there was no turning back. On the podium, several principals from other schools fell silent upon hearing this number, while Ma Ruyu stood up, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Excellent. Old Li, you truly have a knack for this. I was just playing tricks with you, and now this prodigy emerges from Jiang City. Ha ha! At that moment, he had completely shed his authoritative facade, laughing heartily, oblivious to the fact that Li Jianya was utterly bewildered. Xiao Qian, 159 in raw power. What on earth was happening? Chapter 64. No awakening? Li Jianya was indeed in a state of confusion. Wasn't it said that Xiao Qian had been severely injured? Lin Sudong certainly did not appear to be lying. Moreover, how could this fellow possibly possess such extraordinary resilience even without an injury? Lao Li, it's time to cease the pretense. Indeed, congratulations are in order. The principals from the nearby schools fell silent for a moment before stepping forward to extend their felicitations. Faced with such overwhelming superiority, their jealousy was rendered impotent, leaving them only with admiration. Students of this caliber may not be entirely absent from annual assessments, but they are typically concentrated in the prosperous metropolises of the inland regions. High-ranking awakened beings ensure that their progeny receive the finest resources and guidance from the outset. Even so, those who surpass 140 on testing day are a rare breed. The emergence of such a student from Jiangqing is akin to a county producing a provincial top scholar, thereby casting a glow upon the entire educational community of Jiangqing. What on earth is this? The principal of second high school, Zhang Jianfa, wore a countenance of deep gloom. His moment of glory had lasted barely half an hour, rendering this fleeting joy almost unbearable. Within the testing arena, the commotion settled after a few minutes, resuming the evaluations. However, some students who had previously held their heads high now appeared somewhat crestfallen. With the towering presence of Xiao Chen ahead, the rest of this cohort had become mere accessories. Chu Zhe, who had previously stepped away from the testing machine and stood alone with his hands in his pockets, was momentarily taken aback. Since childhood, he had been lauded as a genius, having surpassed 100 in the elemental force test a month prior, and successfully awakened 10 days before the exam. He had grown accustomed to leading others. Yet, he had never encountered a situation quite like today's. Outside the campus, Mu Xiaowan endeavored to squeeze her way to the front of the crowd, peering into the testing area. However, standing too far back, she was oblivious to the events unfolding within. This was a significant news story. Just moments ago, a top-tier prodigy had emerged from the tests. You only just realized, didn't you? My child has long since mentioned that Chu Zhe from their school had already awakened. I'm not referring to Chu Zhe. The fervent voice of another drew the attention of the surrounding parents. Who might that be? Oh, I take it none of you have checked your phones? My child sent over a video. There was a student who scored 159 in the elemental force test. You can't be serious. How could that even be possible? Absolutely precise. What was the name again? Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this name, Mu Xiaowan blinked rapidly, then listened as the crowd began to buzz with speculation. This child is destined for greatness. Whose child could it be? The chatter around her was incessant. Yet Mu Xiaowan's anxious heart began to settle as she gazed in the direction of Xiao Chen in the campus, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Just a moment, Xiao Chen, come back here. Having completed his test, Xiao Chen intended to leave, but was called back by the middle-aged chief examiner, instructed to stand once more before the apparatus. Look at me, I almost forgot. Let's see if you've awakened. Oh, Xiao Chen was about to declare that he had indeed awakened, but he noticed the examiner was already impatiently pressing the button. 159 elemental force, but no awakening. The examiner was notably restrained this time, allowing not a single voice to escape, yet Xiao Chen could distinctly sense that he appeared even more elated. No awakening. Xiao Chen himself was bewildered. Both the regeneration and healing abilities were now at his disposal. So how could one claim he had not awakened? Child, Prepare yourself for the fierce competition among the 4 great war academies to recruit you. The examiner remarked with a cheerful smile. Was it possible that being unawakened was somehow more advantageous than having undergone the awakening? It seemed it was only then that he realized Xiao Chun hailed from a small place like Jiangxing. The examiner pulled Xiao Chun aside from the testing site, gesturing for them to continue their assessments, and then spoke. For someone like you, who can surpass 140 in original power at just 18, an awakening in the future is practically a foregone conclusion. The higher your original power before awakening, the greater your body's capacity to accept it. Otherwise, once the body reaches its limit, awakening occurs. Hence, many awakeners encourage their children to attain a higher original power beforehand, akin to laying a solid foundation. Do you understand my point? Xiao Chun nodded. Achieving a high original power before awakening means your upper limit will also be elevated. While others may find themselves capped at 300 original power as first-tier awakeners, you could reach 400 or even 500. Naturally, this places you at a distinct advantage over others. Moreover, the awakening itself will catalyze a transformation in the body, significantly enhancing original power values, which means that post-awakening, the gap between you and your peers will widen even further. Generally, examiners would not divulge so much information, but such a talent is exceedingly rare, and he was willing to elaborate. I see, thank you. Did he count as an awakener? Undoubtedly, for the definitions in text were quite explicit. Only awakeners could employ awakening techniques. Yet the machine failed to register this. Xiao Chun surmised that it assessed the degree of integration between the body and original power. As Su Zhaohua had mentioned, after awakening, the body undergoes refinement through original power, which likely led the examiner to conclude that he had not yet awakened. This implied that he had not yet reached his limits, and once he did, there would be a surge of growth. Xiao Chun found himself in a state of mixed emotions. On the bright side, this indicated his potential remained exceptionally high. For instance, if he awakened with an original power of 200, no other first-tier low-grade awakeners would stand a chance against him. The downside was that Su Zhaohua had given him a time frame of 2 months, and he certainly did not wish for the scenario where he trained to 200 or 300 original power without awakening. What a farce that would be. Lost in thought, he was suddenly roused by Wu Chao's voice from nearby. Brother Chen, you truly are my big brother. Incredible. Looking up, he saw Wu Chao, Yao Na, Ouyang Han, and others approaching. The sight of this small group elicited envious expressions from other students. Many from the first high school were eager to befriend Xiao Chen now, yet previously within the elite class, they had clearly aligned themselves closely with Ren Jialing and Liang Hongtao, having spoken ill of Xiao Chen behind his back. Feeling guilty now, they dared not approach. Well done, little Chin Chin. Quite the actor you are, leaving us all in suspense and then making a stunning revelation. Huh? Yao Na, with a playful smile, draped her arm over Xiao Chen's shoulder, wearing an expression that seemed to question him. Xiao Chen was taken aback, then replied with a resigned sigh. Sister Na, Wu Chao, could you please speak fairly? When have I ever pretended? Did I not claim that I had no issues at all? Yet, look at you all, each one of you suggesting I am mentally unwell, leaving me to explain myself to the nurse for ages. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's disheartened voice, the others burst into laughter. I don't care. You wrapped your head in bandages, looking utterly frail, deceiving our emotions. Today, you must treat us to a meal, right? Yao Na glanced at Wu Chao, who eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, how much is the reward? Around 1 million, I suppose? Goodness, you are now a wealthy individual. You must host us. Xiao Chen chuckled at this unreasonable bunch and waved his hand. All right, today I shall cover the entire affair. Following this, there was a cultural exam. Yet for Xiao Chen and his companions, it held little significance. As long as they passed the threshold, that sufficed. And about covering the entire affair, I heard from Wu Chao that you visited his home and saw some rare collectibles. Not studying properly, are you? Yao Na regarded him with a knowing look. Xiao Chen's lips curled slightly. He genuinely wished to silence Wu Chao's incessant chatter, as he had finally gained some recognition, nearly losing his esteemed reputation due to Wu Chao's words. Just as they were indulging in light banter, Li Jianya approached and no need to rush off to play. Xiao Chun, come to my office shortly. The group exchanged glances, revealing envious expressions, as it seemed a generous reward for Xiao Chen was on the horizon. Chapter 65. Truly a wealthy individual as previously mentioned, achieving a force exceeding 100 and awakening on the testing day both come with rewards. Although you did not awaken, you have still met the criteria for extraordinary rewards. In the office, Li Jianya gazed at Xiao Chun with satisfaction, finding him increasingly agreeable. Including the rewards sanctioned by the school and the Education Bureau, this totals 2 million. Please provide your account number, and I shall arrange for the funds to be transferred directly. Additionally, there are 2 recovery pills and 1 meridian opening pill. Noticing Xiao Chen's confusion, Li Jianya elaborated. You have consumed the recovery pill before? This meridian opening pill is worth at least 3 times that. When you awaken, the force first merges with your body. Consuming this pill will double the effects. While you might have originally awakened with a mere increase of 10 or 20 points of force, with this pill, you could potentially boost it by 30 or 40. Xiao Chun silently marveled, feeling a mix of emotions. No wonder such small cities have few prodigies. They lack funds. How many can afford such pills? In contrast, larger cities are different. Many of these urban areas lie inland, free from the threat of mutated beasts attacking, and once awakened individuals grow powerful, they often acquire properties in major inland metropolises. Comparatively, inland students are wealthier, enjoying better sustenance and resources. Without needing to ask, Xiao Chun understood that these were undoubtedly products from deep-sea pharmaceuticals. He likely remained unaware of many other pills, and had he not been able to scavenge life crystals from corpses, the 2 million would scarcely suffice for anything. Just like today's 2 pills, which together cost 2 million. Xiao Chen, you aren't considering selling them, are you? Observing Xiao Chen lost in thought, Li Jianya quickly cautioned him. If you find the funds lacking, you can still apply for scholarships once you reach university, but these items are fundamental to your strength. Do not forsake the essentials for trivialities. No, of course I would never sell. After Xiao Qian had written down his card number and address, he exited the principal's office. Observing his retreating figure, Li Jianya silently nodded in approval. If it were any other child, he might have felt compelled to offer a word of caution, advising them not to become too arrogant, lest they face disappointment among other prodigies at the military academy. However, with Xiao Chun, such admonitions were unnecessary. This child had emerged from the slums and inherently understood the truths of life. Ah, Lao Song, you were right. Li Jianya stood by the bedside, gazing at the chaotic scene of students on the playground, letting out a sigh of contemplation. He was referring to Xiao Chen's homeroom teacher. In truth, he was aware of the past grievances between Lao Song and another teacher, yet as a principal, he could not afford to concern himself with such trivial matters. Moreover, he internally recognized the merit of an elite strategy. While acquiring academic knowledge might be a matter of diligence compensating for lack of talent, awakening in this regard heavily relied on innate ability. He believed that teaching in the manner of Lao Song could potentially lead to a class that was uniformly average, devoid of standout talents. Yet, he had witnessed the reality this time. 3 students who broke the 100 mark, the top first and third in the entire grade, all hailed from Lao Song's class. Next semester, he would appoint him as the grade leader to see if he could instigate some change. Li Jianya mentally concluded this decision, even though other teachers had connections with certain leaders in the Education Bureau, who had even suggested his promotion. However, Li Jianya possessed his own sense of judgment. It was not merely a matter of fairness. While he could grant a promotion and save face, the ultimate determinants of his career trajectory remained the students' capabilities. Treat us. I want a grand feast. Wu Chao and his companions had indeed not departed, fully aware that Xiao Qian had been rewarded, and they exchanged mischievous grins. Look at you all. Do you think I could possibly escape? Xiao Qian chuckled, reaching the school gate to pick up Mu Xiaowan, and the group began to deliberate over their dining options. The grand banquet of the aristocracy? The emperor's flower? A lavish feast? Wu Chao suggested, causing Yao Na beside him to scowl in dismay. What kind of ridiculous places are you selecting? They sound utterly improper. Wu Chao grinned mischievously. This time we must really take him for a ride. A respectable place would hardly cost a dime. Yao Na retaliated by delivering a playful slap to Wu Chao's head, causing him to yelp in pain. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. What indecent material did you show to Xiao Qian? Indecent? As they walked, Mu Xiaowan cast a curious glance at them, while Xiao Qian's expression darkened, prompting him to clear his throat twice. Wu Chao, how can you still have the audacity to speak? My illustrious reputation was nearly tarnished because of you. Wu Chao, however, felt somewhat wronged, cradling his forehead. No, it was just an anime, an old disc from over 60 years ago. Things like Slam Dunk are all out of print now. Brother Chun, that's rather unkind of you. Weren't you quite happy watching it? Yao Na and Ouying Han were momentarily stunned, and then Yao Na's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The way he spoke was so lewd that she nearly misinterpreted his intent. Ultimately, the group, still unaccustomed to high-end restaurants, opted for a street-side barbecue stall. "Boss, bring us a couple of cases of beer," Wu Chao called out, reminiscing about how they had previously distanced themselves from indulgences in tobacco and alcohol in their pursuit of enhancing their innate abilities. Yet now, they seemed to have loosened their restraints. It soon became apparent to Gu Chen that this group of individuals were all masters of words. After just a few drinks, their faces flushed crimson, and they began to speak in a disjointed manner. Wu Chao, reeking of alcohol, leaned on Gu Chen's shoulder, his gaze unfocused. "Brother Chen, Sister Na, you are all awakened ones now. I am truly thrilled for you. I don't know what merit I possess that allows me to mingle with such remarkable individuals. They say people naturally group together, so why not me?" I pondered. Without the gift of awakening, even with stellar academic achievements, I am still just mediocre. This world is ruled by the awakened. After graduating from university, I will return to assist my father in transporting goods and delivering fruits. When you all become affluent, do not forget to return and visit your brother. I harbor no grand ambitions. Merely desiring to play games, watch anime, and have a little pocket money suffices. I don't expect much from you. But should I ever find myself in a predicament, I hope someone will have my back. Yao Na, having also had a bit too much to drink, leaned against Gu Chen's shoulder. "He is formidable. You should seek him out," she suggested, with Ouyang Han nodding in agreement. "Yes, you should find him." Gu Chen was left speechless, while Wu Chao cursed in frustration. What a shameless bunch. Ouyang Han, usually reserved, began to confide in the trio, revealing that both of his parents were, in fact, awakened beings, albeit of the lower-tier lifestyle variety. They had a modest income, better than the average person, yet still far from prosperous, and he felt the weight of the family's burdens resting squarely on his shoulders. While others mourned their graduation, for him, it was a release. As the conversation unfolded, Ouyang Han and Wu Chao began to share their innermost thoughts. Yao Na observed the two engrossed in their dialogue, then discreetly moved a chair closer, pouring 2 glasses and settling beside Gu Chen. Her cheeks, flushed beneath her short hair, radiated a soft glow, and a delicate fragrance wafted towards him. He had never before noticed how alluring Sister Na truly was. Gu Chen averted his gaze, accustomed as he was to keeping his thoughts in check. "Little Chen, now that we've graduated, do you have anything you wish to say to me?" Yao Na inquired, leaning in close, her slender arm resting comfortably on Gu Chen's shoulder, straddling the line between camaraderie and seduction. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chen earnestly replied, "I am profoundly grateful for your care over the past few years. Sister Tio, express my gratitude." Just as he began to articulate his sentiments, he was abruptly interrupted by a heavy thump on his shoulder. He was met with Yao Na's exasperated glare. "You clueless straight man. May you drink yourself to oblivion." Seeing Gu Chen's mortified expression as he was cast aside, Mu Xiaowan, who had been quietly attending to the group, covered her mouth in amusement. Only 13. She couldn't help but feel that her older brother was rather oblivious. Just then, a sleek black car glided into view, and 4 men clad in black attire, exuding an air of menace, surveyed the surroundings before making their way towards the group. Chapter 66. The perpetual motion machine. Upon noticing these individuals, Yao Na appeared to have sobered up considerably, her once bright gaze dimming slightly. Observing her inebriated companions, Gu Chen instinctively became alert. However, Yao Na waved her hand, and as the group approached, the leading middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, "Miss, it is time to return." His eyes swept over the table's occupants, displaying no intention of greeting Gu Chen and the others. Though Ouyang Han and the others were too intoxicated to sense it, Gu Chen discerned that these individuals had likely witnessed bloodshed. Their cold demeanor set them apart from the ordinary. "All right, let us go," Yao Na replied nonchalantly, glancing back at Gu Chen. "Make sure to escort these inebriated fools home. Their alcohol tolerance is abysmal, even inferior to mine." As he watched the vehicle depart, Gu Chen gradually relaxed. "What is wrong with me?" He found it somewhat amusing that he had become so jumpy. Having spent an extended period in such a high-pressure environment, he tended to envision the worst at the slightest hint of danger. Yao Na's background had always been shrouded in mystery. Over the past 3 years, she had provided Gu Chen with numerous raw stones, albeit all previously used, which most ordinary families would be reluctant to part with. Moreover, she never spoke of her family, implying that she might also belong to an affluent lineage. Gazing at Wu Chao, who was sprawled out like a lifeless pig, and Ouyang Han, who retained a proud posture despite his dazed expression, Xiao Chun couldn't help but smirk. Truly, two useless individuals. If any real danger were to arise, they would undoubtedly be the most incompetent allies. Xiao Chun, don't think just because you possess higher energy you can insult me. Ouyang Han mumbled drunkenly before suddenly collapsing, sending the bottle crashing to the ground. After settling the bill and arranging for both of them to return home via taxi, Xiao Chun made his way back as well. Though it was already the dead of night, he found himself unable to sleep. He opened the window, allowing the aroma of outdoor barbecues from the neighborhood to waft in. This vibrant essence of life brought him comfort. There were still 2 months until Su Xiaohua would come to pick him up. Whether to conceal his sister's identity as an infected individual or to leverage the privileges of being a member of the Night Execution Division, Xiao Chun believed this was a far superior choice compared to the War Academy. However, the requirements were undeniably rigorous. 2 months to advance to the first tier of the lower grade. He opened his phone, having already uploaded the exercises for body tempering and meditation. According to Su Xiaohua, these were the 2 fundamental methods for awakeners to enhance their physical and mental prowess. The names were simple, yet their origins were significant, compiled by several of China's top-tier combatants, 9th-tier awakeners. Both body tempering and meditation required the consumption of energy. Once depleted, it needed replenishment. Ordinary individuals used raw stones, and those with wealth consumed elixirs, but even elixirs necessitated an absorption process, which was not the case for him. Previously, Xiao Chun had been somewhat troubled. Following the recent hunt for Zheng Tianhao, he had acquired 4 massive life crystals, yet he had only absorbed the smallest one. Thus it wasn't due to frugality, but rather an inability to utilize them. Without elevating his physical and mental capabilities, using them would exceed his body's capacity to bear the burden, rendering the energy increase ineffective. However, with the methods of body tempering and meditation, everything would be different. Utilizing the force to enhance both physical prowess and mental limits, he then absorbs life crystals to replenish himself directly. While others are in a state of recuperation, he can persist in his training, significantly augmenting his endurance. As long as there are sufficient life crystals, he can undoubtedly become an unceasing engine of energy. Xiao Chun began to meticulously study the process, starting with body refinement. He initially anticipated it would be arduous to comprehend, yet was pleasantly surprised by the clarity of the writing. By actively guiding the force to permeate a specific part of his body, be it hand or foot, starting from a single point and gradually expanding to an area, he could fully integrate that part with the force, thus achieving a transformation of his physique. Xiao Chun closed his eyes. At the age of 18, he was an orphan on the brink of graduating from high school. Possessing a low-tier awakening ability as a necromancer, in a room filled with the soulful strains of blues music, reminiscent of a private tavern, Su Xiaohua concluded his remarks and surveyed the surroundings. The situation was essentially as follows. He intended to nominate Xiao Chun as a candidate for the Moon Shadow team. Does anyone have any objections? Beside him sat 2 individuals. One was a striking young woman with twin ponytails, adorned with smoky eye makeup, a lollipop in her mouth, perched on a high stool, swinging her delicate, alabaster legs. What objections could there be? I've already put your name forward, she pouted, her face a mask of displeasure. The Moon Shadow team was the unit Su Xiaohua belonged to, and the woman speaking was named Yiran. When Su Xiaohua decided to consider Xiao Chen, she was the first to be informed. Ran, it seems you are no longer the youngest in our team, Su Xiaohua remarked, glancing toward a youthful man with tousled golden hair seated nearby. Despite being over 30, Su Xiaohua himself was strikingly handsome. Exuding the vitality of a man in his mid-20s, however, the man casually sipping from a glass and fiddling with a pistol appeared even more dashing, with a prominent nose and finely chiseled features. His bright eyes sparkled beneath a tousle of bangs, presenting a roguish demeanor. Hurry up and bring him in, Captain. From now on, Ran won't have to tease me anymore. Let the tasks, both arduous and menial, fall to our little brother Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Yiran shot him a furious glare. Lu Zimo, who's teasing you? That was merely a fitting punishment for your loose tongue. Lu Zimo shrugged and took a sip. Captain, are you calling us over because we're easy to persuade? Today, with so many absent, you're making a decision without consensus. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Su Xiaohua's face, for Lu Zimo had accurately discerned his thoughts. Out of the 6 members of the team, 2 were on a mission, and the other vice-captain, Su Xiaohua, had not even summoned her, hinting at a desire for a bit of lobbying. Once he secured the majority, he could proceed with ease. Although I trust your judgment, This young brother seems rather weak, doesn't he? Lu Zimo remarked, toying with the pistol in his hand, which morphed effortlessly from a classic Desert Eagle to an M416 assault rifle, akin to a magician's trick. His comment drew Yi Ran's agreement. The Night Execution Division differed from the War Academy. While the latter cultivated talent, the former directly employed skilled individuals, holding stringent standards for strength. A mere level 1, and yet a subpar awakened? I fear one might struggle to find another like this within the entire organization. Well, Su Xiaohua was just about to elaborate when the tavern's door was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash, causing the room to tremble violently. A sense of foreboding surged within Su Xiaohua, while Yi Ran and Lu Zimo set aside their nonchalance, adopting expressions of utmost seriousness. Lan Jie, you have arrived, Lu Zimo greeted enthusiastically. Get lost. All right, Lu Zimo, abandoning his playful demeanor, retreated to a corner to observe the unfolding drama, as Yi Ran squeezed in beside him, both revealing only their heads. The woman who entered was the antithesis of Yi Ran's attire. Clad in a flowing black veil gown and high leather boots, her lips adorned with a subtle shade of purple, exuding an aura of formidable ferocity. Although her beauty was undeniable, it was the kind that instilled a sense of trepidation in those who beheld her. You, Su Xiaohua, have the audacity to approve the recruitment of such a person? I, as your vice captain, am merely a decoration? Facing the visibly irate Emo Jinglan at the entrance, Su Xiaohua forced a smile. Ellen. Do not dare call me that. Emo Jinglan plopped down into a chair, her fingers tapping impatiently as she drained a bottle of white beer, glaring at Su Xiaohua at a level 1, and a subpar one at that. Have you lost your mind? Why on earth would you bring in such a person? Su Xiaohua rubbed his temples, realizing he had intended to act unilaterally, but the news had unfortunately leaked. Turning to the two huddled in the corner, he found Yi Ran and Lu Zimo harmoniously engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Forget about them? Answer me. Su Xiaohua had no choice but to turn back and provide a sincere explanation. His classification is that of a necromancer, and this child is a prodigy. Prodigy? Emo Jinglan scoffed, as if she had heard the most ludicrous statement. Only those who survive are true prodigies. You must understand that in the Night Execution Division, even among candidates, fatalities can occur. Emo Jinglan was unyielding. I can protect him discreetly. Su Xiaohua, faced with such an aggressive tone, maintained his gentle demeanor. However, this very gentleness only fueled Emo Jinglan's dissatisfaction, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Su Xiaohua, how can you be so impervious to reason? If he were truly a prodigy, we wouldn't need to dig him up. He would have already made a name for himself. There is a saying, great accumulations lead to a sudden outburst. Su Xiaohua responded with a smile. Lu Zimo and Yi Ran, who had been silent as mice, exchanged glances, secretly giving him a thumbs-up. The entire squad. Only the captain could remain so unruffled and composed. Level 2. Emo Jinglan abruptly shifted her tone, realizing that this perpetually unhurried captain was not one to be swayed easily. Before the assessment day, he must achieve level 2. If he does, let him go. Otherwise, I cannot afford to lose face. I do not wish for others to discuss this selection and claim that we, the Moonshade, merely recruited a level 1 awakened to make up the numbers. With that, Emo Jinglan did not allow Su Xiaohua a moment to respond and turned sharply to leave. Once Emo Jinglan slammed the door shut, Lu Zimo and Yi Ran exhaled in relief. With such a fiery-tempered vice-captain around, they truly felt overwhelmed. Level 2, Su Xiaohua leaned against the table, suddenly breaking into a smile. Lu Zimo and Yi Ran exchanged peculiar glances. Captain, what is it that amuses you? Could it be that you've been provoked? Emo Jinglan appeared to take a step back. Yet they all understood the situation concerning Xiao Chen, a complete novice who had only recently awakened. Striving to reach level 2 within a mere 2 months seemed utterly implausible. Not at all. I believe her willingness to relent is a positive development. Su Xiaohua, with his back turned to the two, uncorked a bottle of brandy and took a sip. He held high hopes for Xiao Chen. Both the perilous awakening talent and his remarkable ability to remain composed and strategize at such a young age led him to conclude that Yuan was in dire need of someone like him. However, Emo Jinglan's earlier remarks held a grain of truth. Only those who survive are truly gifted. They are the real talents. The Night Execution Department offered generous benefits and held an exalted status. Yet this came hand in hand with hazardous missions. A novice awakener was indeed at considerable risk, especially since he was aware that the internal affairs of Daxia had become increasingly tumultuous of late. Outside the city, the Beast Emperor, who had once battled alongside several peak human powerhouses with a tacit understanding for over a decade, was now tacitly allowing the mutated beasts to encroach upon the city walls. Perhaps there was little time left to nurture newcomers, particularly for someone like Gu Chen, whose awakening talent lacked substantial self-protective capabilities. It required additional hands to provide care and attention. In truth, he believed that the goal he had set for Gu Chen, to complete the second fusion of original power and advance to level 1, was already exceedingly challenging. Level 2 was an aspiration so distant it scarcely warranted consideration, even within a place like the Night Execution Department, where individuals of exceptional talent were a rarity. The plan remained unchanged. It was merely a matter of seeing how far he could go. Su Zhaohua drained his glass. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was already noon of the following day. A faint odor emanated from his body, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. No wonder they had previously advised against my physical training. Gu Chen had just entered a state of internal observation and could distinctly perceive that his physique had risen to 157, an increase of approximately 10 points within a single day. However, his original power was nearly depleted. Original power, 37,162. The enhancement of his physique had consequently raised his upper limit for original power by 3 points. If he were to practice before the testing day, it would typically take others several days to recuperate. However, I am somewhat different. Gu Chen retrieved the life crystals. Although few in number, they were substantial in size. Among them, 2 were infected, 1 was an awakener's, and the remaining assassin's crystal was partially used, as he intended to reserve some for Mu Xiaowan as emergency rations. Inhale. A surge of original power flowed into Gu Chen from one of the life crystals, akin to a parched stream welcoming a torrential downpour. He entered a state of internal observation once more. Original power, 162,162. His original power was fully replenished. That particular life crystal had only diminished by about 1/5, and Gu Chen felt no discomfort in his body. Rather, he felt invigorated. Indeed, it was effective. This is his conception of a perpetual motion machine. While others cultivate their bodies, exhausting their energy, even abstaining from food and drink with the aid of energy stones, they still require time to recover their strength. However, he finds such complications unnecessary. Achieving a primary level of excellence seems, in fact, not overly challenging. With a slight smile, Gu Chen shared a midday meal with Mu Xiaowan, and after taking a refreshing bath, he delved back into his physical training. With only 10 days remaining until the cultural examination, Gu Chen had consistently performed well academically. Moreover, the War Academy's threshold for those with exceptionally high energy levels is relatively lenient. Thus, he dedicated merely an hour each day for review, devoting the remainder of his time entirely to physical conditioning and meditation. 10 days later, the college entrance examination. For those not participating in the selection for the War Academy, this marks the most significant turning point in their lives. Consequently, upon exiting the examination hall, everyone felt a sense of rebirth. While his classmates organized an evening celebration, Gu Chen declined, sensing that he was on the verge of awakening. Indeed, it was somewhat unfathomable even to him. After a total of 10 days devoted to physical training and meditation, his physique had reached a remarkable 179 points, with energy at 182 and spirit at 177. Upon consulting Lu Jinhai, Gu Chen learned that most awakeners typically experience their awakening when their energy levels range from 100 to 120, and post-awakening, their energy often increases significantly, reaching 140 to 160. Generally, after the initial fusion of body and energy, levels may approximate 200, categorizing one as a primary level awakener capable of unleashing awakening techniques twice during combat. Yet, Gu Chen had yet to awaken, despite his energy nearing 200. As for his awakening techniques, thanks to his ability to introspect, he had tested that a single use of his energy recovery consumed approximately 70 points, while a healing technique required around 80 points. Thus, in terms of strength, he could already be considered a primary level awakener. He had not anticipated, however, that a recent restlessness within his body would arise, and he found himself eager to discover what transformations awaited him post-awakening. Chapter 68. The metamorphosis of life. Gu Chen entered a profound state of slumber, an enigmatic condition resembling a dream, yet he could distinctly perceive his energy flowing ceaselessly into the ancient tree within him, subsequently returning to every corner of his body. This state persisted for an extensive duration. Had it not been for Mu Xiaowan rousing him, he might have continued in this state indefinitely. The afternoon sunlight filtered into the room's corners, and motes of dust danced in the air, while Mu Xiaowan sat beside him, her face etched with worry. "Brother, it's time to wake up. If you don't, you'll miss the exam registration." Perhaps it was this very statement that jolted Gu Chen awake. Immediately, he sensed a transformation in the world around him. Everything appeared strikingly clear. Even the corners untouched by sunlight were more visible than ever before. His vision, hearing, and sense of smell had all been enhanced. Clenching his fists, an explosive power surged from every muscle in his body. Is this the sensation of an awakener? How long have I been asleep? Mu Xiaowan pointed to the electronic clock on the wall. 12 days. 12 days. Were it not for Gu Chen's steady breathing and vibrant complexion, Mu Xiaowan might have long since alerted the authorities for medical assistance. "Are you all right?" Noticing Mu Xiaowan's concerned gaze, Gu Chen smiled, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. This enhancement, it seemed, was likely greater than any he had experienced before. Once more entering a state of introspection, the magnificent ancient tree immediately came into view. Compared to the last time, its root system had completely regained vitality, the verdant hues gradually ascending as if a withered tree had met the spring. Physique 221-22. Energy 215-219. Spirit 217-220. He had just entered the realm of lower grade 1. Gu Chen hesitated to test these figures. The standards of the 4 great war academies were notoriously stringent, yet he could confidently say he had utterly surpassed them. Furthermore, Gu Chen observed a particularly striking change. 2 awakened skills hanging from the branches, rejuvenation and healing, were shimmering with light, reminiscent of 2 ripe fruits awaiting harvest. Rejuvenation, beginner, upgradable. Healing, beginner, upgradable. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled. Indeed, besides the changes in his physique and energy, his awakened skills had also evolved, aligning perfectly with his awakening. However, it appeared that he could only upgrade one of them. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose healing. Though he had no desire to become a professional doctor, a means of preserving life was never unwelcome. As the light faded, the ancient tree trembled, a pure surge of energy infusing the corresponding skill. The situation transformed once more. Healing could significantly mitigate adverse conditions such as cold, burns, and diseases, and could also treat severed limbs, bleeding, and fractures, with a slight restoration of energy, now at the intermediate level. The therapeutic effects had been notably enhanced, and additionally, it now possessed a function to restore energy. However, this restoration was certainly intended for others, as using it on oneself would first require a substantial expenditure of energy. Another day of enhancement had passed, and Gu Chen felt genuinely pleased. "It's nothing. Sorry to worry you. I smell something delicious. I'm famished." Indeed, Gu Chen was quite hungry. Following the aroma, he stepped outside to eat while opening the class WeChat group. The results had come in, and discussions about college applications were underway. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The scores were posted, and the top of the class was Ouyang Han, with a total of 682 points. Even without attending a war academy, this score would place him among the top 3 in Jiangxing, making admission to a prestigious university a certainty. Yao Na, 643. Wu Chao, 614. This fellow had indeed exceeded expectations, qualifying for a commendable key university, and was currently boasting in the class group. Naturally, many were extolling Ouyang Han. With 3 war academy prospects already emerging from the class, now came another who had nearly achieved the highest score in the city. What more could be said? A dual success in both academics and athletics was guaranteed. Gu Chen sent a congratulatory meme, instantly igniting the class group. "The great Gu Chen has arrived. Old classmate, please allow me to ride your coattails. After entering the 4 great war academies, do not forget to look after your little brother." Gu Chen had never been particularly close to this group of classmates. After all, his family was impoverished, and he lacked both the time and inclination for socializing, coupled with his rather unremarkable attributes. However, now that he has gained fame, the number of individuals extending goodwill towards him has increased, and he perceives his classmates as somewhat more endearing than before. Why hasn't his sister Na spoken? No one responded to Gu Chen's inquiry, and indeed, after so much conversation, it was peculiar that Yao Na had yet to utter a word. "Next week, I will be leaving for Jinling. Please come to see me off then." Yao Na sent him a private message. "Jinling, it is not far from Jiangxing, and it hosts one of the 30 prestigious military academies in the nation, ranking in the mid-tier." "Jinling War Academy?" Gu Chen inquired, but this time Yao Na did not reply. He dismissed any further thoughts on it. as he was preoccupied with another concern. Should he apply? Although Su Xiaohua had invited him to join the night execution division, this was a gamble, as Su had mentioned that the difficulty level exceeded that of gaining admission to the 4 major military academies. If he were to fail and not apply to a military academy, would he not be left with nothing? After much contemplation, he resolved to call Su Xiaohua to inquire is it possible to apply. Su Xiaohua was dining with several team members when he received Gu Chen's call, and he was rather taken aback, not by the fact that this young man had contacted him, but by the length of time that had elapsed since his last call. It was well known that Gu Chen lacked guidance, and he would undoubtedly encounter difficulties in his cultivation. Yet, this young man had demonstrated remarkable patience. Go ahead and apply. It's wise to keep a route open. Do you have a preferred school? Upon receiving Su Xiaohua's affirmative response, Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not yet. Would you kindly introduce me to the 4 major academies? Su Xiaohua was somewhat surprised by Gu Chen's seemingly familiar tone. He distinctly remembered this fellow's previous demeanor, which had been quite aloof, even treating Su's invitation to join the night execution division as a mere business transaction. How had he seemingly undergone a transformation? Gu Chen himself might not have realized that after advancing to the true first tier, his mindset had become slightly more optimistic. The 4 major military academies are Dijing, Mo Wu, Lingnan, and Beimeng. If one were to rank them, Dijing is the strongest, followed by Mo Wu. With Lingnan and Beimeng being relatively equal to in terms of faculty, Dijing is unparalleled, as it harbors many formidable awakened beings, and the mentors there are widely regarded as the best in the Great Xia. Mo Wu offers the best resources, being affluent and providing ample support to its students. As long as one excels, financial concerns become moot. Lingnan is the most liberated. While its faculty and resources are somewhat inferior to the first 2, it imposes fewer regulations and has a lower barrier to entry, making competition less fierce. Lastly, Beimeng that Su Xiaohua paused. It is the most perilous, yet its students possess the strongest practical combat abilities. This revelation left Gu Chen momentarily stunned. Beimeng could be considered the most low-profile among the 4, situated in the frigid northern regions of China, having been breached by mutated beasts in earlier years, only to be reclaimed later. Online reviews indicate that truly exceptional talents are often reluctant to attend Beimeng. How had it received such a distinct evaluation from Su Xiaohua? Beimeng is situated in a remote area, with the city of Beimeng being referred to as the City of War due to its perennial battles against mutated beasts. The local customs are notably fierce. Even those who are not awakened possess a tradition of martial arts. The Beimeng War Academy is not located within the city, but rather beyond its walls. In the event of an assault by mutated beasts, the Beimeng War Academy is the first line of defense, a testament to the grand aspirations set forth by the Academy's founder. As long as the Beimeng Academy stands, the northern front shall remain unbroken. Consequently, students there indulge less in leisure and exhibit greater diligence. With many coming from military families, the youth, brimming with vigor, often engage in brawls and sparring as a matter of routine. Moreover, the administration assigns them tasks to combat mutated beasts. Thus, the mortality rate there is the highest among the 4 major war academies. After listening to Su Xiaohua's description, Gu Chen had already settled on a school in his mind. What, are you afraid? No, I believe I will choose Beimeng. This time it was Su Xiaohua who was taken aback. During their previous conversation about joining the night execution division, Gu Chen had been negotiating terms, clearly displaying signs of being impoverished and weary of hardship. What prompted such a choice now? He jested. Could it be that you were moved by the words of the first principle? As long as the Beimeng War Academy stands, the northern front shall remain unbroken. Everyone knows Beimeng is fraught with danger and harsh conditions. How has it maintained its position among the 4 great academies for so many years? Countless young individuals are drawn to this unadorned yet exhilarating motto. However, Su Xiaohua felt that Gu Chen was not the type to be swayed by such sentiments. Why not? I can't hardly wait to join Beimeng right now. Gu Chen replied ambiguously, though the reasoning was quite simple. Chapter 69. An unconventional farewell. The high incidence of battles and mortality rates was the true reason behind Gu Chen's choice of Beimeng. Although he currently had an ample supply of life crystals, what of the future? His rapid progress in cultivation was largely attributable to these crystals, which were also essential for Mu Xiaowan to maintain a normal life. In contrast to cities like Magic City and Imperial Capital, where numerous experts reside, the public order is likely to be far better than in Jiangxing. He was uncertain whether he could conceal Mu Xiaowan's identity as an infected individual. He had previously contemplated what would happen if he moved to a larger city and encountered stronger foes who might see through her disguise. Now, he had the most favorable answer to his concerns. Well, I didn't realize you were this kind of person, by the way. How is your cultivation progressing? Have you successfully fused for the first time? Upon hearing Su Xiaohua's question, Xiao Chun felt a pang of guilt. If he revealed to Su Xiaohua that he had only just awakened, he was uncertain how the latter would react. He responded vaguely, "It's going all right, Su Gu. The first fusion is complete, which means I'm at the first level of medium grade. What is the usual power value? On average, it ranges between 180 and 200. Understood. Thanks, Su Gu. I have something to attend to, so I'll hang up for now." Su Xiaohua wanted to ask more, but Xiao Chun had already excused himself, hastily ending the call. That guy. Su Xiaohua sighed as he placed the phone down, only to find the team members looking at him with curiosity. However, he chose not to elaborate further. From Xiao Chun's tone, it seemed that his progress was not as smooth as hoped. However, a month has now elapsed, and the second fusion, having reached the initial low tier, proves to be even more challenging than the first. At that moment, a graceful figure flitted past the entrance of the dining hall. Imo Jinglan, draped in a flowing black gown, approached with a somewhat frosty expression. An announcement from above indicated that, due to special circumstances, the assessment schedule had been advanced. The timing is set for next week. Su Xiaohua lifted his gaze. No mention of the reason. When has the higher-ups ever provided explanations for their decisions? Whose call was that earlier? Xiao Chino. After Imo Jinglan placed her order, she began dining with the rest of the team, scarcely acknowledging Su Xiaohua. Despite having been teammates for a considerable duration, and although Su Xiaohua merely focused on his meal, Imo Jinglan could discern from his eyes that he likely believed Xiao Chun had little chance left. Su Xiaohua retrieved his phone only to set it down again. This news was hardly favorable. Perhaps it would be best to inform Xiao Chun closer to the time. 7 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. At the Jiangqing train station, the throngs of people were far denser than usual. With less than a month remaining before the commencement of university and the military academy, many parents could be seen burdened with luggage, accompanying their children. Numerous parents, unable to spare the time to send them off, would drop them at the station, while many young women clung to their boyfriends or parents, quietly weeping in the corner. Crying now, but in 2 months, none would wish to return. Wu Chao and Ouyang Han, carrying a few snacks, sat on a bench at the station, keeping company with Yao Na. Today, Yao Na was set to depart, with still over 20 minutes until her train's departure. In the distance, several bodyguards from Yao Na's family stood with their arms crossed, waiting, while Yao Na, though impassive, bore a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She had made plans to meet Xiao Chen, but as time passed, his phone remained unanswered, and he had not arrived. Xiao Chun had indeed become quite enigmatic lately. Seldom speaking in the class group, perhaps he was preoccupied with matters of importance. Wu Chao noticed Yao Na's despondency and offered some words of comfort. Yao Na shot him a glare. "Just you being clever. Never mind him." Wu Chao, "Once you reach university, make sure to work hard. Don't just indulge in anime. Ouyang Han, with your excellent background and talent not inferior to ours, don't let yourself be left behind." Within the class, Ouyang Han was generally perceived as aloof. Even the teachers seldom spoke of him. Previously, Yao Na had kept her distance from him, but the recent events involving Xiao Chen revealed a kindness within him, and at this moment, she found herself addressing him with a sisterly tone. "Rest assured, who knows, I might even surpass Xiao Chen." Ouyang Han smiled faintly. After that day of drunken ramblings, he initially felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, upon realizing that none of his companions mocked him, he felt considerably more at ease. "All right, I'm off then. Not waiting any longer. Perhaps he is already on his way here." Wu Chao urged her to stay. Yao Na huffed lightly. "Why should I wait for him? If he can be late for a scheduled meeting, he clearly doesn't regard me seriously. What a scoundrel." She clutched the hefty bags of snacks gifted by her friends, unwilling to give up, casting one last glance towards the entrance. The surging crowd engulfed her vision, and before Wu Chao and the others could react, she squeezed herself into the train. In recent days, Xiao Chun had become acutely aware of the urgency of time, dedicating himself to rigorous physical training and meditation almost day and night. His supply of life crystals was depleting rapidly, leaving him with only the final and largest piece. Yet the gains he reaped were astonishing. To his surprise, during his first fusion with the original force post-awakening, he achieved results so swiftly. Gazing at his current statistics, Xiao Chun felt a sense of dread. Physical strength, 273-273. Original force, 275-279. Mental acuity, 277-278. He had researched online and consulted Lu Zhenhai. Typically, an awakened individual reaching the pinnacle of the first-grade top tier following their second fusion would have an original force around 300. He was already nearly on par with them in terms of original force. Suddenly, Xiao Chen realized he had forgotten something important. He opened his phone, and indeed, a multitude of red notifications appeared. Wu Chao, Ouying Han, both had sent him messages. Oh no, today Najia is leaving. With no time to change, he hastily donned his shoes and dashed outside, relieved that Jiangcheng was not particularly large, and it seemed he might still make it in time. Perhaps due to his prolonged high school life, he always felt that upon awakening, the next day everyone would still be the same as before. It was only during his frantic run that he suddenly comprehended that this group of people was truly about to disperse. Buzz, buzz, the train whistle sounded. Jiangcheng, being remote, had once been slated for high-speed rail development before the onset of the mutations, yet unfortunately, the wave of mutations arrived before this could come to fruition. And in recent years, the Great Xia had lacked the resources to manage infrastructure in these distant areas. Thus the green train continued its legacy. Sitting at the edge of her bunk, Yao Na propped her chin on her hand, 2 heavy bags of snacks tucked beneath her bed. She gazed at the 2 classmates on the seat, foolishly waving goodbye to her, and felt a pang of sadness in her throat. These 2 fools. They don't even know that I have never liked snacks, she muttered to herself, her eyes betraying her as they began to redden. The window faced the entrance, and as the train slowly moved forward, she nearly withdrew her gaze. However, at that moment, a familiar figure unexpectedly came into view. That guy had his buttons all done up incorrectly, standing there in bewilderment, looking around. Yao Na's body jolted, and she stood up, pounding on the window. "You idiot, I'm right here." As if he heard her nearly drowned-out call amidst the buzzing, Xiao Chen lifted his head and spotted the girl thumping on the window, then sprinted towards her. Nevertheless, the train had already begun its journey, and the platform was not very long. After running a few steps, he could only watch the train recede into the distance. Tears finally fell unbidden from Yao Na's eyes. Yet she noticed Xiao Chen on the platform fumbling in his pockets, pulling out several stone-like objects and waving them at her. She recognized them. They were the fragmented original stones she had once given Xiao Chen for his training. And amidst those fragments, there were even some that had never been used. He remained behind, and this fellow was still aware. Yao Na sat down, tears streaming down her face. The several men seated beside her gazed intently, their eyes betraying a hint of compassion. One of them, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Miss, please compose yourself promptly. The leader would not appreciate you presenting such an attitude to our guests." Yao Na wiped away her tears and cast a glance at the group, the tenderness in her eyes evaporating, replaced by a coldness akin to a heart turned to ashes. "I understand," she replied. Chapter 70. Finally found you mind your manners. Who permitted you to speak to the miss in such a manner? Beyond the 4 individuals, there was another man seated opposite the bunk. Upon his utterance, the 4 displayed a flicker of apprehension. "Leave," he commanded with a wave of his hand. The 4 hesitated, words caught in their throats, but ultimately departed from the compartment. This man, unkempt and scruffy, possessed a slender frame. Without his beard, he might appear quite youthful. Yao Na glanced at him without uttering a word, choosing instead to gaze out the window at the scenery beyond. After a prolonged silence, the man finally spoke softly. "Was that individual a classmate of yours?" Yao Na turned her head, scrutinizing him. His face was unfamiliar, yet he had recently gained her father's favor due to his substantial strength within the gang and his willingness to act decisively. "Yes," she replied with a slight nod. The man opposite fell silent once more, having searched extensively for his savior, only to find that this person had seemingly vanished without a trace. However, unexpectedly, a familiar visage had emerged in that fleeting moment. The very man who had extended a hand to rescue him in his darkest hour was none other than a classmate of the leader's daughter. Moreover, it appeared that this relationship transcended mere familiarity, suggesting a profoundly significant bond. This complicates matters, the man thought, unsure of how to proceed. Judging by Xiao Chen's demeanor, he likely remained unaware of Yao Na's true purpose in this journey. Yet, as an emerging figure within the gang, he was acutely aware of Yao Na's identity as the adopted daughter of Yao Taifeng, the leader of one of the two principal factions in Jiangqing. It was said that Yao Taifeng had taken her in when she was merely a child, and Yao Na had always regarded him as her benefactor. This time, however, Yao Na was not embarking on a path of education. Rather, she was complying with Yao Taifeng's earnest request to wed a prominent figure from Jinling. This union was intended to serve as a means of legitimizing his gray operations. To his astonishment, the man learned that Yao Taifeng had, with tears in his eyes, persuaded his foster daughter, whom he had raised for over a decade, to accept this arrangement. In the man's perspective, this was akin to positioning a pawn that had been in place for many years. A newly awakened individual, just of age, beautiful, and with a pristine background, indeed, a rare temptation for certain influential figures. Furthermore, this arrangement appeared to be a traditional approach to matchmaking, akin to parents seeking a suitable alliance for their child. Yet, the man perceived it differently, for he understood the true nature of Yao Taifeng. He recalled an incident during a debt collection when he had taken pity on a debtor, granting them an extension and allowing them to escape, thus violating the gang's rules. This had led him to the brink of death. His name was Zhou Yang. Having narrowly survived, he concealed his inner kindness and resentment, and through his commendable talent, he had recently become Yao Taifeng's trusted right-hand man. Yao Taifeng possesses the capability to effortlessly deliver you to your demise, yet he may also choose to elevate you due to your ruthless nature. However, the man is acutely aware that he may serve as a blade, but he will never be regarded as one of Yao Taifeng's own. Perhaps, in the eyes of this leader, there are no true allies. Even his adopted daughter is merely a pawn. Zhou Yang does not mind being a pawn, for he never contemplated sacrificing himself for Yao Taifeng. After narrowly escaping death that day, he recognized that benevolence nearly led to his downfall, while malevolence awakened the courage that preserved his life. If you can so easily orchestrate my demise, then why should I not eliminate you and claim the position of leader for myself? Thus, Zhou Yang, not long ago, experienced an awakening, and his standing within the gang naturally soared, which also explains why others dared not provoke him. Yet, this time, Zhou Yang initially believed it to be a task to further solidify Yao Taifeng's trust. However, with the unexpected arrival of Xiao Qian and his connection with Yao Na, circumstances shifted. If he were to disregard the situation, years down the line, Xiao Qian might uncover the truth and suffer lifelong regret for the opportunity lost today. Zhou Yang could tolerate becoming ruthless, yet he could never forget the individual who once saved him from the brink of death. Miss, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, do call for me. You may not know my name, but I am Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang smiled at her in farewell before departing. Yao Na did not notice Zhou Yang's expression. Her mind oscillated between the joyful laughter of her high school friends and the sorrowful visage of Yao Taifeng. She has always harbored gratitude towards Yao Taifeng, yet she has never disclosed her family background in class. No1 is aware that she has a father who is a notorious gang leader in Jiangqing. Yao Taifeng has never assumed the role of a father nor imposed any demands upon her. Indeed, this has resulted in a relationship that, while not devoid of affection, remains tinged with formality. Nevertheless, Yao Na has nurtured a sense of gratitude over the years, envisioning a time when she could return and repay him once she becomes strong. In that future, she believes he would be willing to share his heart with her sincerely. Little did she anticipate that their first earnest conversation would occur sooner than she imagined. Yao Taifeng, with genuine sincerity, revealed to her that his identity is shrouded in shadows, and to progress further, he must forge connections with the powerful in Jinling. Lacking better alternatives, he requires a suitable bond. That powerful individual has a son, over 30 years of age, who is amiable yet somewhat naive. You may still cultivate there. It would undoubtedly be more comfortable in that family than within a gang. Were their relationship one of a typical father and daughter, Yao Na could have scolded him for his madness or even refused outright. However, due to the distance maintained by Yao Taifeng over the years, she has always felt indebted yet unable to truly connect, leaving her incapable of expressing herself as a daughter would, whether to affectionately plead or to reject unreasonable requests. She owes him. This accumulated gratitude spanning over a decade only asks for this one favor in return. This moment marks Yao Taifeng's first unveiling of genuine emotion, and Yao Na finds herself unable to refuse someone she has been grateful to for many years. Let it be. The train rumbled through the fields, producing a deep, resonant sound before entering a tunnel where visibility dimmed. The carriage was suddenly engulfed in darkness, and the voice of the attendant echoed through the air. The train's electrical circuit has encountered a malfunction. I implore everyone to remain calm. Amidst the cacophony of the train and the surrounding throngs, she discerned an aged voice. "Nana, do not make a sound. Follow me, Uncle Wu." She immediately recognized the voice. He was the kindest individual in the entire gang towards her. Without hesitation, she rose and trailed after the shadow, departing from the sleeper compartment. As the train emerged from the tunnel, light returned to the surroundings, and upon seeing the aged yet benevolent face beneath the hat, Yao Na's sorrowful spirits lifted considerably. "Uncle Wu, what brings you here?" Wu Zheng, appearing to be in his 50s with graying temples and a robust physique, gazed at the tear stains on Yao Na's cheeks and gently offered her a tissue to wipe them away. "Nana, they are all watching you that I cannot speak for long. I have arranged for assistance at the stop before Jinling. Someone will come to escort you." "Take me away?" Yao Na was taken aback. "Silly child, do you truly wish to marry? Focus on your cultivation. Your future is not here. You have endured much hardship over the years." Chapter 71. A hidden token. Yao Na stared blankly at Uncle Wu's aged face. "Uncle Wu, you?" She was bewildered. In this gang, although Wu Zheng treated her with exceptional kindness, he remained ultimately a subordinate to her father, Yao Taifeng. Yao Na had never expected Wu Zheng to advocate for her in this matter. "Nana, time is of the essence. I cannot linger. Here, take this." He pressed a small package into her palm. "I have arranged for help. At Punan Station, someone will hold those individuals back and take you away. Remember, once you have gone far, do not return. Look at your belongings only when you reach a safe place." Yao Na wished to say more, but at that moment, the train jolted violently, and Wu Zheng swiftly emerged from the restroom. His fisherman's hat obscuring his face, vanishing quickly through the door of the carriage. "Uncle Wu." Yao Na's heart was a tumult of emotions. Shortly after leaving Yao Na's sight, the train gradually came to a halt at a mid-route platform. Wu Zheng descended, still wearing his hat. Watching the wheels begin to turn again, a gentle light appeared on his rugged face. He then calmly boarded the train heading towards Jiangxing, and this time, all traces of his benevolence vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. "Uncle Wu, thank you." Yao Na quietly tucked the palm-sized package into her bag, revealing no signs of her intentions. She was deeply moved by Wu Zheng's concern for her, yet she would not act upon it. Perhaps Wu Zheng believed she was being coerced, but she had never entertained the thought of fleeing. The years of indoctrination by Yao Taifeng had instilled in Yao Na a profound sense of gratitude, a feeling of indebtedness that left her unable to find a justification to evade her circumstances. No matter how unwilling she felt, it was likely that Yao Taifeng had not anticipated how thoroughly Yao Na had been manipulated. Otherwise, he would not have arranged for such extensive protection. Besides, Yao Na did not wish to place Wu Zheng in jeopardy to ask for that parcel. She was very eager to unwrap it and take a look. But since Wu Zheng had said so, Yao Na suppressed her curiosity and placed it beneath the bed. The train meandered forward, while Yao Na kept an eye on the time, pondering how she might persuade Wu Zheng's associates to abandon their pursuit. She was unfamiliar with that group of individuals. The green train made numerous stops, and having only departed an hour and a half ago, it was already preparing to decelerate and halt for the third time. At that moment, a deep voice echoed, "Miss, come with me." Yao Na lifted her gaze to see a middle-aged man with a square face standing beside her compartment. "Sure, come in." This was all too sudden. Weren't they supposed to arrive in Punan? That was still 2 hours away. "Are you one of Uncle Wu's people? Quickly, while no one is watching, please leave. Thank you for Uncle Wu." Yao Na addressed the unfamiliar middle-aged man earnestly. She understood that he had been sent by Wu Zheng and had a task at hand. If she did not assert herself, he would likely refuse her. However, the expression of astonishment appeared on the man's face as well. "Wu Zheng, what does he have to do with this?" Zhou Yang felt helpless. His awakening ability was not combat-related but rather auxiliary, known as disguise, which allowed him to alter his appearance to match any visage he envisioned. Although he intended to assist Yao Na, it was preferable to keep his identity concealed. Yet, her words had left him utterly bewildered. Why was she not the least bit surprised that someone had come to rescue her? He knew Wu Zheng, who was among the few formidable figures he dared not provoke lightly. Yet, what connection did he have to this situation? Had Yao Na been planning to escape all along, rendering his efforts unnecessary? Seeing Yao Na's sincere expression, Zhou Yang felt somewhat dismayed as he let his power surge gently, altering his features once more. As I thought. Yao Na was taken aback to see the person before her transform into the familiar visage of Zhou Yang, the one who had been looking after her, and a cold sweat broke out across her brow. Seemed she had inadvertently betrayed Wu Zheng. Am I supposed to wait in line for my rescuer? It was ironic that the very person assigned to guard her had now come to her aid, leaving Yao Na in a state of bemusement, though her tension eased considerably. What about them? Zhou Yang understood she referred to the other members of the organization. I slipped something into their food. They are currently asleep. Yao Na felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although they were still on the train, the arrival of allies had significantly alleviated her sense of isolation. Then, why are you helping me? Zhou Yang could only feel a sense of resignation, realizing that this young lady was genuinely unhurried to flee. It is inconvenient to disclose if possible. Zhou Yang truly wished to refrain from revealing too much to Yao. He could see that despite Yao Tiefeng's treatment of her, using her as a stepping stone for his future, Yao Na harbored no animosity towards him. As for Zhou Yang, he was prepared to eliminate Yao Taifeng and naturally wished to limit his interactions with Yao Na. After a brief pause, Yao Na carefully retrieved the parcel that Wu Zheng had previously given her. There are 2 items in total, a bank card and a letter. The paper is slightly yellowed, suggesting it has been written long ago. Previously, it was inconvenient to read in the car, but now, having escaped danger, her curiosity can no longer be contained. Zhou Yang sits nearby, contemplating how to deal with the aftermath of sending off Yao Na. As the letter slowly unfolds, the first sentence renders Yao Na unable to sit still. Miss, by the time you open this letter, it means you must have reached safety. Thus, even in death, Wu Zheng can find solace for his elder brother and sister-in-law's spirits in the afterlife. For so many years, I have yearned to avenge my brother and sister-in-law, yet I have refrained, for if I were to perish, no one would look after you. That man is well aware of this, which is why I willingly became a weapon in his hands. Wielded without restraint, I understand that this may seem unfathomable to you, but everything is indeed true. Yao Taifeng is not your savior, but your sworn enemy. Upon reading this, Yao Na feels as though she has been struck by lightning, her face drained of color as she sits in stunned silence, the subsequent content seeming to blur before her eyes. Chapter 72. The intersection defined here. Na. To witness your growth has been enough for Wu Zheng. For many years, I have sought an opportunity to ensure your safe departure, and at last, I have found it. For this day, I have prepared for a long time, with a 30% chance of eliminating him. Consider it a tribute to Uncle Wu's efforts. Do not return if I fail. When you have matured, avenge me. Signed, Wu Zheng. Zhou Yang stands beside Yao Na, observing the girl who has always maintained her composure. Now, her shoulders tremble incessantly, her back turned to him, yet her emotions are on the brink of collapse. Although they have been incapacitated, time is not on their side. I apologize, but I cannot risk my life to repay this favor. Will you provide me with a response before I change my mind? Upon hearing this, Yao Na turns her head, her face seemingly cloaked in frost. The once bright eyes, filled with sorrow and helplessness, now reveal an unmistakable killing intent. This chilling aura sends shivers down Zhou Yang's spine. He cannot fathom what she has seen that has so drastically altered her demeanor. Thank you, Zhou Yang. I will not conceal my intentions. I am going back to kill. You will not interfere, will you? Though Zhou Yang is prepared to assist her, Yao Na remains uncertain of his true stance. In this moment, a fire rages within her chest, and she is unwilling to waste any more time. If she follows Wu Zheng's instructions and opens it only upon reaching Punan, over 3 hours will have elapsed, making a return futile. She is indeed inclined to heed Wu Zheng's plan. However, Wu Zheng never anticipated that before his arrangements could take effect, unforeseen circumstances would disrupt them, leading Yao Na to discover this letter prematurely. Consequently, Yao Na has resolved not to heed his counsel any longer. Yao Taifeng, at long last. Yao Na comprehended why this man had consistently maintained a veneer of estrangement and mutual respect with her. Despite her earnest desire to draw closer to this benefactor over the span of more than a decade, he remained resolutely distant. In the absence of genuine love, he felt no guilt. He could comfortably regard himself as a mere bargaining chip, readily expendable. In that instant, Yao Na grasped the entirety of the situation. The gratitude that had endured for over 10 years, a willingness to sacrifice her own happiness for his career, shattered in a cataclysmic moment, morphing into a profound and intense hatred. Murder? Whom to kill? Zhou Yang took a step back, a flicker of horror crossing his face. He was aware that Yao Na was an awakened one, and the few individuals accompanying him were cognizant of this as well, yet they had not paid it much heed. After all, they were individuals who subsisted on the edge of a knife, and Zhou Yang himself had awakened. believing that guarding Yao Na posed no challenge. Who could have anticipated that, in this moment, Yao Na resembled a frenzied lioness to Zhou Yang, her explosive aura far surpassing his own. If she chose to flee, they might indeed be powerless to stop her. Yao Taifeng. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Yang's pupils constricted. He could surmise that the recent letter had been the catalyst for Yao Na's burgeoning thoughts. Initially, he was taken aback, but soon a sense of excitement washed over him. Ever since Yao Taifeng had thrust him into the arena of death, Zhou Yang had narrowly escaped. Thanks to Xiao Qin's assistance, of course, he bore the weight of a life taken. He realized that since that fateful day, those who once bullied him within the gang had diminished in number, replaced by a newfound respect. He was engulfed in confusion for several days. Previously, he had hardly embodied the persona of a gang member. While he had never been openly hostile, he had always been courteous to everyone. Yet, this had not garnered any respect in return. Even though his power level exceeded that of most, they still viewed him as a mere plaything. However, after taking a life, the dynamics shifted. In Jiangxing, he had killed the son of Li Zichen, the leader of the Zishuan gang. With nowhere else to turn, he remained with the Heihu gang. Since he had chosen to stay, why not make himself a bit more comfortable? Having narrowly escaped death, Zhou Yang transformed. He became ruthless, beginning to retaliate fiercely against those who dared to bully him. To his astonishment, he discovered that gradually, very few within the gang dared to meet his gaze. His status soared. Everyone presumed he had become Yao Taifeng's most loyal dog, yet Zhou Yang's true objective remained fixated on the man who had once sought his demise. Yao Taifeng, he yearned to eliminate him. After all, being subservient to someone always carried the risk of being disposed of at any moment. However, despite Zhou Yang's awakening, it was not a combat ability, but rather a deceptive skill, and he was still leagues away from the first-tier pinnacle that Yao Taifeng had achieved. Yet, a single utterance from Yao Na rekindled a flicker of possibility within him. Alas, this glimmer of hope was swiftly extinguished. Yao Taifeng had recently begun his ascent towards becoming a second-tier awakened one, and even a surprise attack from him and Yao Na, at their current levels, might not suffice to vanquish a physically enhanced awakened being like Yao Taifeng. Besides you, do you have any allies? Observing Yao Na's determination, Zhou Yang was also keen to ascertain the odds of success in this endeavor. I have an elder, but, never mind, it is of no consequence to share. Wu Zheng. Yao Na had initially hesitated to speak, as she was hardly acquainted with Zhou Yang. However, given her previous slip of the tongue, it was evident that Zhou Yang was no fool and could deduce the situation. Wu Zheng. Zhou Yang fell into a contemplative silence. Aside from Yao Tiexing, Wu Zheng was one of the few individuals in their circle whom he truly regarded with apprehension. Although he had seldom engaged in direct confrontation, Zhou Yang felt certain that Wu Zheng possessed a fierceness that surpassed his OWN. To his astonishment, it is not enough. If you proceed, you are merely courting death. Zhou Yang concluded resolutely, yet, he quickly realized that voicing his thoughts was futile. Yao Na's expression alone indicated her indifference to mortality. Zhou Yang found himself in a quandary. Allowing Yao Na to march towards her demise would leave his own task half-finished. Even considering himself, there were only 3 of them. Should he seek additional assistance? Upon hearing Zhou Yang mention himself, Yao Na was already perplexed. After all, knowing full well they were walking into a death trap, what kind of debt of gratitude was that? Now, with the suggestion of finding help, who could they possibly enlist? Xiao Qian. Ultimately, Zhou Yang uttered the name. Xiao Qian? Yao Na was taken aback. Surely not. Zhou Yang provided her with an affirmative response. You see, I was thrust onto a certain death arena by Yao Tiexing, and the one who ultimately saved me after I vanquished Li Haoren was none other than Xiao Qian. It became apparent that everything converged at this juncture. Even though he was unaware of the circumstances and not present at the time, Xiao Qian had, in an almost fateful manner, offered her indirect assistance when she needed it most. Xiao Qian died a month and a half ago. His power level stood at 159. Now, he had likely made even greater strides. If he were here, perhaps their chances would improve ever so slightly. But Yao Na's eyes shimmered with a hint of tenderness. This fellow, I know better than anyone, has endured countless hardships to reach this point. Never mind it. Even with Xiao Qian's presence, among the 4 of them, 3 were merely of the lowest tier, and Yao Na herself had little combat experience. It would still amount to a death sentence. Chapter 73. To survive, one must be ruthless, contains a note regarding the upcoming release. Please, dear readers, proceed accordingly, rejecting Zhou Yang's proposal, Yao Na did not press him further. Though she had not been particularly close to Yao Tiesheng over the years, she was deeply aware of his combat prowess and did not wish to drag Zhou Yang into certain peril. As she packed her belongings, an unexpected lightness enveloped her, as if the burdens of countless years had finally been lifted. This time, she could face that man without any sense of guilt. You may leave now. This time, thank you, but do not inform Xiao Chun. If you let me go, he will not spare you afterward. Zhou Yang stood still, having grown up in an orphanage and dropping out of school in middle school due to his aversion to studies. He once believed that the academically gifted students were merely bookish nerds. However, the recent days, marked by encounters with both Xiao Chun and the fearless Yao Na in the face of death, had left a profound impression on him. Very well, I will call Yao Tiesheng and delay the situation here. Please, do not depart just yet. Wait for me. Yao Na nodded, and Zhou Yang turned to leave for the restroom. She did not notice that Zhou Yang had stealthily taken her phone as he left. Indeed, he needed to make a call to Yao Taifeng to buy some time. However, he had an even more pressing call to make, one directed towards Shaonan, a quaint restaurant adjacent to the Jiangqing train station. After bidding farewell to Yao Na, Xiao Qian, Wu Chao, and Ouyang Han had decided to have a meal together. Just finishing their meal at that moment, I shall cover this meal. My grades have pleased my father quite a bit, as I am the first university student in my family. If I fail to make a name for myself, I'll return and join my father in business, at which point, it will be your turn to treat me. Wu Chao jested. All right, Ouyang Han replied, still rather taciturn. At that moment, however, Xiao Chen's phone unexpectedly rang. Upon checking, he was surprised to find it was a call from Yao Na. He felt a twinge of guilt. Although the timeline provided by Su Zhaohua was indeed tight, he had genuinely forgotten about this situation. Fortunately, after entering university, there should be ample time available. Yu Shaowan had long wished to visit Jinling City, and he could take her on a tour while inviting Yao Na to join them for some fun. University life. Were it not for various intricate reasons, Xiao Chun would have preferred to attend the War Academy instead of the Night Execution Department. Sister Na, hello. Is this Xiao Chun? I am Zhou Yang. You might not recall my name, but I am from the Black Tiger Gang, the one you once saved. His words caused Xiao Chen's previously relaxed demeanor to freeze. Black Tiger Gang. Zhou Yang Xiao Qian had nearly forgotten this incident. Initially, he had benefited greatly from the gang conflict, which he had stirred up. He was aware that there had been continuous searches for him, but as the inquiries dwindled, he ceased to pay attention. Now, why was Zhou Yang in possession of Yao Na's phone? Where was Yao Na? Xiao Chen's voice remained steady, concealing any hint of abnormality from Ouyang Han and Wu Chao. As he stood up and made his way towards a less crowded area, she is unharmed. However, she may soon engage in reckless behavior. Are you not aware that her adoptive father is none other than the leader of the Black Tiger Gang? Yao Taifeng? This revelation momentarily stunned Xiao Chun. Sister Na is the daughter of a gang leader. Over the past 3 years, he had never suspected a thing, nor had she ever mentioned it. She is currently entangled in some trouble. Zhou Yang then relayed all the information he possessed, from Yao Taifeng's arrangements for her marriage to her transport to Jinling, culminating in Yao Na's discovery of a letter and her plan to unite forces to assassinate Yao Taifeng. Even though Zhou Yang was succinct, he spoke for a full 5 minutes. Throughout this time, Xiao remained silent, allowing the information to intertwine within his mind like a complex web. In a wonder, Xiao Qian recalled how, on the day of the application, Yao Na had remained utterly silent during discussions about future schools, including when she later invited him to the station, her words few and far between. The reason for not disclosing this to the others was quite simple. They would only share in her sorrow, yet remain powerless to assist. She is now preparing to return and commit murder. Yao Taifeng has approached the threshold of a second-tier awakened being, and even with her companion, who is at best a first-tier top grade, the disparity is insurmountable. Their return would be tantamount to a death sentence. At this moment, only you can prevent her. Can I accomplish that? Xiao Chen's mind was flooded with memories from his 3 years in high school. Recalling the pieces of raw stone hidden beneath his desk, and remembering the various jokes Yao Na made, concerned that his pride might be hurt. Xiao Chen, call me sister, and I'll give it to you. Xiao Chen's progress is rather unsatisfactory. Although Xiao Chen was not one to joke around, and had always responded to Yao Na's provocations with a sullen silence, he had silently registered all of it in his heart. Over the years, he had undoubtedly owed Yao Na much more. In his heart, he perhaps truly regarded this talented and beautiful woman as an elder sister. He understood Yao Na well. He had no chance of persuading her himself. She was not a warmonger. In fact, her nature was quite gentle. Based on Zhou Yang's descriptions, her transformation from obediently following Yao Tiefeng's arrangements to harboring murderous intent was solely due to that letter. From the relationship between Yao Taifeng and Yao Na, and his exploitation of her, Xiao Qian could roughly surmise the grim truth that was almost a reality. Yao Taifeng was merely using Yao Na, and that was not the end of it. With over a decade of gratitude weighing on her, it was only upon discovering that this favor concealed a deeper animosity that her murderous intent erupted. He had neither the qualifications nor the ability to persuade someone like Yao Na. What he needed to do was, in fact, quite simple. Where is she now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang furrowed his brow and leaned out, only to find that the original location was now empty. Yao Na had left without even taking her phone. She must have alighted at the station where they had just stopped. I completely missed that. She was just here, and now she is gone. I believe she must have just disembarked and is now hurrying back to Jiangxing. Xiao Qian took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. When is her companion expected to take action? I do not know. If she returns now, how long will it take? More than an hour, no. Xiao Qian, you think? Zhou Yang felt that Xiao Qian was merely surprised for a moment, and then his original intent had been entirely led astray, causing him to lose control of the conversation. I do not know you well, but thank you for remembering what happened that day and being willing to help. What about you? If you return now, how long will it take? Zhou Yang was becoming increasingly confused, a sense of foreboding spreading within him. What do you intend to do? Wait, Xiao Qian. I called to ask you to stop her. Xiao Qian inhaled deeply and replied calmly. Once the arrow is released, there is no turning back. I cannot persuade her. Rather than creating a meaningless argument, it would be better to execute a grand plan. Zhou Yang felt a sense of panic. He truly did not understand where Xiao Qian's confidence stemmed from. Yes, you are a brilliant student, likely to attend one of the 4 prestigious military academies, with a promising future ahead, but that is still in the future. These individuals, including himself, could be viewed as mere appetizers in front of Yao Taifeng. However, the tone of Xiao Qian, brimming with confidence and decisiveness, seemed to possess a devilish allure, captivating in its temptation. It has indeed been nearly 5 years since I last penned an introductory note for a publication, and I find myself somewhat out of practice. The experience of directly addressing readers feels both foreign and delightful. The initial motivation for writing was certainly not financial. In the early days of my literary endeavors, I would frequently refresh the page, eagerly checking for reader comments and recommendations, responding cautiously to each remark. This sensation has gradually dulled over time, akin to a file wearing down its sharp edges amidst the constant shifting of stories and platforms. Fortunately, as I stepped away from my editorial role and returned to my computer, I still feel the passion and joy that writing brings me. Of course, this journey is inseparable from the companionship of my readers. Over the years, I have primarily written free content, achieving modest success with works like War King and God of War, though often feeling a sense of conflict. Despite crafting fast-paced narratives, I would frequently infuse them with the pretentiousness of an artsy youth, resulting in a lukewarm reception. This book commenced rather hastily, with many settings and character traits being added later, yet as I refined it, my confidence and interest in delivering a compelling story grew. Perhaps for most readers, the name Bai Zhizhu is unfamiliar. Nevertheless, I extend a warm welcome to new friends entering my world, and I shall endeavor to provide an excellent reading experience for all. Ultimately, no matter how many words I could express, it all boils down to gratitude. The work is now published, and I hope for your generous support. Chapter 74. Mobilizing forces. Silence signifies hesitation. Xiao Qian is not one to force others against their will. Though circumstances do vary, a person like Yao Tiexing is unlike Zheng Tianhao, who operates within the bounds of propriety as a businessman. Even when plotting against Xiao Qian, he only dares to resort to covert assassination. In contrast, Yao Tiexing, a figure entrenched in the underworld, has long dwelled in slums, a seasoned warrior with a penchant for bloodshed and considerable strength. To confront such a person, one cannot rely on insufficient leverage. I am not trying to provoke you. I merely wish to inquire. Your continued presence in the Black Tiger Gang is not motivated by a desire for benevolence in return for past grievances, is it? Upon hearing Xiao Qian's indifferent tone, Zhou Yang immediately retorted, Impossible. The sole reason for my staying is that I wish for him to perish, indeed. After expressing this, Zhou Yang fell into silence, realizing that, given his supportive awakening ability, eliminating Yao Tiexing through gradual training seemed a distant prospect. What do you need me to do? Tell me your skills. Xiao Chun began to close his eyes, calming his racing heart. This battle had arrived too abruptly and too directly, contrary to his usual underhanded tactics, yet he had no choice but to engage. I have awakened. However, my ability is a supportive one, eerie face, which allows me to mimic the voices and appearances of individuals I have encountered. For an ordinary person, I can effectively deceive them. Awakened? Xiao Chun felt a stir within. Zhou Yang was indeed surprising him in this regard. The odds were even more favorable. Currently, within the gang, apart from a few elderly members who had served Yao Tieshing for over a decade and whom I cannot command, I can direct everyone else. Yao Na's assistant should be Wu Zhang, whose abilities remain unknown, yet undoubtedly surpass my own. He is likely at least of the intermediate level, and the combat-oriented awakener. Xiao Chun took a deep breath. Glancing at the time on his phone, calculating the situation, if Yao Na were to return by train, she would probably arrive within the next 40 minutes at the latest. As for Zhou Yang, having missed his train, it was certain that our paths would not cross. Thus, the prospect of 4 level 1 awakeners surrounding Yao Taifeng may well be unachievable. With our timelines misaligned, it is more likely that we would merely take turns offering experience. However, Xiao Chen, with his limited understanding of the circumstances, could only proceed step by step. I must wait for Yao Na's return. Your ability, if utilized effectively, might yield remarkable results. The most ideal scenario would be for Yao Na to return just as Wu Zhang makes his move. The very fact that he dares to act suggests he possesses a certain level of confidence. Coupled with Yao Na and my own substandard yet excessive original power, we may not be without a chance. In truth, Xiao Chun felt a flicker of confidence. If one has not broken past the 2nd level and is not a prodigious genius, their original power is likely below 300, thus only marginally stronger than myself. Even if we cannot prevail, Xiao Chun believed that escape would still be feasible. However, should Wu Zhang have already failed upon Yao Na's return, Xiao Chun would be faced with a far more daunting predicament, confronting Yao Taifeng alongside Yao Na. In such a scenario, escape would seem an impossible luxury. After a moment of contemplation, fragmented memories surged forth in his mind. He had truly felt at a loss, as time was indeed of the essence. Yet, Zhou Yang's self-introduction, combined with his unique ability, sparked a flicker of inspiration within Xiao Chun. What do you need me to do? Zhou Yang pressed for clarification. It seems we shall not meet. I will remain at the station to track Yao Na. As for you, how adept are you at acting? Acting? Zhou Yang replied, somewhat taken aback. What, do you possess such an awakening skill yet have not honed your acting prowess? Zhou Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Previously, his lack of skill in deception had led him to adopt a simple and honest persona within the group, rendering him vulnerable to bullying. However, after his character evolved into one of coldness and ruthlessness, the need for charm had diminished. I shall not interfere. Your plan is thus. Upon hearing Xiao Chun articulate a 3-minute strategy over the phone, Zhou Yang was left utterly astonished. He had initially believed Xiao Chun required him to join in a desperate fight. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The notion of acting this plan, regardless of whether it was exposed, felt somewhat humiliating. Having worked hard to cultivate a cold persona, was he now to see it crumble from this day forth? Zhou Yang found himself unable to articulate his feelings, feeling instead that following Xiao Chen's directives was far more comfortable than pursuing a ruthless path on his own. Are you certain this will work? Xiao Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head while holding his phone. At such a juncture, what exists as a foolproof plan is merely a matter of necessity. From now on, my phone is on silent. I will track Yao Na and act according to the circumstances. Your task is the same. When the moment arises, you shall appear on your own. I have no time for further arrangements. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement, suddenly speaking up. However, there are still a few members of the Black Tiger gang in the car, all of whom are loyal subordinates of Yao Taifeng. They are still asleep, and if they awaken, they will undoubtedly reveal everything. What should I do? Xiao Chun said helplessly. You are a gang member, and I am merely a student. Do I really need to teach you about such matters? Slap. The phone call ended abruptly, and within the private room, Zhou Yang's expression shifted unpredictably. Xiao Chen's final remark left him with a chilling sensation that penetrated to the bone. The conversation with Xiao Chun made Zhou Yang feel that the ruthlessness he had exhibited over the past period was merely a fade, while deep within, he remained a rebellious youth oscillating between kindness and cruelty. However, the person he had been conversing with had long since become accustomed to being cold and heartless. Acting. Zhou Yang suddenly felt a sense of amusement. He found this situation somewhat shameful yet amusing. An absurd thought crossed his mind. If Xiao Chun could remain within the Black Tiger Gang as its leader, he would undoubtedly do so with great willingness. Setting down the phone, Xiao Chun prepared to return to the room. He had already spent ample time on the call, only to discover Wu Chao and Ouyang Han waiting at the door. Their expressions filled with dissatisfaction. Sister Na's phone call. She was somewhat reluctant to leave. Xiao Chun fabricated a lie. He could involve himself in this matter, but there was no need to let more people take risks, especially since they were two genuine students. Oh, Brother Chen, do you two have something going on? Wu Chao teased, raising his eyebrows. However, Ouyang Han beside him waved his hand, fixing his gaze on Xiao Chen's eyes, and spoke slowly. Xiao Chun, let us be honest. I heard the phone call. I understand your intentions, but don't think so poorly of me. Wu Chao was still trying to comprehend how Ouyang Han's expression had shifted so suddenly when he noticed Xiao Chun let out a sigh. Forget it. Your abilities are quite formidable too. If he heard it, it meant he understood the perilous nature of the situation. He could have chosen silence, which would absolve him of any moral condemnation. Since he spoke, it signified a decision had been made. You speak. What can we do? Chapter 75. Pursuit. What are you two talking about? Wu Chao, now slightly sobered, looked bewilderedly at the serious expressions of the two. Be quiet. Ouyang Han scolded sharply. These two, Xiao Chun felt a touch of helplessness. This level of conflict was not something he looked down upon them for. They truly could not intervene, however. It seemed there might indeed be a space for them to contribute. Xiao Chun was not contemplating whether he could defeat Yao Taifeng, but rather, if he were unable to, how he should escape. Assigning Zhou Yang the task was merely the first layer of arrangements. However, it appeared he could devise a second layer as well. Thus, he posed the same question once more. Ouyang Han, how skilled are you at acting? Gazing into Xiao Chen's eyes, Ouyang Han found himself equally perplexed. He had caught snippets of the earlier phone conversation, yet he wondered why he too was now entangled in the notion of acting. Your task is as follows. Pulling the two aside, Xiao Chun elaborated on his plan in its entirety. Report to the police. Certainly, it is the most reliable link. However, the number of awakeners in Jiangxing is rather limited, and among the grassroots police, there are virtually no awakeners at all. Even if these individuals manage to arrive punctually, whether they can thwart Yao Taifeng remains uncertain. Moreover, in the unfortunate event that Xiao Chen and his companions truly eliminate Yao Taifeng, calling the authorities could inadvertently complicate matters. Thus, Xiao Chen requires a contingency plan. Should he assume the role of Li Haoran's friend? Observing Xiao Chen's departing figure, Ouyang Han pondered the task he had been assigned. Xiao Chun donned a shoddy trench coat purchased from the train station entrance. Concealing his visage beneath a fisherman's hat, he procured a newspaper and settled down to await the arrival of disembarking passengers. Jiangxing is situated at the borders of the Daxia realm, a city fortified by walls. Although the interior is deemed a secure zone, incidents of mutated beasts breaching the walls and infiltrating the heartland are not uncommon. Not to mention, there are still some mutated creatures that had evaded eradication back in the day, now residing in the mountainous fields. Consequently, the only reliable mode of transport in Jiangxing is the train. As for an airport, regrettably, that is yet to materialize. Places like Jinling and Modu, which had already been established as urban clusters prior to the mutations, now find themselves even more prosperous and secure than before. If Yao Na wishes to return, she must inevitably take the train. Calculating the passage of time, Xiao Chen occasionally lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. He could not help but express gratitude for the benefits bestowed by the surge of primal energy and mental acuity. Had it been before, he would have needed to fixate his attention unwaveringly, but now, both his vision and cognitive processing speed had significantly enhanced, allowing him to imprint the comings and goings of the crowd into his mind. As an awakener grows stronger, the disparity between them and ordinary individuals becomes ever more pronounced. After approximately 30 minutes, a familiar silhouette came into view. Although it had been less than 2 hours since their last parting, Xiao Qian could distinctly perceive that Yao Na's youthful exuberance, once radiantly pure, had somewhat diminished. An aura of heaviness and murderous intent enveloped her, rendering her somewhat out of place amidst the bustling train station square. She hailed a taxi, and Xiao Chun promptly followed suit. Driver, please follow that vehicle. The taxi driver hesitated before glancing skeptically at Xiao Chun. Buddy, I can't engage in such business. I'm a law-abiding citizen. It will cost extra. Xiao Chun wearily waved his hand. Fine. Jiangxing is not particularly large, yet the journey took a full 20 minutes. Observing the taxi parked several hundred meters ahead, Xiao Qian disembarked early, settled the fare, and trailed behind. Yao Na moved swiftly and remained highly vigilant, frequently glancing around. They had reached the outskirts of the city, nearly at the base of the city walls, where beyond lay the wilderness. Although slums also exist outside the walls, they are densely populated and situated in lower-lying areas. Over the past 60 years, the few instances of mutated beast incursions there have generally resulted in minimal casualties. However, this area is markedly different, characterized by its sparse population. Xiao Qian was aware that many wilderness hunters, having awakened, opt to enter and exit the city through such locations to avoid taxation at the wall. The authorities have consistently adopted a perspective of willful blindness towards this matter, for the awakened individuals are indeed invaluable. As long as the stakes do not involve significant assets, they tend to remain unconcerned. Fortunately, the disparity in Yao Na's raw power compared to Xiao Qian has widened considerably, allowing Xiao Qian to trail her by approximately 100 meters without her noticing his presence. After 5 minutes, a fortress-like estate came into view. The pasture housed several magnificent steeds, and at the center lay an arena resembling a martial arts stage, surrounded by an array of cold weapons. It was no wonder that this was one of the two major factions in Jiangxing. The sheer scale of it jolted Xiao Qian profoundly. Although he had previously schemed against Yao Taifeng and Li Zichen, he had never underestimated these underground overlords of Jiangxing. However, in retrospect, he realized he had perhaps been overly simplistic in his assumptions. Had he not made subsequent arrangements for Zhou Yang and Ouyang Han, Xiao Qian felt that even if they managed to eliminate Yao Taifeng, they would struggle to survive within such a stronghold. These individuals were unlike Zheng Tianhao's subordinates, who had capitulated for the sake of profit. When trouble arose, they were genuinely willing to engage and kill. The gang conflict from that day had made this abundantly clear. Yao Na lingered at the entrance of the fortress, seemingly surveying the situation. To Xiao Qian's surprise, the pasture was devoid of any personnel, not even a lookout. Continuing to follow Yao Na deeper within, upon reaching the entrance, Xiao Qian's expression shifted. Having endured years of bloodshed, he had become acutely sensitive to the scent of blood. Though the exterior was tranquil, the closer he approached the stronghold, the more pungent the metallic odor became. It appeared that his greatest fears were indeed materializing. He followed Yao Na further into the stronghold. Entering a structure resembling a storeroom through a small door, he could hear the sounds of combat from within. Yao Na moved with the grace of a nimble cat, weaving through the blind spots of the storeroom. Inside, an expansive area was occupied by at least 30 individuals engaged in a chaotic melee. To Xiao Qian's relief, despite their ferocity, these fighters lacked considerable strength. It was as if Yao Na had an innate sense of Yao Tiefeng's location. Seizing the opportunity amidst the tumult, she deftly navigated through the concealed goods. Who goes there? Although the individuals were embroiled in their fray, they noticed an intruder, albeit failing to discern their identity. While she managed to slip inside, Xiao Qian found himself in a more precarious situation. The fighters unexpectedly paused, compelling Xiao Qian to halt his advance. My comrades are on their way. I will protect the leader. Hold your ground. Xiao Qian suddenly sprang forth, shouting into the fray. Upon hearing his voice, one of the members from the numerically superior faction, a one-eyed man, displayed a gleeful expression. Haha, very well. Let us ensure these traitorous scoundrels meet a gruesome end today. With that, the two factions once again became entangled in battle. Chapter 76. I shall serve as the protector of the gang leader. Seeing that the reinforcements had not yet arrived, Yao Na breathed a sigh of relief. Ahead lay a dimly lit alley, and 10 meters away stood a slightly ajar door. Blood streamed from the crack, and the interior was eerily silent. Despite being engulfed in a tempest of fury, she hesitated at the threshold, a fleeting moment of confusion flickering in her eyes. This deception that had persisted for over a decade in their father-daughter relationship was inevitably approaching its denouement. She lifted her head, a surge of primal energy coursing through her body, and without hesitation, her pristine white palm pushed the door open as she stepped inside. The room was spacious, the dwelling place of Yao Taifeng, where several corpses lay scattered across the floor, blood seeping from their lifeless forms. She gazed upon their faces. A shudder involuntarily ran through Yao Na's features. These were individuals who had once shown her exceptional kindness. It became evident that Wu Zhang had been plotting all along. Regrettably, she would never again hear their voices. Wu Zhang, slumped against a supporting pillar, appeared visibly aged, his face etched with shock upon Yao Na's sudden appearance. Na, why have you returned? Cough. Wu Zheng was clearly gravely injured, his words barely escaping his lips, blood sputtering from his mouth, and his eyes reflected a profound despair. He had contemplated that even if he perished here, it would matter little. He had recognized Yao Na's innate talent. Once she learned the truth, and he was no longer alive, she would surely avenge him. Yet, Yao Na had come back. Wu Zheng's gaze shifted to Yao Taifeng, who kept his head bowed, his expression obscured. His left arm hung limply, evidently broken, and his body bore numerous bloodstains. Yet he was in a far better state than Wu Zheng. In the room, only these three remained alive. Xiao Chen quietly hid outside the door, silent. Na. After a prolonged silence, Yao Taifeng resolutely lifted his head, a face once filled with valor now tinged with fatigue. Yao Taifeng. Yao Na did not address him as her adoptive father as usual, but rather with this unfamiliar form of address. It seems you are aware of everything. Yao Taifeng sat down with a commanding presence, the faint glimmer of tenderness in his eyes vanishing into nothingness. A tightness gripped Yao Na's heart. At this juncture, he showed no inclination to explain, leaving no room for further discussion. Na, why have you returned? Wu Zheng appeared to be in immense pain, his gaze filled with despair. Indeed, what purpose does your return serve? According to my plans for you, it would have been quite satisfactory. Yao Taifeng regarded Yao Na quietly, and in that instant, he realized that the little girl he had once spared had now blossomed into a graceful young woman. I have come to avenge my parents. Yao Na spoke without a moment's hesitation, and upon uttering these words, her gaze regained the murderous intent it had initially held. This single statement acted like a blade, severing the false warmth that had existed between them. Well, you truly are a child of the Zhou family, Yao Taifeng remarked, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. Yao Taifeng Wu Zheng, as if driven to madness, summoned a fragment of strength to rise. You killed her parents, and now you wish to take her life as well? Regardless, you have watched her grow up. Grant her a chance to live. Na. Leave? Quickly, Wu Zheng coughed, the lines on his face deepening. It's merely a matter of victors and vanquished. Once you embark on this path, you must be prepared to face death at any moment. Ironically, I spared her life. She ought to be grateful to me. When Yao Tiexiong uttered these words, he did so with an air of naturalness, devoid of any hint of self-justification. Subsequently, he rose to his full height of over 6 feet, his explosive musculature and overwhelming presence resembling a great mountain, casting an immense pressure upon those around him. As he stood before me, ready for confrontation, it signified that we were now adversaries, Yao Na. Was it not? Yao Tiexiong's bright gaze fixated on Yao Na in that instant. Yao Na realized with a sudden clarity that she truly did not comprehend this man. Avenging his family? While this was indeed a significant motive, she could not even recall her parents' faces, nor did she possess any memories of them. The sense of betrayal and manipulation was the true root of her animosity. She had previously contemplated how Yao Tiexiong would respond. Would he offer an explanation? Or would he succumb to rage and strike her down? It turned out to be neither. He appeared indifferent to her opinions, showing no remorse for the revelation of the truth. He simply, as was his custom, stripped away any superfluous emotions, then proceeded to kill. Come now. Yao Na inhaled deeply, feeling a surprising sense of ease wash over her. The energy surged within her, causing her short hair to flutter. Yao Tiexiong made no move, seemingly waiting for Yao Na to strike first. Wu Zheng lay powerless on the ground, and in that moment, Xiao Chen understood that he must make his presence known. Upon hearing their exchange, Xiao Chen could only lament that Yao Tiexiong was indeed extraordinary. While others in their gang revered loyalty and righteousness, his ruthless demeanor was more suited for solitary cultivation rather than leading a gang, where disloyalty would be a rarity. Stop! Protect the leader! A sudden, fierce shout echoed as a disheveled man, face marked with vigilance, burst through the doorway. The father-daughter duo, who had been locked in confrontation, instinctively halted and turned their heads. A fleeting moment of distraction crossed Yao Na's face, almost prompting her to speak. Yet Xiao Qian interjected with a commanding voice before she could articulate her thoughts. Surrender immediately. A large group of brothers is already on their way. His words forcefully stifled what Yao Na was about to say. Wu Zheng, it seems your misplaced confidence amounts to little. Yao Tiexiong regarded Wu Zheng with a hint of disdain, while the latter lay on the ground, feeble and defeated. Well done. What is your name? The weariness in Yao Tiexiong's eyes deepened as Xiao Chen lowered his head, exhibiting a look of astonishment. Junior brother Ouyang Nuan just joined the gang. Yao Tiexiong nodded slightly, gesturing for him to step aside, and said coolly, "You are no longer needed here." He intended to dismiss Ouyang Nuan, yet Xiao Chen, seemingly favored in this moment, interjected eagerly, "Understood, leader. I shall remain here to guard you." After saying this, he stepped away from the two, rushing towards Wu Zhang, roughly pulling him up and delivering 2 kicks. "Behave yourself, old man." Wu Zhang's forehead bulged with veins. Had it been any other time, he would have thoroughly dispatched this rookie. He was already on the brink of exhaustion, lying there in submission, yet this newcomer sought to assert his presence. Yao Taifeng cast another glance at Yao Na, and their confrontation became inevitable. Just as their primal energies began to surge, Wu Zhang suddenly sensed that the young man beside him was acting strangely. Chapter 77. Sudden Outburst. In the midst of Yao Na and Yao Tiefeng's clash, Wu Zhang could only lament his impotence. Breaking Yao Tiefeng's left arm had already reached the limits of his capabilities, and this was achieved only by employing the poison he had administered through the cook and sacrificing several long-time brothers. However, amidst the chaos, he distinctly felt that the young man beside him had quietly awakened his primal energy. An awakened one? A newcomer? The only one Wu Jing knew who was a notable newcomer in their circle and also an awakened one was Zhou Yang. Thus, he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen, who met his gaze with unwavering depth, inadvertently shaking his head. Just then, as Yao Taifeng unleashed a powerful strike towards Yao Na, Xiao Chen activated his awakening ability. Healing. Wu Zhang felt a warm surge of energy enveloping his entire being. As the severe injuries within his internal organs began to mend as if quenched by a long-awaited rain. "Oh, not move." Xiao Chen sensed Wu Jing's imminent action, but it was not the right moment. He inscribed a few characters on Wu Zhang's back. Wu Zhang was taken aback, then nodded in understanding. The newcomer was an ally, not an adversary. Suddenly, a flicker of hope ignited within him, at that moment. Xiao Chen also witnessed Yao Na's awakening ability for the first time. The blood on the ground, the drinking water on the table, the remnants of food. Under her guidance, all liquids transformed into sharp water spears, hurtling towards Yao Taifeng with a fierce whistle. This belonged to the offensive category of awakening abilities, specifically an ability of the supernatural type. Unlike Lu Jinhai and Yao Taifeng, who had undergone physical mutations, supernatural awakened ones were exceedingly rare, and their abilities were more enigmatic. If the war academies were to learn that Yao Na possessed such an awakening ability, many would surely lower their standards to extend invitations. Yet, the disparity between Yao Taifeng and Yao Na was insurmountable. He did not activate his own awakening ability but relied solely on his physical strength. With a powerful swing of his right arm, he effortlessly dispersed the blood projectiles. He advanced closer, and Yao Na's complexion grew increasingly pallid. The difference in primal energy was too vast. Yao Na currently wielded less than 140 units of primal energy, while Yao Taifeng possessed more than double that, and as a physically mutated awakened one, his physique was inherently robust. Yao Na's attack posed no threat to him whatsoever. With a resounding thud, a straightforward heavy punch landed. Yao Na barely managed to gather the blood to form a barrier before the fist shattered through her makeshift shield, sending her crashing backward. At that moment, Xiao Chen and Wu Zhang exchanged a knowing glance. Now was the time. Dai Wu Zhang bellowed, but his target was not Yao Taifeng. It was Xiao Chen. His palm struck Xiao Chen's chest, propelling him away, rolling several times before landing behind Yao Taifeng. Meanwhile, Wu Zhang rose once more, primal energy surging within him, his body taut like a stretched rubber band, emitting a tremendous twisting sound before he propelled himself at high speed towards Yao Taifeng. His form was fluid as if devoid of bones, twisting like a braided strand, wrapping around Yao Tiefeng's right arm, and then, as his primal energy ignited, he attempted once again to shatter Yao Tiefeng's arm. Yao Taifeng had suffered from this very tactic before. Yet what caught him off guard was the unexpected vitality displayed by Wu Zhang. His initial reaction was to strike fiercely at the nearby pillar with his right arm. Enduring the excruciating pain akin to fractured bones, he aimed to smash Wu Zhang off his arm. However, in that fleeting moment of realization, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. If Wu Zhang possessed any strength, he would have utilized it by now, for his body was on the brink of collapse, a truth Yao Taifeng had verified. Just as this thought flickered in his mind, he heard the sound of wind slicing through the air from behind him. Ouyang Nuan, who moments ago had been all reverence, professing her intent to protect him, had inexplicably risen to her feet and thrust a dagger with merciless force through the fabric and flesh at his waist, penetrating deep into his abdomen. With a resounding rip, Yao Taifeng's physique, as resilient as it was, felt as though a truck tire had been pierced rather than flesh. Yet, he was no longer the same Yao Taifeng. With a physique surpassing 270 and formidable energy levels, he was nearing the pinnacle of a typical level 1 awakened. Thus, this strike cleaved through his sinews and flesh, inflicting upon him the gravest wound he had endured that day. "Ah, die for me!" Yao Taifeng's eyes blazed crimson as he hurled Wu Zheng aside with one hand, while the other launched a thunderous punch. In such dire circumstances, Gu Chen found himself unable to evade. A tremendous crash ensued. This time, unlike the previous feigned collaboration with Wu Zheng, Gu Chen was truly propelled like a cannonball, hurtling towards the iron gate at the entrance, creating a thunderous clamor. Gu Chen. He landed perilously close to Yao Na, the impact leaving her momentarily stunned. How could Gu Chen possibly survive such a full-force strike from the wrath of Yao Taifeng? Her eyes welled with tears, and despite her own grievous injuries, she scrambled to Gu Chen's side, clutching his hand tightly within her own. "Don't die, Gu Chen, I beg you." Please. Wu Zheng had also been sent flying, yet his earlier strike had indeed borne fruit. Although it did not sever Yao Taifeng's arm as he had anticipated, the tremors in Yao Taifeng's right hand revealed he was significantly injured. As Wu Zheng gazed at the hurtling Gu Chen, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. He had finally discerned the identity of this young man, Nana's classmate, the prodigy she had so often spoken of with pride. What a pity! Just as the two were lost in their melancholy, a cough broke the silence. "Cough, you've truly struck with great force." Gu Chen spat out blood, rubbed his chest, and rose to his feet, shaking off the dust from his clothes, offering Yao Na a radiant smile despite her tear-streaked face. "Sister Na, it's bad luck to cry now." "Gu Chen, you're all right, that's wonderful," Yao Na stammered, her words tumbling over one another as she enveloped him in a tight embrace. Wu Zheng, standing nearby, was left in a state of disbelief. Was this boy made of iron? How could he emerge unscathed from such a blow? Yao Taifeng's pupils contracted. The calm detachment he had maintained began to waver. He had orchestrated every encounter with Wu Zheng and Yao Na with precision, never employing lethal force. Yet in his fury against Gu Chen, he had unleashed a punch capable of slaying a bull. How could this boy possibly have escaped unscathed? Gu Chen gently massaged his chest a few times, appearing unfazed, though a lingering sense of trepidation lingered within him. The injury was not as superficial as it seemed. In the moment of the assault, he had resorted to healing himself, yet it was not as grave as he had initially feared, as the healing did not deplete much of his original energy. This indicated that while he was indeed inferior to Yao Taifeng, the latter's offensive prowess had not utterly overwhelmed him. The situation deviated from his expectations, yet gradually, matters began to realign with Gu Chen's design. He glanced at Yao Na and then at Wu Zheng. Currently, apart from himself, the three others were gravely injured. If Gu Chen were to flee, he could at most take one with him. Therefore, he was left with no choice but to delay. Observing Yao Na behind him, Gu Chen discreetly retrieved his phone, which displayed an interface he had prepared in advance. "What are you doing?" Yao Na inquired softly. "Capturing my dashing figure," Gu Chen replied without elaboration, merely winking at her. This did not escape Yao Taifeng's notice, though it mattered little at this juncture. Chapter 78. Negotiation. Yao Taifeng was fatigued. He simply wished to eliminate this young man swiftly and then dispatch the others as well. As Yao Na raised her phone, directing the camera at Gu Chen and Yao Taifeng, elsewhere in Jiangxing, Ouyang Han and Wu Chao were ushered into an underground gym. Surrounded by menacing figures, Wu Chao recoiled slightly. The two were summoned to a room deeper within. Aside from the six silent, intimidating men clad in black, a gaunt middle-aged man sat at the center. "You say you are friends of Howren?" If Zhou Yang were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as Li Zichen, the leader of the Zishuan gang. "Indeed, we are all from Jiangxing No. 1 High School," Wu Chao stammered, fear causing his neck to retract, his shifty eyes darting to the others, meeting only cold, piercing gazes that made him shudder involuntarily, his mind already cursing. Damn Gu Chen. What kind of task is this? Fortunately, Ouyang Han maintained his ever-stoic demeanor. remaining composed in this tense situation. "What do you want from me?" Li Zichen's face betrayed his impatience. Recently, he had begun to recover from the grief of losing his son, and now the arrival of his son's classmates only heightened his irritation. "We have heard of Howren's predicament and share in the sorrow," Ouyang Han stated, his expression unchanging. "Some of Howren's classmates are eager for vengeance, and coincidentally, we have obtained a piece of information that may be of assistance to you." Internally, he felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping fervently that Xiao Qian would not falter, for otherwise, he suspected that Li Zichen would not treat them kindly. "What information?" "The Black Tiger Gang is in turmoil. Currently, their leader Yao Taifeng is in a precarious position." This was the line Xiao Qian had instructed him to deliver. If he softened it too much, Li Zichen might not take it seriously. "Really?" Li Zichen exclaimed, shifting his focus back to the two youths who appeared student-like, while the other gang members regarded them with curiosity. "Are you certain?" Li Zichen found it somewhat amusing. He was well aware of the Black Tiger Gang, having faced them as long-standing rivals within the entire gang. Who could possibly contend with Yao Taifeng? The answer was unequivocally no one. The gangs of today differ greatly from those of the past. Formerly, a gang leader relied on connections and cunning, whereas now, strength reigns supreme. Who could possibly inflict serious harm upon Yao Taijun? You two, should I discover that you are merely jesting, you will have to reckon with the consequences. The bystanders, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that even if such an event were to transpire, these two inexperienced youths could not possibly comprehend the depths of it. Was this a jest? Certainly not. Feeling the malicious stares from the crowd, Wu Chao was rendered utterly disoriented, while Ouyang Han calmly remarked, "It is evident." With that, he tapped on his phone, pulling up a video that he had prepared in advance. Presenting it to Li Zichen, as Li Zichen focused intently, he beheld a scene wherein Yao Taijun was engaged in a fierce struggle with a young man, each blow delivered with lethal intent. However, what captured his attention was Yao Taijun's current condition. His abdomen was already drenched in blood, his steps unsteady, and his face bore the pallor of excessive blood loss. One arm hung limply, twisted and unable to mount an offense, rendering him weaker than Li Zichen had ever witnessed. The opposing youth, though sporting a bruised visage and frequently sent reeling, appeared to retain some measure of fighting spirit. A glance at the ground revealed several lifeless bodies sprawled in disarray. The video occasionally shook, drawing Li Zichen's gaze to another formidable figure from the Black Tiger Gang, Wu Zheng, who sat bloodied at the corners of his mouth, watching the struggle unfold. Wu Zheng had betrayed them. In a state of shock, Li Zichen sprang to his feet. As an awakened individual himself, he could easily discern the difference between genuine conflict and staged theatrics. It was clear that Yao Taijun's condition was all too real. In that moment, his gaze towards Ouyang Han shifted, realizing that these two young men had indeed presented him with a remarkable opportunity. How could you possibly know of such affairs? Ouyang Han, somewhat exasperated, noted that suspicion seemed an essential trait among those entangled in gang life. However, he was at a loss for how to answer, as Xiao Qian had not provided him with the necessary guidance in the limited time available. "I do not know, but Uncle Li, I only understand that if you do not act swiftly, this opportunity for revenge will vanish." Ouyang Han spoke candidly, which, in turn, eased Li Zichen's mind a fraction. His expression oscillated between uncertainty and determination, while the surrounding gang members held their breath, excitement coursing through them. For years, the two gangs had been locked in a relentless struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Recently, the young deputy leader had been slain, plunging the morale of the purple mysterious gang to its nadir. Now, a golden opportunity presented itself. Li Zichen's breathing grew heavier as he fixed his gaze upon Ouyang Han. He yearned to take action but was plagued by a singular concern. What if this were a trap? What if they orchestrated an elaborate ruse to eliminate him? After all, they were about to invade the enemy's stronghold. Since you two are classmates, tell me, what did Hao Ran cherish most in life? Li Haoran had spent the majority of his days engrossed in his studies. The rival gang knew only of his formidable abilities and had no understanding of his character or preferences. If these two truly were classmates, it seemed implausible that they would remain ignorant. Yet, Ouyang Han genuinely had no idea. He could scarcely recall half the names of his classmates, let alone what Li Haoran favored. In a moment of urgency, Ouyang Han caught sight of the scene depicted in the video, witnessing Xiao Chen struggling against the tempestuous storm. He realized that Xiao Chen must be in dire need of his assistance at that very moment. What to do? After a few seconds of silence, just as Ouyang Han was about to venture a random guess, Wu Chao suddenly spoke up. Who doesn't he know? He is most fond of beautiful women. Ouyang Han cast a sorrowful glance at Wu Chao. How could he malign someone's reputation when their son had just perished? Wasn't that tantamount to courting disaster? Yet, in the next moment, he saw Li Zichen exhale in relief, displaying an expression of admiration. Indeed, you are classmates of Howren. Everyone, gather the key members of our group, arm yourselves, and prepare to set off this. Ouyang Han displayed a look of astonishment, while Wu Chao secretly reveled in joy, thinking, thank goodness I brought the young master along. As he observed Li Zichen and others springing into action, Ouyang Han felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet he glanced back at the video, narrowing his eyes. Xiao Chen, you must hold on. Chapter 79. I am Li Zichen indeed. Xiao Chen appeared to be on the verge of collapsing. His face was bruised and battered, his clothes tattered. Even though Yao Taifeng was only using one hand to fight him, Xiao Chen was still no match, repeatedly charging forward only to be sent flying time and time again. However, Yao Taifeng, standing opposite him, was even more disheartened. He recalled Xiao Chen's identity, Yao Na's classmate, reputed to be a prodigious youth emerging from the awakening tests in Jiangcheng. Yet, he could never have anticipated the dire state of battle he was currently facing. Just having awakened, how much original energy could he possibly possess? How extraordinary could his physical condition be? Just look at Wu Zheng, already a mid-tier level 1. He had been knocked down within 10 rounds when facing him. Yet this young man before him seemed like an indomitable cockroach, enduring his powerful blows, spitting blood, and then charging back as if unfazed. Furthermore, it appeared as though his original energy was replenishing itself continuously. Just moments ago, Yao Taifeng had witnessed Xiao Chen consume 2 recovery pills. Fine, you have the wealth to indulge in such elixirs, but the rate of your replenishment is astonishing. Not only that, he had also sensed Xiao Chen's awakening ability, akin to a healing power, capable of mending both his own and others' injuries. However, healing has its limits. How heavy could his punch be? Heavy enough to fell a bull. This lad had endured at least 3 full-force strikes from him. Yet even now, no limits were in sight. Yao Taifeng began to doubt whether he himself had regressed, or if this young man was simply too monstrous. Is this really your classmate? Meanwhile, Wu Zheng, seated below and resting, gradually emerged from his despair, gazing at Xiao Chen, his wrinkled face filled with disbelief. Yao Na watched Xiao Chen battle. Although he appeared quite disheveled, he was still profoundly impressive. When had he become capable of holding his ground in such a fierce confrontation? Truly remarkable. Wu Zheng wished to rise and assist, but his injuries were too severe. Though Xiao Chen's healing abilities had restored him somewhat, he had just been heavily wounded by Yao Taifeng and lacked the capacity to continue fighting. However, neither of them was willing to abandon Xiao Chen to flee. You two, find an opportunity to escape. Xiao Chen was hurled back for the 4th time, his body crashing against the wall as he once again spat blood. What a perverse situation this is. Xiao Chen felt a sense of helplessness. He was, after all, at a distinct disadvantage compared to Yao Taifeng. This disparity was not only evident in their realms of cultivation, but also in their combat techniques. The opponent clearly possessed extensive battle experience, wielding a single hand with far greater efficiency than he could muster. In contrast, Xiao Chen fought with little finesse. Had it not been for the healing and energy recovery he had employed in succession, coupled with the ruthless consumption of 2 of the restorative pills gifted by the school, he might have already succumbed to exhaustion. No, if we must leave, we shall leave together, Nana. Wu Zheng grasped Yao Na's arm, speaking in hushed tones. If we do not leave, he will have no means of escape. Wu Zheng had discerned that Xiao Chen had come to the realization that he was no match for Yao Taifeng, abandoning his intent to kill in favor of buying time for their escape. Xiao Chen. Yao Na coughed twice, struggling to rise to her feet. She yearned to fight alongside Xiao Chen, yet she recognized that this was a battle beyond her capability to intervene. Throughout their time in school, she had always been able to shield Xiao Chen from adversity, but now she found herself powerless. Having delayed for so long, perhaps none should leave. Yao Taifeng panted heavily, loosening his joints, which emitted a series of cracking sounds, as a wave of primal energy, far more intense than before, suddenly surged forth. This is bad. He is about to employ his awakening technique. How could this be? Wu Zheng and Xiao Chen exchanged incredulous glances. Logically, If he could use his awakening technique, he would have done so long ago. It was evident that a lack of energy had prevented him from doing so. Yet throughout this skirmish, they had not witnessed him consume any medicine or utilize energy stones for recovery. In an instant, Wu Zheng, Xiao Chun, and Yao Na simultaneously arrived at a chilling realization. He has already ascended to a level 2 awakener. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Upon completing the second fusion of primal energy and body, and with energy reaching 300, one could attempt to break through to level 2. The distinctions between level 2 and level 1 in other aspects are negligible. Save for one crucial difference. Level 2 awakeners can draw in ambient primal energy from the environment without the need for energy stones or medicine, albeit at a slow pace, utilizing their own primal energy as a conduit. This method may be sluggish, yet it is the defining characteristic that sets level 2 apart from level 1. Consequently, the transition from level 1 to level 2 represents a significant threshold for those with limited talent. Failing to reach level 2 despite consuming various medicinal herbs may result in a lifetime trapped at that realm. However, once one ascends to level 2, even in the absence of resources, prolonged endurance could feasibly lead to a breakthrough into level 3. Thus, even the most ordinary level 2 awakeners are far more sought after than their level 1p counterparts, for having entered level 2 essentially guarantees stability towards achieving level 3. Yet, how difficult it is to attain level 2. The challenge of the second fusion of primal energy has stymied countless individuals, and the threshold of 300 energy is no small feat. Previously, in battle, Xiao Chun had merely perceived Yao Taifeng as formidable, not realizing that he had already stepped into level 2 and had been steadily accumulating primal energy over time. He had yet to unleash his awakening technique, and Xiao Chun was already on the brink of collapse. Once he did, Xiao Chun could only imagine the extent of the damage it would inflict, far surpassing his limits. Yao Taifeng's roar reverberated throughout the room, his towering frame exceeding 1.90 meters, rising even further as the muscles in his arms swelled to twice their size, tearing through his garments. Standing there, akin to an undefeated war deity amidst the battlefield, he emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression. Everything had come to an end. Yao Taifeng gazed indifferently at the three individuals in the arena, his murderous intent gradually subsiding as he regained control over the situation. "Hurry up!" Xiao Chen bellowed, stationed at the entrance, urging Yao Na and Wu Zheng to depart swiftly. However, with a resounding crash, Yao Taifeng single-handedly lifted a chair and forcefully hurled it against the open door, shattering the chair and barricading the entrance. It was all too swift. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted. This explosive power was far greater than before. While he was stalling for time, was the opponent not doing the same? This was an unforeseen variable in his calculations. Just as Yao Taifeng advanced step by step towards the group, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door, and a figure, concealed in darkness, gradually materialized. Yao Taifeng squinted, observing as the person emerged from the shadows. The individual was neither tall nor robust, clad in white, exuding a somewhat gloomy aura, with a smile that appeared rather cold on his face. "Yao Gangs, I trust you are well." Yao Tiefeng's breath hitched momentarily. Another unexpected turn of events had arrived today. He glanced at Wu Zheng, wondering if this was part of Wu Zheng's premeditated scheme. However, upon seeing Wu Zheng's astonished expression, it seemed unrelated. "Li Zichen. Indeed, I am Li Zichen. Fortuitously here today to settle old scores with you, Yao Gangs." Yao Taifeng subtly retracted his injured hand behind him, but a glance at his abdomen revealed that the wound continued to bleed, an ailment he could not conceal. In this state, he might suffice to confront the equally exhausted Xiao Chun, yet against the seasoned adversary Li Zichen, he felt uncertain. The arrival of the latter at this moment was anything but fortuitous. What eased his mind slightly was that Xiao Chen and the others appeared unaware of his connection with Li Zichen. Seizing this opportunity, they quietly attempted to escape Li Zichen, seemingly oblivious to their departure. Allowed them to flee behind him. "Li Zichen, do you wish to engage in a confrontation with me?" Yao Taifeng felt a tinge of urgency. Should Xiao Chen and Yao Na manage to escape, they might not return anytime soon, and given Xiao Chen's talent upon their next encounter, he feared he would not stand a chance at a confrontation. "No, I merely wish to settle accounts with you. Have you forgotten?" Li Zichen across from him appeared entirely unperturbed, even taking a chair to sit down. Yao Tiefeng's anxiety deepened. "What accounts?" Chapter 80. Someone is orchestrating everything outside. Xiao Chen and his companions did not depart hastily. with Xiao Chun carrying the injured Wu Zheng, while Yao Na followed closely. Wu Zheng, however, urged, Xiao Chun, wait, you have a chance. Li Zichen is the leader of the Zishuan gang. Although he is weaker than Yao Taifeng, he is currently injured. If you all join forces, there is a possibility. Upon hearing this, Yao Na turned to look at Xiao Chun, only to see his expression was peculiar. Is he really that convincing? He is not Li Zichen. There is no time for explanations. We must retreat now. Running at a brisk pace, they could not escape the watchful eyes of those engaged in the chaotic battle below. Upon seeing them emerge, both sides fell into stunned silence. Brother Wu, Brother Wu. At this moment, several subordinates under Wu Zheng's command wore expressions of delight, while the more than 10 members of the Black Tiger gang across from them appeared utterly bewildered. You scoundrel, weren't you supposed to protect the gang leader? They snarled, brandishing their blades at Xiao Chun, their faces twisted in rage. They felt a profound sense of humiliation from being deceived, and of course, I came to protect the gang leader. Look, I've brought these traitors out, Haven Ti? As he spoke, Xiao Chun swiftly seized Wu Zheng, yet the others did not slow their pace, hastily retreating. The members of the Black Tiger gang, initially filled with doubt, now wore even more ferocious expressions. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. Kill him. The Black Tiger gang felt a deep sense of affront at this clumsy lie, abandoning their previous opponents to charge at Xiao Chen and his companions. Naturally, the primary reason was that Wu Zheng was the #1 target. This is bad. Although Wu Zheng's subordinates had also reacted and began to assist in fending off their pursuers, Xiao Chen's greatest fear was being delayed. If Yao Taifeng regained his wits, it would be disastrous. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from outside the garage. Oh, quite the lively scene here. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of dozens of figures clad in black, along with the gaunt, brooding man at the center, the members of the Black Tiger gang froze in their tracks. Li Chen. A few key figures from the Black Tiger gang wore expressions of bitterness. Their decision not to ascend and check on Yao Taifeng stemmed from their unwavering confidence in him. They believed that, sooner or later, Wu Zheng and his men would meet their demise at Yao Taifeng's hands. However, what they feared most had come to pass. In all of Jiang City, only Li Zichen possessed both the capability and the motive to launch a sudden ambush. Yao Taifeng is gravely injured. I have come today to settle old scores with him. Lay down your weapons and step aside, and I may spare you. Li Zichen cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, noting Wu Zheng's dire condition and recalling the footage of Xiao Chun fiercely battling Yao Taifeng. His pupils constricting slightly. They can't fight back. They want to flee. Keep an eye on them and don't let anyone escape. Li Zichen, fearful that Yao Taifeng might recover, glanced at the crowd before advancing inside. At that moment, Yao Taifeng, panting before Li Zichen, seized the opportunity to recover, though he harbored some doubts. This man, daring to confront him so openly, must have been prepared for a life-or-death struggle. Logically, he should not have allowed Yao Taifeng any time to regain his strength. Yet, this individual stood there, feigning mystery, causing Yao Taifeng to hesitate momentarily. Nevertheless, during this interval, he had indeed managed to recuperate significantly. Feeling slightly more at ease, Yao Taifeng furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. Why did this Li Zichen seem shorter than before, and devoid of his previous chilling aura? Sensing Yao Taifeng's suspicion, Li Zichen subtly shifted his stance, retreating to the side of the door as he contemplated his next move. If he had this much time, Xiao Chen and the others should have retreated sufficiently by now. It must be said that standing beside Yao Taifeng was indeed tremendously pressuring. Maintaining his deceptive facade required a continuous drain of his original force, as he felt his power gradually dissipating. Li Zichen cast a sidelong glance at Yao Taifeng before suddenly bellowing, Yao Taifeng, meet your end. Yao Taifeng felt a jolt of alarm, fully prepared for the confrontation, only to witness Li Zichen darting away like a rabbit with grease on its feet, slipping through the doorway with astonishing swiftness, as if he had rehearsed the move 1,000 times in his mind. How infuriating! Initially taken aback, Yao soon recognized that Li's silhouette was transforming into that of his familiar subordinate, Zhou Yang. At this juncture, Yao Taifeng could no longer deny that he had been outmaneuvered. He was aware of Zhou Yang's awakening ability, yet he could scarcely fathom how this individual, seemingly unrelated to Yao Na, had managed to coordinate so seamlessly. Though the specifics eluded him, Yao understood that Zhou Yang had been creating an opportunity for Xiao Chen and the others to escape. Even during his earlier confrontation with Yao Na, he had not felt such a seething fury. Beneath his anger lay a tinge of unease. Initially, he thought this was merely a revenge plot orchestrated by Wu Zhang. Although Yao Na's return had taken him by surprise, he believed he still held the reins. However, ever since Xiao Qin's treachery had borne fruit, he felt as if he were ensnared by an invisible hand, with each of the adversaries' moves meticulously calculated in advance. Zhou Yang, that a glint of menace flickered in Yao Tiefeng's eyes as he surged forward like a human tank. The moment he pushed open the door and stepped into the corridor, he beheld the chaos of the gang battle outside, when a chilling laughter suddenly echoed. "Yao gang leader, today is indeed your day?" Li Zichen stood amidst the fray, and upon seeing Yao Tiefeng's injuries, he felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. This level of injury could not simply be achieved through makeup. Upon catching sight of Li Zichen, Yao Tiefeng's murderous intent became unmistakable. "Stop pretending. You shall die," Yao Taifeng roared, charging at him, utterly disinterested in exchanging pleasantries. Although he was gravely wounded, the fury that consumed him allowed him to strike without granting Li Zichen a moment to react. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Zichen's face. He sensed Yao Tiefeng's near-tangible malice and wrath, yet was taken aback by the relentless aggression. It seemed as though Yao had anticipated his arrival with complete nonchalance. Bang! In a moment of haste, Li Zichen struck back but was sent reeling by Yao Tiefeng's punch, every part of his body screaming in agony. Nonetheless, being of the highest caliber, he coughed up blood yet managed to rise. Yao Taifeng, witnessing Li Zichen standing unharmed, was left utterly baffled. Had it been Zhou Yang, his punch would have undoubtedly incapacitated him. Yet, the man before him, despite spitting blood, appeared as vigorous as ever. Are you truly Li Zichen? Enough with the nonsensical chatter," Li Zichen retorted, feeling somewhat vexed as he stood up, confusion swirling in his mind. Why was this fellow so unfazed by his appearance? He felt robbed of the exhilaration of ambushing his prey, as if it were he who were seeking vengeance, launching an immediate and lethal assault. Had he not been genuinely injured, Li Zichen might have doubted the authenticity of the situation. Yao Tiefeng's countenance grew increasingly grim. His gaze swept the room and landed on the corner where Xiao Qian, Yao Na, Wu Zhang, and Zhou Yang were huddled together. The expressions of the others were tinged with confusion, struggling to make sense of the chaotic situation. However, the tranquility in Xiao Qin's eyes sent a chill down Yao Tiefeng's spine. A disconcerting thought took root in his mind. These events were likely no mere coincidence. Chapter 81. The man behind it all, Li Zichen, must you truly seek mutual destruction with me, allowing outsiders to reap the benefits? The most perilous individual in this scenario is not I, but him. Yao Taifeng pointed decisively at Xiao Qian. His foremost impression of Xiao Qian was his frightening regenerative abilities. Although it appeared that Xiao Qian was under the control of Li Zichen's subordinates, Yao Taifeng understood that this was merely an illusion. Should a confrontation arise between himself and Li Zichen, the latter's minions would be nothing but worthless pawns in Xiao Qian's hands. Yet, would Li Zichen ever believe such words? Was Yao Taifeng attempting to buy time? Yao Taifeng, let's settle our old grievances today. Li Zichen dismissed Yao Tiefeng's words, moving with the fluidity of a fish, now brandishing a dagger as he advanced menacingly. A spatial awakening technique. Xiao Qian held a life crystal in his grasp, gradually rejuvenating his primordial energy, his demeanor eerily calm. What on earth is happening? Yao Na and Wu Zhang were momentarily taken aback. They observed Xiao Qian intently scrutinizing the battle, opting not to disturb him, and then shifted their attention to Zhou Yang. At this moment, Zhou Yang had regained his original appearance, panting heavily. The prolonged effort of maintaining his disguise had drained him considerably. Watching the fierce struggle between the two gang leaders, Zhou Yang's expression was peculiar. He had initially believed that Xiao Qin's intention was merely to buy them time for escape. He never expected the true protagonist to arrive shortly after. Furthermore, his premature appearance had ignited Yao Tiefeng's fury, leading to their immediate confrontation without any preamble. Though be honest, I am still unclear on the matter. Zhou Yang smirked. The earlier display had shattered the aloof persona he had carefully cultivated. Yet the anticipated embarrassment failed to materialize. Instead, he felt a flicker of exhilaration, a desire for more. It seems all of this was orchestrated by your clever machinations, my classmate, Wu Zhang murmured softly to Yao Na. She trembled slightly, reflecting on the events of the day. She was certain that when she left, Xiao Qian was oblivious to everything that had transpired. meaning these occurrences unfolded within the 2 hours following her departure. Initially, she had felt a tinge of annoyance at Gu Chen's tardiness, but now, the moment Gu Chen appeared, those fleeting grievances had dissipated entirely. Moreover, Yao Na found herself realizing, perhaps for the first time, that she had never truly understood Gu Chen. Previously, she had merely perceived his talent coming to fruition, no longer the naive young subordinate in need of her guidance. Now, she suddenly recognized that Gu Chen's thoughts and intentions had always diverged from those of their sheltered peers. Zhou Yang also gazed at Gu Chen, seemingly recalling that night of despair and the audacious, ruthless youth he had once encountered. Following Gu Chen in his endeavors, though thrilling, was indeed a display of remarkable steadiness. He suddenly felt that he might be better suited to the role of an executor rather than a puppet master. Otherwise, encountering someone like Gu Chen could lead to an untimely demise without any inkling of how it happened. Observing the brawl between the two combatants in the arena, Gu Chen felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. He was somewhat relieved that he was facing Yao Taifeng rather than Li Zichen. The latter's awakening ability was not of the spatial variety, but rather a deceptive visual skill, belonging to a more cunning category. Against Yao Taifeng, Gu Chen could exchange injuries, leveraging his extraordinary recovery capacity for endurance. However, if he were to confront Li Zichen, he might find himself unable to land a blow and ultimately perish from exhaustion. It seemed prudent not to underestimate the situation. Although his current energy levels were sufficient to engage in a back-and-forth with a secondary awakened individual like Yao Taifeng, underestimating a primary awakened entity could lead to an unforeseen demise. The battle between Li Zichen and Yao Taifeng had escalated to a fever-pitched. Li Zichen's singular focus on eliminating Yao Taifeng left no room for the latter to explain himself, compelling Gu Chen to witness his complexion grow increasingly flushed. Yet, in his eagerness for victory, Li Zichen remained oblivious to the fact that Yao Taifeng was indeed a secondary awakened being. As the situation improved, Gu Chen felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Nevertheless, he shook his head, realizing that Li Zichen was likely doomed. Yao Taifeng was indeed nearing exhaustion from the relentless assaults, yet during the time that Zhou Yang had impersonated Li Zichen, he had managed to regain considerable physical stamina and energy. Furthermore, as a secondary awakened individual, his explosive power surpassed that of Li Zichen. The previous skirmishes had been a ruse, designed to mislead Li Zichen into underestimating him. As anticipated, when Yao Taifeng began to falter, Li Zichen seized the opportunity, abandoning his defense to grip the dagger in reverse, drawing closer to Yao Taifeng in an attempt to deliver a lethal cut to his throat. However, in that fleeting moment, Yao Taifeng's eyes glowed crimson, and he suddenly clamped down on the blade with his jaw. Blood gushed forth, yet the blade could penetrate no further, as Yao Taifeng's energy surged like an ocean tide. His hands, akin to iron pincers, suddenly ensnared Li Zichen. Death. The prolonged retreat culminated in a decisive strike. Yao Taifeng, disregarding the blood pouring from his throat, seized Li Zichen, who was as frail as a stick, and delivered a powerful knee strike. A resounding crack echoed, halting all activity in the warehouse as gasps of shock filled the air. Li Zichen's body twisted grotesquely, akin to a dehydrated shrimp, with blood gushing from his throat, his eyes reflecting shock and resentment, even as his life ebbed away. Despite having the upper hand, despite Yao Taifeng's grievous injuries, despite their once comparable strengths, his vision began to blur, and Yao Taifeng, clutching his throat, stumbled back a few steps, leaning weakly against a metal pillar in the warehouse, resembling an aged brown bear. "You have not broken through?" Li Zichen rasped, his throat emitting labored sounds. Upon witnessing Yao Taifeng's slow nod, the once dominant members of the Zishuan gang were now completely thrown into a state of panic, each gripping their machetes, casting wary glances towards Yao Taifeng, some with murderous intent gleaming in their eyes. In this moment, whoever succeeded in killing Yao Taifeng would ascend as the new leader. However, as Yao Taifeng's gaze swept across them, those who met his eyes were compelled to lower their heads. Their fear outweighing their greed. Li Zichen, having been astute throughout his life, was ultimately exploited by others. Observing those around him, Yao Taifeng, seizing the opportunity while Li Zichen still breathed, could not refrain from delivering a cold taunt. Li Zichen struggled to tilt his neck, opening his mouth without uttering a word. "Yet, I too am curious. Who is it that you suspect so deeply that could possibly summon you here?" Leaning against the wall, Yao Taifeng, despite delivering a fatal blow to Li Zichen, was genuinely gravely injured this time. After all, that assault came at the cost of his very life. It was a classmate of my son's. They informed me that you were severely wounded, on the brink of death, and there's even a video. Classmate and a video. Yao Taifeng raised his head, directing his gaze towards Xiao Chen. Classmate naturally. They are from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. As for the video, Yao Taifeng recalled the phone that Xiao Chen had handed to Yao Na, and finally grasped the underlying significance of the boy's bewildering actions. Chapter 82. What kind of world is this? From the guise, the sudden uprising, uniting with Zhou Yang to buy time, to manipulating Li Zichen's greed, leading to their mutual devastation, Yao Taifeng realized that all of this was likely orchestrated by Xiao Chen. The process was clear and straightforward, yet the suddenness of the events had left both him and Li Zichen unwittingly playing as pawns in a grand scheme. When did you begin laying your plans? Yao Taifeng turned his gaze towards Xiao Chen, and at that moment, not only he but even Yao Na and Wu Zhang were filled with curiosity. Approximately 2.5 hours ago, Xiao Chen slowly approached Yao Taifeng, picking up the dagger that Li Zichen had discarded. At this juncture, you remain ever vigilant. Observing Xiao Chen's movements, Yao Taifeng's bloodshot eyes revealed an increasing admiration. Dio share. After all, we are nearing death, as you can see. Xiao Chen glanced at Yao Taifeng, whose neck had been severely slashed, rendering his face ghastly pale. The extent of blood loss suggested that without immediate medical attention, death was his only fate. Were it not for his unique constitution, he would likely have perished by now. As for Li Zichen, his fate was even more dire. There's no need. Yao Taifeng was once again taken aback. Logically, this should have been a moment of triumph, a time when any victor would feel compelled to boast. Yet the young man before him remained unsettlingly composed. Na, come here. Yao Taifeng waved his hand, and Yao Na, lifting her head, staggered towards him with great difficulty. Gazing at the bodies and blood strewn across the ground, her muscles twitched uncontrollably, especially upon witnessing Yao Taifeng's dire state amid the pool of blood. An unexpected wave of compassion welled up within her. This startled her deeply. She had returned with murderous intent, yet seeing her once magnificent adoptive father in such a plight stirred an uncontainable sorrow within her. In that moment, both Xiao Chen and Yao Taifeng sensed the shift in her emotions. Na, you see now, this is the world in which I exist. Yao Taifeng revealed an unsightly smile, forcing himself to sit upright. Yet this only caused the blood that had momentarily ceased to flow even more rapidly. Yao Na could not help but take a couple of steps forward, but then halted. Upon observing her movement, Yao Taifeng's body trembled slightly as he scanned the surrounding corpses, his voice faltering. I have never felt regret for what transpired back then. If you were merely an ordinary person, perhaps with a stroke of good fortune, you could muddle through life in a daze. However, should fortune turn against you, your life may hinge upon a single utterance from the strong, and if you embark on the path of the awakened, you must be prepared to embrace a ruthless heart. I have never harbored the illusion of concealing this secret, and have always known the day would come when you would stand before me with a blade in hand. Now you have triumphed. Are you ready to kill? Yao Taifeng withdrew a black dagger from his coat pocket and, using the scant strength he had left, tossed it at Yao Na's feet. Go ahead and act. For if you fail, I shall take your life as well. As she picked up the dagger, Yao Na felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Yao Taifeng's tone bore no resentment or regret, yet it was precisely this calmness that rendered the situation all the more brutal, suffocating her with its weight. In comparison to you, my classmate, you truly fall woefully short. Observing Yao Na's hesitation, Yao Taifeng shook his head and fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chen. I believe he must have been prepared for this all along. The eyes of the crowd once again converged upon Xiao Chen, who returned Yao Taifeng's stare. What normal person would eagerly seek death? Yet he could discern that Yao Taifeng genuinely wished for Yao Na to take his life with her own hands. In this moment, Xiao Chen experienced a peculiar illusion, as though Yao Taifeng were a father imparting a final lesson to his child. However, the lesson imparted was not one of humanity's esteemed virtues, but rather a harsh lesson in survival. For Yao Na and even Ouyang Han, this lesson felt far too distant, yet for Xiao Chen, it was all too familiar. Over the past 3 years, whether escaping the clutches of criminals in the slums or facing death through quarantine due to the emergence of infectors, he had learned that to survive, one must be sufficiently ruthless. Yet these high school classmates had not endured such trials to present. All of this felt excessively cruel for Yaun. I shall teach you to kill, but the first life you take will be mine. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chun resolved to act. Whether learned early or late, it was still learning. He understood that Yao Tiefeng's words held a kernel of truth. Having chosen the path of the awakened, one could not escape the inevitability of life and death crises. Xiao Chen. Yao Na thought Xiao Chen was hesitating as well. Just as she was about to offer words of caution, she witnessed Xiao Chen deftly grasp the dagger and slice it across Li Zichen's throat. A spray of crimson erupted, and Li Zichen convulsed a few times before falling utterly still. Xiao Chen, however, did not even spare him a glance. Xiao Chen. Yao Na's pupils dilated in shock, her delicate hand instinctively covering her mouth. Her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at Xiao Chen in that moment. An overwhelming pressure rendered her breathless. Previously, even with Xiao Chen's strategic prowess and strength surpassing her expectations, it had only elicited surprise. Yet at this moment, as he expressionlessly extinguished a life, it truly instilled in her a sense of fear. Xiao Chen remained silent, fully aware that for Yao Na to accept his true self would require time. However, from the outset, he never intended to conceal anything. This lesson was inevitable, and delaying it could cost him his life. Yao Na possessed exceptional talent, and in the future, she would likely face even more perilous situations. The sooner she gained clarity, the greater her chances of survival. Indeed. Yao Taifeng nodded in satisfaction, but then he heard a clattering sound. The knife had slipped from Yao Na's grasp, her hair disheveled, and her beautiful face etched with pain. You should take action on her behalf, Yao Taifeng directed towards Xiao Chun, feeling a deep sense of approval towards Xiao Chen's decisiveness, even sensing that Xiao Chun had grasped his underlying meaning. Xiao Chun turned his gaze towards Yao Na, who was trembling slightly, still unable to recover from the earlier shock. After a prolonged moment, she stood up, looking at the gaunt Yao Taifeng, her previous murderous intent now overshadowed by a myriad of memories. Those fleeting moments of familial affection began to resurface, and Yao Na loathed her own indecisiveness. Had Yao Taifeng remained in his cold and ruthless demeanor, she might have fought him to the death. But in his current state, she found herself unable to strike. Let us go. He is unlikely to survive, Yao Taifeng remarked, sighing gently, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Yet there was an inexplicable warmth within him. All right, let us depart, Xiao Chen responded, surveying the surroundings. The leaders of the two major underground factions in Jiangqing had effectively met their demise at his hands. Yet those from the Black Tiger Gang and the Purple Xian Gang dared not meet his gaze, retreating several steps to clear a path for him. Yao Taifeng observed the departing figures, the light in his eyes dimming further, tinged with a trace of disappointment. It seemed he was merely a clever yet naive youth, still clinging to a woman's compassion. As he uttered these words, Xiao Qian and the others had already boarded a business vehicle, where Wu Chao and Ouyang Han had long awaited. As the vehicle set in motion, Xiao Chun couldn't help but glance back. Dusk was settling in, and the path they left was overgrown with weeds. Amidst the thicket, a petite figure flickered and vanished. Chapter 83. Unexpected developments as night fell and Xiao Chen's group departed. Only a cadre of henchmen from the two major gangs remained. Although the Purple Xian Gang had the numerical advantage, their leader was now deceased. Yao Taifeng, though on the verge of death, still clung to life. Thus, anyone contemplating usurping his position was wary of the possibility of his revival, fearing they might end up as mere pawns for another. After a brief standoff, both factions began to withdraw in tacit agreement. The storeroom returned to its desolate state, now merely populated by a multitude of corpses. Supported by his subordinates, Yao Taifeng slowly rose, making his way back to the conference room. Before ascending the stairs, he cast a glance at Li Zichun, sprawled on the ground, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his lips. They had battled for years, only to be outwitted by a freshly graduated high school youth, leaving them with naught but empty hands. Boss, shall I call a doctor for you? One subordinate ventured, but Yao Taifeng raised an eyebrow, perceiving the probing intent and considerable anxiety in the other's eyes. There is no need for that. Yao Tiefeng's gaze regained a semblance of sharpness, causing the eyelids of his subordinate to twitch uncontrollably, prompting him to retreat. It was not truly unnecessary, but Yao Taifeng understood that his time was indeed at an end. Although he had harnessed the force and muscle control to significantly slow the bleeding, it was merely a postponement of death's inevitable arrival. You may leave, he gestured dismissively to his subordinate, who departed. leaving Yao Taifeng alone in quiet contemplation upon his chair, feeling death's approach. His vision grew increasingly blurred as he summoned his final reserves of strength to pour himself a glass of liquor. The cold liquid invigorated his spirit slightly. He recalled Yao Na's final choice, her fierce visage softening momentarily. Then, thoughts of Gu Chen surfaced, causing his brow to furrow gradually. He had once believed him to be a true, formidable character. Yet perhaps he was simply too young, ultimately meeting his end in such an unceremonious manner. Awakened ones are an eclectic bunch. He was indeed fated to perish, but what if a moment of compassion could seal one's fate? The last hues of the setting sun stretched long shadows across the conference room, as the encroaching night prompted Yao Taifeng to hear the faint creaking of the battered iron door. His irritation flared, not wishing for any disruption at this moment. Had he not said to stay away? Before he could finish his thought, he caught sight of a petite, ghostly swift figure that had stealthily approached his side. Her purplish-red hair danced in the final gentle rays of the sunset, and her cold, white hand clutched a short blade, as blood spread. Yao Taifeng observed the masked girl deftly sheathing her knife and retrieving her phone, softly declaring, "Brother, the matter is resolved. So, you had a backup plan." Seemingly, her actions aligned with his expectations, and as Yao Taifeng collapsed, a trace of a smile graced his lips. "Ding ding, I in the speeding business vehicle." Gu Chen translated the voice into text, casting another glance into the dark expanse behind him before redirecting his gaze, his posture relaxing considerably. Noticing Yao Na's curious stare beside him, he whispered, "It's nothing. My sister just wants me to come home for dinner." Oh. Yao Na leaned against the window, her gaze wandering. In this moment, even the loquacious Wu Chao found himself at a loss for words to comfort her. Initially, Wu Chao was oblivious to the unfolding events, but upon seeing the footage on the phone, they realized that Gu Chen had returned seeking vengeance, and that Yao Na was also in peril. Had it not been for Gu Chen's repeated admonitions to have them rent a vehicle and wait at the entrance, they would undoubtedly have been unable to resist joining him. Fortunately, this was their first encounter with such a perilous mission, and the outcome could only be described as flawless, if not for Yao Na's despondent mood. Wu Chao would have eagerly sung their praises, for who could have imagined that a few recent high school graduates could instigate such chaos amongst the two major underground factions of Jiangxing? With immense curiosity, the several executors involved in the plan finally convened to reflect upon the intricacies of the entire affair. Wu Zheng and Yao Na listened intently, for they were witnesses to the entire event. As they heard Gu Chen assign tasks to everyone, they realized that those unfolding scenes were no mere coincidences, but rather meticulously orchestrated by Gu Chen himself. Wu Zheng, observing from the side, was captivated. He had previously heard Yao Na sing praises of Gu Chen, but had thought him merely a somewhat gifted child. Now, however, he comprehended the folly of his naivete. Impressive. As the group pieced together their narrative, their gazes towards Gu Chen transformed. Wu Chao, seated in the passenger seat, fidgeted restlessly, eager to boast, but the words that formed on his lips morphed into, "Cunning, cunning boy, shut up." Yao Na interjected sharply. The vehicle fell into a brief silence before laughter erupted in unison, the tension in their faces gradually easing. Gu Chen too felt a weight lift from his heart. Although events had unfolded smoothly, he was acutely aware that no plan could ever be flawless. It was merely a gamble with probabilities. What if Li Zichen had not been invited after all? What if Zhou Yang's disguise was swiftly uncovered? Should such scenarios transpire, his own strength would be the last line of defense, risking the depletion of all life crystals to buy time for others, potentially leaving himself gravely injured. As the vehicle slowly cruised out of the countryside, the myriad lights of Jiang City came into view, and the group collectively exhaled in relief. Suddenly, the distant wail of sirens pierced the air as 4 police cars sped towards them, surrounding the business vehicle. A slightly portly middle-aged officer emerged and rapped on the window. "Step out of the vehicle. You are suspected of murder. Please cooperate with the investigation and refrain from unnecessary resistance." From the other vehicles, armed officers emerged, guns at the ready, vigilantly watching the occupants inside. Officer, we're the good guys," Wu Chao exclaimed, his face paling in fright at the unexpected scene. Having never encountered such a situation before, something felt amiss. This was indeed beyond Gu Chen's expectations. In Jiang City, particularly in the slums, gang skirmishes were commonplace, and fatalities occurred with alarming regularity. Although this incident was significant, it transpired within the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang, where there were virtually no witnesses who would be foolish enough to report it. Despite the confusion, Xiao Chun felt no significant trepidation. While his friends had participated, none bore blood on their hands. As for himself, though he had eliminated Li Zichen, crafting a plausible explanation would be straightforward. If they all cooperated, once they reached the station, they could simply tell the truth. Xiao Chun surveyed the surroundings, as if to offer reassurance. Silence. Are you attempting to collude? The stout officer thundered suddenly, glaring menacingly at Xiao Chun. This unwarranted hostility only solidified Xiao Chun's conviction that their arrival was far from coincidental. Chapter 84. Someone always pays the price, boss. We've traced their identities. All 4 are graduates of Jiang City No. 1 high school, and 2 of them are awakened. Sipping coffee, the portly officer, Li Hushi, perused the documents in hand. Xiao Qian and his companions had been sequentially placed in the interrogation room, awaiting questioning. However, even now, he remained uncertain about the true backgrounds of these individuals. Awakened? Li Hushi spat out the saliva in his mouth, continuing to scan the materials. TSK, let us see how to articulate this. A city hero? A mere child? Li Hushi let out a cold snort. He had never held much regard for these awakened beings. After all, the awakened enjoyed certain privileges, and when faced with various cases, the standards applied to them were often quite lenient. The identity of Xiao Qian appeared indeed formidable, especially upon discovering that the downfall of Zheng Tianhao was linked to him, which genuinely startled Li Hushi. He even placed a call to a friend in the precinct, only to learn that Xiao Qian was merely a participant with no significant backing, but rather an orphan residing in the slums. This revelation allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he thought of the individual who had entrusted him with this operation, feeling a tinge of sympathy for this so-called city hero. Setting aside his coffee, he merely glanced over the profiles of the others, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Upon entering the meeting room, Li Hushi shed his previous nonchalance, his face now adorned with flattery and praise. Mr. Zhou, the individuals have been apprehended and are currently undergoing interrogation. Some of their testimonies have already surfaced. Would you care to take a look? The middle-aged man, clad in a black fur coat and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, had been perusing a newspaper while sipping tea. Only now did he set the paper aside, revealing his features. Let me see. He extended his hand to receive the report, his countenance remarkably serene. So, they participated in a gang confrontation, yet apart from this individual named Xiao Chun, none of them bear any blood on their hands. Correct? Hearing the calm inquiry from the man before him, Li Hushi could not decipher his intent, assuming dissatisfaction with the outcome. Mustering his resolve, he replied, Mr. Zhou, they must have colluded beforehand. Rest assured, I shall take care of it immediately. Li Hushi was eager to please. The man before him was a significant figure from Jinling, and although he was unsure how he became entangled with these students, Li Hushi recognized that a job well done could present a golden opportunity. Do not rush, Zhou Jingyu waved his hand. From the glimmer of ambition in the eyes of this minor director, he discerned a yearning to cling to greater power. Indeed, he had seen that look far too often. Everyone was seizing every opportunity to ascend the ranks. Thus, he found himself even less understanding of the girl's choice. Bring her to me. Very well, Li Hushi replied, scampering out with delight. Before long, Yao Na entered, her handcuffs having been removed, and she now sat opposite Zhou Jingyu. So, you are the daughter of Yao Taifeng. Quite impressive, Zhou Jingyu observed, a hint of appreciation surfacing for the first time in his calm gaze. And you are? Yao Na, disliking the scrutinizing gaze, was unfamiliar with this man. I am Zhou Jingyu, from the Zhou family of Jinling, a familiar acquaintance of your father. Today, I was originally tasked with escorting you from Jinling. Upon hearing this, Yao Na understood his identity. Yao Taifeng had mentioned arranging a marriage for her, with the familial connection stemming from Jinling. Yao Taifeng is already deceased, and I do not consent to this marriage. Do not be hasty, Zhou Jingyu restored his solemn demeanor to in Jinling. Although the Zhou family does not constitute a prominent clan, we possess a modicum of esteem. Before your arrival, the wedding invitations had already been dispatched. If word were to spread that the fiancé has fled, and our kin has been eliminated, what would others think of us? Perhaps due to Zhou Jingyu's tranquil demeanor, Yao Na remained oblivious to his true intentions. Furthermore, she believed that the Zhou family was indeed the victim in this predicament. Softly, she expressed, Mr. Zhou, I sincerely apologize for the impact this has caused you. Upon hearing this apology, Zhou Jingyu suddenly smiled, shaking his head as he regarded Yao Na. Despite Yao Tiefeng's lack of prominence, he is nonetheless the head of the underground forces in Jiangxing. How could his daughter be so naive? Confounded, Yao Na watched as Zhou Jingyu rose to his feet. Young lady, this is the world of adults. You think I came here simply to receive an apology from you? Faced with Zhou Jingyu's sudden coldness, Yao Na felt somewhat at a loss. When one commits a wrongdoing, one must bear the consequences. My father is quite enraged by this situation, and I am contemplating how to quell his fury. Yao Na's breath quickened as she realized her own naivety. They were not here to seek her contrition. Though you have fled, the wedding date has yet to arrive. There is still room for negotiation. Your father has passed away, and finding another partner will require time and is fraught with complications. Listen closely to my every word. Your decision bears the weight of your friends' lives. Zhou Jingyu articulated each word with precision, and despite being in the police station, he spoke of these individuals' fates as if he were the absolute arbiter. Yao Na yearned to retort that they were in a police station, but she suddenly recalled Li Hushi's obsequious demeanor, and Yao Tiefeng's words seemed to resonate in her ears. If fate is unkind, then your life rests upon the words of the strong. The scene before her shattered Yao Na's previous idyllic fantasies about the world, and she abruptly recognized how naive her former self had been within the confines of the school. First, return to Jinling with me to fulfill the marriage contract. Second, cooperate with my associates to consolidate the Black Tiger Gang and the Purple Xian Gang. I name. You shall assume the role of the new leader, but in reality, you must heed my commands. With the remnants of blood still not fully cleansed from her face, Yao Na lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with reluctance and resistance upon hearing these two demands. Now this is more like it. Daring to return to enact patricide, while lacking the courage to defy me makes me question your ability to serve as a puppet agent. Zhou Jingyu sipped his tea, seemingly unfazed by Yao Na's hostility. And what if I refuse? Quite simple. Zhou Jingyu had anticipated this question. First, I will forcibly take you away, and the marriage contract will undoubtedly be fulfilled. You need not doubt this. Secondly, your friends will all meet their demise. You shall have 3 minutes to contemplate. Zhou Jingyu turned his gaze away, picking up a newspaper and adjusting himself into a comfortable position, as if they were merely discussing what to have for dinner. Those 3 minutes felt interminably long for Yao Na. Gazing at Zhou Jingyu, she was suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse. If only her strength were greater, how different her predicament might be. Setting aside the newspaper, Zhou Jingyu cast a glance at Yao Na. It appeared that it was necessary to exert some pressure on her. Straightening his attire with a casual demeanor, Zhou Jingyu said, "Let us proceed. I shall introduce you to a few of your acquaintances." Chapter 85. A few great Buddhas arrive in Jiangxing. Zhou Jingyu felt remarkably at ease. Arriving in Jiangxing from Jinling was akin to a wealthy individual returning to their rural roots. Thanks to the Zhou family's stature, everything was exceedingly convenient. When dealing with Li Hushi, merely presenting his identity and background sufficed, requiring no further elaboration, and the other party would willingly expedite matters for him. Thus, Zhou Jingyu did not perceive Yao Na's predicament as particularly formidable. He could certainly have someone escort Yao Na away directly and subsequently reconfigure the underground forces of Jiangxing to continue the Zhou family's enterprises. However, such an approach would be time-consuming and would likely result in further casualties. It is no trivial matter for outsiders to establish a foothold. With Yao Na serving as a puppet agent and being the wife of his foolish younger brother, the situation became considerably easier. Consequently, Zhou Jingyu did not mind investing a bit more time. As they walked past the interrogation room, Yao Na caught a glimpse of Wu Chao, whose shifty eyes darted around, betraying his concealed panic. Ouyang Han and Wu Zheng remained silent, appearing quite fatigued. Eventually, they arrived at the interrogation room where Xiao Chun was located. To Zhou Jingyu's slight surprise, this seemingly most wretched youth was, in fact, the calmest person within. His air of composure and poise made Zhou Jingyu, who preferred to control every situation, feel somewhat uneasy. This is the mastermind behind your actions. It is indeed no small feat for a group to orchestrate the demise of two first-tier awakened beings, Yao Taifeng and Li Zichen, yet it appeared their capabilities were limited to this. It was evident that Yao Na held a particular concern for this young man, and Zhou Jingyu felt assured that selecting this target was a wise decision. He pushed the door open and led Yao Na inside. Xiao Chun raised his head, his gaze scanning Zhou Jingyu. Zhou Jingyu disregarded his stare, seemingly dismissing Xiao Chin's presence entirely, and pointed at him, saying, "Yao Na, before you make a decision, consider this. His life rests in your hands." The conditions he stated lacked substantial menace, yet here he stood before you. did he not? If he were to perish, might he harbor resentment towards you? In his presence, could you still utter words of refusal? Imagine, even if I do not take his life, should you reject the offer to save him while standing before him? How would you both confront one another thereafter? This was the dilemma Zhou Jingyu presented to Yao Na. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Yao Na's breath quickened, teetering on the brink of despair. Xiao Chun observed the exchange between the two. Narrowing his eyes, he was unaware of this individual's identity, but since he targeted Yao Na, discerning his affiliation was not particularly challenging. He was merely a friend of Yao Taifeng. No, to call him a friend might be an exaggeration. Yao Taifeng lacked the influence to have two awakened beings detained without cause, even eliciting threats within the interrogation room. Truth, they ought to regard Yao Taifeng merely as a dog. Faced with such power, Xiao Chun indeed felt ill-equipped to cope, yet the ease he exhibited was genuine, for today was a rather extraordinary day, and he had some exceptional friends arriving in Jiangqing to fetch him. Nana's voice captivated the attention of both individuals. Yao Na's delicate figure trembled slightly as her beautiful eyes, tinged with helplessness, gazed towards Xiao Chen, who responded with a warm and tranquil gaze. Regardless of the conditions he presents, do not acquiesce. You need not worry, trust me. Xiao Chen's voice, though soft, bore the weight of a firm hand, lifting Yao Na's spirits, as if the burdens of choice had suddenly dissipated. Observing Yao Na's transformation, Zhou Jingyu regarded Xiao Chen for the first time with newfound seriousness. If this is an act, I must admit, you possess quite the talent. Contrary to his expectations, Yao Na was not driven to make a choice under pressure. Instead, she grew more resolute, leaving Zhou Jingyu with a sense of miscalculation that felt rather unpleasant. In that case, let us await the outcome. After all, you have other friends. Zhou Jingyu's frigid words announced his decision. Xiao Chun raised his gaze to meet the commanding presence of the middle-aged man, replying calmly, perhaps you should contemplate your decision. Allow me to make a phone call first? Zhou Jingyu seemed to find amusement in this, unable to suppress a laugh as he stepped closer, leaning down to scrutinize Xiao Chen's face, enunciating each word deliberately. No need. I am curious to see what kind of wretched individuals you can summon. With that, he waved his hand, and Li Hushi led a group to escort Yao Na away, while another set of men seized Xiao Chen and propelled him outside, transporting the suspect to the Black Rock prison of Jiangqing. Halfway through, Yao Na suddenly halted, her gaze fixed on Xiao Chen as he was taken away and loaded into a police car, after which he vanished from sight. Zhou Jingyu resumed his seat, his expression returning to its icy demeanor. Let us watch and see what your decision ultimately yields. Black Rock Prison, a facility for the most dangerous criminals of Jiangqing, loomed before Yao Na. Previously, she had believed that Xiao Chen's application to the Northern Meng War Academy would deter Zhou Jingyu from taking action here. For if Xiao Chen were admitted, it would only bring trouble for him. Yet in this moment, a wave of panic washed over her. Inside the prison, surrounded by perilous felons, the situation was vastly different. I agree. Please do not harm him. Yao Na's voice quivered with the onset of tears as she rushed to Zhou Jingyu's side. However, just before she could approach him, two suddenly appearing men in black barred her path, and she realized that her previous thoughts of utilizing her awakened abilities to eliminate Zhou Jingyu were utterly futile. Zhou Jingyu did not lift his gaze, continuing to peruse the newspaper, his voice filtering through the pages. It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. I have told you, actions have consequences. Do not mistake my words for jest. Observe the outcome before making any decisions. However, this particular decision hinged on the lives of several others. I beg you, do not kill him. Yao Na collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably as regret engulfed her. No matter how resolute Xiao Chen had been, she found herself filled with remorse. Under the cover of night at the train station, the flow of passengers was sparse compared to the daytime. Numerous vendors with handcarts filled the scene. The aromas of fried cold noodles, hand-grabbed pancakes, and skewered delicacies wafting through the air, transforming the square into a bustling street of snacks. As the train pulled into the station, passengers disembarked in a hurried frenzy. However, an unusual quartet emerged slowly from a vacant, designated passage. Upon glancing at their credentials, the station security stood at attention with a solemn demeanor. Mom, look, aren't they celebrities? So handsome. Wow, what a beauty. Two men and two women graced the scene, with the men strikingly handsome and the women breathtakingly beautiful. Leading the group was a woman draped in a flowing purple-black gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, tall and poised, She exuded an air of aloof elegance, though a hint of impatience flitted across her features. Haven't you received the call yet? Perhaps they are in the midst of their training? The mature and handsome gentleman appeared somewhat embarrassed. Procrastination won't yield much. Never mind, let's just dispatch someone to verify the address. I am curious to see just how formidable this so-called genius truly is. The woman retrieved her phone and made a call. Night Enforcement Division, Jinglan. I need you to look into something for me. As they boarded the special vehicle dispatched by the municipal task force, the handsome man gazed out the window, clutching a crumpled train ticket bearing his name. Su Zhaohua. Chapter 86. The Lone Wolf's Intentions. Upon encountering Xiao Qin's calm gaze, the Lone Wolf appeared quite taken aback. They have confined you in this room, and yet you seem unperturbed? Xiao Qin adjusted his breathing and retorted, Why should I be afraid? The Lone Wolf paused momentarily, reassessing the young man before him. His composure was genuine, yet the Lone Wolf could not fathom what gave him such confidence. It seems you truly are fearless. The Lone Wolf rose to his feet, prompting Xiao Qian to do the same. Harnessing his latent energy as he calmly stated, You may test that. Xiao Qian did not fear escalating the situation. The more tumultuous it became, the swifter the Night Enforcement Division would act. Moreover, a Grade 1 mid-tier individual, no matter how formidable, could not possibly surpass Yao Taifeng. Sensing the conviction in Xiao Qin's words, along with the faint waves of energy emanating from him, the Lone Wolf refrained from making any further moves and instead took a seat once more. Today's youth truly are different. But believe me, if we were to engage in combat, it would be you who meets your demise today. Xiao Qin shrugged, non-committal. The Lone Wolf settled back down, as Xiao Qin's energy fluctuations had dispelled his earlier intentions. Since they have brought you here, they seek your life. I may refrain from violence, but others will not. Be cautious, especially later. He reclined on the bed, lapsing into silence. Xiao Qian was somewhat surprised. Judging by the demeanor of the other prisoners, this individual was exceptionally dangerous. Zhou Zhengyu's arrangement for him to enter was undoubtedly a ploy to eliminate him. Yet, this man seemed rather different from what he had anticipated. Rather than resorting to violence, he offered advice. Claiming to be subdued by the energy fluctuations, Xiao Qin held little faith in that explanation. However, the fact that he did not engage in conflict was indeed a blessing. Should a fight ensue, Xiao Qin's life crystals would suffer another depletion. He had yet to recover the life crystals from Li Zichen and Yao Taifeng, leaving him in dire straits. Not only were his life crystals dwindling, but even his raw stones were nearly exhausted. With his meager savings, he could hardly afford to purchase more, resulting in a sluggish enhancement in his abilities. The Lone Wolf lay back, eyes wide open, gripping a sharpened iron stake in his hand, his gaze shifting as if contemplating something inscrutable. The inmates had waited a considerable time, yet no unusual sounds reached their ears. One by one, they craned their necks to catch a glimpse, and it was only when the prison guards arrived that their curiosity was finally satisfied. The guards came equipped with cleaning tools and weapons, clearly prepared to tidy up the aftermath. However, upon pulling back the bed sheets, they were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Qian and Gu Yubin lay peacefully on their respective beds, exuding an air of tranquility, resembling model prisoners of labor reform. The two guards exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting as they hurried away. There was no need for them to report, as the re-exposed surveillance cameras had already transmitted the scene to the warden's office. Observing the unscathed Xiao Qian, Zhou Jingyu cast a stoic glance at Warden Mo Wei, harboring some doubts regarding his arrangements. Has you been turned over a new leaf today? Earlier, when the sheets were pulled, Mo Wei had been grinning from ear to ear, fully aware of Yubin's violent tendencies, but he had always acted in response to others' provocations. It was unexpected for him to act so decisively this time, almost as if he were enhancing Mo Wei's reputation. Yet, the current tableau left him somewhat bewildered. Pulling the sheets without any ensuing violence felt like a jest. Perhaps there was a minor mishap. I'll make further arrangements. Mo Wei spoke awkwardly, but Zhou Jingyu waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the despairing and vacant-eyed Yao Na beside him. He had brought Yao Na here to instill in her a lasting sense of fear, planting the seeds of dread in her heart to facilitate the Zhou family's future manipulations. However, this farce had somewhat dampened the mood, prompting him to reject Mo Wei's proposal. This time, follow my lead. Meanwhile, in Xiao Qin's home in Jiangxing, Su Zhaohua and others found themselves enveloped in silence as they gazed into the pitch-black room. I had previously arranged a time with Xiao Qin, He's a meticulous person and wouldn't forget, Su Xiaohua explained to the visibly dissatisfied Mo Jinglan. Beside them, a handsome young man with light golden hair, cradling the back of his head with both hands, chuckled. Perhaps he's gone on a date. When young love strikes, one can easily lose track of everything. Lu Zimo, do you think everyone is like you? Next to the golden-haired lad stood Yuran, a petite girl with a doll-like face and long, snow-white legs. If that's the case, Mo Jinglan took out her phone. This kid might have run into some trouble. At this, Lu Zimo and the doll-faced girl Yuran abandoned their casual expressions, now brimming with eagerness. Find him within half an hour. As mealtime approached, a semblance of order began to emerge. Don't push. At that moment, all the prison doors swung open, and Xiao Chun and Yubin emerged from their cells in succession. Upon seeing Xiao Chun in good health, the inmates were once again taken aback. Those who initially intended to trouble Xiao Chun momentarily paused their plans. Let us observe. Perhaps Gu Lang is in a good mood these days. It's rare to encounter someone so handsome. If Gu Lang shows no interest, we might as well seize the opportunity ourselves. Xiao Chen and Yubin did not sit together. Instead, they occupied two separate, independent seats. Xiao Chun could distinctly perceive that, as time passed, an increasing number of malevolent gazes were directed towards him. The wolf-like stare also lingered on Xiao Chen. However, at that moment, he noticed two individuals clad in prison attire quietly entering through the adjacent door. Although they wore prison garb, the lone wolf was certain he had never encountered them before. Moreover, the intent in their eyes was unmistakably aimed at Xiao Chun. The lone wolf's heart began to race. He understood that his opportunity was at hand. He rose to his feet, lifted his tray, and feigned an intent to finish his meal and dispose of the trash. As he approached Xiao Chen's side, he whispered in a tone only Xiao Chen could discern, "Danger is approaching. Be prepared to act." Had it not been for the lone wolf's warning, Xiao Chen might not have noticed the two sudden arrivals. But upon hearing his words, Xiao Chen instinctively tapped into his latent power, immediately locking onto the two extraordinary figures amidst the crowd. Almost simultaneously, the two men had closed in on Xiao Chen. "Newcomer, you're rather arrogant, aren't you? Who gave you the right to monopolize a table for your meal? Today, I'll teach you a lesson, so you'll learn how to conduct yourself in here." The two men struck almost instantaneously, offering a rather flimsy justification that nonetheless resonated with as Xiao Chen made his move. He immediately sensed that although these two individuals were competent, their primal energy and physical strength were vastly inferior to his own. Aware that they were intent on delivering lethal blows, he held no reservations in his actions. Raising his gaze once more, his eyes glimmered with a faint crimson hue as he seized the arm of the second assailant and twisted it at an unnatural angle. A resounding crack echoed throughout the cafeteria, and the brawny man's arm bent grotesquely, revealing the stark whiteness of shattered bone. A scream pierced the air, only to be abruptly silenced as Xiao Chen forcefully stomped him into the ground, shattering his sternum anew. Even within the confines of the Black Rock prison, such a brutal spectacle was rare. The previously boisterous and frenzied inmates were now left in utter shock, their eyes fixated on the youthful figure standing resolutely in the center. With a speed akin to lightning, each strike was lethal, and he spoke not a single word during the confrontation. Observing the exaggerated bend of the iron table, the onlookers quickly comprehended that this young man was no mere lamb awaiting slaughter, but rather a ferocious wolf poised for the hunt. Had any of them dared to provoke him moments ago, they would surely find themselves in his position now. As Xiao Chen scanned the area with a cold, predatory gaze, seemingly in search of his next victim, the surrounding prisoners recoiled in fear, retreating hastily. This chaotic scene unfolded without restraint in the surveillance room, leaving Zhou Zhengyu, Li Hushi, and Mo Wei frozen in disbelief, particularly Zhou Zhengyu, whose heart raced with intense shock. How could this be? His two subordinates were both of mid-tier rank, seasoned by countless battles. Even an upper-tier opponent could have faltered here. Yet, at this moment, they had been utterly vanquished. They hadn't even had the chance to unleash their awakening skills. Was this truly a recent high school graduate? For the first time, Zhou Zhengyu felt a surge of anger in front of Yao Na, while Li Hushi beside him shrank back, unnerved by Xiao Chen's ruthless demeanor. Reflecting on how he had arrogantly handcuffed this young man, he realized that had Xiao Chen chosen to resist arrest, he too might have met a similar fate. Amidst the turmoil of the cafeteria, a swarm of prison guards finally burst through the main entrance. Had they delayed any longer, the second assailant would likely have met the same grim fate. As they observed the increasingly chaotic situation, the lurking lone wolf was filled with exhilaration. He had anticipated that tonight would spiral into disorder, but he had not expected that this individual would create such an astonishing spectacle, throwing the entire scene into disarray. Recalling Gu Chen's earlier display of confidence, the lone wolf pondered that if a confrontation were to escalate, the outcome was far from certain. Casting another glance at the guards and the gaping iron door, he narrowed his eyes and quietly made his way towards the exit. Standing at the center of the fray, Gu Chen, bloodied yet resolute, felt his emotions gradually stabilize. Regrettably, he found himself encircled, unable to claim a second life. As the atmosphere began to calm, the other inmates crouched on the ground, while Gu Chen remained seated at the heart of the chaos. The surrounding guards stood apprehensively, yet none dared to make the first move. Who could have predicted that this seemingly delicate youth would strike with such lethal intent, silencing all with his silence? Zhou Zhengyu listened intently to his subordinate's report, his expression darkening considerably as he absorbed the news. However, being from a prominent family, he quickly regained his composure. The prowess of Gu Chen exceeded his expectations. He had even managed to kill one of his men, yet this was not entirely unfavorable news. The brazen act of murder within the prison brawl alleviated his lingering concerns. Now, even if the Northern Meng War Academy investigated, they would have little to say. No institution of war could defend a criminal awakened. Indeed, this provided a legitimate pretext to eliminate this young man. Lihashi wiped the sweat from his brow and dryly echoed, "Despicable," from behind. Yao Na's voice pierced the air, prompting Zhou Zhengyu to regard her with a playful glint in his eyes as he replied, "Despicable? No, this is strength." He suddenly realized that failing to eliminate Gu Chen and forcing him to kill had turned out to be advantageous. At the very least, it provided a logical basis to take action against him. At that moment, the door to the room was violently kicked open, and a chilling voice resonated through the space. "I wish to see who possesses the audacity to seek my demise." All eyes turned toward the entrance, where 4 figures entered in a single file. The leading woman was tall and strikingly beautiful, clad in a flowing black gown, her demeanor as frigid as an ice mountain. The individuals trailing behind her, though silent, exuded an aura that instilled pressure in the likes of Mo Wei and the others. Such an air could only be attributed to either status or formidable capability. The only one unfazed was Zhou Zhengyu, who, while astonished by the imposing presence of the newcomers, recalled Gu Chen's earlier words. If he intended to call upon friends, then these individuals before him must be those he referred to. Zhou Zhengyu chose not to rise. He was uncertain how these individuals had managed to breach the premises, but the absence of any warning to Mo Wei indicated they had infiltrated uninvited. And no matter how powerful one might be, this was not a place to enter at will. Merely a band of reckless youths, your people. He scoffed. "I would rather inquire who you are and what permission you possess to enter. Are you here to stage a prison break?" Mo Wei, influenced by Zhou Zhengyu's calm demeanor, immediately interjected with a reprimand. "What is there to discuss? Seize them at once. Let them experience the interior of a prison." With a grand gesture, Zhou Zhengyu signaled to his 2 subordinates, who promptly understood the implication. As the 2 burly men in black sprang into action, the next moment was punctuated by 2 muffled thuds. However, the outcome was entirely contrary to Zhou Zhengyu's expectations. He barely registered who had struck, yet his 2 subordinates were already writhing on the ground in agony, and the following instant, 2 ominous gun barrels were leveled at their temples, revealing the firearms seemingly suspended in midair. Controlled by a handsome young man with golden hair, who nonchalantly whistled, "Don't move, or I'll take aim at your delicate bits." The long-haired, doll-faced Yuran shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Vulgar." Witnessing the carefree demeanor of these individuals, Zhou Zhengyu swiftly concluded that they were no ordinary adversaries. Now, the question remained. Who would be the first to disclose the whereabouts of his men? Mo Jinglan assumed control, resembling the very master of this place. As he sat down with a composed indifference, his gaze scrutinizing the crowd, Mo Wei and Lihashi were taken aback, momentarily glancing towards Zhou Zhengyu, at a loss for how to proceed. Zhou Zhengyu, mustering his courage, spoke up, "Gentlemen, is it truly wise to act as you please merely because of your formidable strength? Even if you are all awakened ones, you must consider the setting. This is a prison. Are you truly contemplating a jailbreak? Such an act would render you wanted criminals. And no matter how powerful you are, where could you possibly flee?" Upon hearing the term wanted criminals, Yuran and Lu Zimo exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Zhou Jingyu and his companions were momentarily perplexed, unsure what was amusing about the situation. Su Xiaohua stepped forward, producing a pitch-black identification document and displaying it before them. Now, may I speak? Zhou Jingyu could not discern the name on the document, but he recognized the official seal, and in that instant, he found himself unable to remain seated. The Night Execution Division. These individuals before him were, astonishingly, members of the Night Execution Division. In that moment, Zhou Jingyu, Li Hashi, and Mo Wei all felt a chill run down their spines, with Mo Wei and Li Hashi even contemplating curses. Hadn't it been said that he was merely a high school graduate living in a slum? How could he possibly be connected to the Night Execution Division? Had they known this beforehand, they wouldn't have dared to capture Xiao Chun, even if given 1,000 chances. Zhou Jingyu, you've led us into this predicament. Feeling the wrathful gazes of the two, Zhou Jingyu was equally bewildered. He could hardly believe that Xiao Qian had ties to the Night Execution Division. However, the formidable presence and demeanor of these individuals, coupled with the document before him, left him no room for doubt. Regret washed over him in waves. How arrogant he had been, in Jinling. He might have considered giving Xiao Chun a call, regardless of his perceived lack of connections. After all, one must always be cautious. It was precisely because he held Xiao Chun in such low regard in Jiangxing that this predicament had arisen. It mattered little that he had captured this group, but his earlier threats to eliminate Xiao Qian had been overheard. What to do now? Just as Zhou Jingyu was in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow, Yao Na beside him parted her lips slightly, a heavy weight lifting from her heart. Xiao Chun, you truly did not deceive me. From hell to heaven, she could not help but rise to her feet. Allow me to speak. Jingyu turned abruptly towards her, but Yao Na no longer regarded his threats with any seriousness, rapidly recounting the sequence of events with remarkable clarity. Mo Jinglan and the others listened intently. Although Yao Na simplified her account, focusing on Zhou Jingyu's threats and Xiao Qin's assassination attempt, they discerned something unusual, inciting a violent clash between two local gangs and assassinating a high-ranking target. Zhou Jingyu had dispatched awakened subordinates to carry out an assassination, only to have one eliminated directly by Xiao Chun. Had the prison guards not intervened, the other would surely have met the same fate. What was unfolding here? Wasn't this young man merely a month ago, during testing, reported to possess a mere 140 points of power, categorizing him as a newly awakened individual? Su Xiaohua exchanged a glance with Mo Jinglan, both feeling a surge of astonishment. As Yao Na concluded her narrative, Zhou Jingyu struggled to maintain his composure, while Li Hashi and Mo Wei were already trembling, nearly falling to their knees. If there was anyone this low-ranking official feared, the Night Execution Division would be second. No one would dare claim the first place. The Night Execution Department is solely affiliated with the military and the upper echelons of the Great Xia regime, having no connection whatsoever with your local network of relationships. If they possess incriminating evidence against you, it is a serious matter. Zhou Jingyu, hailing from Jinling, of the Zhou family? This implies that you are associated with the Jinling Anti-Smuggling Bureau. Mo Jinglan casually perused the gathered information, casting a fleeting glance at Zhou Jingyu, who could no longer maintain his composure. If there had been even a modicum of doubt regarding the other party's identity before, the fact that they managed to acquire his information within mere minutes left no room for skepticism. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his throat parched as he spoke. This matter was indeed a misstep on my part. Might we negotiate a solution? Should the information be submitted, his official attire would undoubtedly be stripped from him, though the repercussions for his family would be minimal, particularly for the elder in the household, who would likely leverage subsequent connections to extricate him. However, in Yao Na's prior instructions, she had alluded to his relationship with Yao Taifeng. Who is Yao Taifeng? He is the underground overlord of Jiangxing, entangled in businesses with the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, border smuggling. Some anomalous beast hunters and materials are funneled through Yao Taifeng at low prices into the city, subsequently laundered through connections, ultimately flooding the market. This is the primary source of wealth for the Zhou family. Many partake in such dealings, with the higher-ups turning a blind eye, tacitly allowing them to reap a share of the profits. Yet, should such activities be exposed, they would not withstand scrutiny, especially if the Night Execution Department were to investigate, which would inevitably implicate the entire Zhou family. Thus, Zhou Jingyu promptly yielded. This attitude indicated a willingness to entertain the other's terms. You'd do well to negotiate with Xiao Chun. Whether you can satisfy him is your concern, Mo Jinglan remarked nonchalantly, seemingly unimpressed by Zhou Jingyu's conditions. Naturally, she had no intention of accepting such terms. With Mo Jinglan relenting, others voiced no objections, and Zhou Jingyu, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, expressed his gratitude before making a call. Little sister, come sit here. You must be Xiao Qin's classmate. Quite startled earlier, weren't you? Yuran cheerfully settled beside Yao Na, offering words of comfort. Indeed. Let me prepare you a cup of coffee, Lu Zimo chimed in, but Yuran swatted him away, scolding, go away, don't frighten her. Observing Zhou Jingyu in a state of utter despondency, akin to a bereaved dog, Yao Na felt a mix of surprise and a sense of being in a different world. Previously, Zhou Jingyu's power and connections had suffocated her, leaving no room for struggle, but with the arrival of Xiao Qin's friend, the tides had turned dramatically. Xiao Qun, when did you advance so far ahead? Yao Na rubbed her slender, pale fingers, lost in contemplation. Chapter 89. Negotiating terms. The inmates in the cafeteria had been escorted back to their cells, yet as they passed by Xiao Chen, they instinctively kept a few meters' distance. Witnessing Xiao Chen return to his cell under the escort of several guards, many gazes transformed into expressions of reverence. Even among the hardened criminals, those who resorted to murder were few and far between, and particularly, those who possessed such formidable strength. In the eyes of these individuals, Xiao Chen had firmly established himself as someone not to be trifled with. Even though there are a few awakened individuals within the prison who might possess strength sufficient to challenge Xiao Chen, they are nonetheless reluctant to provoke such a ruthless character. Indeed, he is formidable. This lad is likely to ascend to the level of prison overlord in the near future. Having made the necessary introductions, I am now prepared to assume the role of his subordinate. Hainiu, if memory serves, you were the one who boasted the loudest at the beginning. Do you wish to test the waters? How could you so baselessly tarnish another's reputation? Do not speak recklessly. Those who had previously let slip their tongues are now filled with trepidation, anxious that their words might reach Xiao Qin's ears. At that moment, a gaunt old man spoke up. You lot are still too young. Do you think you can be his little brothers? You wouldn't even know how you met your end. The previously chattering crowd fell silent, regarding him with puzzled expressions. This man, known as Mr. Hai, is a veteran within the prison. Though his strength is not remarkable, his intelligence is sharp, and he commands great respect in the Black Rock prison. Sensing that he had captured everyone's attention, Mr. Hai spoke with considerable satisfaction. Look at him. He was placed in the same cell as the lone wolf upon his arrival, and now, two individuals have mysteriously emerged wanting to end his life. What does that indicate? He has thoroughly offended someone. If they do not eliminate him, it certainly will not be over. By befriending him and acting as his lackeys, are you not courting disaster? In my view, this lad will not survive the week. Mr. Hai reclined with his legs crossed, adopting the demeanor of an experienced elder as he spoke. His words garnered the agreement of most present. Upon reflection, the two troublemakers from earlier indeed appeared rather unfamiliar. Just then, the main gate swung open once more, revealing an unexpected figure. Mo Haizi? Mo Wei, who is rather dark and lean, is colloquially referred to as Mo Haizi by the inmates. He seldom makes an appearance, yet today he has come in person. See, what did I tell you? Mo Haizi has come to handle him personally. Seemingly pleased to have validated his assumptions, Mr. Hai clapped his thigh and chuckled, basking in the admiring glances of several inmates. Mo Wei, stripped of his usual imposing demeanor, hurried towards Xiao Qin's cell, flanked by two guards. Ayo, Mr. Xiao, it's truly a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. It nearly led to a grave disaster. I sincerely apologize. I shall escort you out at once. You are magnanimous, so please do not hold it against me. A humble jailer, Wei bowed his head, his face contorted in a grimace, as if he wished to bend his waist at a right angle. So soon? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. In truth, he had already surmised that Su Zhaohua must have arrived, although the speed of it was far quicker than he had anticipated. Mo Wei personally knelt down to remove Xiao Chen's shackles, accompanying him outside as though escorting a distinguished guest. This scene did not escape the notice of the onlookers, and Mr. Hai's face turned a shade reminiscent of liver. What is this? Has Mo Wei lost his mind today? I must be going insane. While the prisoner's sentiments remained momentarily unaddressed, it seemed that Mr. Hai's once revered reputation would soon diminish. After successfully escorting Xiao Chen out, Mo Wei breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against the doorframe. murmuring to himself, "At last. I have seen this bodhisattva off." At that moment, a prison guard approached and whispered, "Gu, it's bad news. Amidst the chaos, the lone wolf has escaped, and we haven't been able to locate him anywhere." "What?" Wei was taken aback, for the lone wolf was an extremely dangerous felon within their prison, and allowing him to flee would surely bear consequences. "Keep this matter under wraps. Once the night execution department has departed, we will devise a plan. As long as the night execution department does not intervene, I still have a way to manage this in order to compensate for the psychological distress caused to you earlier. The Zhou family will provide restitution. Mr. Xiao, feel free to state your conditions." The Zhou Jingyu before him was markedly different from before. Xiao Chen surveyed his surroundings. Aside from Su Xiaohua, there were 3 unfamiliar faces, which he surmised were the other members of the Moon Shadow team. "This is the new team member. Greetings, I am Yiran, but you may call me Ran. Yiran smiled sweetly. "Fortunately, I'm not as handsome as you. Little brother, I've been waiting for you. Finally, I won't have to shoulder the heavy lifting anymore. Oh, by the way, I am Lu Zimo. You can simply call me Zimo." Lu Zimo pulled Xiao Chen closer, wearing an expression of gratitude akin to that of a benefactor. These teammates seemed somewhat different from what he had envisioned. They appeared rather youthful, only a few years older than himself. "Enough chatter, you two. He may not even be your teammate yet." Xiao Chen fixed his gaze ahead, and at first glance, he was somewhat captivated by Mo Jinglan. Although she donned a long dress, it did little to conceal her striking figure. However, her demeanor was exceedingly aloof, dissuading any approach. She scrutinized Xiao Chen for a moment, prompting Lu Zimo and Yiran to retreat reluctantly. Su Xiaohua, who had been silent, merely smiled at Xiao Chen. "Indeed, Mr. Xiao, please articulate your conditions." Zhou Jingyu had regained his composure. Hearing the words exchanged among them stirred a sense of unease within him. Xiao Chen, a substitute member of the night execution department, felt that his luck had taken a turn for the worse. "Conditions?" Upon hearing this phrase, Xiao Chen's heart quickened. Logically, Zhou Jingyu's actions warranted a severe penalty. Yet the shift to negotiating terms indicated that the other party sought to buy his freedom. Of course, the night execution department would not accept such payment. Rather, this advantage would be conferred upon him. Nevertheless, this was precisely what Xiao Chen wished to see, as his life crystal had dwindled to less than half, and he had depleted his supply of rejuvenating pills, leaving him on the brink of dire straits. Zhou Jingyu's proposition was indeed a timely boon. Noticing that the members of the night execution department remained silent, Xiao Chen understood that they would not advocate on his behalf. This would instead be construed as coercion, an unfavorable implication. Thus, the extent of what he could secure hinged solely upon himself. "Mr. Zhou, since this is a misunderstanding, how could I possibly accept anything? Let it be." Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. Lu Zimo and Yiran widened their eyes in surprise, while Yao Na appeared somewhat anxious. Only Mo Jinglan cast an odd glance at Su Xiaohua, who bashfully touched his nose. This young man was making his move. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Zhou Jingyu's demeanor shifted from relief to tension. To ask for nothing meant that this was no mere misunderstanding. Could the night execution department truly spare him? The young man, seemingly magnanimous, was subtly conveying that the terms could not be set too low.